Ryan Turford, my friend, April 15th is finally here. It's welcome to Yumi Capri Day, my friend. Everybody's here in the chat. I've got my drinks. I've got at least 2 drinks to get me going. I have no nutrition plan for the rest of the day. I should be eating food. I don't know what I'm going to do. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. The weather is actually looking pretty nice today.
For God's sakes.
It's like
Announcing. Okay, we might as well get the very first announcement right out of the way here, Ryan Turford. Ryan is leaving Yumi Capri. He's starting his own weather channel.
I mean, look at this. There's no weather map.
YouTube.com/theweatherman on the moose. Just 24-hour weather updates for places you never even heard of. Okay.
But we're gonna start a Patreon, Sean, where for $2 a month you can be signed up to get weather updates on your phone via SMS messaging, Sean. It'll be great.
Actually, you know what? I would really like to do some sort of have you joined any texting community kind of things where the content creators text me and my phone number is this, and you basically get into some sort of direct message kind of community. It's a really cool thing.
And that sounds really sketchy, Sean.
Well, it's not their actual phone number. It's all computer powered and everything like that, and they can type out messages directly to the people. I think it's really cool. I'll put together a proposal for you to consider. Maybe next year.
Or just put a business plan together, Sean.
Maybe next year. Well, we've been doing this for the last I don't know how many months. We've been gathering ideas. We've been putting them into our Santa sack and throwing it over our shoulder and going one day we're going to do something with all these ideas. And guess what? That's today. That's today. Today is the day we're going to just look into our giant sack. we're going to pull out stuff out of our sack. Ryan Turford. There's a ton of people here. 3
minutes into the broadcast, Sean, and the show's already off.
There's a ton of people here. The Snack Network, by my count, was first. So welcome on in. Dave, Kevin from Project X Talk, Hopple, Seth, Bree. We've got you as a moderator now. So don't mess with the Bree. Seth Sturgill, thank you so much. Court Lalonde is here. Sarah Stripes, Rachel, Coach Timbo, Snapfish, JKJ. Everybody is here. Holy crap. I hope I'm not missing anybody. Andy, welcome in. Here. Game Nasty, we got a nice friendly time for worldwide for everybody to come on in. Nick Catbar, welcome. Care Bear, we got Anna. Garrett Bland is here. The Doc, Emily O'Kelly, freaking Emily O'Kelly. Oh my gosh, just the best. Josh Stapleton, welcome. Grouchy Surge, Anna, JKJ, I think signed in with a different one. Mostly Martinez ran a giveaway that is the best giveaway that's ever happened to my Twitter account, by the way. Yeah. Appreciate that. Yarden, Dreamer, everybody's in. Andy Penizek, I see you. Courtney Bell, a lot of people coming in from Cato's channel.
The premium producer, Lee Navarro.
Lee Navarro, the maestro of the Master Race. I think, are you still using that?
What?
The PC.
The fearless leader of the Phoenix Overdrive Extra Life.
Yeah, I like the name I gave him better.
Sign up for Extra Life in the link below.
Oh my gosh, AKJ, love the Coke. Lots of Diet Coke. I gotta get that'll be I probably should drink water. Every now and then I wonder why I get pink, and it's because I think my water count is down. Leanna, what's up?
It's like what the Schick Hydrobot tells you.
Oh my gosh. Josh Borboni is here for the giant sack, just so you know. Joey Splats is here. Everybody's here. Ryan. Dano, I see you. Sarah, I see you. Donnie, I see you. Marcus O'Neill, it's happening. Awesome. Dave, the banger of all bangers. We're all here. The Spud Squad is here. Everybody's here, Ryan.
Everyone's
It's a big day.
Well, for sure. We should probably get into what this day is all about.
What are we doing?
So, first off, we should probably, reflect back on last year. Because,
okay.
This is our second Yumi Capri Day, second annual Yumi Capri Day.
That's right.
Because it sounds like we might be doing this, every year until, eventually. But so last year we had a whole bunch of different stuff that we did. First of all, we announced a whole bunch of goals for the RPG Cave. We announced the Nintendo Drive and the PlayStation Drive.
Yes.
Those were brand new shows. As well as we had a whole bunch of other cool stuff that we did throughout the day. And we wanted to basically do the same thing again today, where we're going to have some really cool announcements to talk about in just a second, as well as some new things coming to the Patreon and all kinds of cool stuff that you might be interested in. But again, we wanted to say, a huge thank you to everyone throughout the course of the year for sticking with us, for supporting the Patreon, for everyone who interacts with us on Discord and the community. Everyone's been super awesome over the course of the last year, Sean. And really, this day is to really celebrate this community in a lot of ways and to kind of bring everyone together and talk about, how awesome we are. So that's kind of what's on the agenda for today.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we couldn't do this without the late great Bobby Pauls as well. I mean, last year in particular, it was definitely hard for us as well, because we were kind of like basically trying to reshape Yumi Capri after everything happened. And this year time around, we're going to evolve things in interesting ways, but we're not going to forget our friend Bobby Pauls for sure. And you're going to see that kind of as a theme throughout the day as well, because I mean, he will forever be in our hearts. He's forever shaped this community, and I mean, all of us here probably wouldn't know each other if it wasn't for Bobby. So we wanted to give him a special shout out here as well.
Yeah,
so,
man.
Sean, real quick, what do you think about like all of the things that we've done since last year, like how things have progressed so far, and what state do you think Yumi Capri is in right now?
I think that there's just nothing but potential, to be honest with you. And we have a huge community and a wonderful community. I wouldn't call it huge. It's just tight. We're a tightly knit group and very supportive. And I continue to learn from everybody who comes into contact with this, just to like how to be a better person. You know, like that's the kind of thing that has really changed my life. Is I continue to be surprised by people's compassion and their caring and their thinking of others and just having the right thing to say at the right time. Like that's been kind of the eye-opening thing for me as I age here, Ryan Turford. It's like, oh, this would have been good to see as a young kid. It's just like, because everything was combative when you're younger, and now, you know, later on in life, it's nice to see this. But I feel like these days are important for a variety of reasons. This annual thing that we do, that we joke about opening the sack of ideas and all this other stuff. Like, there's a lot of fun to be had with it, but I think there's such a grind with content creation and really anything, just life in general, whether you're a parent or you have a job and you're grinding away at that, or whatever it is that you're doing, like the day-to-day stuff. I think it's important to pause and celebrate and recognize like where you came from. And I like doing that a lot on We the GamerCast with a variety of guests. But, you know, you were talking about all the things that we launched last year. It wasn't until like I kind of stopped to think about last year's Yumi Capri Day that I was like, we didn't have the Nintendo Drive before April 15th last year. We didn't have the PlayStation Drive. We didn't have the RPG Cave. We didn't have all these things. And it's not an accident that they happened. They didn't, like, nobody handed it to us. Nobody said, like, here's what you should be doing. It took you and I to, like, think about what we actually want to do next. And I think you and I have become a really tight team over the last year, and even more so than we were prior to that. We got to meet in person once again, got to hang out with people in Toronto, which is really cool. And I think that it really does, like, fuel me up again to have a day like this, to reflect on the progress that we've made, the new shows that we've done, that people were there for us to push us to make those shows. And I'm really excited and slightly a little bit nervous about a day like today. But anytime we have something like this, you're right. Like, we will acknowledge that none of this is possible without Bobby Pauls. And like, I never want to get too far away from, like, because we're always going to be thinking of new things. That giant sack is only going to get bigger, Ryan. We talk about the giant sack all day long.
Clearly, you just have giant sacks on the mind, Sean.
Exactly. But yeah, that will always be something new and exciting, and our brains will always go there. But Bobby, bring it all together, man, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So we also kind of reflecting on things as well. You know, there are some things we wanted to reflect on, as well as, you know, things we could do better. Those have been patrons for a while. You probably noticed that we actually launched a Patreon survey last month, where we asked for, you know, the community's feedback on both, you know, things that we're currently doing, you know, things that we could do better, and what things people would like to see. And I will say that definitely a lot of the feedback that we got from that kind of informed a lot of, you know, the things that we're going to talk about today. But things that we can do better, you know, stuff like branding and social. That's something, you know, I've always famously been bad at. I mean, if you go look on my Twitter page, you know, I mean, there's not much there, and then I don't really have too many followers, because I mean, that's just not a part of my personality that works super well. So I felt like, we both felt like that was really like a big need for, you know, Yumi Capri is to maybe, you know, try and improve that in a lot of ways, and what we could do to kind of, you know, improve that. But also, like, we got some other aspects that we'll, you know, talk about in a bit that we wanted to improve. But I think, like, kind of like our presence in general, as far as what Yumi Capri means, I think, like, to this tight-knit community means one thing, but to everyone who's outside that community means another. And
like nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Like exactly. So I think like that's you're gonna see that throughout the day as kind of a theme, as well as to like things we want to improve on as well. So Here, let's talk about real quick as well what we've got in store for the day.
Yes.
Because we have quite a schedule. So we ended up posting the schedule on Twitter, and I've also added to the description of this video as well. So if you're watching us on YouTube while this is live, because this will be up on all the podcast feeds later, you'll see a schedule in there. We're going to kind of do like an introduction to do all of our announcements first. And then we're going to be just in for the long haul, Sean, with just podcasts all day, wall-to-wall podcasts. We're going to be doing live episodes of the PlayStation Drive, the Nintendo Drive. We're going to be having a segment with the Backtrackers as well, and talking about how you can become involved with that. We'll be doing an episode of the Xbox Drive, We the GamerCast, the Console War Room featuring Mr. Badbit himself, the Pants Patreon podcast for Patrons podcast, the RPG Cave, a special Yumi Capri podcast, and then to close out the day, Sean, Sweet Hangs, which is
4 hours of Sweet Hangs.
I'm glad kind of we're doing this like nice bookend in Sean, because we're starting the show with 2 of our new shows that we started last year.
Yes.
And then we're ending the day with the other 2 shows that we started last year, which I think is like a really cool, like Yumi Capri sandwich in a lot of ways.
That's right.
Which I think is pretty cool.
We've got our giant sack. We've got a big sandwich to just bury our faces into, Ryan. Look, if you guys are going to bring up Jar Jar and do all that crap with me, I'm going to sack the shit out of you.
You're going to sack it up, Sean.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. We'll see what state I'm in by the end of this. This is going to be it's just a long day of content. But like, honestly, like as we were kind of planning for this day, that didn't really hit me until maybe like this morning. That maybe that's a lot, because I just want to do it all. I think that's the notion. And you feel that from me almost on a daily basis. It's just like ideas, like we could do stuff, and somehow we're continuing to make it happen. And my family, knock on wood, hasn't completely fallen apart. My job, I still have it, so we're walking a tightrope here. But I can't help but be encouraged by like all the people here who are in the chat, the people who engage with us all along. We get questions every week with the Pants Patreon podcast for Patrons podcast. Like, things happen, and we kind of follow the energy a little bit. So we'll see how the day goes. We got lots, but yeah, that's it for me, I think.
For sure. Well, without further ado, Sean, we're 15 minutes into this.
Should we do
we want to do the thing?
Do the thing?
Because I promised on Twitter and in the Discord, before this day started, when we announced Yumi Capri Day, there would be mega announcements.
Yes.
And we already know one of the announcements that you're going to expect today is going to be the new host for the PlayStation Drive. We've already confirmed that that's an announcement coming later. But Sean, it's time to give everyone a look into the future of Yumi Capri with our very first mega announcement.
People like when we go onto the eShop. Let's just say, like, we're gonna change the name of the show. We'll have the Nintendo Drives by the eShop. That's our little
eShop
section.
Drive, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're the #1 abandoned podcast on the internet, and that's not going to change.
Look at Xbox, TV, movies, sports, TV, Connect. You are the controller.
The dream has officially been realized, John. It's official.
Yeah, we're there.
Crafting all the potions and crafting the elixirs and stuff,
You're doing this all on your apothecary table, right? Is that what's going on over there?
I'm raising my apothecary level right now, and my medical level.
Maybe instead of the music kind of intro, we have like this creaking door, like you're sneaking on in and you're tiptoeing.
That would be dope. That would be dope. Like this.
You fly in, you're a fly on the wall to our super secret conversation.
That's what I see this podcast at.
So if you want to do this, I do have like some strange, possibly strange, hot takey conspiracy theories regarding Elden Ring.
Elden Ring came out, and I feel like the way you should do an open world game has changed. Or the expectations.
I feel a shift in my gaming, man, and I'm feeling it, dude. I'm playing multiplayer games with friends, like almost exclusively. Like, not by, I don't know if it's necessarily by choice. I'm not like avoiding single player games, but I'm tired of hearing myself go like, oh, I don't know what to play.
Oh, hi there. Can I please get a medium decaf with 2 Splenda? And can I also get a carrot muffin with that? That'll be all. Thank you.
5 seconds.
Ryan, I'm so mad at you for having the clip of me in the drive-thru. That stinking pandemic hair, man.
Yeah, we had to get, the pandemic hair in there. But I mean, first of all, we had to use a clip of Sean in the drive-thru. It just, it wouldn't be a Yumi Capri, or I should say Carpool Gaming video without it.
Carpool Gaming.
See, it's official.
Classic.
And real quick, Sean, before we go any further, you might notice there's 2 other people on this call with us, and it's not just us by ourselves. So I want to introduce the 2 other people that are here with us. In case people don't know who they are, you probably do if you're in this community. We're going to start off with the sauciest potato, Console Kato. Console Kato, thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Yay.
I'm so excited, but I'm also nervous, but I'm here. I'm excited. What did y'all think? I see positive reactions in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very excited, and I hope that y'all like everything that we've put together, and a lot of work. So I hope y'all like it, and I hope you're excited because there's just so much, and I'm happy to be here. How are y'all doing?
So the other person, Mr. Court Lalonde, the Boston Bruin fan himself. I don't have a nickname for you, so that's what I went with. Court,
Hey,
how's it
that's
going,
okay.
man?
And yes, it is a new haircut, Kevin. Thank you. I appreciate the comments. It actually just ended up being that way. I had a scheduled haircut yesterday, and now we're doing the show. It kind of worked out perfect for me. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm happy to be part of the team and jump in the carpool.
Yeah, exactly. So we should talk about, what all this means. What is Carpool Gaming? Why change the name?
Mm-hmm.
Also, what are Kato?
What are they doing here?
So
I honestly don't know half the time.
So first off,
Court looks
Sean,
cute. Mostly Martinez, yes.
Yes.
All these people saying they've never seen me before.
Yeah.
Hi.
So the YouTube, I hadn't until just the other day.
What?
Yeah. Well, because the
vlog.
YouTube. Well,
but
yes.
that's recent. That's a recent addition.
That is recent.
I mean,
I
you've been on Facebook.
Today's a reveal of Kato, everybody.
This is me.
That's what we went way overboard. We did like a rebrand and everything. You could just be like, here's Kato.
Exactly. Oh, that's true. Project X Talk brings up a good point. I only listen to the Nintendo Drive audio. That makes sense. That makes sense because we don't
have video.
I'm the one that does I watch all the video, and the Nintendo Drive is the one where I'm just like, really? Come on, guys.
Meh. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it.
It's just our flagship show.
It's fine.
It's fine. So real quick, we should talk about what's going to be different about
what's happening
with the new names. So Sean, real quick, kind of regale me of the tale. Why did we change the name in the first place?
Well, I'll sort of. There's many reasons and many examples what I could go with, but I'll tell one that might be actually makes sense to a lot of people who are here today, coming in from Kato streams. Kato will often, and this happens all over the place, so hopefully you can kind of imagine where I'm going with this. But oftentimes I'll jump into Kato stream and I say, "Hey guys, how's it going? Like, let's talk Animal Crossing. I'm a huge Animal Crossing fan, so I wanted to chat Animal Crossing with all the Animal Crossing people." And then Kato goes into, "You guys should subscribe over to youtube.com/Yumi Capri. We do the Nintendo Drive over there." And everybody's like, what the hell is Yumi Capri? What does that even mean? And this happens all over the place. Yumi Capri is sort of like a cutesy kind of name that, kind of sounds like Yumi and Dupree, and we kind of put my name in there, and it was something that Bobby and I kind of started. And if you were in the community, as you alluded to earlier, you knew what it meant. But anytime we introduce like our stuff to anybody, it's like, it's the Yumi Capri, and it's like, it's really hard to explain. And so I've been thinking about this for a long time. I think the first time I even brought it up to you is back in Toronto in whatever month. When the heck was I there? October or something like that? September, October in the fall?
October.
So I'm like, I think we should probably start to think about maybe a rebrand and discovering and finding a new name to put out there as the umbrella for all of our stuff. And yeah, I kind of went, I think we might need some help on this as well. It can't just be you and I. We've got people who help us out a lot, whether they're co-hosts or just members of the community. So yeah, there came a time where I thought the Yumi Capri kind of moniker should be put to rest, and we create something that's a little bit more representative of everybody. Really, it's not just me. So yeah, that was probably the biggest thing, was two things that didn't make sense. Yumi Capri, if you'd never heard of us before, it doesn't say what we do, and that I think that there's so much more. There's so much content that doesn't involve me that I wanted to kind of take my name out of it. So that led us to a rebrand, and it led us to two people joining us here today, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's also, other business reasons that we're not going to get into here as to, why we would change this name. But I think it's going to help open the door for a lot more opportunities for us to do, cool things, some different stuff. And again, we're going to talk about that when we kind of get to some of the Patreon goals, because as the video that you watched alluded to, there are going to be some announcements of some new programming that's going to come along with this new name, provided, we reach these goals. So we're definitely going to be talking about that in a little bit. So stay tuned for that. But also, changing the name was a little bit of a tough decision for me because of what we talked about with Bobby, because it was a name that Bobby came up with. And I know that with the name Yumi Capri, like his legacy really is tied to that name in some ways. And we didn't want to just triple all that. So I will confirm, first quick announcement, that the Yumi Capri podcast will continue to be named the Yumi Capri podcast in honor of Bobby Pauls, to continue to keep that name around and to, honor the legacy of Yumi Capri in general. We're not just, by us changing the name, we're not trying to throw any of that away or anything like that. That's going to continue to live on in the form of its own dedicated podcast rather than it being the brand name, essentially. So that's the first little thing that we wanted to talk about. But before we get into kind of programming stuff, I kind of want to talk about, what Court and Console Kato bring to the team, because they have, I mean, we've been working with Kato for a while now with the Nintendo Drive, and then, Court being, the newest addition to the team, hasn't really been on any content or anything like that yet with us, other than you might have noticed that Court did a little guest spot on the PlayStation Drive pretty recently, doing an MLB the show review as well for us.
He also did the Halo review.
There's that too. But for the most part, you kind of newer to the team. So I want to give kind of give each Court and Kato kind of the floor to talk about, what they bring to the team and what their kind of role is here. So I'll Court, since
right
you
on
said
the
that,
spot.
I'm going to start with you, Court. What are you going to be bringing to the table with Carpool Gaming?
So I'm going to be the I guess I'm going to be your that person that you're going to hear from on the social media a little bit more than you probably like. So our social media might have a little bit of bite. So don't worry, we're not just going to be putting out put your questions in for the show. That will still happen. You will still have videos of Sean. For the show that I'm going to be on, I guess I'm going to have to figure out my own little video. I'm going to have something out of the kitty. I can't just put up a little thing and say, put in your questions. I'm going to have to up Sean just a little bit. So I'm going to be taking care of the social. We're going to be engaging with the community. We're going to let your voices be heard, and we're going to continue to give you the great content. But I'm also going to be the host of one of the shows, I guess.
One of the shows. We'll get to that in a little bit. But also... you've probably already seen over the past couple of days, we've been tweeting a lot more and kind of, throwing some little replies in with some videos and stuff. And that's been all Court the last, week or so. So if you've probably interacted with us on Twitter over the last couple of days, you've probably actually already received a response on Twitter from Court, managing those accounts. and again, like we kind of alluded to before we announced Carpool Gaming, like Sean, at least I know I'm really bad at social media stuff, especially Twitter. So I'm so glad to finally have, a specialist on the team in Court, kind of, bringing that element to the team that I know that we've been, sorely lacking in a lot of ways. But also, I wanted to kind of, Court, to talk about that as well, because now you know who's behind the Twitter, so likewise, or any of our social media. So if you have questions about social media stuff, or if you reach out to social media and you want to know who you're talking to, we wanted to make sure that is a very publicly facing person, and that who to reach out to about, if something's broken or anything like that.
And I want everybody to know, I promise you, I will harass Sean Capri and Ryan Turford a lot. It almost will look like they're talking to each other, but it's all good.
My God. Well, Kato, what about you? What do you bring to the team over here?
I bring potatoes.
Yeah.
And Quiznos.
You can see some potatoes right behind you.
Commercials. I got my potato family. Yeah, if you've never, some of you haven't even seen what I look like, but this is what I look like. And I got my potato, my frog potato, and my cow potato. But all of that aside, I am in charge of the branding of Carpool Gaming. So that's why I was so nervous about today, and I hope y'all love it because I've been working with Danielle, who is PicNoCline over on Instagram. She's the one that I work with most of the time for all of my branding for my channel. I worked with her again for this. And then obviously like communicating with everybody on the team here about what we wanted for the branding of Carpool Gaming. And I would like to also say that our little son's name is also Bobby. We wanted to incorporate him as like a mascot of the brand. So that's what I've been working on. I also put together the merch store, all of that good stuff. So that is what I've been working on.
Nice. Yeah. So all those logos, everything that you saw in, kind of the Carpool Gaming, reveal trailer, all that stuff has been put together by Kato, and she's been just on fire this whole time. But also, with the merch store, first of all, I see that Bree and some others have been sharing the link to our merch store in, the chat here. So you can definitely go and check that out now. It's actually live right now. So if you want to go buy some merch, that's available over there. But also, if we have any suggestions, because I know that I'm sure that some community members probably have some suggestions or for what you'd like to see from merch. Kato's going to be the person to reach out to about that as well. Because we have already got a lot of great ideas in the hopper, but we'd also love to know what the community would love to see as far as, merch for Carpool Gaming. And that includes all the shows as well, because as you've probably noticed on the show, we have, some stuff with Bobby on it. We've also got, the Carpool Gaming logo, but we've also got merchandise for all the shows over there. We've got a shirt for each show, as well as all kinds of other stuff over there. So go check out the store. And again, if you have any ideas, hit up Kato, and she will be more than happy to work with you on some of that stuff. As for me, my role has changed a little bit here at Carpool Gaming, because Sean and I also decided, as part of this, big rebrand, that we would kind of define our roles a little bit more, because for the most part, Sean and I kind of like, we kind of had some stuff in place, but for the most part, we kind of just, whoever needed to do what, we kind of, worked on it. So I'm going to be in charge of all of the production going forward as far as the shows are concerned anyways. So I'll be kind of the director of production is my new title, essentially, rather than I think it was like chief content specialist is what the title that Sean gave me, last year during Yumi Capri Day. And basically I'm going to be handling the production of all the shows, managing, who's going to be editing what, kind of managing our review calendar, and basically everything content related, essentially. And I have this giant, schedule spreadsheet that I'm kind of putting together with like what type of things that we want to cover on specific weeks and whatnot. So if anyone out there has any questions about, content related stuff, if you're listening to a podcast and it sounds weird, or, anything like that, anything, production related, or likewise, if you have ideas for shows or topics for specific shows that you'd like us to talk about, I'm the person to reach out for and stuff like that. Again, you can reach out to me on the Discord or on Twitter, like everything else. Like basically that I'm the person to kind of reach out to about production stuff. And then Sean, last but not least, what's kind of your new like defined role with Carpool Gaming?
I'm in charge of everything. I'm in charge of the money. I'm in charge of all. Really, the podcast is kind of me. But I want to make sure. I don't know that we're really clear on one thing that I want to make sure that we give proper messaging to, which is Court and Kato are part of the team. That means that when you support, by the way, patreon.com/Carpool Gaming, you're supporting the four of us, actually. So that was one of the biggest things about all of this, is that we didn't want to just like mooch off of Kato's skills and everything and Court's time and everything. We want to make sure that everybody is supported through this. So we're basically the ownership group. So patreon.com/Carpool Gaming supports all four of us, I think is the biggest deal that I wanted to message today. And we'll get into some of our goals for our Patreon as well. We've got some really exciting things that we want to throw out there and see if people might be excited by that sort of thing. But yeah, I think we've kind of danced around. I think there maybe we maybe even leaked out one of the excitements today, or one of the announcements today. Wondering if we should chat about that there PlayStation Drive, Ryan.
Absolutely. So, as you'll notice behind Court, it's very blue behind him for a reason, because Court is officially the brand new co-host.
Look at that shirt!
Along with Pat Sawinski
Wow.
of the PlayStation Drive. It was right in front of you guys the whole time. that Court is actually the co-host of the PlayStation Drive. So the PlayStation Drive, to answer Matt Sawinski's question in chat, who's on the show, by the way, is our weekly PlayStation podcast. Basically talking about all things PlayStation. So as people know, I've left the show, but I know it's going to be in good hands with Matt and Court. I think it's going to be pretty awesome going forward. I know that there might be some changes coming to the show. We'll see. But you'll actually be hearing the very first episode with Court and Matt this afternoon. In fact, pretty much as soon as we're done doing this intro, we're Matt and Court would actually be putting the show together. That's going to be the very first thing.
That's next.
and yes,
next on the docket.
Matt brings up the point, of course, it's the Abandoned Drive. Of course, it's the number one abandoned podcast on the internet. Is what we joke about all the time.
Good God.
I mean, to add insult to injury, I'm drinking out of a Foxhound cup today because I picked that out especially because of the Kojima stuff that happened last night with PlayStation.
What a mess.
That was awesome. Honestly, that was awesome. I missed it all, but it was great to wake up to people freaking out.
Exactly.
No kidding.
So, Sean, it's probably time for us to start talking, now that we've got, that out of the way.
Yes.
And it changes to current content. We should start getting into the new stuff and start talking about Patreon.
Yes.
And also how Patreon's going to kind of tie into the merch store. So, first off, Sean, tell me about this promotion that we're doing today with this maybe limited time shirt.
Oh, snap. Oh, okay. We'll start there. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, with the launch of the merch store, I'm very excited because I'm going to be buying all those shirts, first of all.
I already did.
I was going to say, Ryan has bought everything from the store.
This has been the dream. And you and I, we talked about this last year. We wanted to have a world-class merch store, and we fell very short on that. So bringing Kato in has been awesome to up our game on that. And we've been lucky enough to have at our Patreon level, we've got a top tier at the $50 level, which we've had Lee Navarro, Jonathan Brown, and Dallas Ford supporting us there for a long time, which is great. So good news for, first of all, good news for Premium producers, which we will now call Ultimate producers, and our Platinum producers. You will get a free... Well, included with your Patreon, you'll get a free item of merch. At the $50 level, you get a t-shirt, and you'll get a mug at the $25 level. You got one last year, you're going to get another one this year. And anybody new who signs up at that level, at $50, you get a totally exclusive, not available anywhere else, Carpool Gaming Founder t-shirt. And I am a huge fan of this. And Kato really put it together. Do we have a picture of this that maybe I can... Is it on the merch store? Where can I find this?
I can't put it on the merch store.
That's true. I'll find a picture. I'll find a picture about this.
We do also have, by the way, an exclusive shirt, a limited edition shirt as well, with Carpool Gaming, and it has Established 2022 on it. That one will be available for a month to everyone over on the merch store. So there's that as well.
Yep. But that will only go live when we hit a certain milestone. We talked about this as well. When we hit 80 patrons, we are currently at this time, at least the last time I looked anyways, we're currently sitting at 72 patrons. We need to hit 80 patrons before that shirt goes live. So we've got 8 patrons today at any level, at the $1 level or more. We will have that shirt go live on the merch store. This also includes, by the way, anyone who upgrades their subscription as well. So if you're already a patron and you want to go to one of the higher tiers that we're going to talk about in a little bit, with kind of breaking down, the Patreon, rewards as well, then you will also help us unlock that t-shirt as well. So we're only 8 away. So we need either 8 upgrades or 8 kind of new patrons, or kind of a nice mix of the two as well. Well, speaking with Patreon, we should probably talk about, what...
I've got the shirt up now, Ryan. I've got the shirt up now.
Oh, you got it?
I've got the founder shirt. I'm multitasking all over the place. This is very impressive.
Thank God you don't have any terrible browsers open.
They're on the other screen. Okay. I got 3 screens. They're all over here. So this is the founder shirt, Carpool Gaming Founder, only available by becoming a $50 patron. So anybody who's there right now, Lee, Jonathan, and Dallas, you guys are going to get one of these. You're going to be one of 3 so far. And I think this is awesome because the shirt would normally cost what, like $20 or $30 or something like that. So you'll get all the other perks at the $50 tier. Totally limited. I am a huge fan of this. Are we even allowed to get one of these? I don't even know if I'm allowed to get one of these founder shirts, actually.
I'm sorry, but you're not a a Carpool Gaming founder.
Sign me up.
I've been doing that all day, by the way. I'm just going to throw that out there. But
sign me up. Oh my gosh, a purple baby tee and a water bottle. Carla is all over this merch store, you guys.
Yeah. All right. So let's start going in through kind of what each reward tier kind of gives you. So $1 gives you early access. It's very similar to the tier we had already, where you have, early access to all the podcasts as well. And it basically, that early access comes up whenever we basically edit the shows and they're ready to post. Sometimes that moves around depending on embargoes sometimes, or other things that might get in the way of that. Or sometimes, it's just been a very busy day and it doesn't go up till the evening before. But essentially, whenever they're, edited and ready to go, that's when you'll have early access to all of our shows. You'll also get a Discord tag as well in the Discord to allow you into the private Patreon supporter channel, as well as, and this is something that's brand new, an ad-free Carpool Gaming podcast feed. So, Sean, we should talk about this real quick because this is kind of the elephant in the room here. There's going to be ads on the podcast on the free feeds now, but don't worry, they're not going to be for a lot of, sponsored ads or anything like that. We're not going to be talking about Manscaped or Raid Shadow Legends or anything like that. The ads are going to be actually for the other shows or for the Patreon in general. The ads that will appear on the free feed content will just be for content that's on our channel, essentially. So if you want the podcast without the ads, you will have to become a Patreon supporter for that. But that's something new that we introduced this time around. That is a little bit different. And again, we're doing this to kind of promote the other shows as well. So, for example, you might be listening to the Xbox Drive, and all of a sudden you hear an ad for the RPG Cave, or whatever show we want to kind of promote there that week. So, just be aware that that's a thing. That'll be available to anyone who supports at the dollar level or higher. Next up, we got the $3 tier, which is our exclusive content tier. This tier, of course, is basically the same as before as well. You'll have exclusive podcasts as well, such as the Patreon podcast for Patrons podcast, the Unique Capri podcast, Sweet Hangs, the Console Room, and we actually have some more Patreon exclusive podcasts to announce in a little bit. So you'll actually have all that stuff under that $3 tier. You'll have access to all that stuff. In addition, you'll get everything at the dollar level. And then $10 a month is our gold subscription, which gives you everything that the original two tiers give you, but also We the GamerCast front of the line access. So if you've ever wanted to be on We the GamerCast with Sean, you will be the first person in line to do that if you are a gold member. You also get a thank you at the end of every single podcast. You'll also get a VIP badge, I think on Sean's Twitch, it says.
Yep.
Right? Yep. And then you also, on the Discordia, you get your own custom emoji in Discord. Basically, if you sign up for that tier and you haven't gotten your emote yet, or if you want one created, all you got to do is reach out to me, or I'll probably reach out to you, say, hey, I want your emote to be this, and then we will make that happen for you.
I want mine to be Jar Jar Binks.
You're fired. You're fired.
Encore. Sorry, Shauna, you've been vetoed.
Ryan, I have an exciting announcement. Andrea Dittrich just became a $1 patron, getting all that early access, getting all that ad-free early access. Thank you so much, Andrea. I have to say, you just made me you just brought all the nerves down just a little. I'm like, is this gonna resonate with anybody? Andrea, you gave me hope. We're going to do this. We've got tons of goals that we're going to be talking about here in a second. We've got new stuff that we want to roll out to you guys here as well. But I'll give it back to Ryan to roll through all these different tiers, because I like to think, Ryan, that we offer a tremendous value at our Patreon. It powers the new stuff, but also we really you get a ton of stuff. You get a ton of content. You get access to a bunch of stuff. It's very cool.
Yeah. So next up, Platinum producers. You get everything that the gold members get, but you also get a personalized thank you card sent to you by all of the members of the ownership team. That includes Court and Kato as well, even though I'm just telling them about this now. It's fine. They're roped into it. It's official. You also get a merch perk. So you actually receive a coffee mug. Now, I know, Sean, last time we offered coffee mugs, last Unique Capri Day, it took us a little bit longer to get them out to people. But with the new merch store, that's not going to be a problem this time around. So we will be able to.
Why do we have to bring that up, man? Let's bury.
I'm just saying because I know some people might be a little bit worried to kind of join there, but with the new merch store, it'll be easier for us to get.
That's very true.
Get that out to people. So I wanted people who maybe worried about that last time, don't worry about it this time around. But it is a one-time thing. So if you continue to, be a platinum producer, you don't get a mug every single month. It doesn't work that way. So it's a one-time thing, just like the thank you card as well. And
Carla just bought a t-shirt, sticker, and shipping was only $20 to Australia, which is reasonable, they say, which is
good.
Awesome.
I mean, the shipping to Canada, as I learned, Sean, pretty reasonable as well.
Nice.
So,
yeah, man, I can't wait. Oh my gosh.
And it comes in really cool box. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm actually very excited to get mine. Yeah. I almost wish it was here today so I could represent my RPG Cave shirt on stream, but no, it's just Nintendo 64. But
and thank you, Anna. Anna just became a patron as well, getting that there exclusive content. Anna, thank you so much. Holy crap. Yeah. That's awesome. Exclusive content. Man, some of these people, they're going to, like, what is this Patreon podcast for patrons podcast? Like,
they're going to find out.
They're going to find out, man.
I mean, we're going to be doing it later in the day, Sean. We're going to be
That's right.
Have an episode of that show coming up. And then the last tier, the final tier, I'm
interrupting again. Jessa just became a patron as well. You guys are crushing it out there. Ryan's like, what? Ryan is both mad and happy that I'm interrupting because this is like the greatest news, but this is how it's going to work, Ryan. I apologize in advance. Thank you so much,
I remember
Jessa.
Last year. It's going to be like, I'm used to it.
We are nearly there. We are nearly at the 80 to unlock a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, we didn't also say, like, at 80 patrons, we're going to do a fantasy critic session.
I forgot about that too.
Later on today. So we're going to dedicate about an hour and a half, I think, to us choosing games that we think are going to do well. It'll be fierce competition. I want to say something mean about Kato, but I can't. It's actually not in my. I can't do it. I want to be like competitive, but I can't.
I'm gonna win.
You see this
Kato will probably
win. Sean, you don't have the heart to do that.
I know. So I'm just left to. Well, and also I've met Ryan and Court in person. Kato's the only one I haven't met yet, so I can bash him.
We need to find a way to change that, Kato. We all need to be.
Well, we were going to get into that again.
Extra life.
Seems
extra
like
life.
A soft spot here, right?
I mean,
like
every time.
Yeah.
Anyways, going back to our last level at $50 is our ultimate producer. You even ruined my cool segue, Sean. But so at the $50 level, number one, if you have content that you'd like to promote on every single episode, because you've heard Sean and I do the ad read before, you'll be able to promote your content. For example, like Purple Monkey Entertainment over there. Jonathan Brown, the man behind the music on the Xbox Drive and the PlayStation Drive. You can find out his new album, In My Element, over there. Mm-hmm. But you would also have a personalized thank you card as well, just like the previous year. And you get a merch perk with which we talked about before, the Founders t-shirt.
How cool is that?
Sent to you as well. It is a one-time thing, so you can certainly do that. And you just get the glory of being called an ultimate producer on every single show. So there's that perk as well. I know it's a subtle one, but it's definitely there. So that's everything that you get for your patronage. And again, we want to say huge thank you to everyone for being, Patreon supporters over the last year. Y'all have been amazing, and we look forward to seeing some of our new patrons here. Which brings us to, Sean, we have some new Patreon goals as well that we should talk about. So read me through some of these while I hydrate a bit.
Sure thing. Yeah, well, we got rid of the $78 billion goal to run our own Big Brother contest.
Oh, no.
That one is gone. Well, and that's the cool thing. As I was kind of updating this the other night, it's like we did all those things. I actually had to remove those previous goals because they're done actually. So instead of adding them, because we've added the PlayStation Drive, we added the Nintendo Drive. That's the spirit of this Patreon, is to have people support us at increasing levels to get more out of us. Really, it allows the community to show us what they want. So we kind of have a bit of a getting started goal today. We're hoping to hit $450 later on today, actually, is really the big goal. And through that, when we hit $450, and we're at what, $416 now. So we're nearly there. And at 450, we will we'll host that Fantasy Critic League, as I mentioned. And then Ryan is going to launch a spiritual successor to the Roundabout, which was a top 50 games for the Xbox 360. And he also did one called the Crossroads for the original Xbox. It's 50 episodes dedicated to the top 50 games, and he'll do it for PlayStation this time. And I can't believe you're doing that at the first level, man. I gotta say, because that is a huge amount of work. You gotta play the games, you gotta talk about the games, you gotta post about the games.
Oh,
I have
please,
to interrupt
Sean.
you the same way you interrupted Ryan.
Yes.
Because Anna just upgraded to gold.
What?
For the Patreon, yes.
Woo! Anna,
Thank you,
oh
Anna.
my gosh. Thank you so much. Oh, and Dano is up there. Dano is the first person to upgrade to the ultimate producer, getting the founder t-shirt. Sorry for your ears. Dano.
Mark your ears.
Oh my, I warned you after I screamed and after your death.
Yeah, I love it, Sean.
Dano up to the ultimate producer. What a hero. What a legend. Kimberly Conrad also jumping in, becoming a patron as well, getting that early access.
Kimberly.
Oh my gosh, you guys. We are nearly there. I think I actually did it.
We're pretty close to that first
I think
goal.
that
Did we get rid of the
did
Big Brother thing just because Kato would win?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real here. It would we'd be the final two, and Sean would be out first.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
Just to throw it up there as well, to show the power that patrons have. Because you asked, why would I, do a roundabout successor? Because you know how much work that is. But it was actually a suggestion from a patron to actually put that show together. And I thought about, how my time would be spent now that I'm not, doing the PlayStation Drive every single week. And I feel like I can fit it into the slot that I would normally do that in. So it actually just works out perfectly for me that now I'm still going to continue to actually be part of the PlayStation Drive now if we meet that goal. And I'm basically doing it in that time slot. So it all just works out. Plus, Sean, I mean, let's be real. You said I have to play all the games. I've already got the list ready.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's played all the games.
What do I know?
He's got, this crazy memory.
Yeah.
He'll know,
so it's gonna
every...
be, the first one will be PlayStation 1, and then we got the suggestion of maybe doing
you guys,
PlayStation 2
things
and
are
PlayStation
happening.
3. We'll see that later.
Things are happening. Oh my gosh. Courtney Bell coming in with the exclusive content tier. Enjoy all that exclusive content.
Courtney.
There is so much coming to you. You have no idea. We haven't even gotten to this stuff yet. Oh my gosh. The PlayStation show is canceled. We're not going to have time to record it, Court.
I'm sorry, Matt and Court.
Guard your ears because Mostly Martinez, $50 patron, getting that founder shirt. You guys, what is happening? Children, Dad's quitting his job. I get to do this forever now. Meet Assemble, Mac jumping in at that early access ad-free tier.
I don't know
Thank
who
you
that
so
is.
much. Was that you or I imagine that was
that's
actually
definitely
Matt.
Matt.
That
No,
was
it's
Matt.
definitely Matt.
Matt,
Thank you, Matt.
ruled, dude. Thank you so much. We got this household. This household is too much. Becky Rubin Navarro, wife of Lee Navarro, who Lee already at the ultimate producer level. Becky coming in at the platinum producer level, getting that free mug coming your way. You guys are insane. And last but certainly not least, at least for now, Seamus McIsaac coming in with that exclusive content tier. You guys are...
Seamus?
I have chills. I might throw up on stream. I don't know what I will find. I haven't eaten today. So it'll basically be a nice mix of coffee and Diet Coke, just like vomiting. That'll be
taking care of yourself, Sean. You need to take care of yourself better. You're not hydrating.
I don't eat breakfast. I don't really eat breakfast.
We've talked about this. He just won't do it.
I'm not going to eat breakfast.
Yeah.
It ruins my gut all day. It ruins my gut all day.
Yeah.
Okay, so we hit the $450 goal, Ryan.
We are already there? Okay, that's what I was about to ask.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah, that's where we're going here. So you will be getting a fantasy league thing today. We're going to pick the games we think are going to review well, which is very exciting. Ryan is going to do that extra show. So thank you guys so much. That just means even more content for more people to find us and discover us and for you to enjoy. It's so freaking exciting. The next goal that we're already nearly there, Ryan. Let me actually hit refresh on this one. The next goal is at $500. I'm going to hit refresh to see where we're at. We may have already been there already. Oh my gosh, what has happened? Okay, so this goal happened. Okay, I got to go back a little bit here.
Well, actually, let's thank people first and then tell people what they get with this goal.
Okay, so the $500 goal. Yeah, we're gonna outline this. This is a new Patreon exclusive podcast at $500. It's gonna be called The Geek Outs. Once a month, we're going to do a show called The Geek Outs, and it's going to be for everybody at that $3 tier. This is for you. $3 plus. This is for you. We're going to talk about comics that we're reading. We're going to talk about movies we're watching, everything that we're geeking out about, toys we're buying, everything. This is sort of like a catch-all kind of podcast where me and one of the other people on the panel will join me to talk about things that we're completely geeking out about. one of the first things that we're going to be doing is something that's been on the docket for a long time. Thank you, Ryan, with the prop. Look at this guy.
Wow.
We are going to be doing a full spoiler cast on Scott Pilgrim, book by book by book. So it'll be a 6-episode run that we'll do probably over the course of about a month anyways. So people can follow along with us.
It might come out a little bit quicker than the normal monthly rate. We haven't really figured the release schedule for that one yet. Also, we're toying with the idea of also doing a spoiler cast for the movie as well.
Yes. It's a very free-flowing thing. It's hard to put this thing into a box because it'll just be, you'll get content called the Geek Outs, spoiler casts on a bunch of stuff, and I'm so excited. I've got so much books I'm going to read and talk about on this thing. So thank you guys for pushing us already past the $500 tier. So that's happening.
Actually, for those eagle-eye listeners who've been listening to the Yumi Capri podcast already, you already knew this was coming. We've been talking about doing this for months.
We wanted to.
It was also in the. Someone put it in the chat or whatever the other day, and we were just like, Sean even sent me a screenshot. He was like, "Oh, they're so close. They're so close."
Mm-hmm.
Someone's recommending I Geek Out about Squishmallows.
Yes,
so
I think you should. Honestly, I'll get my daughter to come on with you, and you guys can just talk about it for an hour.
We'll actually we'll do a post on the Patreon for suggestions because I would love to hear from the patrons on this.
We're doing Batman though.
Absolutely.
We're doing Batman.
Batman's happening. I have issues.
Scott Pilgrim's first, and then we'll kind of talk.
We got lots to talk about.
The ideas there, but yeah, we would love to hear from patrons since this is a Patreon exclusive show. What type of things you want us to geek out?
Yeah,
and we'll put that together.
Thank you so much to Emmy coming in for that exclusive content. So much. Oh, that's incredible. Trucker Sloth.
Emmy.
I'm so sorry for interrupting you, Kate. Okay, Trucker Sloth is getting a founder t-shirt for jumping up to the $50 tier, the ultimate producer level. You guys are incredible. Okay, this next person. Thank you, Trucker Sloth. Co-host of the PlayStation Drive, Matt Sawinski, coming in for that early access. Matt, thank you, Matt. You definitely did not have to do that.
I'm a Patreon supporter.
I am too.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Thank you.
Well, you were
boosting the numbers. Thank you guys so much.
Well, no, I still am as of right now.
Thank you guys. Holy cow, this is happening.
That exclusive content. But also, Sean, we also had something else listed at the $500 goal.
Did I miss it?
Real quick. Carpoolgaming.com.
Oh, snap. We're going to do a website. That's right. Yeah. I didn't even list that there. We're going to do a website where you can find all of our stuff. So this is you guys helping us be better. We used to have a Patreon called Make Us Better. This is a great example of that. At this level, we're going to have a website host all of our content. So if at the very least you just go to carpoolgaming.com, which is apparently now under construction, you'll find our merch, you'll find our Patreon, you'll find all of our content, links to all of our things. So that is all. Thank you, Ryan, for reminding me because I did not put that into the Patreon page. I will update that later.
Well, it's all good. But next up, Sean.
Next up,
$550 per month.
I'm gonna refresh. I think we're there.
Way onto that.
What has happened? I was not expecting this. I was like, we'll do 450 today. We'll be good, and we'll just kind of keep striving.
I'm starting to have echoes from last year.
I know. I did not expect this. I'm not even joking. I thought people were gonna cancel.
82 patrons. It's 82 now.
Oh my gosh!
We're releasing the shirt. It's official. Let's go.
I'll go on right now and release it.
Yep. So you'll be able to buy that until the end of the month. It's a cool t-shirt design, by the way. You're going to see that very shortly. But Sean, go ahead and see what you're going to say.
What are we on, 550?
550.
550. Holy crap. Okay.
No, we're 558.71 right now.
No, but that
we're talking about the 550 goal.
With the goal. So now that we're there,
yes,
we should talk about
look what we're unlocked. We didn't even have to say this. Man, I screwed up, Ryan. We should have made these higher. This next goal of 550 podcast will be recorded live on YouTube. People are signing up. They didn't even know we were going to do any of this stuff, man.
Yeah.
Podcast will be recorded live as a live stream. So the Xbox Drive will be live. The PlayStation Drive will be live. The Nintendo Drive will be live sometimes. That's the one we just got to sort out a couple of things there. But the drives will be live, and that is one of the coolest things. Many of you guys don't really get to see us. You don't get to necessarily interact with us because when I stream, it's Friday, Saturday nights. But we record that in the middle of the day. So I'm really excited that the community will be able to join us while we record live. I think it'll change the dynamic of the show a little bit, hopefully in an exciting and good way. But there you go, man. 550, we did it.
Yep, exactly. And we don't have an exact date of when that's going to start up, but it'll be soon.
Pretty soon, yeah.
Yeah. And then $600 a month, Sean.
Woo.
We're getting close. What are we doing at $600
Oh my
a month? And I
gosh.
want you to tell me about this because this affects you the most.
I know.
So
I
tell
should have
me.
put it higher. Okay, it's $600 a month, which I thought was going to be like really crazy. We will launch We the GamerCast to be published as a video podcast, which involves me recording the guest spot as a video, but also the intro and the outro and then stitching it all together and doing all the things. But I think people like that. We used to do it back in the day with We the Nerdy. I think people like that. So yeah, at $600.
The guests will know when it starts then.
There you go. That's well.
You'll have no choice.
It'll be it's the same thing, the same experience for the guest. So there's that, but it won't be live. I can't necessarily do that one live. But we will do sort of a version of that later on today with Ed Placencia, who is my guest on We the Gamercast later on today. We will also do a quarterly Game of the Year watch episode with members of this group, and maybe Garrett Bland, maybe Matt, if you guys want to join us. Just kind of talk about like what good games came out in the last 3 months. 3 months, yes, that's a quarter.
Yep.
And just what are we thinking for Game of the Year as we head towards the end of the year, which is very cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
That should be a fun show. So we're getting close to that one. But yeah, the We the Gamercast video show is going to be great too, because we already do We the Gamercast on YouTube, but it's just, you don't get to see the guests. It's only just audio only. So I'm actually really excited for that one to be a video show, and I'll definitely be helping, Sean put out with the production on that one.
Oh, thanks, Ryan.
Which will be fun. So it'll be a fun thing to put together, and it'll be good. So there you go. But then Sean,
Interrupting! Joey Splat's a gold member, getting us even closer. He likes that idea. Joey Splatz has been with us since the early days, man, since the before times. Joey Splat's been there a long, long time. We've watched him transform his entire damn life, which is like one of the coolest things. Like Joey Splat's doing what he's doing, Jonathan Brown, like growing up before our eyes and showing us how it's done, my friend. Oh my gosh, this community is so
pretty
cool.
soon TPR is going to be an old man, Sean, and then we're just not going to know what to think
Oh my
anymore.
God. I'll get my hearing aids and everything going by then.
Yeah,
I'm like a year
exactly.
away from that, let's be honest.
All right, our last set of goals, Sean. 650. Let's talk about it.
Man, we're way too close to this. I'm a little scared about this one, actually.
So at 650, actually, tell me about yours, because you and I each had one for this. So
Yeah.
you tell me
I'll
about
throw it
yours,
to
and
you.
then I'll tell you about mine.
Sure. So,
Oh, Jesus.
to get a little serious about this, I've been toying with an idea like this for quite some time, because I'm aware that we're not, speaking of getting old, we're not going to be able to do this forever. That at a certain point, maybe when my kids get into playing sports or something's going to happen, and we're going to have to walk away from this. Nothing great lasts forever. It's a sad reality, but I want to commemorate this. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I want to capture this journey that I started basically in 2014, 2015, starting to write about games. I really wanted to do my own blog, and that led me to meet Andrew Semichek from We the Nerdy, which led me to meet Bobby Pauls and Dave Moore and a bunch of people, Justin Masson, a bunch of people in the early days that honestly changed my life. I feel like I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be with you, Ryan. I wouldn't be with Cato or Court. God, we got like 3 C's and a Turford over here. We got Capri, Court, and Cato. Look at this. I like it. Next name.
3 C's and a Turford.
Yeah, 3 C's and a Turford. Anyways, this has been a crazy journey, and I would like to capture it in a book that I would write and would be available for people to purchase as well. I think you can do something on like blurb.com. There's a bunch of self-publishing kind of things that you can do, or just as a PDF digital kind of thing. But I want to capture it, and if people want to read something like that, it'll be a pretty significant undertaking that I have no commitment to like when that's actually going to be done, but I would want to do it, and I'll bring people along on the journey on how it's coming along. But at 650, I feel like this should have been much higher. I want to capture and commemorate
Sounds like you're
this whole
writing a
thing.
book, Sean.
It's possible. But what about you, man? I feel like you're kind of this. I called this the history goal. This is a bit of the looking back, like let's capture and celebrate kind of things that have been happening.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, my goal here was actually a suggestion brought on not just by Court Lalonde, who actually I have to thank for like coming up with the look of this particular show that I'm about to talk about.
So excited.
But also, Joey Splats for always encouraging me to actually get behind the microphone more. For a bunch of different people who talk about me talking about gaming history and how they like me talking about that stuff. So, and not only that, but I've been wanting to do kind of like a gaming history show for a while, and kind of like the RPG Cave in a lot of ways is kind of that, but it's just about RPGs and, not about other genres and things like that. So I thought about the idea of doing, what type of angle would I want to take to do a history show. And I could have done a number of different things, like long form documentaries, like something like the Gaming Historian does, or sort of more like goofy takes on video game history, something like Angry Video Game Nerd. But I decided kind of to take my own spin on this type of thing. So what I'm going to be producing, and again, this is just the working title for this, because I haven't officially come up with the official title yet. But the official title is Project Pit Stop Gaming History. It's going to be a YouTube gaming series. It's going to be only on YouTube, not a podcast or anything else. It will be exclusive to YouTube. It'll be a weekly show where I sit down for about 10 minutes or less and kind of give you a quick history lesson about something. Some weeks it'll be like, hey, did you know that actually this, and this happened? Or sometimes it'll be, a quick history of a specific game or franchise or something like that. And then I also will do like kind of like almost like an extra mile equivalent for that show, where it'll be kind of longer form video essays or documentary pieces, essentially. That will take a lot more research. It'll take a lot more time to produce, which is why, again, like I kind of want to do kind of like the quick, 10 minutes or less kind of thing on a weekly side, and then over the course of maybe every month or two, you probably get like a longer form item from me that can range in anywhere in any amount of time. I'm not going to set a time or anything like that. But it'll probably be things like the history of this company or something like that, and me talking about it for however long it'll be. But
and Ryan, there will be ambiance to the show.
Yes.
I'm not going to give any away, but there will definitely be ambiance to the show.
I mean, there might be a fireplace involved. There might be a certain jacket of some kind involved. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be a wild show. So that will be happening in May. So if the goal of 650 is met, I will be starting that up in mid-May is what I'm saying. I don't have an exact date yet. We're still kind of working around kind of like when a lot of our stuff is going to be scheduled, and I don't want to, schedule that on top of all the other shows. So mid-May is what I'll say. You'll be hearing about that if the Patreon goal is achieved. So there you go. Those are the two things. That's the look back goal, where Sean's writing a book. I'm going to be reading from a fictional book in front of me, talking about game history. It's going to be great. You guys are love it. Sean's muted, by the way.
You're muted.
Oh, because I was trying to be. I was trying to be kind.
Like Zoom called himself.
I zoomed out. Welcome to. Yeah, it's a Good Friday as we're celebrating this day where a lot of us are off, and many of people are joining us today. This is. I'm blown away already. They were signing up before we even told them what we were going to do, Ryan. So notes for next year on what we could do. But man, I'm so excited. We get to do our geek outs. We get to do our fantasy critic thing. We get to do so much stuff because people do that. They push us to this stuff. And I hope that people enjoy that founder t-shirt. And also the limited time. I don't know if I really talked about that. The limited time t-shirt that is available on the merch store. Established Carpool Gaming, established 2022. How long is that available for, Kato?
One month.
You got 1 month for that starting today. The countdown is on. Freaking Dallas Ford, holy crap, has been here for a long time. You guys are pushing us beyond my wildest dreams. I get to go tell my parents and tell them that very cool things happened today, which is awesome. Mostly Martina's already commenting on the YouTube video, which is distracting me a little bit. Court, how are you doing with this? How are you doing, man? Where are you at with all this stuff?
I'm great. We already got engagement on social media. We're rocking and rolling. I'm ready to go. Like I have a show to do in a matter of minutes. With my new awesome co-host. I do 2 shows with Matt, so this is just going to be awesome.
This is so cool. Kato, any closing thoughts before we move on with our schedule here and carry on with the day?
I'm just excited. I want to say thank you so much for everyone who's here. I'm glad that y'all finally get to see what I look like. And yeah, maybe, even if we're not live, maybe we could start doing the Nintendo Drive as a video. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Because, I didn't know so many people didn't even know who I was. So here we are. And yeah, I'm just excited. And the Nintendo Drive will be in about an hour here after PlayStation Drive. So I'm excited to do that.
Yes.
And you will see Kato's face during
and you
that
will
recording
see
as well.
me. Yes.
I think you should just put up a potato sack and then be off camera just talking. You could be like,
I have my filters.
Yes, please.
I
oh
do.
my gosh, that is so
Can
funny.
you imagine?
Oh, seriously, yeah, just be a potato sack.
Lee Navarro asks, where are we at monthly? And I'll hit the refresh here. I think we're at 565. No, we are not. What in the crap? What did you guys do? What has happened here? I haven't even gotten an email about this.
Things are happening, Sean.
I don't know
Things are
what has
happening.
happened. Let me click the buttons over here. Okay, we hit another goal. Thanks you. And then we're gonna go right to the PlayStation Drive. My apologies to Court and Matt. Yes. Okay, We the GamerCast is going to be a video podcast.
Yay.
We are going to be launching a Game of the Year watch podcast. Thank you guys so much for pushing us already over the $600 goal. That is insane. And guess why? Guess what happened?
What happened, Sean?
Emily O'Kelly, ultimate producer, gets the founders t-shirt, pushing us over that goal. You guys are insane. What a day. Holy crap.
Yay, Emily.
Discord's changed. Twitter's changed.
It all works. There you go.
It all works.
Also, for folks that don't know, we will be changing the YouTube URL to youtube.com/Carpool Gaming.
That's right.
It's not going to be changed until the end of this broadcast, though. So continue to just as all our promotion and links and stuff point to YouTube UB Capri. So just FYI, that'll
Very cool. Dude, I'm just happy the stream works, let alone all this other stuff.
Nothing's broken.
I'm just glad. I mean,
for that, Sean.
We'll have to figure out the Nightbot, the thing that's supposed to get all these links out for us. But otherwise, things have been going pretty good. I gotta say, I'm very happy that everybody they're here. I know not everybody has today off. We've got 53 people watching us right now, just to hear what we have in store for what's next. And my biggest thing for today was I just hope that people were excited for what we have in store. We opened up our big sack of ideas. This is what we've been toying around for a long time. We've got this new brand, which I think is, as a few people have mentioned, much more welcoming, I think, too. I think it's just got a nice polish to it as well.
Very cute.
Yeah, jump in the car with us. Like, it kind of reflective of all the drive shows that we have. And we've got all of our goals crushed. We are just, a mere few dollars away from me writing a book, apparently. So it's a very bucket list kind of thing.
And plus, the name Carpool Gaming, we didn't come up with it just because, of the drive shows. We also came up with it too because community is a big focus for us. We want to do more with this community. We love interacting with y'all, both on the Discord as well as, other social media stuff, as well as, meeting in person, I think is a big focus for us, I think, going forward as well. So, hopping into the car with the carpool and us being in the car together, I think was also a big kind of, takeaway from the name as well.
Yeah.
Kind of everyone's welcome here.
Fan Expo will be like National Lampoons. We're gonna have the Winnebago, and everybody can hop on in.
Yes.
Hop on in.
Sean Hennigan jumping in with the exclusive content. Thank you so much to Sean jumping in. Holy crap, you guys are just my goodness gracious. Yeah, we're talking about all these goals.
Before we switch off, I do want to say I want to read y'all what Danielle is the one who, like I said earlier, she kind of drew everything for us, helped us with the concepts of everything. And this is what she had to say when we told her the idea about, I'm going to try to read this without crying, for Bobby to be the mascot. And she said, I'm so excited that you all liked the sun concept. I never had the privilege of chatting with Bobby, but I was an avid watcher of his, and we're both from the same area. Bobby was how I found so many ACNH creators like you and Holly. Knowing the character for Carpool Gaming would be named after Bobby, I thought it was fitting to have him be the sun, like the light he brought so many people's lives. His bold and bright personality is so missed. So, that I couldn't make it through without crying.
Oh, I almost made it.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm tearing up a little bit over here.
Oh,
that was very sweet of her to say.
Yes.
And I love, we're trying to figure out how we communicate that that's Bobby. If you're here, that it is. But I love in the merch store, you can kind of see the Bobby sticker. It kind of it becomes pretty obvious that that's what he is. We wanted to. You mentioned earlier, Ryan, that there was going to be a theme throughout the day. He's now going to be featured everywhere. In just the most special way, in a way that balances. It's a tribute to him, but also a way that people can just recognize all of our content. It's not a picture of his face. We could have gone a bunch of different ways. It's all right, well, that's
we could have done a literal caricature.
Right. Yeah, so you can't really do that, but I love that you get a Bobby mug, you get the stickers, these beautiful hoodies, Kato, you've just done a wonderful job with the overall direction of it, and that's one of the biggest reasons I want you on the team is because you get the best out of people on that front. So it was a no-brainer to have you lead the brand on this front. I'm so proud to stand alongside this merch store and share it. You'll notice I hardly ever shared the previous merch store. I was like, people find it okay.
Didn't even know they had one.
Totally.
Yeah.
I didn't either.
we started it, and it took a little, you every one of these pieces, you took a little extra special care to make it look amazing. I'm going to be so proud to be buying these shirts and wearing them where I didn't do that before. So I just want to give a special shout out to Kato and the work that you've done with Danielle on these. That is so, like, sweet hangs. Oh my gosh. I've never owned a We the GamerCast shirt before. So there you go.
No.
Yeah. This is amazing.
The Sweet Hangs one is really good.
I love
Sweet
that
Hangs
logo.
is really
Oh my
good.
gosh.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'll be a regular I don't know, patron of this store, I suppose. Exciting news, guys. New gold member, Cecily Carozza. Thank you so much. Hopefully I'm saying Cecily correctly. That is so, dude, that is incredible.
Welcome to the Carpool Gaming bunch.
No kidding.
We don't have like a cool name for our people in our community yet, Sean, but we'll get there.
Yeah, 84 patrons. We are, by the way, I don't know if it was obvious before this, but this is by far the most support we've ever had on any Patreon that I've ever been a part of. Climbing up towards 100 patrons and $600 per month. You guys are going to allow us to do so much more. We've crushed our goals. This is incredible. I'm so excited, and we're just getting started. We're going to have a whole show, a whole day loaded with all the content that we create. So some of you may be here for the Nintendo Drive. Some of you might be here for one of the other shows that we do, but we're doing it all today. So you feel free to stick around. I'll throw it to any of my friends here if you guys have any final words, but I think maybe we'll get on going. Oh my gosh, the Snack Network just jumped up to become a gold member. Thank you so much. Dave Moore, the co-founder of the Xbox Drive, by the way. Reason, that's a huge reason this is all here. Dave Moore, thank you so much, my friend. He's the one who was okay with me going through the drive-thru originally. He just sort of like I don't even know if he was putting up with it. He was laughing along with me. We're just like, this show's so stupid. Who even listens to it? It's just so funny. What a morning.
Also, I will say before we move on, Sean, like I said earlier, just a quick reminder, we do have a full schedule of what to expect today in the description of the live stream. So obviously we are a little bit over time at the moment, but we'll do our best to try and keep the schedule throughout the rest of the day. So
call it the Patreon supporters passengers
as well.
We'll do our
there's
best.
That too. Yeah. We can call them passengers. Also, we can say welcome on into the carpool as well. I didn't even think about that until just now. But anyways, we should probably get out of everyone's way so that, we can let Court and Matt get in here. Start
close, Sean.
Drive. So we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
People like when we go onto the eShop. Let's just say, like, we're gonna change the name of the show. We'll have the Nintendo Drives by the eShop. That's our little
eShop
section.
Drive, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're the #1 abandoned podcast on the internet, and that's not going to change.
Look at Xbox, TV, movies, sports, TV, Connect. You are the controller.
Dream has officially been realized, John. It's official.
Yeah, we're there.
Crafting all the potions and crafting the elixirs and stuff,
You're doing this all on your apothecary table, right? Is that what's going on over there?
I'm raising my apothecary level right now and my medical level.
Maybe instead of the music kind of intro, we have like this creaking door, like you're sneaking on in and you're tiptoeing.
That would be dope. That would be dope. Like
you fly in, you're a fly on the wall to our super secret conversation.
That's what I see this podcast at.
So if you want to do this, I do have like some strange, possibly strange, hot takey conspiracy theories regarding Elden Ring.
Elden Ring came out, and I feel like the way you should do an open world game has changed. Or the expectations.
I feel a shift in my gaming, man, and I'm feeling it, dude. I'm playing multiplayer games with friends, like almost exclusively. Like not by, I don't know if it's necessarily by choice. I'm not like avoiding single player games, but I'm tired of hearing myself go like, oh, I don't know what to play.
Oh, hi there. Can I please get a medium decaf with 2 Splenda? And can I also get a carrot muffin with that? That'll be all. Thank you.
Intro's happening.
All right.
Go.
We're live.
Go.
All right. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the PlayStation Drive 2.0. I don't know. We're just going to keep running with the PlayStation Drive. I'm your host, Matt Sowinski, where we're going to be talking about all things PlayStation. And before we get any deeper, before we talk about anything else, you'll notice that Ryan looks a little bit different this week. He may have gone through a bit of a makeover. Well, that's because I have a wonderful, absolutely fantastic new co-host on the PlayStation Drive, Captain Canada himself, Mr. Court Lalonde. My dude, how is it going?
It's going. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be part of the team. Happy to talk some PlayStation. I even wore a nice little shirt for it for the viewing audience. So did Matt. You got a PlayStation behind me. I'm ready to go. I just love talking video games. Who are we kidding?
Dude, I'm so excited to be doing the show with you. I think we're going to make wonderful episodes together, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing it. And of course, today is a very, very special day. Everyone watching live on YouTube right now at youtube.com/YumiCapri, but will be youtube.com/Carpool Gaming later on today. Today is Yumi Capri Day. Today is Carpool Gaming Day, where we celebrate all things going on this wonderful channel of ours. There's so many announcements. Court, you guys already kicked it off with a fantastic intro stream talking a bunch about the new changes, new Patreon goals, new everything. Can we get like a snapshot, just a little quick for somebody who may have missed that intro?
So,
a little bit.
So we announced myself and Kato as part of the leadership team, which was awesome. It just popped up there, and then we had the goals. Well, that's the crazy part. I think like Sean right now is not here. I'm pretty sure he's crying somewhere. We've like hit and crashed and smashed all the Patreon goals. We've launched a merch store, which is awesome. And if you become a $50 per month Patreon, you get a founder's T-shirt. So go check out our Patreon. There's links should be into the chat if you scroll up, or we can post them in a second. So, or if any of the mods want to put in the links to the Patreon chat there. We've had a great day already. We're a little over. We were going to start at 1:00, but it was a good reason because Sean couldn't stop mentioning all these awesome people that were supporting us throughout the morning already, which is just. It's just been amazing, the support we've already gotten. So it's just, honestly, it's touching. I really do appreciate it.
Listen, we're off to a fantastic start. I'm loving all the support. Everyone to the community, thank you so much. Thank you for going on this journey with us, and especially in this new era of the PlayStation Drive.
Thank you, Bree.
We're going to have a lot of fun. Thank you, everyone. We are excited to be doing this. Now, Court, before we get any further, let's get some of the we have to clean the garage a little bit. There's some stuff that we have to talk about before we get any further in. So if you do want to support the show, make sure you subscribe, follow, or whatever on whatever podcast network you like to watch us on. Please hit us with that 5-star review. It helps us grow. It helps us reach more people so that they can hear more about the wonderful game of the generation Abandoned. If you like what you're doing, if you like what we're doing and you want to see more of us, make sure you head over to youtube.com/Carpool Gaming, subscribe, like, hit that bell so you get all those wonderful notifications whenever we do anything new and exciting.
And that's part of the announcement. You're going to get to watch us live. Live when we record this show moving forward. Live.
That's right. We're going to be becoming a live podcast in the very, very soon future where we'll be able to answer some of your questions and stuff as we're going. If you want to be part of the show, make sure over on our wonderful Discord, which you can catch the link in the show notes, make sure you hop over there. Drop some of the questions inside the PlayStation Drive. Hop over to YouTube, drop some questions there as well, and we will appreciate that very, very much. And we'll talk about stuff on the show, so get excited about that. And like we said, make sure you head over to patreon.com/Carpool Gaming. Today, we're already smashing records. We're already smashing goals. So come hang out with us if you want some exclusive content, some wonderful, fantastic podcasts, some early launches of some of the shows. Make sure you head over and do that. Now, Court, usually where we would go next is the playlist, where we talk about the stuff we've been playing and stuff. But I want to do a bit of a throwback Thursday, let's say, a flashback. I want to go back to little baby Captain Canada, little baby Court. I want to learn more about your history with PlayStation before we start talking about what we've been doing. You know, what system did you own first? What are some of your favorite games? Tell me about your history with PlayStation.
Well, first, I wish I could just walk over there and put a little towel around your shoulder just to let you like chill, because that was a lot that you put out there, and I am very impressed. So kudos to you. So history to PlayStation starts with this console right behind me there, the PlayStation 1. I bought that thing because I was obsessed with playing NHL hockey, the video game by EA Sports, and the best version of that game was on the PlayStation. I believe it was NHL 94. It had Peter NHL 94 or 95. It had Peter Forsberg. Either had Eric Lindros or Peter Forsberg on the front cover, and my mom was gracious enough to buy me the PlayStation. And from there, I played Metal Gear Solid, and from there, I played a little game called Tomb Raider. That brought me to a world that I didn't realize I needed to be a part of. Most of the time when I was playing games, I was playing platformers, or I was playing sports games, or I was playing fighting games with the Super Nintendo or anything any consoles I had. And then I played Tomb Raider and started doing the puzzles and started finding the tombs. And then, it branched into a little game. And let's be honest here, you put Indiana Jones and Lara Croft together and you get Nathan Drake. And that became one of my favorite, and to this day, favorite franchises of all time in the Uncharted series. It was kind of funny because I went to Xbox 360 after the PlayStation 2. And I didn't get the PlayStation 3 to the end of the life cycle just because of that beautiful launch, what we'll call it, the PlayStation 3 launch. And at the end of the PlayStation 3 life cycle, I ended up getting the PlayStation 3, getting Uncharted 1, Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3 hadn't come out at the time, and I got Infamous. And then all of a sudden, I got hooked. Infamous is still to this date is going to be that series. Please just give me another one, reboot it, redo whatever you want to do, and bring back Cole. Honestly, just restart the franchise from the ground up. I would love an Infamous reboot, not a remaster. I want a grounds up. Give me some more Cole and give me some more Infamous. And then we went to a game that came out at the very end of the PlayStation 3 life cycle that I have finished 4 separate times. I know they just announced another remake. Well, they haven't officially announced it, but we all know it's coming, which is The Last of Us. Since that game has come out, I have now become a father to a daughter. So there is, spoiler alert, there's a scene at the beginning of that game that I haven't played since my daughter was born. So I don't know how I'm emotionally going to handle it, because I remember that was the first game I've ever played in my life that I had to put down the controller for a second. That part happened, and I wasn't even a parent at the time, and I had to put the control. I had to walk away for a bit. It really got to me, and it got to me to the point where when I was playing my second playthrough, my father-in-law was in the house, and I wanted to see his emotion because he doesn't play video games, doesn't anything. I'm like, watch this. And so at first he thought I was watching a movie and didn't realize I was playing it, and that's how amazing these first-party games are at Sony. And that part happened, and he started bawling. And he was like, turn it off. and it was just, I just was like, wow, video games are powerful. And I turned around and I was like, like everybody says what they say about video games, and then you have these games, and Sony does it with their first parties. I love my Xbox. I have both consoles, but when you play a first party Sony game, it gets you, man. Like some of these games, even Nathan Drake, he's funny. You feel like you're part of it. Like I'm replaying right now. I'm playing Uncharted 4 again with Thief's End, and it's like a warm hug. I say this a lot on other show that I'm on, and some video games just feel like a warm hug. And these Sony first parties, they get you. Like emotionally, physically, they really get you. They do just such a great job.
That's awesome. So I'm glad to hear about that, your journey through PlayStation. And now you're with the PS5, right? You've been messing around with that for the last little while, and you hit the nail on the head. I think that's one of the most special things about anything that comes out of PlayStation first party is even when the game, like Uncharted, and even like, let's use Spider-Man as an example, for a game that can be so fun and just such an awesome roller coaster throughout the way, like the entire way through, there are moments that just hit you straight in the heart. And like, I've cried probably more in first party PlayStation games than in any other like games category, let's call it. So I agree with you. I'm right there with you. We're going to be talking much more about our favorite PlayStation games later on in the show. But before we do that, my friend, let's stomp on those brakes and let's talk about our playlist. What have we been listening to? What have we been playing, Court? I'm going to start with you just because, I don't know, I can listen to you talk all day, man. What have you been playing? What's been going on?
I have obsessively been playing 2 games. One I just finished the other day, which is Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga.
Nice.
I finished. Sorry, I should reiterate. I finished the story portions of said game. That is the best Star Wars video game I have ever played. Like Jedi Fallen Order was there for me just because of the story. But as a Star Wars fan, this Lego game just gives me everything I've always wanted from Star Wars. Plus, you even get the side characters. I'm already looking forward to the DLC. And it's also the fact that I can play this with my daughter. A lot of things that you'll notice for me is the emotional aspect. Like you mentioned Spider-Man before, and Miles Morales in my house has now become a Christmas game, and my daughter and I play it together, and she just swings around the city. So this was the first game that my daughter and I played a ton of together. And it's going to have a special memory for me that this is the first game I've finished with her. And then another game that I'm playing, I can't believe this because I play sports games, but I've never been this addicted to a video game. Like when we're done recording this and the other shows are on, I'm 100% going to be playing MLB The Show today. MLB Show 22, I can't stop playing the game. I have it on both my Xbox Series X and my PlayStation 5, and I play it on both consoles a lot. Like I can't stop. I have my Road to the Show for my XP grind. So if anybody's playing the show, you know all about Joe Random and the XP grind and what it is. You can look it up on any YouTube channels. So Gomes to Legend has a great YouTube channel that covers MLB The Show. I did a review. It was at the time a guest review, but we know with the people that over here at Carpool Gaming, we knew it wasn't a guest review, but that was my very first review. That is up there for Game of the Year for me right now because I'm at the point where people always talk about, oh, Game of the Year has to be this, this, and this, and has to be the categories. I'm at the point of my age. You know what? Game of the Year has to be something that is worth my time in playing and over again, and then it values my time and my money. Right now, MLB The Show values my time and my money. It rewards you for playing. It's the first sports game that I've ever played that rewards everybody for playing the game. They have all those, packs and so on and so forth. EA does a very good job of just wanting your money. No offense, EA, but these are just facts with your games on your sports side. But San Diego Studios has done a phenomenal job of saying, you know what? You don't need to go out there and shell out money for packs. If you just play any mode in this game, you gain XP towards packs and players or anything. So anything you do in this game, you get rewarded for playing. So right now, that is what I'm playing.
That's awesome. So before we move on to what I've been up to, I have a question about MLB The Show because I'm not a big sports guy and I haven't played any of them. But I do know that this is the first one that's kind of widely available, right? We have it on Xbox, we have it on Switch, and you mentioned you've been playing it in a couple different places. How is that experience jumping from PlayStation to Xbox with do you have to do anything for your save to carry over? What's kind of like the ecosystem experience like?
So what you need to do, and I didn't do it originally, so that kind of sucked because I lost something on doing it. So what you needed to do originally before you boot up either one of them on either console, you needed to sign up on their webpage and then link the two accounts. So what happened was I'd already booted up the PlayStation Open Packs and I already booted up the Xbox. because I opened better packs on the Xbox side, I used that as the main account and then linked my PlayStation account to that. So that once you've done the webpage, it'll give you a link, a little code that you can enter. So you'll actually go into the server, like as soon as you boot up the game, there's a link part, click link, and then you put in this code and the two games link. Now, what I will say is there are hiccups, and with anything like this, and especially this type of game, I can see it. Like I said, if you open packs now, moving forward, if I open packs or gain any stubs, as they're called, the money in the game, which you gain throughout playing it, or anything, it will show up on both consoles when I open it up. The one thing I did notice is my Road to the Show character, I had to start two different ones. That save file didn't come over. That is something they're working on. San Diego Studios they're already on their third patch. They've done a phenomenal job of listening to everybody's comments. Please fix the batting, like just fix it. Because they did something, and now all of a sudden instead of even when you hit perfect, you're not hitting the ball properly. But anyways, that is neither here nor there. It works seamlessly for your Diamond Dynasty, which is what the mode that I'm playing. So if I literally finish a game here or a moment or do anything, and I go downstairs and I turn on my PS5, it will already show that I've already played it and completed it. Vice versa, your experience carries over. It's actually pretty impressive, and it is the future. And I truly, truly, truly hope that more games do this cross progression.
Yeah, that's awesome. Like, I really do hope that becomes the norm, because there are so many people who do want to play across different platforms depending on where they're at. And to hear that it works so seamlessly once you're kind of in, once you set up the link stuff, that's fantastic. And I hope you're right. I hope this is the norm, because
there is an
awesome.
app. There's also an app. Like, seriously, they've really done a phenomenal job, San Diego Studios. So kudos to them.
Nice. That's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. As for myself, I actually picked up Ghostwire Tokyo. It's a game that I've been very, very excited about. Still working through a bit of the backlog with Dying Light 2 and Ollie Ollie World, but as everyone knows, I'm a massive sucker for the hype. And I kept hearing about Ghostwire, and I really wanted to do it, so I picked it up. I am playing it on my Steam Deck, so I'm not playing it on the PlayStation 5, but just for that ease of taking it with me, it's awesome. Only a couple hours in so far, but I'm really enjoying it so far. The combat's cool. The world is very atmospheric. Like, I love Tokyo. I've been there a number of times. So even just kind of like running around some of the areas, it's just cool. Everything looks the way that you think it would. Everything, feels great. The writing has been really interesting so far. I'm really excited to sink more time into it, just because, again, I love the Yakuza series, and just having another open world Tokyo to kind of run around and mess with makes me really excited. So again, early days for me with Ghostwire, but I'm excited to spend more time with it because, yeah, it's awesome, and I'm enjoying it so far. I'm excited.
What is the combat system? You compare to the Yakuza, so I'm wondering, is it a turn-based or is it not a?
No, so Ghostwire Tokyo is first person. It's like an action RPG. So like you do have like your magic that you use with your hands. So like the magic that you'll start with is just basically like a little wind blast that you shoot out of your hands. And obviously you'll upgrade it, and you'll be able to get more powers. So like like fire magic and different stuff like that. But it is like a first person action adventure. Imagine like something like Far Cry, but instead of using weapons, you're using your hands and magic. And running around Tokyo. So yeah, it's the kind of main connection to Yakuza is pretty much just the setting, but it's just outside of that. It's really cool. I'm really enjoying it so far, and I know people have been enjoying it. I know some people are a little bit, maybe a little bit let down by it, but so far I have really no complaints with it. So I'm excited to keep going with that. But my friend, it is time to do some fun stuff with the news. We're going to slam the brakes. We're going to talk about a couple news stories before we talk about some of our favorite PlayStation games. The first news story, this is coming from the PlayStation blog itself. Bug Snacks But Big, the Isle of Big Snacks, drops on April 28th. This is written by Kevin June. So we got the announcement that the titular Isle of Bug Snacks is a whole new biome. We're going to be able to play on April 28th. You're going to be running around with Chandlo, Floofty, Triffany, and Shelda as you work your way through a bunch of mysteries and puzzles, along with a whole bunch of new bug snacks for you to capture. Some of them are a little bit overgrown, a little bit massive, hence the big snacks. I'm incredibly excited about this, but before I go off court, are you a bug snacks guy? Are you looking for a reason to double dip? Like, does this new DLC expansion do anything for you?
So I played it when it first, because it was a console launch game for the PlayStation 5. So I did play it, and Greg from Kind of Funny, his wife worked for the makers of the game, right? So I did play it. I don't know. I couldn't get into this game. I thought it was fun. There was a lot of fun points to it, you know, making your hands look like hot dogs and stuff. Like that's cool and all, but it just wasn't for me. But that's fine. I tried because everybody was like, "Oh, it's a pretty easy platinum." So that was one of the ones I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna knock it out of the park." I think I'm halfway through, so maybe I'll go back just to get the platinum, just to feel better about my score.
Yeah, no, I loved Bugsnax. It was actually the first game we ever reviewed over at Burnout. It was the first time we ever got codes, so it has a very special place in my heart. I love how weird it is. I love a lot of the characters. It's just a very surreal, strange experience that I don't think a lot of other games kind of capture the same vibe that game does. Especially because it does have a very like cutesy look on the front, but gets super dark and super weird at different points.
That's what it does.
Yeah, which I love about it. Like I love that kind of weird mishmash. So having a reason to go back with the Isle of Big Snacks makes me excited. I was kind of hoping that this was going to be a bit of an expansion that comes after the story, but it does seem like they're kind of inserting it partway through, where you can kind of
just horizon on us.
Yeah. So you can access it partway through, and if you're done the game, obviously you just kind of go and start a conversation, and you're kind of off to the Isle of Big Snacks. Just because, again, like the slight spoilers for Bugsnax, like the game does end on a bit of a cliffhanger, kind of making you curious about where it's going next. But I'm excited. I love this world and being able to go back in and to find a bunch of new Bugsnax and Big Snacks. And I'm not a big puzzle person, but this kind of puzzling of like, okay, I have my goal right in front of me. How do I catch it? Like, what do I need to do to kind of be able to actually ensnare this Bugsnax in my trap? I'm all about it. I'm very excited. For people who haven't had the chance to play it before, because it was exclusive at first, it is actually going to be coming to Switch and Xbox and will be on Game Pass. So there's a lot of opportunities to be able to hop into this game if you haven't as of yet. And again, like the expansion is completely free. They're adding it at no charge, no cost to anyone. So if you're curious at all, if you've seen Bugsnax and you've kind of been like, what is that weird game where people turn into, hot dogs and pizzas? This is a great opportunity to check that out. I know I will be playing it on April 28th, so get excited. I will be talking about it on the show in the future. Moving on, you're gonna do it, dude. I can't. Like we're gonna. And listen, like I'm not a platinum guy. I don't chase trophies. I don't chase platinums. That's one of the few platinums that I've ever gotten. So like that tells you a lot. It's really not that bad. You can do a court. I believe in you.
I know.
All right, moving on to our next story coming from IGN, written by Ryan Dinsdale. PS Plus was devastating for Oddworld Soulstorm sales, says developer. Lauren Lanning was on our friend over on Xbox Expansion Pass, where he did a fantastic interview with Luke. So make sure you go check that out, where he went on to say how the PlayStation Plus deal for him, he didn't feel was actually good for the game in the long form, because he said the game was downloaded close to 4 million times through PlayStation Plus, significantly more than the studio's expectations of 50,000 to 100,000. The game was supposed to come out in January, ended up being delayed out until April 2021, where there were a lot more PS5s out in the wilds, and the game ended up being downloaded almost 4 million times. So, Lauren didn't sound like, salty. He didn't sound upset about it to me. He just kind of was, stating facts of how it was. But Court, I'm curious about your thought, what your thoughts are about this, because a lot of the media did pick it up and start to spin it as subscription bad for indie developers, right? So I'm kind of curious, where do you land on this?
Right off the bat on that, that is not what he meant. Like I've spoken to Luke about this a bunch of times. I was listening to it the day after, before it got like blown out of proportion. And I will use that. It's definitely just got blown out of proportion all over the internet. Mm-hmm. But kudos to Luke for doing a great interview, and I love the fact that the Xbox Expansion Pass got its name thrown out there a lot. It's a great podcast. Mm-hmm. Any Xbox fan out there should go listen to it. He just was saying that he was saying that he anticipated the game to sell this many copies. So PlayStation said, okay, if that's what your anticipation is, here's what we're going to pay you for. We're paying you for that. All he's stating is when we're doing these subscription services with Game Pass or PlayStation Plus, which will be, or PlayStation, whatever we're going to, premium with the new service that's coming out, they get paid. The developer gets paid for it. He's straight up saying they paid me for everything we did making in this game, and they paid me based on what we both thought the sales were going to be. He's just stating a fact that if the sales are more, that wasn't in his contract to get paid more. So maybe the next time he does a deal with PlayStation and PlayStation says they want your game in this, they're like, okay, here, maybe do a tier. So here, pay us for this, but if it hits this and this and this and this, and we know with the PlayStation with a new console, because he even said originally it wasn't supposed to be coming out right at the very beginning, and it just happened to go with the launch. We know what happens. It's the Assassin's Creeds. Assassin's Creeds always come out. The one that whatever launches with the console always does amazing. You have Black Flag did amazing with the PS4, and you have Valhalla that did gangbusters with the PS5. It's just when their new console comes out, all we do is crave content, and we're craving any game that is classified as a PS5 game. Like, so you're not going to be, so this game was classified as PS5. So he got 4 million downloads. He's not being salty. He still would love to work with PlayStation. He's happy about it. But unfortunately, many news outlets took it as, let's grab some headlines. Let's say what we're going to do and just clickbait the living daylights out of everybody.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm with you there. Like that to me just kind of sounded more of like a what if, like, what if we didn't take that deal? What if we did just whatever? But like, I think that this is a really specific, use case here, because like, I don't think that every game that comes to PlayStation Plus would have necessarily sold the same amount if it hadn't, right? Like no shade at all towards, Oddworld, but I do think it is like a very much a niche game. It's like, it's a niche looking game. There's not a lot of people, like, I downloaded it, but I don't think I've ever actually opened it or played it, just because, like, again, I claimed it because it's there, like, so I'd be really curious to see the numbers of how many of those downloads actually translated to game, like time spent in the game, because like I guarantee you those numbers would not have been that high if it wasn't for PlayStation Plus, which just puts more eyes on the game for developers, puts more eyes on the game for people to try it out and play, and people might be more ready to try the developer's next game if they saw that they liked the game because they played it through PlayStation Plus. So this, for me, again, like you mentioned, I think it just got way blown out of proportion, like unnecessarily so.
In fact, I think I'm going to download it, start it, pop a couple trophies, and then I'll actually see, because it's like with Uncharted games sometimes, or any of these big games, when you all of a sudden pop a trophy in the game and you're like, it's rare. Like, you've heard like this many people bought the game, and then all of a sudden I'm popping like a common trophy and it comes up as being rare. It means people only played for like an hour or didn't really. So I would be curious to see, yes, it got 4 million downloads. Well, I was one of those downloads, and it's because whenever a game comes to the PS Plus, I go on my phone, I go into the store, which their store is amazing because you can't do it on Xbox on their app. You can't just go in and claim your games. It just doesn't work that way. And I claim the game regardless, and I just click add to library. So that's what I did with this game. I never actually played it because I was playing Ratchet and Clank at the time. So for me, I didn't play this game. So I'm going to download it. You know what? I'm going to go on my phone right now. I'm going to go on the app. I'm going to download it to my console, and I'm going to pop a couple trophies in it and see what happens, because that's the real tell. The tell of how many people have actually completed these trophies tells you how many people that have downloaded the game actually have gotten it, because they give you a percentage.
Exactly. So like, not every game that comes to PlayStation Plus is going to be a Fall Guys, is going to be a Rocket League, right? So like, it's unfortunate that, maybe they didn't get paid as much as they should, but I'm kind of hoping that moving forward, that, because that's the one kind of big question that we don't have, is how much are these devs actually getting paid to bring their games over to these subscription services, regardless if that's PlayStation Plus or Game Pass. So as long as they're getting paid enough, that's cool. I'm curious, Court. We'll definitely bring this up next week then, once you spend some time with Oddworld, to see what the trophy list does look like, to see how much time people have spent with it. If you're curious about more of, my thoughts about this, I was actually on Project X Talk last night with our friend over the Muffin Mon, Mr. Kevin. We had a huge discussion about this that went really, really well. So make sure you go support our friends over at Project X Talk so you can listen to more of our thoughts and feelings there. Now, Court, let's get this. Perfect. There you go. Now, Court, let's talk about one of your favorite gaming franchises ever, one that I know you're very excited about this announcement. This is coming from IGN, written by Joe Screbbles. Kingdom Hearts 4 gameplay will look even better in the final version. So Kingdom Hearts 4 was unveiled at the 20th anniversary event for the franchise. We got a cool-looking gameplay demo that was running on Unreal Engine 4, but the final game will be on Unreal Engine 5 when that game eventually comes out. We saw Sora looking very human, no clown shoes, no big feet, just looking like a very normal Final Fantasy 15-esque character hanging out in Quadratum. So spoilers for Kingdom Hearts 3 kind of spoilers, but like where Sora ends up at the end of that game. We got some little hints, we got some little teases. It looks like there's the bottom of a foot of an ATST on a very Endor looking area.
100%. Like I as a Star Wars nerd, that is definitely a Star Wars level. They would be, let's be real here. As Disney's part of this, Disney would be foolish to not have a Star Wars or my guess, if you're going to have a Marvel level, you're either going to do New York City or you're going to do Wakanda. Like it makes sense. You just pick one, but you're going to have Star Wars and you're going to have Marvel in this game. Like I don't think you have a choice here. Like why wouldn't you? Like it would be, I honestly think you'd have more people that are disappointed if this game comes out. Like that Star Wars is there. That's Endor. But if you do not have a Marvel level, you're just missing, like, read the room.
Right. See, I'm 100% with you. The couple things, like I do want Star Wars in there. I kind of wish it wasn't Endor. I really wish that it was something different out of that universe. We've seen Endor so many times, and like I know that's the spot, but like I would want, give me some Ahsoka stuff with Clone Wars. Give me some stuff like from
but that doesn't
the wider
hit.
universe.
You need the Ewoks. You need the cuteness. This is Kingdom Hearts.
For Kingdom Hearts, yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, Ewoks especially. As for the Marvel side, I really, really hope we don't get New York. Just because Quadratum already looks just like a big city. Just to have New York, another big city.
Well, yeah, but then Wakanda.
Wakanda's fantastic. I actually would even love to see them out in space with the Guardians. Go to nowhere. Go to the Collector's place.
Or Asgard.
Asgard.
It's Asgard. It's colorful. They get the bridge. It's definitely Asgard.
Right? Like what I really don't want to see, that Avengers swivel shot with Sora, Donald, and Goofy standing amongst the Avengers. I don't want that.
Okay, so that's happening.
All right. I know it's going to happen. I just don't want it to, but I'm excited for Kingdom Hearts 4. I really can't wait for this. I really hope that this game is more of like a reboot in terms of like its story, even though already we're seeing characters pop up from the mobile games in the trailer. So like, I really want this to be more accessible for new people to come into this franchise because the story is, I love it to death, but it is insanely convoluted. There's so much going on there.
It's a PS6 game. Like it's not. This is Kingdom Hearts. Like it ain't a PS5 game. This is a PS6 game.
I think it will be a PS5 game. I think it's going to be out in like 2024, 2025 would be my money.
All right,
but
we'll see.
But we will see. Are you going to check this out, Court? Are you interested in Kingdom Hearts 4?
So I played Kingdom Hearts 3. I played it when it originally launched on the PlayStation 4. Yes, PlayStation 4. They see how it was supposed to launch on the PlayStation 3. It launched on the PlayStation 4, and I know I'm going to get hit for this, but it still looked like a PlayStation 3 game the way it played. I'm sorry, it did. I enjoyed it. I finished it. I replayed it when it came to Game Pass, and the reason I did is I pushed through it, and it's not like you can. I'm sorry, I pick up the story. So I just was like, I'll get through it as quickly as possible because I wanted to replay the Toy Story level and the Frozen level with my daughter and just let her play. Because it is a game. Once again, my daughter is of the age where the violence in it is whatever. It's cartoonish. So I let her play that, and I let her play. So we played Toy Story, Frozen, and we did the Hercules level. We played those together. Okay. When Hercules goes to Olympus, not when he's down below, because it's a little dark. When we got up to Olympus, I let her just run around because she likes those movies. So for me, yes, it's a lot of my gaming has to do with, will my daughter play it with me now? Because I just enjoy sharing it with her. So I have turned some of my games that I play now. So yes, this is 100% day and date. I'm going to play this game.
So then outside, very quickly before we move on, outside of Star Wars and Marvel, what are like some of the worlds that you're hoping to see come from Disney? Like we have some of the Pixar stuff, what are you looking forward towards, or what do you hope is there?
Well, I would love, as someone that's from the city of Toronto, and I know the movie only just came out, give me Turning Red, just because it's the first time we got Toronto as a world. So, and it's funny because Ubisoft, a developer that is in this area, makes their games and never does Montreal or Toronto. And I was just like, really? Like, you make your games here. Like, how easy it would be. You don't have to go anywhere. You just walk around the streets and be like, all right, there's our level design. I would just love a game where I could play where I live. Just once. Just give me one. And then I look at the stuff that my daughter likes that we like from Disney. We're a huge Disney Plus. I want them to step outside of the box and not give me a cartoon level. Take one of the live adaptations of a Disney movie and have my cartoons in the live adaptation. Have the characters, but put them in go outside of the box. So that's what I would want.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping we're going to see something like that, especially given how different Sora looks. Like they are making him look, at least in Quadratum, a little bit more quote unquote human. As for myself, I think Turning Red, I know I just said I don't want New York because it's another big city, but Toronto obviously I'm a little bit biased. I'd love to see Turning Red turning into like the giant, red pandas and running around the city would be cool. I think Encanto is an easy lock as well, just because of how massive that movie is.
That's the best movie ever.
It's so good. It's so good. So I'd love to see Encanto in there. And Coco is another one that I'd love to see just because, again, of how special that movie is. But I guess we'll find out. I'm curious to see when we're going to learn more about this. But we have one last news story on the docket before we move on to a quick convo about some of our favorite PlayStation games, because we have to talk about this. We have to talk about this.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. And we're going to do this
quick we have left.
Because we have to do this. Coming from Push Square, written by Liam Croft, Kojima Productions not being bought by Sony, says Hideo Kojima. Yesterday's online speculation of Sony potentially buying Kojima Productions picked up enough attention overnight that Hideo Kojima himself felt the need to comment on the rumors. On Twitter, the Metal Gear Solid and Death Stranding creator put an end to the speculative chatter. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, but Kojima Productions has been and will continue to be an independent studio, he said, because we had a lot of stuff go flying around the last few days, Court. The PlayStation Studios banner was updated to include Death Stranding. Then, Kojima himself tweeted that thing out with absolutely nothing else. And then hours later, followed up saying, never mind, we're still independent. Is there anything here, Court? There's been a lot of speculation and rumors and stuff for the last few weeks about an acquisition by PlayStation, whether it's Konami, whether it's Kojima. What do you think is actually going on here?
No. So, and here's why. Jeff Grubb, who is when we talk about rumors, if he puts something out there, it's no longer a rumor, it's just fact. He's there's this Apple webpage that tells you whether their people are correct or not. I swear Jeff Grubb's got to be at 98, 99% of the time. Jeff Grubb said this is not the acquisition that he's heard about. This is not an acquisition. Kojima is still doing a game that will be exclusive on Xbox, and he will continue to work with PlayStation. I don't think for him he needs to be bought. He doesn't. Just him alone. They just throw a dump trunk of money and say we'll pay for your game to be made as long as it's on our console. So for him, 9 times out of 10, when a studio needs to be bought, it's because they need the influx of cash. He doesn't need it because he knows all he has to do is pick up the phone and be like, "Hey Herman, I'm gonna make this game about flying monkeys on trapeze," and Herman Holt's like, "Yeah, so where do you need the money?" He doesn't it's just, how do I pay you? How much is it going to cost me? So for him, I don't think that will ever happen. I couldn't say who Sony is going to buy next. There are rumors out there. I honestly, at this point, it's probably From Software, but that's just my throw it out there kind of guess. But no, I don't think there's any truth to them being purchased by Sony at all.
Yeah, especially because they are a young studio. They had the opportunity to sign with PlayStation, I imagine, right from the get-go when he left Konami just a few years ago. I think you're spot on there. In terms of what the acquisition probably actually looks like, I think FromSoft is potential. I think Konami is also potential, whether that's IPs from Konami kind of coming under first party or if they'll buy Konami outright. But I guess we will find out in the future. Court, we're running, we started a little bit late and we're running short on time. So let's save our wonderful conversation about our favorite PlayStation games from past and upcoming for a future episode, because we're going to have all the time in the world, my friend. Before we go, Court, where can people find more of you?
You can find me on Twitter at Court Lalonde, and in there you'll have I have a link in there. You can see everywhere I am, because the other show I do is, well, it's the opposite of PlayStation, so it is what it is. But you can also find me at the Carpool Gaming. I will be the guy on Twitter, so you're gonna see a lot of me. I'm gonna be on the PlayStation Drive, but I can promise you I might show up on other shows too.
Well, dude, I'm so excited to be rocking this with you. We're going to have a ton of fun doing this. As for myself, you can find me over on Twitter at burnout_Matt. You can find me also at youtube.com/burnoutbreader, where we talk about all things video games, mental health, and social justice. Court, this has been an absolute pleasure. I will talk to you again next week. Everybody, please stick around. There's so much more going on today. The Nintendo Drive Live is up next, along with a whole bunch of other awesome shows. And if you're curious about a fantasy draft, come back around 8:30 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Come hang out with us. Thank you so much, everyone. We will see you on the next one. Peace out.
Sean Capri. I'm glad you're here because you're listening to the most wholesome Nintendo podcast on the internet. It's the Nintendo Drive. I'm on a Skype call with my friend Console Kato, the sauciest potato, and on our journey today, it's Yumi Capri Day, but it's actually Carpool Gaming Day. We're live at youtube.com/Carpool Gaming, so jump on into the Nintendo Drive.
Okay.
There's no video. I screwed up the thing. There's no video. There you go. I had everything else. I had everything else set up. Hi, Kato. How are you? I was bound to screw something up here. At least I got one take in for the screaming.
Gosh. Yes.
But I messed up the intro video. Yeah. Didn't pop it in there.
You know.
I'll have it in there by the end. I'll fix it by the end.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm nervous because we've never done this live before.
Never done it live. We got a live studio audience, live YouTube audience.
People watching.
Ashley's here, Yarden, Anna, Bree, JKJ, everybody's here. Court is here.
Everyone's here. Oh, I almost closed Discord. That could have been bad. Okay, I'm gonna put this up. Let's get prepared.
This is why we were hesitant to like promise the Nintendo Drive going to be live every week. Like, can you imagine this?
I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh no.
Well, maybe not live, but like recorded, I think could be okay.
Yeah.
Like a video, we do that.
I mean, we'll get into the practice of things. It definitely changes things a little bit because I mean, truth be told, we don't even like turn on our video when we record the show. It really is basically a Skype call.
It is. You know? It is. Yeah. I don't even know what to look at right now because I've got the notes and then the screen and then I got the chat and there's too many things. It's too many slices.
Too many slices. It's enough slices. We had Matt and Court doing the PlayStation Drive just a moment ago, and they were. I mean, they had. I don't think they recorded a show together yet, and they just like rolled right into it. We're episode 50, by the way.
50
episodes. Yeah. That is a big deal. And what are the chances that just landed here?
I know. And for those of you who don't know, I was just peer pressured into doing this live last year times. On this day.
Yeah.
It was just, and Console Kato, you're going to be co-hosting the Nintendo Drive. So basically, and then it just happened.
That is really funny.
There, but wow.
Because we had the idea for the show, but like that was it. It was just the idea.
Have a co-host.
Definitely didn't have a co-host. Yeah, nothing like that. We're like, we'll figure it out later. These are just details in the land of content creation. Just like whatever. We'll figure it out later.
Yes. Oh, so many people here. Well, how is everyone doing? Well, okay. For anyone listening later, we just rebranded.
Yes.
To Carpool Gaming. So how are you feeling? How are we feeling about the rebrand?
It's done. It's over with. I'm feeling good. To answer your question very quickly, I'm feeling actually great about it. From the moment that you kind of showed us the direction of where we were going to be going, the name of it, and the visuals, like it just looks so awesome. And we've been sitting on it for quite some time. And now it's out there. Now it's a thing that people can have reacted to, and I think mostly pretty positively. Our Twitter has changed, our YouTube channel, like our URL, all the things are becoming real. I changed over the Patreon stuff last night, and then very shortly after that, somebody signed up on the Patreon. So Tim Pollen, shout out to Tim Pollen, the very first person to maybe accidentally find out about the rebrand.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's how that happens. It was all changed over, and then Tim and I were able to. We spent last weekend among many other people for episode 500 of Married to the Game. So we got to hug, we got to hang out and have good food together, and then he became a patron. Yes. And now like we smashed all of our goals. Like we weren't even telling people what we were gonna do. We're just like, we got cool shirts, we got an amazing merch store, speaking of the brand and everything kind of showing up over there. People didn't even know what we were gonna do at the different levels. So now we're doing a whole bunch of stuff. We got a ton more exclusive content coming out on the Patreon, and I think we're welcoming in a lot of people from your community as well.
Right.
So that's
been
JKJ
nice to see. Just said that they joined as a patron and they ordered the limited edition shirt as well.
I love it.
So exciting.
I
love that Carla said that it reflects Capri Sun. And I didn't even think about that.
I didn't even think of that either. Oh, that's so good. Okay, we're going to have to, that's Capri a shirt idea. It's going on the whiteboard. It's going on the whiteboard. Yeah.
Hilarious. Oh my gosh. So good. Yeah, so if you're just listening, you should definitely go and check out all the things. If you haven't seen yet, go check out the YouTube. Go check out the YouTube channel. Go check out Discord. Go check out all the things. Also, if you don't know what I look like, which apparently a lot of you don't, go watch. I mean, we're on YouTube.
That's
today,
right.
So you can see me, and maybe we'll get more videos in the future. So yes.
It's so exciting. I love that that's a thing for today. We
So
oversold it. We're like, we got this brand, we got these Patreon goals, we got these things we want to do, and all we have to do is go like, well, this is Kato. Like, I don't know what side you're over here.
It's just funny because it's not like I'm not like a face reveal kind of person. Like I've always just had my face. I guess just not on anything that we've done.
Yeah.
So it's just funny to me that was like a thing. So yeah, I have a face. So
you have a face. Yep.
Yep. So
Breaking
now I
news.
can officially say, while we clean out the garage today, you can listen to the Nintendo Drive and all of the Carpool Gaming podcast content over on YouTube, youtube.com/Carpool Gaming. It's officially changed, switched over. Everything is done. We do have a comment of the week from Brian, who leaves us wonderful comments all the time. Thank you, Brian. Great episode, guys. Looking forward to the live episode later this week. Here we are, Brian. Are you here? You are here. The question he has for us is, what video game or games do you find yourself always going back to? Animal Crossing.
I mean, yeah, for you, like, it's a pretty planted question right there. Is there anything else that, like, you kind of like outside of that? Like, I feel like I'd love to see you play like Stardew Valley or something like that.
I've tried, and I think if I had time to invest in it, that I would get into it, but it's just so much.
Yeah.
It's just, and like, I watch a good friend of mine, EJ, play Stardew, and they just are always, like, I just don't understand. Like, they're always doing something different. Like, some days they're farming, and some days they're mining, and some days they're riding a horse and dealing with slimes and stuff. And I'm just like, what is going on in this game? So, yeah.
Romancing the townsfolk.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot going on. Well, sometimes you're breeding multicolored flowers. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. Other games that I go back to, I feel like not very. I think the only other game I ever go back to is Halo.
Nice. Oh,
Like,
I wasn't
always
expecting
end
that.
up playing Halo.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of Halo, Halo Infinite kind of flopping.
I know.
The multiplayer. I know this is a Nintendo podcast, but
Yeah. I know. Maybe it
are
needs
we
to be on
going to
Nintendo.
go back to Master Chief Collection?
I think it's going to happen,
Master
actually.
Chief?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Later on today, this is Saturday. We got to do, 12 hours of this, and then we'll jump on for Halo Saturdays. That's not happening. We'll see if I have a voice by the end of this. Could be a thing. Yeah, Halo's a good one for, like, especially with Game Pass and with Halo Infinite. Like, it's free. Anybody can play it. So that's kind of nice. That's another free-to-play game that I typically go back to that wasn't free when it first came out, was Rocket League. That's a game that I absolutely love. Courtney Bell is saying Mario Kart in the chat, and that's
Mario Kart,
absolutely. That's the one. That's probably the best. That's probably the best answer. Forza Horizon 5 on Xbox, but I'm really glad that Nintendo, we don't really get a whole lot of positive things said about Nintendo Switch Online, but I'm glad for that because now we have Mario All-Stars is actually the one that I go back to. Like, if I can kind of like group all those original Mario games together, I kind of flip-flop between just all of those, 1, 2, 3, and I guess, World would be outside of that, but I just like I like that collection. That's one that if I don't know what I'm going to play, I kind of fire up a old school Mario game. And I just wish that one of the other was like Galaxy was better or like as available. I could just like fire that thing up. But it's a part of that crappy All-Stars version.
Yeah.
And
I never played Galaxy. So
you never played Galaxy. We got to, my goodness gracious, new Patreon goal.
Never played Galaxy.
Kato, we'll just have that as like, I don't know what we're doing. Like, I'm going to be writing a book apparently. Like we're dollars away from
close,
this. Like,
right?
We should just do a Patreon goal where like Kato plays a thing or I play a thing. Like that's, although we could do that for Extra Life. We could probably look at that.
Oh yeah,
there.
that would be fun.
Yeah.
But speaking of Patreon, you can support the show
Nice one.
and get early access and exclusive perks over at Patreon.com/Carpool Gaming.
Yes.
Look, I'm having to change it all up because it's not updated in our show notes, and I'm
I'm sorry.
doing my best to make sure I'm saying everything correctly. But as Sean mentioned, we have a bunch of goals over there. I think we've met most of the goals, and we're just working on the last goal. But I do want to mention we do have some exclusive merch going on and all that stuff. So if you haven't joined, please consider joining the Patreon. Tons of exclusive content over there, even more than before that we announced earlier today. So, that's very exciting.
That merch store, I'm telling you, like we're actually driving people into so many different. Normally we just go like one place, but it's like Patreon. There's good stuff. The merch store is amazing. All the links are in the show notes. Click on all the things. It's a very exciting time for us.
Yes. Yep. We do have one kind of big topic that we want to talk about this week. So this is a little bit different than what we normally do. We normally discuss the news and all of those things. Well, or we get on the eShop. But we do have a topic.
Why are we going to do that? We do not have that on deck. That's so funny. Yeah.
But we do have a topic this week. We wanted to talk about the holiday releases because I was just curious. We don't know what's coming for holiday this year with Nintendo.
Right.
And it begged the question in my little brain here. What have they released in the past and what can we deduce from that?
Yes.
To kind of figure out, like, can we figure out what they're going to be releasing for holiday? So we went back all the way to 2017. To figure out like the October through December timeframe to see what they have been releasing. And so 2017, we all know, was a big year because Switch came out.
Yes.
And they were just like frantically trying to, I don't know about frantic. They were trying to get everything out on the Switch. So lots of big games here, like October 2017, speaking of Stardew Valley, that's when Stardew Valley got ported to the Switch. We got Fire Emblem Warriors. We got Mario Odyssey. Then in November, we got Sonic Forces, Elder Scrolls Skyrim. And then in December, we got Xenoblade 2 and an expansion pass for Legend of Zelda, which is actually, I didn't realize it was that soon after.
Me too. Actually, that doesn't sound, it's just a bonkers year. And you think back to 2017, like they had a lot to prove coming off of the Wii U. So like, this release kind of cadence kind of speaks to that. At least in my mind, it does. They had a lot to make up for, I think, in a lot of people's minds. But Stardew Valley, I forgot about that. Like, what a perfect is. What started to happen in 2017 is people would call a game like perfect for Switch. This game is perfect on Switch. Like you heard that all the time, and Stardew Valley is one of those games. And even like something like Skyrim, where you just want to be able to play it at all times, anywhere, just like perfectly exemplify like why we've needed something like this for forever. But yeah, like, do you remember? How many of those games did you end up picking up at that time? Because you were still waiting on Animal Crossing at this time, I'm sure.
I know, yeah. I think at that point I was still playing a lot of Breath of the Wild.
Oh yeah.
I think I picked up Stardew Valley, but I didn't play it. And then I picked up Odyssey, and I did play a lot. I beat Odyssey, and I think I got the expansion pass for Zelda, and I did a little bit of it, but I didn't complete it.
Yeah, because they ended up doing like 2 phases to it, I think, and I played the first little bit, and I don't know if I ever really went back to the second one either. But yeah, I mean, they kind of kept people playing. I can't believe Xenoblade 2 came out already there. And Nintendo kind of does this. They typically have even December games as we discover as we go through all of this stuff. Like they really extend what our expectations were, and
close to holiday. Yeah.
Last December it was supposed to be Advance Wars 1 and 2 was originally scheduled for December, and they pushed it out. Now it's who knows when that game is coming out. So this notion of, I think the last game that we know about is Xenoblade. Is it Xenoblade 3? Is that what's coming in September for this year? As we kind of start to predict and reverse engineer what's going to happen.
I don't even consider that holiday. September is removed from holiday in my mind.
And that's what I mean. That's why I think this topic is really kind of awesome to do, because we have the entire, other than Pokemon, we basically have the entire holiday season wide open.
I know. We don't know anything, do we? Do we know anything coming out
Pokemon.
past
Pokemon
Yeah.
is it, and what is that,
That's
November?
true.
And I don't even think they have a date. I think they just said holiday, which is really like the thing that sparked this whole conversation as we get into,
Right.
almost prediction territory, dare I say?
Right.
I don't know who maybe.
I don't like doing predictions with you because
we have to figure out what we're going to do.
Lose.
But we don't like E3 is not going to be a thing here. I don't know if there's going to be. I imagine Nintendo
There's
doing
going
this
to be
thing,
a direct.
right? Like, and they'll do like a they'll tweet it
Everyone
out.
will be like, "Oh, we're not doing E3, but we're all doing a gaming show." You know, like,
Nintendo does the thing. They tweet it out at like 11:30 at night and go like, "See you tomorrow," and we're like, "Ah!" And then the whole society collapses all around us and things go crazy.
Okay,
for
so then
Nintendo
let's
commercials.
go to the next year. We've got Mega Man 11 in October, and then we've got Pokemon in November. We had Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee.
Yeah.
Super Mario Party, which
Yeah.
everyone thought was going to be big, and then it wasn't.
Yeah,
It
it
was
was
kind of
okay.
a flop.
Mhm.
And then December, we had Super Smash.
That's crazy.
What?
What a
December
juggernaut.
game?
December.
Oh my
This is the thing that breaks like all the logic. It's like everybody would think you got to have the big game before Black Friday and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, or you put Smash a couple weeks before Christmas. Or you could just do that,
Yeah, just do whatever you want to do because everyone's going to buy it anyway. Hello, everyone coming in, by the way, to the live. We don't normally do this live, but hello.
Yes.
And make sure you like the stream, all that stuff. Glad to have you here. Let's go to the next year.
Okay.
2019. October, we had Ring Fit Adventure.
Yes.
And Luigi's Mansion 3, which was a big one.
That's pretty good.
November, we had Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, Just Dance 2020, Pokemon Sword and Shield, and Pokemon Journeys. So another Pokemon game.
Yeah.
So they're just pumping out Pokemon every November, apparently.
Basically 2018, 2019 spoilers for 2020. No, nothing there. I don't think. At least not by the list I
2021,
looked at.
yes. And
Yeah,
2022.
and then 2022. Yeah, they took. I feel like that. I feel like I wanted to go
But
double
I
check
wonder, now that I'm thinking about it, no, never mind. I was thinking, because we had the pandemic in 2020.
Oh, yeah.
So I just wonder if something got pushed back or
That's
what,
right.
because
That's
they were pretty consistent there.
I'm glad you brought that up because it kind of did change things. you know, like it's a pretty significant little event that happened about April 2020. Earlier, mostly Martinez said in the chat, I asked Sean if I should buy Mario and Sonic Olympics. He said yes, and now it's my son's #1 family game night pick. That game is super fun, man, and especially with Sonic, the movie coming out, which I saw and highly, highly recommend, especially to Kato, who is a huge Jim Carrey fan.
Huge.
Just like
Huge.
quots all the movies all
Liar,
the time.
The pin is blue. That's it. That's all I know.
Oh my gosh. Yes. So yeah, play that Sonic game. That was a pretty good holiday though. 2019 people in the chat were really liking Luigi's Mansion. I'm only a few levels into it.
Yeah.
When was Astral Chain? I think that might be missing from one of these lists too. Astral Chain, and it's a bit of a mix of mostly first party stuff, but Platinum Games, who isn't owned by Nintendo, put out Astral Chain, very, very good game as well. That might have been earlier, actually. Maybe that's why it's not in this list as well. Yeah.
That was hard for me when I was making the list.
I know.
Or part of the list.
There's no good tables out there. There's no good it's way harder than I thought. When we had this idea, it's like, well, this should be easy, and apparently it's not very easy. What the heck?
It's hard.
Yes.
Do I not like Jim Carrey? I like Jim Carrey just fine. I just apparently didn't have the right opinion on which Jim Carrey movie comes to mind.
I was just surprised that Liar Liar was the first one. Liar Liar is a great movie.
Yeah.
It could have said the Truman Show, and still, still very good.
Okay, October 2020. Speaking of 2020, let's get into that.
Yes.
Super Mario 35.
Oh yeah.
Bleh.
Bleh.
Mario Kart Live Home Circuit. And then Pikmin 3 Deluxe.
Yes.
Then we had November, we had Just Dance 2021 and Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. And then we had nothing of note in December.
Yeah, not that I could
from
find.
Nintendo. I couldn't find anything either.
Kind of a soft year, right?
2020 was soft, but also, yeah, pandemic was going on. So I don't know what got pushed back, what was supposed to come out, what wasn't. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, you're continuing to freak out about Animal Crossing updates.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What year did it come out? Obviously, it's not in the holiday thing.
March of 2020.
So already by the holiday of 2020,
March of
you're
2020, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Were we? I don't know. I
feel
feel like we
by
were getting
June.
consistent. No, not
June,
me.
you're like, where's everything?
Everyone else. We were getting consistent monthly updates at that point. So I think we were all content with our holiday updates.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that's true. I'm getting crap in the chat from the Snack Network saying you like Mario and Sonic at the Olympics, but not Mario Golf. I stand beside that opinion. Big time.
Really?
Yep, of course.
So you like it, not just your kids like it.
But well, yeah, definitely. Although like they're the classic kind of kids. They just whatever's next. Like they move on so quickly. You know, I don't think that they've gotten to the point where they want to like stick with the game long enough to beat it. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Okay. Then we get to 2021.
Mm-hmm.
October, Metroid Dread.
Yeah,
came
pretty
out.
good.
I think that was a big one.
And the OLED. Right alongside the same day.
I forgot about the OLED. That's right.
Yes, that was and also our show happened in 2021, launching last year. Mm-hmm.
Yep. We had Nintendo 64 and Sega were added to Nintendo Switch Online service,
which everybody
and
loved.
Mario Party Superstars. Oh yeah, everyone was thrilled. Then we had Shin Megami Tensei 5 in November.
Mm-hmm.
We also had the Happy Home Paradise DLC and the big 2.0 Animal Crossing update, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. So, and then nothing in December, I guess.
I guess not.
The
biggest thing in there is your reaction to the big Animal Crossing Direct.
Oh gosh,
that was one of the best. Like you were like gonna pass out. Like you're.
I couldn't handle it. It was too much.
How many minutes were you in? And you commented on? You're like, we're 5 minutes in or something like that. Like,
yeah,
you got everything
because
that you wanted.
I thought we were only like when I realized that we were only 4 minutes in or whatever it was, and we had already seen all of the Brewster content.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, things are about to happen.
Yeah,
like this is about to be huge. So. It was so exciting.
And
funny. Now everyone's just like over it.
I know. Like, look how fast. And that's like, this is why you can't have nice things. Because it doesn't take very long for you to go like, well, just like my kids, like, why do I buy them new games? It's like they just move on to the next thing. Dee Dee says that was a good day. That was pretty transformative, actually, and in a way, it kind of got mired by a lot of internet whining, I feel, because we were still kind of figuring out what the heck is Nintendo doing with this expansion pack for Nintendo Switch Online, and there's the 64 games, and everybody was whining and complaining about the Sega games, and can't we get something cheaper but get out of the Sega stuff. But then they throw in this DLC pack that is included, which made it a no-brainer for you and me, I think, and many people, certainly in the Animal Crossing community. And that has, I think, started to age maybe a little bit better. I'm not sure if everybody's completely amazed with it yet, but of course, Mario Kart DLC makes that package a little bit more appealing, I think, to many people. But this all started very soon. Yeah, and it's I don't know, like I like doing these sort of like look backs because it feels like we've had this a lot longer than just the last couple. I'm like, really, this is about a half a year that this has been added on. We've got a good Mario Golf game now on this system. So
the Nintendo 64 Mario.
It's pretty
Golf.
good.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So all of that to say, what do we think is coming this holiday? Looking back at all of that, we know Pokemon is coming.
Yes.
Are we just going to throw in, we know that Just Dance is coming?
Yes.
The next iteration of Just Dance will be coming. But like, what's the big game?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Like, do you think it is a big game? Looking at this, like, I'm not sure that I'm blown away every single year. You look at like 2017, Mario Odyssey, gigantic. 2018, like, there's not, I mean, Smash, I should say. Smash is there. I feel like things kind of taper off. In 2019, you really only had Pokemon as the big holiday game. I guess you had Luigi's Mansion. Maybe
But last year we had Pokemon.
Yeah. You also had Metroid. Metroid was kind of a big deal. Is it time? I think for a lot of people it was. For Metroid, But that's,
I'm just gonna exclude 2020 doesn't count.
Donnie says Metroid Prime Remastered. I could see it. I could definitely see that. I could definitely see it. Yeah.
Donnie, get out of here with that opinion.
Kevin Ainsworth,
I don't want you to put that
Racing.
into the world. Diddy Kong Racing. They're not
That'd
going
be
to do
amazing.
that. They're not going to do that with Mario Kart DLC.
Add it to the Switch Online thing. Have a nice deal with Microsoft. That'd be a huge deal. That actually, because Xbox or Microsoft owns, Rare. It's a weird thing. I don't know why Nintendo
I want
exactly can't.
Nintendogs too. I want Nintendogs.
Clover, yep. Mm-hmm.
Give me Nintendogs or give me... give me Nintendogs or give me death. No, give me Nintendogs or give me what's that other game that I like? Neopets. I want Neopets on the Switch.
It should come out the exact same day as Metroid Prime Remastered.
Oh, that would be perfect.
That'd be amazing. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, that would be great.
Just the entire. Carlos says, "What about Smash?" I think they're done with Smash for now. I think that's probably it. Donkey Kong Country.
Smash is done.
Donkey Kong, like people are coming up with that. I would love something Donkey Kong.
I think that could happen. I
You
think that's
2D?
realistic.
2D or 3D?
2D.
And that's a holiday. I would love to see it actually.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that's more likely than Mario.
What about like a Mario 3D World style kind of thing, where it's not like it's not 2.5D. I don't know exactly what to call those things. Like it's technically in 3D, but not like over the shoulder Mario 64 style. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's happening.
These chats, a new Animal Crossing.
A new Animal Crossing.
Look at that. Yes, put it into the universe. Definitely.
I wish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Professor Layton. I do like a good Professor Layton game, but I don't know anything about the release schedule of that.
Don't you just feel like they've left this holiday season like completely wide open? Like I feel like this is where we can get a little bit crazy and just go like it's a new Mario game. Like I feel like, and that makes a lot of sense. I think I might have said that before. I'll reiterate. I think it makes a lot of sense for the holiday game to be Mario because of the movie. I think it's been 5 years since Odyssey. I think we could get something there.
Arms 2?
In the holiday season. Yeah, those are our options, chat.
What?
Arms
What
2
if it
or the
was?
next Mario game.
What if it was? You said that not all of these are big hitters.
That's true.
So
that is true.
what if it was?
You know,
What if it was a new IP?
They're gonna no, they got to put Arms out 3 weeks before Splatoon 3, so we don't have a date there. So they've got to put that one out to die pretty quick.
Yeah.
Argo says a new IP.
Me and Argo, new IP. That's what I said. What about that?
I want. Sure. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I don't know. That'd be another interesting kind of topic du jour to do of like, how often does Nintendo really do that? Because they don't have to. They're not desperate to create anything brand new. We do this all the time in Nintendo podcast land where we just run through what's left. Like, where's the StarCraft or StarCraft? Where's the Star Fox game?
Yeah.
Totally, which we didn't really cover today, but there's rumors about Bandai Namco, I think, doing some sort of either remaster or something about Star Fox. So somewhere along the lines. But we don't have the, we have a bunch of Wii U stuff coming from the Wii U onto Switch over the last couple of years. I'm looking at the list just briefly. I think the only one that jumps out to me that happened in the holiday season was Pikmin 3 Deluxe, which is wild to think about.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Pikmin. Maybe this is the year. Pikmin 4.
That would be fun.
Mm-hmm.
That would be fun. I would like a Pikmin game.
I'd like to see that paired up with Mario, actually. I'd like to see that. StarCraft on Switch. Yes.
Carla asks, when will the new console drop? Do we have official predictions on this?
Mine is in just under a year and a half at this point. So mine is tied directly to the Mario Kart DLC, the tracks that are coming out there. Basically, when that's done, give it another month or two after that, and then we'll have a new console with the next Mario Kart game, probably.
You think?
I think I could see it happening. Yeah, I think that's where... Because I don't think they're going to do anything in the middle of this. I feel like the DLC for Mario Kart is kind of tiding us over into whatever is coming next. So that's kind of where... I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know what I've been saying. I think it'll be 2024. And I'm just gonna put this into the universe. 2024 with the next Animal Crossing game.
I look where your head's
launch
at.
title.
You need that extra
That's
power.
The launch title.
Mm-hmm. You need the extra power to have like 2 save files, maybe.
Look. Yeah.
Maybe some cloud saves with that extra horsepower.
I cannot think of a better game to launch. I mean, Mario's great.
Yeah.
Animal Crossing's better. Animal Crossing is a better
those are fighting words.
launch title.
Animal Crossing is a better launch title than Mario?
Yes.
Yes. Donnie Reese says he's with you.
Talk to my
on
3 switches. Talk to my 3 switches.
Donnie Reese is beside himself here. He's leaving. He actually had to like correct himself because he was agreeing with you on one thing. He says, I'm with you in 2024 for the next thing. And then he's like, wait a second. Just to be clear, absolutely not agreeing with you about Animal Crossing being a better launch title. Dallas says someone has a biased opinion.
Mario
maybe
is
a little
Nintendo's icon. I don't care.
You know what?
Mario wasn't the release title for the Switch.
That's true. Yeah,
Zelda was.
The Switch release is just so fascinating to me.
I'm canceling my Patreon.
Oh no! Yeah, this is welcome. If you're just meeting Kato for the first time, this is Animal Crossing. Maybe leans a little towards Animal Crossing a little bit, but I know that you love it, but I am not going to take that away from you completely because what are the top selling games on this system? And my only argument to you would have been the only other game that has beaten Animal Crossing in sales, which is Mario Kart. And that's why my prediction of like what year is this going to come out is tied to that. I think that they could launch the next system with the next Mario Kart game.
I just think that I don't know.
Saucy Potato has opinions.
Look, I agree. That was my opinion before the DLC tracks.
Yeah.
I said it's going to be Mario Kart 9. That's what's going to release with it. And then they did the DLC tracks, and I just don't think that's happening anymore.
Well, this delay of Breath of the Wild, that's probably actually my real answer. I feel like I've been saying that for a long time. I think Donnie would agree with this as well. That Breath of the Wild 2 launches side by side. There's a Switch
next
1
year?
version. It could be next year. Yeah. Could be. Well, maybe
next year.
That's assuming Breath of the Wild does come out next year, if you actually believe that, which I do. I don't think I'm totally
there's no way there. No.
There's a way, but I just realized my chair is just kind of sitting awkwardly here. I'll just kind of.
Thank you, Brian, for agreeing with me about my opinion.
Look, I give you credit that it would have a huge pull. Like if the launch game
sells better than it sells better than Odyssey, for example. Animal Crossing sells better than that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I just don't think that there's going to be a new system in time for Breath of the Wild. That's just so soon.
Yeah, I could definitely go back and forth on this because Nintendo keeps dropping these hints that what are they halfway through the life cycle, and what does that mean? Like, does it count to have a mid life cycle kind of upgrade? Tony, what is even happening here?
That's one instance.
Mm-hmm.
What do you talk to the millions of copies? Okay, what do you need?
I think launch window makes a lot of sense, and I think that the 2017, when you look back to just that year, like it goes gives a lot of reason to believe that it doesn't necessarily have to be the first thing. And Nintendo's just in a different spot now because they had to win a lot of the hardcore gamers back. The Wii U was what it was, so they gave us the Zelda game. And all the journalists, all the gaming media people, all the influencers out there were stoked to get a great Zelda game. And then they just talked about the Switch as they were flying from PAX to E3 and all these other things. Like it was a perfect storm. But like, I don't know if that's what you need again, And when you think about the audiences who will go crazy for this sort of thing, like I'll give you a little bit of credit here. You just serve a little something to that Animal Crossing crew, and they'll buy all the systems, they'll buy all the games, they'll spend all the money. It's not a terrible idea. It's just not for me.
Listen, here, okay. If we ran Nintendo.
Oh, snap.
If
nice
I
podcast
ran
within a podcast.
Nintendo, 2024, I'm releasing the Switch 2. I'm not doing a crazy, stupid name, the new Switch Pro, the whatever.
Yeah.
I'm releasing the Switch 2.
Super Switch.
Solidifying that the Switch is now the console for Nintendo. We don't need to change it again. We don't need to go to some other crazy thing. So we're doing Nintendo Switch 2. Release day. I'm releasing the next Animal Crossing game. Also, I'm doing the same day a Animal Crossing Squishmallows collab.
What?
They're going to have Animal Crossing Squishmallows available as well.
Okay. You never
Think
see
of
me
the money.
podcast with you, by the way. You never.
Think of the money.
You have me doing this often, where I actually lean over. I like go onto my knees and just like catch my breath here a little bit.
Right. I'm just saying.
Okay, that's launch day.
That's my launch day.
Okay, so that means you're not getting
'Cause
an
Breath
Animal
of the
Crossing
Wild-
this year.
Breath of the Wild 2 has already come out at that point. Because that's next year.
Man, I'm going to be really interested to see what it does look like if they don't launch the next Switch with Breath of the Wild 2. Like, it's just totally different. And I don't know, maybe I'm thinking too much about Nintendo just repeating themselves and playing the same card over and over. Maybe that's too similar, and people will be on to their plans, and that's not very exciting.
That's why Mario
Yeah.
Kart 9 made sense, but it doesn't make sense now that they have the DLC tracks.
Watch it launch with something like Star Fox, and they just go right back to the Wii U days. Everybody just abandoned ship.
Or they do like a Pikmin 4. Like
Maybe
that's the
that'll
launch.
launch it. Nintendo Pal says Animal Crossing would be an amazing launch title. Pair that with Zelda or Mario, and you'd hit a majority of the potential market at launch. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I think launch window. I think you might be onto something. I just don't know that. Like Zelda was it. Like when you really think about it, Zelda was that and like snipper clips. Like what could you buy on day one? Like there really wasn't a whole heck of a lot.
You could buy. I remember buying Bomberman.
Yes. Yep.
You could buy 1-2 Switch, but I didn't.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
You could. You could spend $60 for 1-2 Switch.
God. I still haven't bought that. That's one of the few first-party titles that I don't have just yet.
They should have had Switch Sports ready at that point. I don't know why
That's
took
what we're gonna get. Oh, you could buy Shovel Knight.
5 years.
Says. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Shovel Knight is a solid game to have alongside that. It's not going to cost you a gazillion dollars, but you could add that on there. Perfect for Switch. Again, that might have been one of the first ones. Shovel Knight is perfect for Switch.
I'm just trying to think. People are saying Animal Crossing plus something else, but like it would have to be something. It couldn't be like, or it wouldn't be like Animal Crossing and a Zelda.
Yeah,
they're not going to put two of those big titles together.
Bring Play Fighters back, I think.
So it would have to be.
That's what you get ARMS
like,
to.
I would play. Oh my gosh, Lego Animal Crossing would.
That would be amazing.
So good. That would be so good. Okay, well, while we're continuing to talk about this, I do want to ask if y'all have any questions for us. Go ahead and type those in the chat, and we will try to answer some live questions here as well before we head off. But I don't know. So what we're saying is we don't have any actual prediction.
Well, I think my prediction is Mario. I think we're going to get a Mario game, and I might even tackle on Pikmin 4
this year.
Okay. This year. Okay. I think it makes too much sense for the movie. I think they should. Although, like that's what if I ran Nintendo, that's what I would do. But Nintendo doesn't do anything aligned like that. They really they forget about anniversaries and all this stuff.
When is Xenoblade 3 coming?
September 18th? September sometime. Okay. Yeah, so like it's wide open. We don't know. I mean, Pokemon comes out in November. Like that's just, I feel like that's a given.
Okay, Sam asks, thoughts on the rumors that Breath of the Wild 2 won't be able to run on the Switch? Not true.
That's kind of what I'm
Not
saying.
true.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying. I think that there will be a version of Breath of the Wild 2 that you can play and buy on Switch, just like you can for Wii U. I'm telling you. Mark my words. Nope. You know why they're gonna? You know why I believe so strongly in this? Because it upsets you and so many people so much, and Nintendo doesn't care.
Yeah,
they don't care. They'll do it.
Here's my issue with that.
It will be this gen 2. I don't know if I'm being clear. JKJ says nope. It'll be this gen Switch.
So you're gonna have two.
I think it's gonna happen as
copies.
Both. Yep. Yeah. I can go run and get my Wii U version of Breath of the Wild. It's there.
Right. So Sean's saying, just like previously with Breath of the Wild, they did a version for Wii U, a version for Switch. Sean's saying it's going to release with the new console with a version for Switch and a version for whatever that console is.
Yeah.
And I just don't agree. I don't agree. And here's my issue is that I'm going to buy whatever they release. So let's not.
Exactly.
Let's
Probably
not get
both.
it twisted here.
Yeah.
I'm going to be so mad if I have all this stuff for this console and I can't move it over to whatever's next.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the most bitter I've ever been in my entire life.
While doing it. While doing exactly.
While doing it.
Well, you'll have some sort of like
while
weird tool
spending
that
my money.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to be bitter.
Got a lot of people agreeing with me, by the way. Sam says it best, I think. Sean's probably right, even though I don't want him to be. I don't want to be right either. I would rather just the cleanest way to do it is just release the game, and if
So
you
you
put it on
think-
the new system, it will just play better. I would just rather that be the case.
So you think that everything that we've purchased for this will not work on whatever's next?
I don't
there will
think
be
so.
No backwards compatibility.
I don't think so, but I do think so. It's a weird like forwards and backwards compatibility kind of thing happening here. So like when you went from like Game Boy to, let's say, all the way to like Game Boy Advance, you could still shove in like a Game Boy cart in there and play the game, and it's the game. But you couldn't go the other way. You couldn't go a Game Boy Advance game and shove that into a Game Boy and play it. So I think like you'll still be able to play like Animal Crossing on the next Switch, but I think because Breath of the Wild 2 will be
play
released.
the new stuff on the old stuff.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm okay
so
with
that
that.
forces them to do 2 versions of Breath of the Wild 2.
But here's my caveat. Why would they have even said it was releasing this year? That doesn't make any sense.
If it was intended on being put,
If it was intended on both, why
Yeah.
would they have even said that? Why would they not have just said it's coming out
let's rewind to
2023?
2013, 2014. They said the same thing with Breath of we didn't even know the name of the game. It was just the next Zelda game. It's like, it's coming out for Wii U. And then they delayed it, and then they delayed it, and they're like, oh, by the way, it's launching alongside
new console.
the Switch. Because it's going to launch that thing up into the stratosphere.
I mean, like, part of me, as long as I have backwards compatibility of this stuff, especially like my fear is digital backwards compatibility. Like, how is that going to work? Downloading my stuff onto whatever's next.
Super clean,
as
super
if,
easy,
as
just
if,
like
as
Nintendo
if I
does.
play it, as if I even play any of it. But
Imagine
I'm
the
gonna
new
be,
Joy-Cons we could get.
I'm gonna be happy because it's a new thing, and I like shiny new things.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna be grumpy.
I think that's probably the toughest thing that Nintendo's going to have to kind of manage with fans, is because I could also see them doing this holiday. I would just love for them to have a Switch Lite OLED.
I'd buy it.
Oh my God, I would buy 3 of them. Oh my goodness. That's what I wanted this last time, because I was just so confused by this thing. There's like the docking console that you would buy that you would never really see. The screen. That's why you buy the upgrade. I was very confused by all of that stuff. Cece says they did that for Twilight Princess. That's right. That's right. It would be the 3rd Zelda game that they've done this for. That's right. That was for GameCube. Holy crap, Cece.
Wow.
Yes, that's right. Oh my God. I totally forgot about that. Look at that.
Bewick asked Kato if we could have a new Animal Crossing next week, but you could never buy another Squishmallow. Would you have the new Animal Crossing?
Oh, wow. That was fast. I was not even
Yeah,
thinking
but
about
I'd
it.
be sad about it.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that
Sun
choice.
Daisy asks, how does everyone feel about the Nintendo Switch Sports coming out
Yes.
this month?
I feel
hyped
yes
for it.
about it.
Yes.
I feel very yes. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be so much fun, and we can actually talk about it instead of being like under some sort of weird NDA for the demo that they did last. Gosh, that's in like 2 weeks. Hang on a second. What the heck date is it even
Who
today?
is typing? Who is typing as us right now? Because
It wasn't me.
Shauna's right. Get out of here.
That was not me. That
Can I
sounds
ban
like
ourselves?
That sounds like a court. Sounds like Court Lalonde, I think, is my
Court
best.
is doing it.
Deb loves my jacket, by the way. Yes.
You're
YouTube.com/Carpool Gaming to see the jacket.
Yep. Torn on buying Nintendo Switch Sports. Well, Bowling League.
Bowling League is happening. Carpool Bowling League.
Yep.
Join the club. Sam is very excited about it.
Producer Ryan.
Oh, it is producer Ryan. Oh,
Wow.
I didn't think I would get that kind of kudos from Ryan. Look at that.
Yep.
He's on my side.
I hope it's good single player for people who don't have friends. What do you mean you don't have friends? You have all of us.
Yeah, we're all here. Mm-hmm.
We're all here. The gang's all here hanging out.
Jump in the carpool.
Mario Strikers. Oh yeah, that's
Oh
coming
my
out too.
gosh, this is going to be the best year since 2017. I'm just saying that right now.
Yep. It's pretty good.
Pretty good so far. I'm playing all these Kirby levels over again. There's like a whole other side of the game, and you like flip to the underworld, this underbelly. It's very similar to like 3D World, 3D Land. Had a whole other set of levels that are just hard as hell, and it's kicking my butt.
Oh no,
this game.
I still haven't finished it yet. I need to.
I don't think it ever ends. Everybody's like, it's 6 hours long. I rolled credits. You know, we still got lots to do though.
Wow. What else?
Strikers.
What else are we
Oh my
going to be
gosh.
playing?
Strikers is going to be
I'm
amazing.
gonna look at
Splatoon. Splatoon is going to be a monster. Like, I'm quitting my
Splatoon.
damn job this year, you guys. Like, let's go. Patreon.com/Carpool Gaming. I'm quitting my job. We're playing all these games. Oh my gosh. Spoilers. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that Donnie and I just had a conversation about spoilers. There's just a lot of games. There's a lot more levels.
Yeah. Big Buck Hunter Arcade
Sorry,
is on
guys.
sale
Feel
for
bad.
$1.99.
Oh my gosh, is it really? We've reached the point in the show when Kato gets onto the eShop.
There's lots of Sonic stuff on sale too.
As it should be. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kirby Squeak Squad. I never played that.
Free. I never played that either.
Oh, Nino Kuni is on sale. I think it goes on sale a lot, but it's on sale for $9.99. So lots of good stuff on the eShop.
I feel bad about bringing up the Kirby thing. It did speak to a question that we had from Quagmire that maybe I don't want to dive into because apparently that's spoilers even more. But I feel like
Is
kind of
it?
already. Well, I don't know. I didn't. I feel bad.
I don't know if I consider that a spoiler.
Spoiler just made me want to play the game more, so I'm good with it, Sean, says Sam. So there you go.
Maybe it just went in one ear out the other. Oh, my time at Porsche. Yeah.
I did not like that game very much. It's very
Really?
cute. It's
It looks
very
cute.
It is very cute. Unless they've patched it to run maybe a little bit better. It's a lot of it's just a lot of like fetch quests. Like go over here, do this job over here, and I don't know. I didn't.
Oh.
You're a little girl who's like kind of in charge of like an island. You can kind of like bring it back to back to life in a certain way. Very cute.
Good pizza, great pizza. That looks fun.
How much is that?
It is $6.99. For some reason, I feel like it just came out because I think I saw an ad for it.
I think that might be too much.
On Twitter.
Did you say what's
$6.99?
coming out this year? Did you say what's coming out?
Did I say?
Yeah, I'm Mario and Pikmin. And we're gonna write this down.
Oh, I need to do a prediction. That's what you're asking for. Okay, I'm gonna say. Oh, I'm gonna say what I should say what I don't want because what I say never comes true. Is what I should do. Sean did watch the Sonic movie and he really liked it.
Yes,
he thinks that we should all watch it.
good. Yes, watch it multiple times. It's excellent. Pulls at the heartstrings.
What do I think is coming out?
What do you think about that Donkey Kong?
I think that's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah. 2D Donkey Kong?
I'm gonna say 2D Donkey Kong. And that'll be. Did we have anything for October yet? I think that'll be the October game.
Okay, very specific. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then December, I'm gonna say Nintendogs.
Nintendogs, yes.
Okay, those are my predictions. November, we've got Pokemon already. We don't need anything there. So we've got Donkey Kong, Pokemon, Nintendogs.
I like it. I actually like that a lot.
Yeah. That would
People
be good.
would go crazy over that too.
I think it'd be good. I think it'd be really, really good.
Carla says, can you watch Sonic 2 when missing Sonic 1? I don't recommend it. There's a lot of family stuff. I think you'll enjoy Sonic 2. It's not necessary. It's not like you'll be completely lost in terms of like the complexity of the storytelling in Sonic 2. It's not the case, but you'll get a lot more of the references. There's a journey that Sonic goes on with like his kind of earthly family, that kind of stuff. But I thought it was excellent. And to be honest with you, I can't remember if we talked about this last episode because we just recorded a few days ago. I think Mario's got his work cut out for him. I think the Mario, like that's the bar. Sonic 2, it's a good high bar for Mario to have to beat later on this year. And I don't know if anybody's really thought about the fact that we're going to have
Where
a
did
year
you watch it?
in Nashville.
What service? But is it on like a streaming service or
Well,
something?
Sonic, I don't know if Sonic 2 is. Sonic 1 I watched on Amazon Prime.
Gotcha.
Yep, I downloaded it to my phone, and then I realized I probably should have done it on my iPad. I watched it on my stupid phone. My iPad's sitting in my backpack. Like, what am I doing? So dumb.
Jar Jar the game.
Yeah, no,
Court
is that
Lalonde.
Court? Court is fired.
Yep.
Looking for a new social media manager and community manager at Carpool Gaming because Court just got thrown into a wood chipper. So violent.
Oh my gosh. Okay, any more questions? I think we got like 2 or 3 more minutes left.
Couple minutes, yeah. Seth says Mario. Yeah, it's Mario's move now. If that movie has even half of the amount of fan service to Sonic 2, I will be thrilled. It's so true, and it's so interesting because what the first Sonic movie obviously looked like, just the way that Sonic was designed. It's like, what were they even thinking? They fixed a lot of it, and the heart was still there. I was very surprised just how emotional those movies are. Very loving. That I really like that. And then then it really leaned into there's a fan base, as it turns out. And I don't know if anybody, I don't know a whole heck of a lot about Sonic and the lore, but there is a post-credit scene that you should stick around for. And if you like Sonic, if you know anything about Sonic, like the entire theater did in Nashville, you'll go crazy. I had absolutely no idea what was happening, but something happened and people went bonkers. So It was very cool. And I haven't had that theater experience in a long time, where you're around people and they're laughing and everybody's having a good time. It's like, we've been watching movies by ourselves forever.
Just alone.
Yeah.
Do we know anything about the plot of the Mario movie, or we just know nothing? We just know the voice actor
becomes a real boy,
which I had to. You remember you had to tell me they were voice acting, that it wasn't a live action.
I know. Just bring back John Leguizamo, and it was Bob Hoskins. Was that the?
Wow.
Sean, I was just jumping out of my seat when I saw. Oh, look at that! JB knows what I'm talking about that movie. That was so good. Dee Dee says, "Do we usually do the podcast live?" Not yet.
No, this is our first time.
Not yet. It's the first time live. It's very fun, right? Having everybody here.
It is fun. It is fun.
Very cool.
But will it be fun at 8:30 in the morning? That's the question.
We'll have to get the makeup crew around.
Who's going to be here at 8:30 in the morning?
7:30 Mountain Time. Yep.
7:30 your time. Yeah, if we do. Are you going to come down like a robe or something? Like what?
A robe.
You have a robe that's just like
you know
exactly like that.
You know what I will get if that's actually the case? I'll get a Snorlax sleeper.
There you go. Mm-hmm. There you
go. Sam says worst Nintendo character. Let's get heated.
I feel like we've answered this before, and I don't remember who I said.
You could take your pick.
The worst. I'm trying to think. Someone from Mario.
Mii's.
I'm sure.
Mii's are the worst Nintendo characters.
I kind of like the Mii's.
They just sound so weird.
Someone banned Bewick who said Isabel.
That is not true.
Isabel.
Not true.
That's not true. It's probably someone from Mario, but I just don't know.
Yeah, I think I said Toad as a joke last time.
You did, yeah.
He wants. I feel like they want us to say Waluigi. I feel like that's the request. Bobby would say Kirby.
Yeah.
Bobby would definitely, without hesitation.
I think, though?
Waluigi.
I don't know who I said last time, and I really can't think of anyone right now that I really just truly dislike.
Let me see a Smash Ultimate kind of list.
I'm sure it was someone that I just found annoying, but I don't know. I don't mind Wario, I don't think. Or Waluigi. I don't know.
I actually like Waluigi as well.
Do you?
Yeah. He's hilarious. He's just wacky. Okay. He's very lanky. I really like that. It's just very...
Yeah.
I hate the name. I will say the name is just terrible.
It's pretty bad.
They went with Wario and then... Man, give me you know what? This holiday, give me a Wario Land style game. Have you ever played those on Game Boy? That would be awesome.
Interesting.
Oh my gosh, yes. Give me an actual Wario game.
Yeah. We do a show at 8:30, we get people.
Yeah, there you go. Morning show.
Definitely do this show live more often.
It's fun. It's super fun.
We'll see.
Yeah, there's probably somebody in the Fire Emblem world that I could pick that I just didn't really like very much.
I hate everyone in Triangle Strategy. So there you go.
Fire.
They're all terrible. But okay, we need to wrap things up. So
is that it?
That's it, I think.
Okay.
I enjoyed doing this. I did enjoy doing this live.
Yay,
and I hope y'all enjoyed it. And I hope y'all like the rebrand to Carpool Gaming. We do appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much. Sean, where can everyone find you on the internet?
Oh my gosh, what a time. Apparently Nintendo Pals is canceling me because Mii's are a treasure and I'm wrong apparently. But
oh, wow.
Leave comments below. I'll soak up all of that engagement juice. I appreciate everybody supporting us all day today. You can find me on Twitter and on Twitch at Sean Capri. Of course, it's Sean like Connery, Capri like the pants. And if you like the show even just a little bit, thank you, Bree, in the chat posting. We still got a couple goals left to achieve here at patreon.com/Carpool Gaming. That's it for me, my friend.
And you can find me on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter at ConsoleCato. That is all for episode 50 of the Nintendo Drive. Thank you so much for listening. And until next time, I don't know what to say, but we'll see you next time. Okay, bye.
Here we go! Here we go! Here we go! Here we go! Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the live stream, the Carpool Gaming live stream. I am Ryan Turford, the man on the moose here, and we're doing something a little bit different, a little bit special, actually, because this is the first time we've actually had these two fine gentlemen above me on a broadcast with us. So today we're going to be talking about the Backtrackers, which if you've been part of the Yumi Cabri Discord for a while, now the Carpool Gaming Discord, you've probably seen us, having this whole Backtrackers section. It's almost kind of like a video game book club, but I'm going to let, both Delroy and Marcus kind of explain more about kind of what the Backtrackers is and stuff like that and how you can be involved. But of course, we want to say thank you to everyone who's been participating, who's been supporting us on Patreon all day. Obviously, we are still working towards our $650 goal a month to unlock our our final show, and then Sean's book. If you ever wanted Sean to write a book about content creation, support us over there. Patreon.com/Carpool Gaming is how you get involved with that. We've got some cool perks if you missed the earlier part of the show, as well as a limited edition t-shirt that's up on the merch store. You can check that out as well. But with all that said, with all that out of the way, Delroy, Marcus O'Neill, thank you guys so much for joining us on the show today, on the live stream, to talk about the Backtrackers. How are you guys doing? We'll start with you, Delroy. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Spent the day. My wife surprised me. It's my birthday today, so she surprised me. We went to a place called Phantasialand, which is in Europe, Germany, and we rode roller coasters all day and rushed home, ate some dinner, and here we are. So I had a good day.
Happy birthday. Everyone give birthday shout outs to Delroy in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. And as for you, Marcus, how are you doing?
Well, nothing as exciting as Delroy riding roller coasters all day. So otherwise, I'm doing pretty good. It's been pretty quiet. We got to update everybody on the weather, because I know that this is a big thing for Ryan. It did snow here last night, but it's all starting to melt. So things are looking up.
I mean, yeah. Whereas here in Ontario, it's like a sunny 15 degrees Celsius today. It's very bizarre. But anyways, we should probably get into things. Let's talk about the Backtrackers a little bit. What this thing is. So for those in the chat who are watching right now that have no idea what the Backtrackers is, who wants to describe what the Backtrackers is?
I guess I can go. So the Backtrackers is a video game book club. So it's structured very similar to like a traditional book club that most people may not have been a part of, but everybody kind of knows what a book club is. So you read a book, you talk about it. So in our video game book club, we play a game and then we meet to talk about it. So that basically that's the concept. So we've been doing it since the start of 2022. So we've been able to get together to do a handful of games. I think we're on our 6th game, which we're going to be meeting tomorrow for the next one. And then, we're just keep going. We've been doing meetings about every 2 or 3 weeks, kind of depending on the length of the game. We want to give people enough time to play it. But it's been a great experience being able to kind of get together with people in the community, play a game together at the same time, get together and talk a little bit more about it. Not all of us have podcasts and are content creators, so it gives us an opportunity to get together and chat about games, which is something that we all love. So yeah,
absolutely. And it's important to note as well, like both you, Delroy, and you, Marcus, are both just members of the community who came up with this awesome idea for a video game book club. Because we've always because Sean and I have always kind of toyed around with the idea of doing like a video game book club of some kind where we all pick a game and kind of play it together and then talk about it. But this is one of those things with us kind of managing all the shows. It made it a little bit tough for us to organize something like this. And the fact that both you two decided to kind of take on this task by yourselves, we have to totally commend you for that. I really appreciate what you guys are doing over there in the Backtrackers. And again, it sounds like the meetings you guys put on every weekend are really fun. I know I personally haven't been able to make one of the meetings myself. A lot of times, I'm working during the time slot that you guys usually have for the meetings, and that's usually why I'm not able to show up. But it's usually on the weekends. So most people with normal work schedules who aren't working every weekend like me usually are able to show up. But it's pretty cool. But Delroy, since Marcus explained what the Backtrackers are, you'll have to explain to me how people can get involved with the Backtrackers. How does this work?
I mean, it's pretty simple. There's no secret password or code or anything like that. No handshakes. It's you just join up on the Discord, and we try to get out there on Twitter some and other social networks and post about what we're doing. But essentially, you just play the game that's selected by the community, and then you come into the Discord and we chat about it every 2 to 3 weeks, like Marcus said. And we meet for about 2 hours, and we don't have any prerequisites in terms of like you don't need to beat the game, you don't need to get good. You just play the way you want to play it, and come prepared to talk about things, and maybe expect to be spoiled. But other than that, just real simple. Everyone is welcome. Every background of gaming, whatever you're into, we want you there.
And also, this isn't locked behind a paywall or Patreon or anything like that. It's free to anyone who joins the Discord, which again, it's free to join. So you can actually on the Discord section there is a tab for the Backtrackers, and that's got where you guys usually post not only kind of the what game is coming up for the Backtrackers, but also a list of topics as well. Like I saw that with the game, I think you guys are doing Paradise Killer tomorrow, right? I think that's the game you guys are talking about. So I saw you guys recently just put up a list of topics of things that you guys want to talk about during the discussion. But I think also you pretty much just talk about your impressions of the games and what you enjoyed about them and what you didn't enjoy and stuff like that. So Marcus, question for you then: what type of games do you guys usually pick up and play for the Backtrackers? Like, what type of platforms are they on? Do you guys usually favor one platform over the other? How does first of all, how does the game selection process work, and like what type of games do you guys usually pick?
Okay, so there's a lot there. So maybe I'll start with the game selection. So what we do is, in order to kind of maybe incentivize people to come and show up to the meetings, we wanted to create a system that would allow the people that actually attended the meetings to choose the games. So we have like a little randomization that somebody is randomly selected at the end of every meeting to choose the next game to play. So that's kind of our selection process. In terms of the types of games that we're picking, it's a pretty broad kind of scope with a few caveats. We kind of, when we envisioned this thing from the start, we wanted to avoid kind of the AAA, the big games that most people are already going to play. We kind of look at it from the idea of a lot of games that may have been missed by a lot of people. Maybe they're things that people haven't even heard of, and we want to expose people to experiences that they wouldn't have otherwise had an opportunity or thought of to play. So that's kind of the focus. It tends to be a lot of indies. To this point, it's been, I think, exclusively like indie games, smaller games. We also kind of, as we're working through this, and we kind of had an idea, like probably shorter games are better for this type of a format, because we want to give, we recognize that this isn't going to be the only game that somebody is playing. It's probably in addition to kind of their regular other games that they're playing. So we don't want to choose the biggest game. We would rather have like some smaller experiences. So kind of like we've been aiming for that 5 to 15 hour game. So doesn't mean that we can't go outside of those ranges, but that's kind of like the sweet spot I think that we've found to this point. What else? Accessibility in terms of access to different platforms. Not everybody has all of the systems. So if a game happens to be available on everything, that's generally a kind of a tick in its favor. Yeah, I'm not sure. Am I missing anything, Delroy?
No, I can't really think of anything. I mean, yeah, just what you kind of covered there. We want the widest range of people being able to play without restrictions, and Marcus and I certainly don't want or envision a scenario where you have to go buy an Xbox or something, or a PlayStation to play a game. We just want you to play the game, even if it's on your phone.
Yeah. And one thing I really appreciate that you guys do as well is a lot of the games I've noticed as well that you guys pick generally are games that are on Game Pass or on subscription services as well, that we assume a lot of people in the community have access to at least, one of the subscription services out there. So there is a lower barrier to entry even than buying, an indie game, which is already a lower bar of entry at the beginning itself. So I think that's super cool. And it just helps just get so many more eyes on it and getting more people in there. I think is a really good thing. And I think you guys have actually done a pretty good job of selecting the games. In fact, I'll start with you, Delroy, and then I'll ask Marcus this question as well, because this is a question I just thought about it while we were talking. Delroy, out of all the games you guys have played so far, what do you think has been your personal favorite game that you've played out of the group, and why?
I mean, I think in terms of what we've played from a mechanical, gameplay standpoint, I really enjoyed Death's Door. That was the first one that we played. But in terms of the actual discussion, I really, really liked Forgotten City. It was fascinating to talk about that game. It was uh, the style of game it is lends itself so well to that kind of discussion, the different routes that people took, the different endings. So I think in terms of like our for this group, I think Forgotten City's been my favorite thing that we've done. It's great. It's really good stuff. And get it on Game Pass.
Nice. And Marcus, what about you?
So both of those games were definitely favorites of mine, but I think that one of the things that one of the games that kind of surprised me a little bit was Spiritfarer. It was actually one that I had the opportunity to choose, and I know that there was some discussion, in the Discord. It was definitely on the longer side, long outside of that 5 to 15 hour range, and I thought that might drive people away, but if I'm not mistaken, Delroy, I think that was our most well attended meeting. So that was great to have so many different voices come in. I think we had about 10 people at one point in the discussion, so that was really cool to have that. So in terms of the game to play, probably Death's Door, but in terms of the discussion, the Spiritfarer discussion, I thought was really neat because we had so many different perspectives and so many different voices in the room with us.
Nice. Thanks. So, one of the things that we actually talked about in kind of the Carpool Gaming intro, like even before we even announced the Carpool name today, was we like to look back and kind of reflect on, what we've done well and what we haven't done super well. So, again, I'm going to go back to you on this one, Delroy, first. With the Backtrackers, we'll start with what do you think is gone well with the Backtrackers so far, with the way that you've been planning things, or the way some of the discussions have gone? Like, what are some of the positives that have come out of doing this Backtrackers experience this year?
I think the most positive thing is the way that our community members have not only chosen great games to play, but for for the rest of them to jump in with both feet and really just engage with these titles. Things like Boyfriend Dungeon or Paradise Killer. A lot of games that people may never have heard of. And our group is just so great about just jumping in, supporting each other, talking about it in the Discord, in the chat. Um, I think that's been like the best thing that's come out of this, and I think we've really been able to introduce each other to a lot of very unique experiences.
Nice. Marcus, what about you? What's been the most positive thing that's come out of the Backtrackers so far?
Well, something I maybe certainly positive that wasn't necessarily expected by myself was when we envisioned this, we figured we would be meeting like every couple of weeks or whatever, but the discussion that's been ongoing about the games as we're playing through them within the Discord, the Backtrackers Discord channel, has been really great. So you can see people as they're kind of progressing, and some people are obviously a little bit ahead, a little bit behind, but you can kind of ask for advice or how did this go and that sort of stuff. And I think that has been really a positive, unexpected thing for me. I wasn't sure how much engagement we would have, between meetings. So that's been really cool. Yeah. I'm just, I can think I can speak for Delroy. We're excited to be able to play these games, period, and even just talk about them. Even we had talked about long when we started this thing. It would be cool even if it's just him and I being able to get together to talk about games. But the fact that we've been able to entice members of the community to kind of join us and be a part of it too has been really awesome. Really awesome.
Nice. That's awesome. So then obviously on the other side of the coin, we have to talk about this at least a little bit. What are some of the things that maybe just needs a little bit more improvement when it comes to the Backtrackers in your mind? Or do you think anything just needs improvement? I'll start with you, Delroy.
Well, I think the one thing that's been challenging is finding like a time that works out well for everyone to meet. That's always going to be a struggle. I'm in Germany. I know we have Jarlish Michael. He's in Germany as well, and there's people in the east and west coast of the United States and in Canada and all abroad. And we want to welcome that community from around the world. But finding that time that works for everyone has been a challenge. And I wish that we all had insomnia, that way we could all just be available at all times to do it. But maybe Marcus and I can we'll keep plugging away at trying to find something that's good for everybody.
I was gonna say, not everyone's probably up until like me, up until like 4 a.m. every night. That's probably not the the normal sleep schedule for most people. But Marcus, same question to you. What do you think might need more improvement, or what are some of the challenges you guys have faced this year beyond what Delroy said about the time changes?
Yeah, no, I think I just to reiterate, I mean, I think that we want to get more engagement, or we would love for more people to be able to join. So I think that that's definitely a barrier for some is the schedule thing, and I think that we are certainly open to ideas, and kind of Delroy and I will certainly chat as well to figure out if we can do something to accommodate more people. But beyond that, I guess I would just say that I guess as the creators of this thing, I don't know if we necessarily see the flaws, but we're definitely always open to feedback from the community. So if you could post in the Discord channel if you have any suggestions for what it is we're doing, or send Delroy or myself a direct message too. That totally work. But we're definitely looking and thinking about ways that we can do things better, and open to feedback from anybody. So
yeah, absolutely.
I want to be.
Oh,
I
sorry,
want to be clear too that we don't we don't even necessarily like we chat on mics and we're all fairly comfortable and on camera. I'm sorry, on camera, but you don't need to be on a camera. You don't need to you can. We don't even care if you just come and want to listen. We just want you there, and if you want to shoot messages on the chat, or if you just want to follow along in the Discord, we're glad to have everyone there. We don't want there to be any barriers, so don't ever feel obligated to like if you don't think you can meet the meeting, still play the game and just chat with us. If you don't want to be on a camera because you don't like that, that's fine too.
Yeah,
So just be there and play.
Even sounds like if you've maybe played the game but don't want to talk, you just come lurk and just come hang out probably, and just be part of the discussion more than anything. So yeah,
we've had that. We've had that. Some people have jumped in and just kind of been listening. We asked them if they want to participate, and they're just like, no, we're just going to listen, and that's totally fine.
Yeah, I mean that's something that and again, just I'm glad you guys put it that way as well, because again, it sounds like you guys are basically taking like the community mantras that we have, where we really welcome all plates of discussion when it comes to just anything, and the fact that everyone is welcome. It sounds more like the Backtrackers is really kind of reflecting that in a lot of ways, where anyone is welcome to participate in that in any way that you feel like you want to participate in it, which I think is again super cool to see kind of the community kind of take those values and kind of shape them into something really cool like the Backtrackers. So again, I know that Sean and I have been super proud of what you guys have been doing ever since you started doing the Backtrackers, and you love to see it. So the one of the last questions that I had for you guys then is, are there any changes that you are thinking of making with the Backtrackers that you're willing to talk about here on the live stream over the course of the year anyways? Doesn't have to be something you're going to change right away, but something maybe in the next couple months, something you guys are thinking of tweaking or changing with the way you do things. I'll start with you, Delroy. Anything new coming to the Backtrackers and people can look forward to?
Nothing that I'm really like we're hard set on. I know Marcus and I've been chatting about some things behind the scenes, but I don't know in terms of like specific things that that we're ready to really flesh out. At least I'm not. I mean, Marcus, you're welcome to.
No, I think we're pretty early into those discussions, but I think I'm just excited to be able to continue doing what we're already doing, and meeting every once every 2 or 3 weeks to chat about a game that that the community's chosen and that I probably wouldn't have otherwise played, and it's been great. It's been great getting to know some of the names that you see on social media or in the Discord, and putting a face to the name and being able to actually have a bit more of a relationship, a friendship with these people too. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to more of that.
Yeah, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, especially like I love when we do Halo Saturdays, usually every Saturday. for the same reason, because a lot of times people will hop in even for the first time, maybe interacting with us like on video or on voice and stuff like that, and then finally hearing what TPR sounds like, or what Jose Jimenez or Xavier Reyes actually sound like. Like, I think all that stuff is like super cool. So I'm glad you guys are getting a little bit of that experience as well, with the Backtrackers. So kind of to round out this conversation, first of all, what time do you guys usually meet with the Backtrackers a week? I know it's usually every Saturday, but just to tell people out there when they can expect these meetings, usually take place, at least for right now anyways. What time do these take place, Delroy?
We're generally shooting at 2 to 3 weeks, depending on the game length. If it's a 5 hour-ish game, 5 to 10 hours, we're looking at 2 weeks intervals. If we're looking at 10 plus, maybe 3. I think we did Spirit Fair in 3 weeks, right, Marcus? And
I think we gave a month actually for that one.
okay, well, yeah, it's like a 25-hour game, yeah. So I will say 2 to 4 weeks, and then we meet at 11 o'clock Eastern time on Saturdays of whatever time interval that we decide. And just to be clear too, like I forgot to add this to the last point, but I think one area that I would like to see grow is like I want people to understand, like, this isn't Marcus a nice thing. Like, this is about this community, and we want. I think I can speak for Marcus when I say, like, we want the community to be able to kind of control the direction that we go to. So when we ask for feedback, when we when we set these meetings, when we talk about the games, like, if we're not hitting it on the head, like, we want you guys to let us know, because this isn't about us. It's about you guys.
Nice. Well said. So, with all that out of the way, first of all, before I kind of like close things out, is there anything else you guys wanted to talk about real quick about the Backtrackers itself? Anything I kind of missed anyways with my line of questioning? I'll start with you, Marcus. Is there anything that I missed that you'd like to mention?
Well, I guess we can. I mean, it's probably a little too late. Although maybe if you got some time today, it's not the longest game. So we are meeting tomorrow at 11 Eastern to discuss Paradise Killer. It's available on all platforms. Just came to Game Pass last month. So even if you hop in for just a little bit, if you play for a few hours and you maybe don't mind hearing a little bit getting spoiled, because I mean, all these discussions do tend to talk about the entirety of the game. But join us, come in, check it out. You don't have to, like Delroy said, you don't have to be on camera. You don't even have to really say anything, but you can kind of lurk and see what it's all about. So feel free to pop in tomorrow. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it for me.
Very nice. And Delroy, anything else we missed? No?
Nothing more to add other than if you're going to come, be prepared to get comparisons to Hades and random nonsense talk about food from me. So
excellent. I mean, to be fair, that's part of the Yumi Capri mantra right there. I mean, we talk about Dr. Pepper and all kinds of random food on all the shows all the time, so it's perfect. Or Sean's McDonald's trips, so it all just works out. So definitely, again, as a reminder, if you want to join, again, it's free to join. Just join the Discord. If you do the exclamation point Discord command in the chat, there'll be a link to join the Discord there. And again, if you go to the Backtrackers tab, which is under the community tab, all the details will be found there. And then we even have a video channel specifically for the Backtrackers in the voice channels as well. So first of all, I want to say thank you again, both to Delroy and to Marcus for joining me today. And to talk about the Backtrackers, to help promote it a little bit. But also, I'm just happy we finally got you guys on camera kind of talking to the community about the Backtrackers. I think this is super cool. But before we go, Delroy, where can people find you either on the internet, even if it's just on the Discord?
Just mostly on the Discord. I post nonsense about boxed cereal and stuff on Twitter, but if you want to see me there, it's at Hopdoxy Gaming. There's not much to follow there unless you really like Cheerios and Reese's Peanut Butter Puffs.
You never know, that there might appeal to a lot more people in the community than you might think. And Marcus, where can people find you?
Yeah, so I'm on Twitter, Marcus O'Neill 79. So that's where that's where I am. Yeah.
Very nice. Also, real quick, has doing this, like, because I have to ask this question, even though I know even the answer might be no, but does doing the Backtrackers give you guys the itch at all to maybe do the content creation thing a little bit more, even though I know you guys aren't really making content at all? Either one of you.
Maybe.
Shaking heads. Maybe.
Maybe.
So
I gotta find some time, and I've got a 1-year-old at home here, and playing these games is sometimes I'm under a bit of a time crunch, but yeah, I think maybe I will say a strong maybe.
Yeah, I would say maybe as well. We have thoughts and ideas, but yeah.
Good, excellent. All right, the plan's working out. I mean, nothing. I didn't say anything. Also, shout out to Dallas Ford in the chat with the Reese's Puffs chant for you. Helping you out there, Dallas.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice. Well, anyways, we're gonna wrap up this conversation because we've got the Xbox Drive coming up next. But thanks again for joining me today, Delroy and Marcus. I really appreciate you guys taking the time out of your busy schedules to talk to me about the Backtrackers. And I hope you guys have an awesome day. And again, happy birthday again, Delroy.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah.
People like when we go onto the eShop. Let's just say, like, we're gonna change the name of the show. We'll have the Nintendo Drives by the eShop. That's our little
eShop
section.
Drive, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're the #1 abandoned podcast on the internet, and that's not going to change.
Look at Xbox, TV, movies, sports, TV, Connect. You are the controller.
Dream has officially been realized, John. It's official.
Yeah, we're there.
Crafting all the potions and crafting the elixirs and stuff,
You're doing this all on your apothecary table, right? Is that what's going on over there?
I'm raising my apothecary level right now, and my medical level.
Maybe instead of the music kind of intro, we have like this creaking door, like you're sneaking on in and you're tiptoeing.
That would be dope. That would be dope. Like this.
You fly in, you're a fly on the wall to our super secret conversation.
That's what I see this podcast at.
So if you want to do this, I do have some strange, possibly strange, hot takey conspiracy theories regarding Elden Ring.
Elden Ring came out, and I feel like the way you should do an open world game has changed. The expectations.
I feel a shift in my gaming, man, and I'm feeling it, dude. I'm playing multiplayer games with friends, like almost exclusively. Like not by, I don't know if it's necessarily by choice. I'm not like avoiding single player games, but I'm tired of hearing myself go like, oh, I don't know what to play.
Oh, hi there. Can I please get a medium decaf with 2 Splenda? And can I also get a carrot muffin with that? That'll be all. Thank you.
Sean Capri. I'm glad you're here because you're listening to the most horsepowerful podcast on the internet. It's the Xbox Drive. I'm on a Skype call with my friend Ryan Turford. He's the weatherman on the moose, and on our journey today, it's the Carpool Gaming Day live stream, and let's jump on into the Xbox Drive. Boom!
No power greater than X.
Hello, Ryan Turford. I pushed all the buttons. I did all the things. I flipped up a little bit on the intro there, but I got a lot going on, my friend. It's a big day. People are blowing me away. How are you doing, my friend?
I mean, I'm doing super well today. Not just well. I normally am just like, I'm doing well. But no, super well today, Sean, because I mean, holy crap. It's Carpool Gaming Day.
Yes.
It's odd because we're doing 2 shows in 1 week, and we usually don't do that, but it's a nice surprise that we're doing, extra Xbox Drive this week.
That's right.
Extra
Xbox
really
Drive.
Happy with just everyone coming out and supporting us today. It's been super awesome to see. And I mean, this day's just getting started, John. We're only like hour 3 into this, and it's like going to be 12 hours. So please be excited, everyone.
Please be excited. I think lots of people are excited, Ryan. We one of the things I'm kind of most excited about is this brand new merch store that we just launched. Like, of course, the name, is one thing. I think I just gotta keep everything in mind. This is all very new for everybody else. This is something like you and I and Cato and Court, we've all known about this for quite some time. But the way that it all comes together, the way that we start to hint at it as the day comes up, and we're like, there's a lot of work, there's a lot of things to reveal, and there's all this stuff, and you can't really tell anybody. But it's like, dude, what a team! Like, we have really come together for something special here, and I'm very proud of it. I'm very excited. I think I'll probably have a good kind of like emotional meltdown cry a little bit later on in the day because it's just a lot. It's a lot to deal with, and they're coming out of the woodwork to support us. I'm very excited, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, shout out to some friends we're already seeing coming into the chat here. We've got, Mitch Power.
What's up, Mitch Power? Yes.
Shout out to Kevin Ainsworth asking how the weather as well. It's, it's a sunny 12
Good
degrees
God, you guys.
Celsius here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I mean, I didn't feel like I needed to update the weather again because I just did it during Backtrackers. So that we just did. So, I mean, it hasn't really changed too much since then.
The thing is, it's just kind of a nice thing for you because the weatherman is sort of like the man of the community. Like everybody looks at their local weatherman and it's like they're a good person. Like they're always like you think you can just like go up and give them a big hug. And I think maybe that's how this community feels about you, Ryan Turford.
I love the fact that you're projecting the fact that I'm apparently a good person because that just means I've fooled everyone, Sean. As I, twiddle my thumbs over.
Yes.
Trying to do my best Mr. Burns impression. But anyways, this is the Xbox Drive where we talk about stuff all the time.
Apparently, I'm wearing the wrong shirt. Hang on, you take it from here. I'm wearing the wrong jacket.
Oh, geez. But, I mean, I'm wearing an N64 shirt today while Sean goes to change. But before we get into the show, of course, let's clean the garage a little bit. For audio listeners who's listening to this, after Yumi Pre-Day, which, in fact, was actually a ruse. It was actually Carpool Gaming Day all along. So, number one, of course, subscribe to us on YouTube right here, Carpool Gaming, youtube.com/Carpool Gaming. Of course, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Or, again, if you're watching the live stream, like the live stream, maybe, comment below and tell us what your favorite thing that we announced from Carpool Gaming today was. All that good stuff, tell us there. Also, if you want early access to this and all of our shows, including an ad-free version, because this is brand new, go on over to Patreon, patreon.com/Carpool Gaming is how you do that. And again, the ads that we're going to be putting in the show, if you're listening to the audio version, are not going to be, Manscaped ads or, Raid Shadow Legends ads, like no sponsored stuff. It's going to be, advertisements for other Carpool Gaming shows. So check us out over there. And then last but not least, we have a brand new merch store. I've included the link to it in the show notes. If you're listening on audio feeds or if you're watching us on YouTube during this live stream, hit that merch command or it's in the description of this video as well. Go there. We have an Xbox Drive shirt, Sean, by the way.
Yes, finally.
So go grab that. Finally, we've been waiting for to release an Xbox Drive shirt.
Dude, the merch is so good.
People say they want it. But
yes,
it's now here. So go check us out over on the merch store as well. Plus we have, shirts for all the other shows as well as all the Carpool Gaming branding, including our new mascot, Bobby the Sun.
Yes.
He's a ray of sunshine as well. You can go grab all your Bobby merch as well. In fact, fun fact, Sean, for the live stream that I want to point out, I looked at the analytics for some of the stuff that people have been buying. The Bobby sticker has been very popular.
Oh, very cool. Oh, I'd love to. I don't even have the, well, I think I've got the login somewhere. I'd like to go into the back end and see what's popular with the people out there, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, and also we have a limited edition shirt that's going on till the end of the month as well. So you're not going to want to miss out on that because, by the time, April's over, that's it. The shirt will be gone.
There's actually two. And we didn't really talk about this on the Nintendo Drive, but yeah, for patrons, the ultimate patrons that are top level, you get a Carpool Gaming founder shirt. It's only going to be available for a month. You only get it by becoming a top level patron. So it's included with all the other perks that you get, which is very cool. But yeah, also that 1 month limited edition established 2022 Carpool Gaming t-shirt available only for 1 month. And I think we're going to be doing more stuff like that. Like, I like this idea that there'll be new stuff to look for at the merch store, and it'll be available for a limited time. In addition to all the other stuff, it's just like, we got it, man. We added Kato, we added Court to the mix here. We got a great team. Everything is happening. These are all the ideas in our idea sack, which is a very popular notion that we've been talking about all day, man. We put all our ideas into the sack, we threw it over our shoulder, and now we're jumping on into the giant sack. We're pulling out all the ideas. This is where Carpool Gaming was born. And I know you're very disappointed with me right now, but
I'm only disappointed with you, Sean, because you were trying to embellish the fact that, you wanted to talk about the big sack of stuff while I shook my head at you.
Yep.
But this was in response, apparently, to us talking about a certain JJ name that I will not say on the show.
Wow, restraint. What is with that?
I'm trying to hold restraint in, Sean, but if you mention the big sack 2 more times during this podcast, I will say the name.
Okay. Well, it's sort of like when I mentioned Kirby when I podcasted with Bobby Pauls. He would just end the show. That was it. Yeah, I mentioned Kirby, said that, and that is all. And that's it. That was at the end of the show. Mitch Power likes my sack, by the way. Does that count as one?
That's one. You're on thin ice right now, Sean.
All right.
Don't
Dancing.
make me talk about it. But anyways, this is not going to be a normal episode of the Xbox Drive or anything like that because we already did the news of the week and stuff that. And please, no news has happened in the world of Xbox since, a day ago, since the last time we recorded this show. But we're going to do kind of like a topical show this week because we got some cool topics to kind of talk about as well. But real quickly, Sean, has anything changed with your gaming since, Wednesday?
No, I was planning for this. It was Lincoln's birthday. He turned 5. My son turned 5 yesterday, which was very exciting. We played Is It Cake? My wife made these.
I was just about to bring those up if you didn't.
Did you see them, man? They were so good. She made these bubble tea cups, and they actually look like bubble tea. They got a straw thrown in there, and then you pick it up. You're like, what is going on here? And you cut it open. It's cake. It's not a cup. You dum-dum. It's a cake. She made a cake. It's amazing.
In fact, Sean, if you didn't tell me those were cake just by the photos that your wife took, I would have never thought that they were cake. I would have thought they were bubble tea.
Yeah, very impressive and delicious cake, by the way, too. Yeah. So I'm a little full. I'm glad I've got all these hoodies to wear because I've just been shoving birthday food down my face. That's the game that I've been playing, my friend.
Nice.
And Forza Horizon 5.
I mean, and I've been playing the game of, putting the Carpool Gaming video together.
Oh, yeah, today.
Getting some other stuff ready for the show today. So for the most part, I didn't really play anything different other than the fact that I played Final Fantasy 14, Sean, which should be no surprise.
Nice. Very cool.
Because the new patch came out this week, so there was new story content, so I had to play it.
Nice, man.
First time I dock it. Also, Sean, I bought my very first house in Final Fantasy 14, Sean. I'm very excited about this because I haven't been able to buy a house
Not
before.
what I thought you were saying.
I saved up money in the game to buy a house, and they basically had a lottery system introduced with this new patch to basically allow you to buy a house.
Yeah.
So I bought a house, Sean. I'm very excited.
I don't know why I thought you were talking about real life, just,
No, please.
Bought a house.
I mean, I'm still in this very fancy apartment. Again, people have been asking where the weather map is. I don't have the green screen today, and I'm not going to ask Sean to put up the weather map for me. I'm sorry.
Maybe I should do it. I got a green screen. Look, it's right here. It's it pops down just like this. It's like a little...
I mean, mine just pops up. It's not that much effort either.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about some of the topics that we have on the docket today. And again, today's a free-flowing show as well. Also, folks that are watching us on YouTube right now currently, if you've got questions for us, throw them in the chat.
Throw them in the chat.
Later in the show as well. So we're going to start off with the first topic that I had. Sean, we're in April. We're a quarter of the way through the year. If you had to pick a game of the year, and again, you can say on Xbox, you can say across all the platforms, but if you had to pick a game of the year right now for 2022, what would that game be right now?
I don't want to do it. I don't want to pick a game.
Well, I'm forcing you to. You have to. Pick
I know.
something.
I know. I don't think I have anything that is like really gonna hold up. Like Kirby, I'm playing on Switch. That's good. I played Horizon on PlayStation. That's probably not going to be on the list. Although, like, I guess just by default, like it would kind of like stand up. Cyberpunk is up there too, but it doesn't really count. I don't think because the game came out forever ago. But I started to play it over on Series X because we finally got that patch. But Xbox, like, it's an interesting question to be asking right at the moment because like I'm looking back on the achievements on my like the last couple of months, and it's like, I haven't done anything. Like, what have I even been playing this whole time? Like a lot of Halo Infinite, I guess, like on the weekends and stuff. The first game that I rolled credits on earlier this year was Lego Star Wars: The Force Awakens, and I like that game, but it's an old ass game, So I've actually been spending a lot of time on other consoles, as it turns out. This sort of retrospective thing has caused me to maybe realize that. But yeah, missed out on Dying Light, missed out on Elden Ring. There's a lot of games that came out earlier this year. So yeah, certainly on Xbox, probably not so much, but yeah, how about you, man? Gran Turismo over on PlayStation didn't really do it for me either. So maybe I'm kind of realizing why I've been kind of down in the dumps when it comes to gaming lately. If Kirby and the Forgotten Land is legitimately like my front runner right now, because it's a quality game and I recommend people play it, that's kind of the only one that I've got, that I could actually say that about.
Yeah, as for me, I'm in the same boat as you, where it's like, it's been a quiet year as far as Xbox is concerned, and admittedly, I haven't been playing it as much, especially for releases this year, because I've been playing a lot of backlog stuff, like stuff that came out last year on Xbox, and kind of diving into those experiences. But I can't name those game of the year for 2022. It doesn't work that way, at least in my personal books, anyways. But I've played a couple games over the last month that I think would kind of fall into this category. I mean, one of them would be Elden Ring. I mean, I know that's the choice for a lot of people. I really did enjoy my time with that, even though, again, I definitely fell off, 30 hours into the game. But the fact that I got 30 hours in, Sean, probably good enough, to justify that as, a potential game of the year pick for me.
Yeah.
Like, I actually think that the time I spent with Elden Ring was super fun and I enjoyed it. It just was the open world itself. I talked about it on, previous shows. It was the open world itself of Elden Ring that just didn't, hook me for the long-term journey with that game. But I did really enjoy my time with that game and I thought it was really fun, like legitimately fun. So that's certainly up there. But if I had to choose, honestly, the game of the year on Xbox for me this year that I've played so far is kind of like your pick, where number one, I'm very surprised that I'm about to utter the words I'm about to say. And number two, I don't think this is a hold, but that's part of the fun of this conversation so far.
Yeah.
My game of the year on Xbox is Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
Wow. Good one.
I was not expecting to say that I would be liking. Again, my history with Borderlands has been, all over the place. Like, I've liked the idea of the Borderlands games, but it's just, I don't play those games co-op, and the solo experience for Borderlands has never been great. Combined with the fact, too, that I'm just like, I like the Borderlands, like, kind of world, but I was kind of, ready for them to do something different with it.
Yeah.
And Tiny Tina's Wonderlands was certainly that game,
man,
where it was like totally different from all the other Borderlands games. And I just really enjoyed that experience from beginning to end. I had a great time playing it. It was a good podcast game as well. So playing it and listening to podcasts, because it's kind of got like a goofy story, and the story again, it's not like, amazing or anything like that. It's kind of forgettable, but I'm okay with that. Like, I really enjoyed my time playing Tiny Tina. I thought that game was awesome, and I can't wait to play more of it. I'm playing through the end game mode now, which, again, I don't want to spoil for those that haven't really played it or anything like that. And that's been a lot of fun. And actually, there's a season pass for Tiny Tina that's with a bunch of new DLC content that's coming, and I'm actually excited to play that too. So, and we'll be talking about it as the months go on. But that was a game that was like, that really surprised me in a way I wasn't expecting, where it was like the breath of fresh air that franchise really needed. And it was really like the solo balance that really helped someone like me who's never really played the Borderlands games co-op to really jump into that experience and just have a good time with it. So yeah, I was not expecting kind of when we did our kind of like yearly overview and our predictions at the beginning of the year, Sean, I was not expecting it to be at the top of my list at this time of the year. But
yeah.
Tiny Tina is the one to beat. I mean, I also see some people in the chat also mention Lego Star Wars as well.
Yeah.
And I definitely think that that's probably a okay pick. But for me personally, even though I'm almost finished Lego Star Wars at this point, I'm basically just in the final saga at this point, playing through that.
Like 7, 8, 9. Is that the way that is? How have you played? Like, what's the order that you're playing it in?
I went 1 through 9.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because actually, when you first jump into the game, it actually tries to start you at A New Hope.
Yeah.
But I wanted to do them in like the story order rather than the released order. Essentially,
I could see that.
Yeah, essentially.
I think I would probably do the same now that I think about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm that's why, like, again, I know the section that you don't like with episode 1 having to start with that, Sean, but get that out of the way first is the way I look at it. Like, you go through that, you go through Attack of the Clones.
Well, I feel like the game is different. My opinion on like the gameplay for something like that would be much different than the movies itself. You know, especially because it's Lego, and especially because I'm not really looking for cinema out of this sort of thing. Like, I feel actually like I remember some of the old episode 1 games were actually pretty decent, if I remember correctly. So for a number of reasons, I would actually want to start with those games or with those episodes.
Actually, shout out to JKJ in the chat, who asked the question, do you get to pick the order that you play in? So you do, but you have to pick a trilogy to start with. So the way it works is you actually play through a trilogy, and then it allows you to progress through from there, and it unlocks the different stories. But at the beginning of the game, when you first boot it up, you only have access to episode 1, episode 4, or episode 7.
Mm-hmm.
And then you basically unlock those trilogies as you play them, essentially. So you don't get to start with any one that you want, but you can start with whatever trilogy that you want to start with.
I have a question, Ryan. Hi, Sean Capri, long time, first time. Can you play as Jar Jar Binks and jump into a Sarlacc pit and have him never recover?
I don't know about the never recover part, but you can certainly envision the scenario that you're describing, Sean.
Yes.
But you have to unlock Jar Jar through the story first, Sean.
Okay. Can I also second question, a follow-up question? Can I play as Jar Jar Binks and put him in an airlock and then open the airlock into space, into the vacuum and cold, never-ending vacuum of space?
I mean, Star Wars pretends like airlocks don't exist at this point. You go and watch, something like A New Hope, and the Death Star has like an open window that like ships fly through.
That's true.
People stand in that hallway, but they don't fly out the airlock. So
it's an invisible shield laser airlock. That's a good point, man. That's actually a real thing. Hi. Third question, follow-up question. Can you play as Jar Jar Binks and then use another ship's hyperdrive to drive directly through Jar Jar Binks's abdomen? Can you split him in two?
No.
Another question. Can you play as Jar Jar Binks? Can you replace Darth Maul with Jar Jar Binks and then slice him in half and then have him fall down the pit in 2 pieces?
Actually, I'm really excited when you eventually decide to play this game, Sean, to see what the Darth Maul fight is all about, because they do something really funny with it.
I actually really want to play this game. This game does look incredible, and I am really excited about it. It kind of landed at a point in time where I think I just was feeling pretty overwhelmed with a lot of different things, and I'm looking back on the last few months of games that I feel like I should have played. And you know me, like I go back and forth on this whole thing. I have this very genuine feeling like I should have played a lot of the games that you guys are talking about. But as I've been going through the last few months, I've been very verbal and vocal about, I'm just going to play what I want. I should be comfortable playing Forza Horizon 5 because I think that game is amazing. It's a masterpiece and it's timeless. It should be played at all times. But here I am feeling like I kind of missed out on Lego Star Wars, and I missed out on Tiny Tina's and Elden Ring and Dying Light 2 and blah, blah, blah. So I'm kind of like playing around with that. The other thing, though, Kato had mentioned in the chat about Pokemon Arceus, which I agree. I need to play a little bit more of that one for it to kind of like rise up the actual like GOATY kind of list there. And I also forgot I was playing Destiny 2: The Witch Queen, which is excellent. And it's because it's on PC. So I'm just kind of like, I've kind of got games all over the place. I need some sort of like automated thing to just go like pull all my trophies together, pull all the things that I've been playing together. I have to like check my Xbox app for achievements and my PlayStation thing for trophies and my Steam thing for those, whatever the hell they're called, achievements, I think. So kind of just feeling like I've been missing stuff, but I've got, you saw my order from the library, totally messing with all this stuff as well. Final Fantasy VII Remake, what is it called? Intergrade on PS5. Yeah. Could be playing Call of Duty by this time next week. Could be doing a bunch of stuff. Call of Duty. Demon Souls on that PS5.
Yeah. I mean, and as for me, my year for gaming again has been all over the place because we had a lot of work to get ready for this. I moved. I had the Olympics at my day job. Like,
oh yeah,
been a busy year for me so far already. So I mean, I'm finally actually having a chance to catch up with games at this point. So for me personally, I haven't had a chance to play most stuff either. Like, I haven't played Horizon yet, Sean. Like, that hasn't happened.
Skip
yet.
it.
I haven't played Dying Light 2 yet.
Oh man, I gotta play it.
I haven't played a lot of games that came out in February because February was just a stacked month. But that was also why I wanted to have this conversation because even though our Game of the Year picks probably here aren't going to hold, like we had like such a stacked first quarter of the year.
Yeah.
But I felt like it was important for us to at least have this discussion coming out of it because it's just a testament to how many games we missed also, or just how many high quality games that we had to start the year. Like, I thought this conversation would be interesting as well because likewise, I don't know if you looked at the Yumi Capri release calendar between now and, September, but we've got like 10 games there versus how many games did we have in February
10.
let alone everything else, right? So
that's good. Doesn't it feel like we're sort of like we're out of a holiday season and then like we can kind of like catch up here, like as we're into April and May? It kind of feels like what typically a January, February might actually be like, where we can actually go back. Like, I think back to like to that point, there's games at the holiday season. I'm like, man, I miss some of those games as well. Still got to play Guardians of the Galaxy. Matt in the chat, what is going on? It is so good to see you here. He says, is it wrong that I still can't put down PUBG? The backlog is real. I think there's something to just having your game and playing your game, Yeah.
Like Final Fantasy 14, there's all these other games that come out, but I'm still playing it.
Yeah, there you go, dude. Holy cow.
Yeah.
So good to see Matt in the chat. So cool, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see Pat also mentioning in the chat that
Tunic.
He's been wanting to play Tunic so bad, and I have played it as well. I played it for last week's show, and I just couldn't vibe with it, but I know that's probably a pick for a lot of people on Xbox.
Yeah, a lot of people are playing that one. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, good game. But Sean, to kind of transition into the second half of this discussion, because as I kind of alluded to, there's not a lot coming out over the next couple months, which is going to be a nice quiet period, and unless you're on Nintendo, because there's a lot of Nintendo releases.
Yeah, everybody's playing Nintendo, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah. So I gotta ask then, what the heck is Xbox doing this holiday? We know Starfield's coming out on November 11th, but what else is there to what else is coming to Xbox? What do you think, Sean? If we ran
Xbox, hey, there it is.
If we ran Xbox, what would we be showing during this summer showcase? What do you think we're going to get here?
Diddy Kong Racing 2.
Diddy Kong Racing 2. All right, wrap up the show.
Day and date coming to Game Pass.
Yeah,
that's what they've been working on. It's tough, man, because here I am in our fantasy league with the boys over at the Trophy Room podcast, and they have chosen Forza Motorsport as coming out this year. And as much as I don't want them to get it, I don't want them to get the points. And if it comes out, it'll hurt us as well because we kind of chose that game was not going to be coming out this year. As time goes on, dude, that seems to fit this year. And I don't know exactly why. Maybe it's just because we know they've been working on it. We know that there's kind of like a cadence to this, that these games tend to come out at a regular pace, and they're a little bit off that pace, at least to the fact that they didn't launch the console with it. And it's been a little while. I feel like that would actually go along very nicely with Starfield. And they just got to, you got to keep up the Halo, Forza, Gears kind of rotation. I don't know, man. So I'm torn on it. I will get destroyed on the Fantasy Critic, but I think that would do a lot, actually, especially for kind of hardcore Xbox fans. And I think it would also be a nice response to Gran Turismo, which, as far as I'm concerned, is a bit of a non-starter over on PlayStation.
Yeah. I mean, actually, again, when I look at my favorite games this year, Gran Turismo is actually up there for one of my favorite games of the year because I really enjoyed that game.
Well,
but
good
at
for
the same
you.
Time, okay, Sean.
I'm just kidding.
But I mean, with Forza, you're right. Like, are we actually going to lose points to Bad Bit this year? Because I'm still in the camp where I still think that's a 2023 game. I don't personally think it's a this year game.
Right.
I would like to see it come out this year. To your point, to give
just to
Xbox
fill in the
fans-
space, like just that's really the only reason. It's just like, what else is it going to be? Like that's kind of I start there,
Right, exactly. So I think that's a good starting point as well, because we're on the starting line because it's a racing game. Get it, Sean?
Oh, I got it. I got it.
But yeah, I personally, if I had to predict, I don't think Forza is this year. I mean, I could be wrong. I still think Forza is a 2023 game because I think they have grander plans with Forza more than just this yearly release, and I think it might not have been in the hopper long enough to come out this year.
They're going to reveal that drivatars have been fake the entire time, but now they're going to be real. Now they're the real legit technology, not just a name hovering over an AI controller.
Yeah, and who knows, they might actually surprise us and Forza might actually be like a Q1 2023 game or something like that. Like it doesn't have to come out next fall. But I still in the bottom of my heart feel like that's a next year game.
Yeah, I think so too.
Then the only other game that we know about besides Starfield that's supposed to technically come out sometime this year is Redfall from Arcane.
Right.
That's that vampire game that everyone saw that trailer for during, Inside Xbox last year. And had mixed reactions to, is all I'll say with that. Do we think Redfall is actually coming out this year, though, Sean? Because it was originally supposed to come out this summer.
Yeah.
And, we ain't heard anything about this game. I personally am in the camp where I don't think it's coming out this summer. But what do you think, Sean?
Yeah, we just haven't seen a whole heck of a lot of it. I don't know if we have a whole bunch to really go off of in terms of making an educated guess on this sort of thing, other than maybe rumblings that maybe it will. Then they kind of been saying it'll come out, but we don't really know a lot about it. And maybe that's the best thing for it, though, because we've seen, especially with new IP expectations kind of going crazy. I mean, we've seen them with Starfield, new IP. Yep. I mean, a little bit different because of the pedigree of the studio and all those kinds of things. So I think it's good that we haven't heard too much on that front, but it's just we haven't heard anything about anything. So it becomes part of that side of the conversation. But I think on its own, if you just look at the game itself, it maybe is the best thing for it. But yeah, it's we start to go down the list here of what games do we even know about, and I'm not racing for it. That's the thing. From what I've seen of it, the only little bit of trailer that we got from that, I'm not oh my gosh, I'm gonna push all these kids out of the way so I can play that game as soon as possible. I'm not at pushing kids out of the way. I'm not even pushing anybody over. I'm in the crowd waiting to see. So yeah, and I don't know. Also, we're in a kind of a familiar territory here where Xbox kind of needs to, as we've talked about the last couple of weeks, they kind of need to jump up and shout from the rooftops that this year's going to be a big deal. And it's very reminiscent of, 2017, 2016, maybe somewhere in there, maybe earlier than that, where Quantum Break was this is the game. And it's only because there's absolutely nothing else coming around it. And it was very good. It was, I think, maybe sitting somewhere around high 70s, mid to low 80s on a Metacritic thing. And while that's good, it's not enough to prop up a platform. So when I look at something like this game, is that enough? It has to be along with something gigantic. And I think actually it might be counterintuitive to think about putting Redfall around Starfield. Might seem counterintuitive, but I think that might be better. Somewhere in the proximity, somewhere in the solar system, not next door to it, but somewhere in this ramping up towards Starfield, I think is maybe how I might do that.
Yeah, and actually, we didn't talk about this on the show because we typically don't talk about leaks or anything like that on the show. There was some leaked gameplay footage of Redfall that was released about a month
I haven't seen it actually.
ago, I remember.
Yeah.
And it was from some kind of beta that they were doing for Redfall that maybe was supposed to. There was rumored that might be coming out over the summer.
Right.
But again, we'll talk about more when we find out more official information. But yeah, I think I think it's still on track to probably come out this year, but you're right. It's probably much closer to Starfield now versus its
like late
originally
summer,
announced
early fall.
Yeah, like that might be a September game.
Yeah. I think that would be great. Go head to head with freaking Splatoon 3 over in Nintendo Land. Chat's all talking about Hellblade 2. Do you want to talk about Hellblade 2? What do you think about that?
Yeah. So Seth in the chat mentioned isn't Hellblade 2 still coming out this year? They never ever gave an official release window for Hellblade.
Yeah, I don't think they did.
Yeah, I especially because that game's using Unreal Engine 5. I would be shocked if it came out next year.
Yeah,
like it might be I think it's a 2024 game, late 2023 game is what I'm thinking for Hellblade. Like,
but wouldn't that be just such a bomb to drop? Like, haha, like Epic kind of made a big deal that a lot of games can transfer from Unreal 4 to 5. Like, I don't know. I do feel like these guys are like Ninja Theory is going to want to put an extra set of polish on this. I don't think they're in any rush to do this. To me, this is the game that is the PlayStation game on Xbox. Everybody's looking for like the God of War killer or the Uncharted, whatever it is. Like this was like Hellblade 1 was a PlayStation exclusive, and it felt right at home over on PlayStation, you know, back in those days.
Well, not only that, but you also have to remember that kind of the timeline for like how long it took for them to develop Hellblade, the original.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even, you know, factoring in the fact that it's a new engine, because Ninja Theory, the studio that develops Hellblade, just traditionally actually takes a very long time to develop their games, whether it's Heavenly Sword or, you know, Enslaved or Hellblade. Like Hellblade, from the time it was announced to the time it came out, it was 6 years.
Yeah.
From the time that they announced it to the time it released. And I mean, I'm not saying it'll be that much time between, you know, the time of announcement for Hellblade 2 and when it comes out.
Yeah.
But I think the scope of that game has even grown, you know, from the time it was announced. Like it sounds like it's going to be a much bigger game, you know, with Microsoft's budget behind it. So I think it's just going to take longer in the oven than most people are thinking. That's why, again, I think at earliest, it's, you know, the holiday game next year.
Yeah.
It's probably the earliest time window for that game.
I'd love to see some sort of like interview or get some sort of behind the scenes look at exactly what is going on from like an R&D standpoint. You're starting to see this a little bit. Ninja Theory has been pretty open with their Project Mara or Mara, whatever they're calling it. And just the way that they're kind of like pushing the boundaries and learning how to develop new ways of being even more photorealistic in their visuals and all that kind of stuff. I feel like the Coalition also just kind of revealing what they've been working on with Unreal 5 and having access to that new technology. I feel like that's a thing with a lot of these Xbox studios, that we should be interested in the games that they're working on, but I'm kind of interested in the work that they're doing behind the scenes to then push the next game even further along. And that is because we're such dorks about this sort of stuff. Like, I feel like that's very exciting to me. I want to know, thinking about all the Bethesda studios, particularly like id or Machine Games.
Yep.
Like what are they doing with technology? What are they doing with the with that Quake engine? What are they doing with what's the Doom one called? Is it just the id Soft?
I think it actually, if it's not the Quake engine, it's something very similar.
I can't remember what they called it, but I'm interested. I'm definitely like, what are they doing with the tech? And so, yeah, Ninja Theory, I like that, because in the past it was just they had the one side of the story, which is a good one. The games they're making are great and they continue to get better at them. But now they've got to your point earlier about like they've got budget. They can develop stuff a little bit more internally, and it's very ID Tech, yeah, I think, or id Tech, yes.
id Tech, yeah.
As soon as I said, I'm like, that's the one. I could read the words, didn't look right until I said it.
Exactly, and actually, yeah, you're right on the money with that as well. Thinking about more of Bethesda studios, because I think with what we're going to get this fall that we don't know about, I think there might be a Bethesda game or two for them to announce this year that either
like
comes out this
Wolfenstein
fall or early next year. Maybe Wolfenstein, but we know Machine Games is working on that Indiana Jones game.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if they'll do that in particular. Unless
I don't know either.
Fine.
Maybe Halo will finally launch this year, Ryan.
Maybe
Halo Infinite will finally launch.
Like id Software, for example.
Yeah.
Just id Software, because Doom Eternal came out. Was it last year? I think it's 2020.
A couple of years ago. Yeah, we got the expansion.
Doom Eternal came out. So. I mean, it might be possible.
Give it to me.
That, you know, id Software announces what their next game is.
What is it going to be, Ryan?
Maybe they partner. I don't know.
Give it to me.
I wish it was Quake.
Yes.
I want it to be Quake.
Yes, I'll take it.
Anything else in the
Ryan
world.
Trevor says it's Quake. It's happening.
But there's also like there's a possibility that they team up with another partnership like they did with Avalanche for something like Rage 2.
Yeah.
Maybe they do something like that going forward. But there's a lot of unknown variables. But as far as like the first party studios that we don't know about, I mean, I still think it's too soon for anything from Compulsion, or from a lot of the other studios that we know about. Rare, you know, who knows whenever Wild ever comes out, if that even is a game at this point. But to Mr. Badwit's point in the chat, you know, Xbox is just dead, Sean. I mean, that's just
DED dead
conversation. But
Compulsion Games is also one where like we're really talking about, like, let's talk about even just the end of the year. Is Starfield enough? Is kind of the question, because it kind of is. It's kind of, it all leads up to that. That's all we know right now. Is that enough? And I don't know what the answer to that is, but I feel like that's something we're going to be living through pretty soon here as time goes on.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Like, who knows? Who knows what the future holds this fall? But honestly, yeah, I really hope Microsoft has something that they're just going to spring on us and be like, yeah, it's out this fall, that we don't know about. But I'm now a little more hesitant after this conversation to be like, well, maybe I shouldn't get my hopes up too much.
Well, let's do a quick. I've got a table here. Let's do a quick run through on like what could happen. We've got 343 at the top of the list. Maybe story DLC for Halo.
Yeah,
maybe.
We've heard rumblings about that, and honestly, they've talked about it ever since the, you know, conception of Halo Infinite, that, you know, their plan is to do more story DLC.
Yeah.
As the year unfolds, but who knows if they're able to stick to it this fall.
The Coalition, this is something we haven't really talked about, but I could definitely see coming, and I think it's maybe being rumored, is like some sort of like Marcus Phoenix collection for Gears. I don't think that we're on deck for anything really new coming from them probably anytime soon. So I could see Marcus, I was going to say Marcus O'Neill, Marcus Phoenix collection, Marcus Phoenix collection, or more DLC, more like, what was that called? The Escapes?
For Gears 5.
Yeah, Hatch. Damn it! I'm like, my brain is. I'm like halfway through today, and I'm like forgetting all these damn
Only
names.
4 hours in.
And yeah, stay tuned, guys. It's gonna be a rough finish, I think, by the end of Yumi Capri Day. Now, Carpool Gaming Day. What the heck is it called? I can't even remember what that DLC was called. The Hitchers.
Hive Busters.
Hive Busters. Thank you. If I just ramble
I was more
on.
struggling to whether or not you were trying to name the DLC.
Yeah, what the heck was it called? I would like more of that, by the way, like for everything. I think that occupied a similar space to Uncharted's Lost Legacy, what they did over there. Thank you, Hive Busters. Badbit helped me out finally. He's like, come on, what is it? You're an Xbox podcast. How do you not know this stuff?
God, we're getting booed already by
I know.
The day's not going well, but
Compulsion Games is next. Oh, I'm sorry. You go on with this, please.
Real quick, we do know that they have that announced new IP that they're working on that's supposed to come out before Gears 6.
Right.
That doesn't have a release date, and they said it's going to be smaller in scope. So there's a possibility of that, but I don't think that's this year either.
Maybe this time next year.
Yeah, maybe that's a next year game. But you're right, like a collection of Gears. Like, or even just a Gears 2 Ultimate or something like that, I think is a great idea.
Yeah.
Them doing something like that, I think would be really cool. Especially just to maybe give them like a chance to really develop a game from the ground up on, you know, Series X hardware. I think would be really cool.
Now they'll probably throw another 6 or 7 awesome modes over at Master Chief Collection and totally ignore Halo Infinite.
To be fair, the new modes we talked about earlier this week about in Master Chief Collection actually sound really cool.
They sound amazing, dude. That's what we'll be playing. Compulsion Games has a lot to prove in my mind, Ryan. We Happy Few it had a lot of promise. A lot of people comparing it to BioShock, probably completely unfairly to the game. Maybe it was just the art style, but BioShock, one of the greatest games of all time. This game was not going to be that. So there's a lot to prove, so there's a huge potential there. I could be completely and utterly and stupendously surprised by what Compulsion Games has in store for us. But I just don't, when I think about, again, upholding a year for Xbox, I'm not looking to this crew to do it. But a good surprise would be kind of nice to see. That's kind of what I'm looking for in a handful of these newly acquired studios, is like, show me what you got. Why are you just a number? Are you just like another studio to make sure that Xbox Game Pass has content? Or are you something that could really stand out and call people over into the ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you hit the nail on the head with Compulsion. Like, We Happy Few was a disappointment of a game if I ever played one.
Yeah.
And I really hope their next game, whether it's We Happy Few 2 or something else, like, completely goes back to the drawing board and tries something completely different. Because again, like the survival game idea mixed with, you know, the story that they were trying to tell in We Happy Few just felt like a weird thing. Like it didn't really feel like it fit together really well. Like it felt like two like really clashing ideas that just didn't really help. So yeah, I really hope they do something completely different as their next game and kind of leave We Happy Few behind.
Yeah.
But,
didn't they like change direction like midway through development? I feel like it was kind of like what Cuphead did, and Cuphead nailed it somehow. But yeah, that generally doesn't work. I don't think.
Yeah. Most times anyways, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. Double Fine just did Psychonauts. I'm not sure if there's any, maybe some remasters, maybe some other stuff kind of coming in.
Or if they do something small, like Costume Quest or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, I'd like to see them. Like, it's just too bad. Like E3 is just not happening, because I would like to see what's on deck, but at the same time, like maybe they just get left alone for a little while and they can just go smoke whatever they're smoking or whatever, like creative trips that they go on to come up with these ideas. I don't know how they do it, man.
They go do whatever Tim Schafer wants to do, I guess.
The Initiative is a decade away from releasing anything. In Exile, who did the Wasteland series, I can't wait to see what they've got next, but it's going to be some sort of hardcore RPG, almost like CRPG kind of style, like old school Fallout. I mean, they could do Fallout.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they're the people that are doing the next Fallout game, Sean.
Like old school, like Fallout 1, Fallout 2.
Old school Fallout.
Yeah.
Not like new school Fallout.
Oh, that would be awesome, actually. That's how we bridge the gap, because we're years away. They've got like Bethesda, they're if you just take them for what they are, they're like 20 years away from Fallout 5. So
yeah.
But they can't let that IP sit and just with Fallout 76 for now. That can't be all we get.
No. Although we did say about that about the Elder Scrolls Online, Sean, when they released Elder Scrolls Online, and it's been at least 10 years since Skyrim came out.
Yeah.
So
Kevin from Project X Talk says Double Fine is using Unreal Engine 5, so we know that. I feel like that's a pretty safe assumption for most of these studios that we don't know what they're working on. Maybe they just released something. Very likely going to be on UE5, which kind of just dictates on its own that some of these games are going to be a little further away.
Yeah, exactly.
Obsidian is next. I mean, they got all their irons in the fire.
We got Avowed, we got Outer Worlds 2, which let's talk real quick because we got some time to talk about, you know, what we think about, you know, those. When do we think those games are coming out? Because Avowed, I think, if I had to predict, I'd say Avowed is probably first.
Oh, really? Let's take a bet. Let's have a wager.
But I think Avowed could be next year, if not early 2024. And then Outer Worlds 2, God, I have no idea when that's coming out.
They really did just start it. Like that reveal was so good.
Maybe that's a fall 2024 game. But Sean, what do you think?
Well, the only reason I'm hovering over this one is just because like Outer Worlds kind of exists already, and they might be further along in terms of like even just creating the universe and like how it all works, the decision trees and the systems and all that kind of stuff. Like it already is there. And Avowed, like, what did we get? Like, I get Avowed and the game that Rare is working on mixed up a lot. Everwild. I get those mixed up quite a bit. And Fable, actually. I feel like there's going to be like these really beautiful looking games that are a decade away, man. I don't know. So I almost think like Outer Worlds 2 could come out first, but this is one that I would like them to surprise me with, actually. And I think Obsidian is a really talented studio, and they seem to just like hit their times. Once they're on it, like they're just gonna crush through some of these things. But I wonder too, though, if is it too similar, too close to Starfield? Like, is that occupying kind of the same space where you go, maybe that can be next year's big RPG that we'll sink our teeth into?
Right. That's why, again, like I don't think they're releasing anything this year. I think it's next year at the earliest for either Avowed or Outer Worlds. And you think it's Outer Worlds and I'm Avowed?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh my God, Sean, we're gonna have to wager about this. Actually, you know what? This will make Fantasy Critic next year.
Nice. Yeah, and honestly, in either case, I'm happy. I think I would rather see Avowed first because I kind of already know what Outer Worlds is, and I like it very much. But Dano says Outer Worlds is nowhere close to coming out, and I think that's the case for both games. Honestly, I think they're both very far away. So I'm just whatever it is, Sean. I'm very excited to counterpick you on Outer Worlds. I like it. I'll take it. I will take it. Ryan, I think we're due for some DLC though for Forza Horizon 5. I think we should get like a Blizzard Mountain kind of pack or a Lego thing or something pretty significant. That could fill in the gap here a little bit as we get Top Gun DLC
I
for.
feel like that's what's going to come out this fall instead of Forza Motorsport. The reboot will be DLC for Horizon.
Yeah, I could see things are already in motion with Forza Horizon 5, so I think we're more likely to see more of that. I think that would be good. And are we outside of the time period where Xbox has to make games for Xbox One now? Like, remember when they said like they're going to support it for like 2 years? Like, I think we're starting to talk about games that they're not going to be on Xbox One at this point.
I mean, this fall will technically be 2 years since the console came out.
So there you go.
Which I can't believe. Time just flies by.
Rare is next, Ryan. Sea of Thieves continues to be Sea of Thieves. Everwild, like forever away.
They don't even have a concept for that game yet. They don't even know what that game's gonna play.
Man, I'm telling you,
that
dude.
game is like, that game may never come out, and if it does come out, it'll be like 2025 at the earliest.
Yeah, I'm looking like you run through this list and it's like, man, things are dire. Turn 10 is next. We talked about Motorsport, probably a ways away. They could surprise us. Undead Labs, State of Decay.
Yep.
Nowhere close.
That's one that like, it won't come out this year, I don't think, but it could be a game that's like early or summertime next year. Could be.
Dano says Grounded officially releasing this year.
Yeah.
From Obsidian.
Yes. Nah.
Again, is that the game that you go, thank goodness for 2022, Grounded is here.
But it's a game that we've been playing for, like almost 2 years now, Sean. It's just not exciting.
I played it for a weekend and I was impressed by it. Like if it did come out, I'd be stoked about it, honestly.
Oh, I meant from the sense that like
it's not new.
I never get excited for an early access game to get its full release because, I mean, how much are they really adding with that original release? Like it just feels like, oh well, I've been playing this for a while. It's less exciting that way, I think.
Well, you got a bunch of studios that Xbox had that made games for PlayStation pretty recently, which is amazing. I actually don't know about this is under the Bethesda studio umbrella. Alpha Dog Games. Apparently, they're a mobile games developer. I don't know. Right. I don't think that really impacts us at all.
Yeah, they might make some more mobile games.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're going to work on a console game or not.
Arcane.
I think they do. I think they run on some port on some games as well. But again, I think they're a support studio on console games at most.
Sure. Arcane now. Arcane Studios.
They got Redfall. That's
what they're doing. Yeah. So that's probably going to be out this year. Bethesda Game Studios, of course, Starfield. We know that much. Id could just, dude, if they do a Quake,
it could just be Quake.
If they do a Quake game, I will just lose my ever loving mind. Oh my, way more, by the way, than Wolfenstein 3.
I mean, way more than Doom.
More than Doom.
Another Doom game for me because I love Doom 2016, and from the second I put the controller down with that game, I'm like, man, this is great. But if they did Quake like this, chef's kiss.
Quake has the power. Honestly, Quake has the power to knock Halo off in terms of like the shooter that you play as an Xbox exclusive. Like as far as single player and multiplayer, like that's sweet going. Like you go back, like there are certain games that go back in time in the history of first person shooters, and like Quake is there. It's right there with Halo on like the upper echelon of like Doom, Quake, Call of Duty, Halo. Nothing that PlayStation has ever done. I'm already starting to gather my console war energy for when I chat with Bad a little later on. But yeah, I would love that, and that would be huge. That would be a big moment for them to do it, like some sort of fan fest. Especially if you've been following these guys for a little bit. Machine Games, they do Wolfenstein. You mentioned that they're working on Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
I don't really expect
anything from them. At all. Unless they're doing like another like smaller Wolfenstein thing or something, or if they contract the Wolfenstein game out to someone else. Like maybe like again, they could do what id did with Avalanche for Rage 2. They could do something like that,
right?
Where they help work on a Wolfenstein game with another studio, like a third party studio or something.
But then would that count? Would it be an exclusive? Like would that still like? Would you think about that in a similar way? Would that hit the audience in a similar way?
I mean, it would be probably a second party exclusive, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Or a timed exclusive. So,
which would be fine if we weren't talking about this desert of stuff. Right. Like it'd be like, really? Like that's what's happening here? So that's interesting. Roundhouse Studios, I don't remember what are the we just got like a basic teaser from Roundhouse Studios. What the heck was that one called? It was in like the garage that they were doing. I don't know if you're actually looking it up or if I'm just kind of
I'm
like
looking it up
rambling
because
on. I can't remember what the heck that one was. Maybe we'll come back to it.
These are the guys that were actually just Human Head Studios before.
Yes.
But now they are Roundhouse Studios.
Yeah.
I don't know why Court Lalonde's here, but Court Lalonde's apparently here too.
But I had to shut down the video. We're still on the Xbox Drive, my friend. Tango Gameworks. Tango just made a game for PlayStation, so they're probably out of commission for quite some time. I don't know, man. Some people are, and I think they're giving it some sense that they're moving on beyond Evil Within. Mm-hmm. I would love to see something though on Evil Within. Maybe some sort of remaster or something there.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they just released Ghostwire Tokyo, so it'll be a while. In fact, it'll be a year before we see Ghostwire Tokyo. Actually, I just thought of it now that you mentioned that, John. We're going to probably get Deathloop this fall on Xbox.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So we'll get PlayStation leftovers. That'll be great. When did Ghostwire come out? Did it just came out this year? That was months. Like, time is meaningless to me right now.
Ghostwire came out like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. So honestly, if you told me November, I would have believed you. Like, I have no idea right now.
Yeah. No, it was also a March 25th game. It came out the same day as Kirby and Tiny Tina.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Oh, man, I got so much to catch up on. And then the last one that I've got on this Wikipedia page is ZeniMax Online Studios doing Elder Scrolls Online. So,
yeah. And they'll keep doing that.
That's the list.
They just released a new expansion for Elder Scrolls Online as well. So there you go.
So get hyped. What a get hyped kind of episode for Xbox this year. The thing is, and we've been saying this before, this is a Todd Oxtra kind of episode. I think we've just like expunged every opportunity, at least from a first party standpoint, looking pretty dire. So where are the partnerships? Like, what are they doing with, like, is there a Gotham Knights thing that can possibly happen? Or is that just going to automatically going over to PlayStation? What's happening with Kojima? You know, like, what are they going to be doing over there? Are they, like, can they announce something? Is that even enough? They need games though. Kojima's not ready for a game. There's all these other kind of like potential things that I don't know if the timing is right, man. Weird.
This really reminds me of 2014 for the PlayStation 4 in particular, because that was the year where we got the Order 1886 and literally nothing else from PlayStation.
But a big partnership with Destiny. Like, that's why PlayStation 4 was so great, and we'll talk about this more on the console war room with Mr. Bad, but we're going to talk about some of the best generations and of gaming. And I really do think with PlayStation, they just nailed everything, and particularly second party, third party partnerships, whether it was an exclusive or Destiny, where you play Destiny and Call of Duty was PlayStation. That was crazy. And I'm really actually, now that I'm on this, I'm a little bit disappointed that Xbox hasn't really cracked this whole, they're the most powerful console. They should have that edge. They should be able to like lean into that sort of thing with some of these games, as making Xbox the place to play for that, if you're looking at a release schedule like they are right now. So yeah, not checking off the boxes, my friend. Not even a little bit.
Absolutely not. Well, before we go, Sean, one quick question that we got from the chat that I want to make sure that we answer came to us from Seth Sturgill, who asked the question, as content creators, that sense of FOMO is so hard to break ourselves out of, but I mean, ultimately it's video games. Play what's fun to you. So, Sean, we've talked about this on the show before. Do you ever have a sense as a content creator that you have FOMO looking at other content creators playing stuff, like us talking about Lego Star Wars? And how do you kind of like decide what to play?
Yeah, every day. I feel it every single day, dude. It's impossible. Like, I really do feel like I'm dedicating more time to playing games now than ever, and I still like I'm drowning, man. So I guess just trying to be kind to myself, that acknowledging that there's too much for anybody. It's not just a me thing. But I think it was Garrett Bland actually who had mentioned at some point, he was talking about his choices for gaming. And I actually hadn't really thought of it in that way. And he was disappointed in sort of like the gaming choices that he was making. I think I might be paraphrasing here a little bit. And so I'm going to be looking at it through that lens a little bit over the next couple of months of like, how am I choosing what's next? And that it's almost like too much pressure. Like what algorithm, what evaluation criteria? Like, that's not fun. I just want to like this is why I do some things that are real dumb. Like, I just buy a game that I have no business buying, and I'm just like, we'll see if that's the one that I end up playing. That's why I've got these games from the library, because I'm like, we'll just see if those, like, if when I sit down to play a game and the mood hits, maybe I've got access to one of those games, and we'll just see what happens.
Maybe it'll be time for Call of Duty or Demon Souls at one point. Who
Yeah,
knows, Sean? But
yeah.
Anyways, we gotta get going. But before we go, Sean plugs go.
You can find me on Twitter and on Twitch at Sean Capri, Sean like Connery, Capri like the pants. And you can support us at patreon.com/Carpool Gaming. And you get a free shirt at that ultimate producer level, by the way, guys. And it's the only way to get that founder t-shirt. Is beautiful. You're going to want it. All the links are in the show notes for all of our merch, our Patreon. We got a new goal. I'm going to write a book. If you get us there, we're $30 away as we record this from our highest goal for today, Yumi Capri Day, Carpool Gaming launching. My friend, we did it.
We did it. As for me, you can find me on Twitter at Ryan Turford. You can find us on Twitter now at Carpool Gaming on Twitter. You can find us on YouTube at youtube.com/Carpool Gaming and on podcast services around the globe. So for Sean Capri, I'm Ryan Turford. This has been episode 236 of the Xbox Drive. And we out. Bye.
No power greater than X.
background there.
No,
I see it.
Babbitt was just telling us
see
about
it.
the TIE fighter that's a pinata in his background. We don't have like a logo for this show. Like we don't have like an intro.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Yeah, that's okay.
I was looking at a tweet and I was like, what am I going to I don't know, I'll think of something.
Oh yeah, are you tweeting this out, Cork? Because I am lazy enough not to. I just got off of it.
I can do it.
It's a show that I don't scream at the start. Live, by the way. We're live here at youtube.com/Carpool Gaming. Brand new. We're launching.
Do I usually intro us in?
You sort of like say something that Halo's dead, and then we kind of get into it. Yeah, we're
well,
usually like
it
rambling
is,
on. We're kind of talking. Well,
I mean, he's
then
just speaking the truth.
you can tear down that. You can tear down the poster on your wall.
I might as well because that poster has more views than the
Damn,
right
damn. Okay, well, just to quickly explain, then we'll get into our regularly scheduled programming here. For anybody who's joining us here on youtube.com/Carpool Gaming, we're celebrating a new day. Yumi Capri is dead, just like Halo, and Carpool Gaming is alive. It's our new brand. It's a new umbrella of all of our content, and people are watching us here youtube.com live, youtube.com/Carpool Gaming. This is the console war room, typically a Patreon exclusive show that Mr. Babbitt and I do every single month. You can get it here, patreon.com/Carpool Gaming or patreon.com/trophy. What the hell is your URL?
PS Trophy Room.
PS Trophy Room. I knew that. I subscribed. I think this is one of the coolest things that we do, Babbitt, that we have exclusive content for either. We don't care where you sign up. You just do this. And we battle to the death every single month with this console war business. Mm-hmm.
And I've won every single month.
Yeah, definitely can just keep winning. And I keep showing back up, though. I could do this all day, bitch. I could do this all day. If for anybody new to our content or hasn't really had a chance to check out the console war room, this is a lighthearted little dig at how dumb console wars are. Of course, me being Mr. Xbox fanboy, who also has all the other consoles. Mr. Babbitt, who's a PlayStation fanboy, who also owns all the consoles. We just have a little bit of fun with this notion of console wars, and that's that, man.
I mean everything I say.
There you go. There's our quick explanation, little intro, exclusive at the $3 tier at our Patreon. What is it for you? Does everybody get it over there?
Yeah, something like that. I'm too tired to remember.
It's almost like you've been podcasting
this
all day.
I like my podcast is my Patreon. Somehow people love it, and it's like to me barely functional.
I'm very jealous. Yeah, you do one show,
and,
you do a little after show.
Mm-hmm. A little after show. Everybody loves it. Everybody's like, more of this, please. I go, okay. Mm-hmm. I give them this show. They're like, okay, more of it. I'm like, all right, here's a little nostalgia trip. They like more, and all that stuff. Anyway, nonetheless, I have a complaint because you don't like Horizon Forbidden West.
Yeah.
And I think you're a dumb idiot for not liking it.
Well, I'm right there with you, Babbitt. It's one of my possible game of the years.
It's fantastic. Now Elden Ring's
never played it. Can't.
That is my game of the year. But Horizon, because you're like, this story is not good.
It's a South Park story, man. Here's what's really going on. Here's my snarly little mustache, from outer space.
Loved it. I'm like, when's it gonna get cringy? I'm not there yet. It's great. And like the side quests, everything's good. Everything's great.
I don't want to yuck on your yum. I just didn't like it, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Just not for you, Sean. It's okay.
It's just not for me.
He has a problem with female heroines,
Obviously.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
Now we know the truth, Sean.
Type of show is, y'all.
Damn it.
I believe Metroid. You love
anything
Metroid,
I say
right?
to that, by the way, anything I say to that is going to be the equivalent of like, I have friends.
I was trying for you, and then I realized I was saying
anything I say is like, well, I like Tomb Raider. It's like, no, not
you do love Tomb Raider, though.
I do love Tomb Raider. I really do. I like
For a
Control.
second there, Sean, by the way, I thought you were saying that the whiteboard was in fact your friend. The way you're pointing.
It is actually, it is. This is probably one of the closest friends that I have. Lee Navarro in the chat, also ultimate producer over at patreon.com/Carpool Gaming, says PC is where it's all at. It's all about PC.
Lee,
I think Lee should come on the show with us next month.
Yeah, next month, Lee, you're invited, so I can mock you and all your drivers.
I still got to figure out my Steam. My Steam doesn't work. I can't get my. It's how you need that like third. Sign in, mine doesn't work, and I can't get back into my account. I'm like,
real talk. I bought a Steam Deck, and what the original plan was, because it was supposed to arrive today, was to bring it and go, this is it. This is the end game. This is forget PlayStation, forget Xbox's future Steam Deck. But FedEx, man, FedEx is like, nope. It's Saturday. Sometime, who knows?
Oh,
So
no.
can we blame that on Luke? Because he kind of like threw
It's
some
kinda
shade
his
and
fault.
said that you weren't
Honestly,
gonna get it, right?
you know what? Luke's been being blamed a lot this week from everywhere.
He
so I
has.
feel-
He's conveniently the hitman, right?
Oh my god.
Is it because of the Lauren Landon thing or what? Is that what you guys
Yeah.
talking about too?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
yeah.
he feels bad because he's like, it's not what like you guys are not using the quote right.
He's not wrong.
Shocking.
Not wrong.
I messaged him in the morning. I was like, okay, so Italy has picked it up, and like Portugal, like all these other like he's like, oh, I'm like, just wait for like West Coast to wake up, dude.
Yeah,
you're about to be a thing today.
I
He's
was
like,
gonna
no,
say,
like,
IGN
it's gonna
Game
happen.
That was their top topic this week.
Yeah.
It was on the thumbnail. Luke was
So-
wanting to Damon about it.
I think this title should be "We're canceling Luke Lore."
I mean, it's either that or we can go with, because bad bit before we got sidetracked there, how you were talking about the Steam Deck was the future of gaming, because I've got my Sega Genesis right here, and I think the Sega
course you do.
Genesis is the future of gaming.
Of course you
guys.
do.
But
And of
it's
course
got
you do.
RPGs
Again.
on
So
it,
dead.
it's got Gunstar Heroes on it. It's got everything you need.
Look,
Why do you
I'm
need
like
anything?
a Xbox controller with a PlayStation T-shirt.
I have a
My,
OLED.
I don't know where my Xbox.
And I got a Sega Genesis here.
I
with
didn't buy that,
an
Sean. I think I
N64
should have.
so-
I think I didn't listen to you properly because I know I sent you the text and you're like, no, go it. And then I bought the non-OLED, and now all they want is the OLED.
Well, sometimes they gotta maybe they'll earn it. You know, send those kids around doing some chores, clean some toilets. What do you have them for? You know.
Oh well, we played Mario Party. We play it literally every day. She loves that
awesome.
game.
That's
so,
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, man.
Yeah,
Well, you know, I was listening to the PSVG podcast the other night, and a question came up: who's winning the console war? And Donnie answered, "I think PC." And I'm like, dude, and I think it was rejected as a proper answer, but like, there's something to it. PC is having this crazy renaissance, and you love to see it. Apparently, everybody's got $1 gazillion to buy a gaming PC, or they don't need it now. They spend. How much is the Steam Deck? How much is the Steam Deck there?
I bought mine for $530.
That is really good, dude. Like that's pretty compelling, and you can play Wind Waker on it. That's why you buy
It's
it.
like 9,000 Canadian dollars right there.
Yeah, I think it's the super duper one is like $1,200 with tax out here.
Yeah, let's jump on it. Well, I have enough platforms that I'm falling behind on.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Well, you have to go to the library and rent a Steam Deck, right?
That's right. Well, my library just got Switch games, so here we go, you guys. 5 years later, they finally got it. Can I tell you a quick crack pipe story?
Go for it.
Sure.
Speaking of the library.
I'm only rubbing my head because I know this story.
I went to the library the other day, pick up a couple games, pick up these. Look at these games I got, Babbitt. Look at these things I've got.
Let me see. Let me take a look. Let me take a
Yeah,
gander.
get your reading glasses on. I got the Final Fantasy on the PS5. Got that one coming in here.
That is hot.
Demon Souls.
Demon Souls.
Blue
Okay.
Point, one of the greatest developers, and then also Call of Duty. Call of Duty.
Oh, you want mediocrity on top of all that goodness?
That's what you go to the library for, you know, and also those other two games that I think should be pretty good. But that's not the point of the story. The point of the story is I was at the library picking up these games, very excited about it. But the library's in kind of a dodgy area of the city, and grabbing these games off the shelf, and then I hear something kind of shatter and then roll across the floor behind me. I'm like, oh, that's weird. What happened over there? So I go and I see what appears to be a pen. And I'm like, well, it's weird that pen just kind of shattered on the ground. So I pick it up because who wants garbage on the ground?
No!
It was a crack pipe. It was absolutely a crack pipe that I didn't realize until I was holding it in my hand. And I put it down and said, here you are, sir. Here's your crack pipe back. And yeah, he left. He left very shortly after that.
Well, probably to get more crack.
Yeah. He's like, oh, damn, that was my last crack. I don't even know, like, what do you even do with it? And I'm like, I don't know if that's what it is. Like, I think that's what it was. I'm pretty sure, like, but I've never seen one before. Like, I don't even know where you buy one.
Never?
Right.
No, I don't know.
Well, have you seen like the little marijuana pipes? Maybe you mistook it for that.
Very possible. Very possible. It was just like, it was just pure glass, you know?
My very first time in Alberta, I've seen them in Toronto many times. But my very first time in Alberta, it's like I was in downtown Calgary, and we were staying at a hotel, and it was literally across the train tracks there. Yeah. And I didn't understand.
Wrong side.
I'm like on the one side, and I was like,
Wrong side.
everything's great. I crossed the street. No one was friendly anymore, and there was crackheads everywhere.
Yeah. This is why we play video games. We don't want to go outside and, you know?
Going outside's the worst.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
But to answer your question from way back when,
yes.
What if no one's winning and everyone's winning at the same time?
Gamers are winning.
Yeah.
Gamers are
No, not that cliche. Shoo. No, I'm talking.
I can drop all cliches all day long.
Why did we even invite him, Sean? Why did we even invite him?
PlayStation has a streaming service now. We all win. We have Steam, Game Pass, and then PlayStation Plus.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, everyone is winning. Like, if you're an Xbox fan, you got all your Game Pass games that you play 15 minutes of, and you tell us how much of a revelation it was. And then if you're a Nintendo fan, you know, Nintendo hits you in the shins every couple of months. You thank them for it. They yell at you and threaten to sue you, and you destroy your livelihoods. And then if you're PC, you're updating your drivers, but you're literally getting all the exclusives that would be on Xbox and PlayStation either day and date or a year or two afterwards in their best quality.
And you're getting games at a discount price all the time.
Yeah.
Like you're not
because
paying
that's
full
the
price
only
for
way
anything.
that games could get noticed now. Like on Steam, that's how broken the Steam marketplace is. Real talk, every game comes out a little bit more expensive, but they always throw like a 20% discount in there. That is because it's the only way your games are going to track on that marketplace.
That's like the eShop. That's like Nintendo as well.
Yep.
That's why I have Cat Milk, that game, for 99 cents. I bought that one. Yeah, I bought it. They don't even get trophies or anything for it. It's not even like a My Name is Mayo kind of thing.
What do you get on Steam? Stickers? Here's a Steam sticker.
Here's a sticker, and I'm like a 5-year-old. Like, yes, I get another sticker.
I think Steam has achievements.
They definitely have achievements. Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely have achievements.
I want to call them stickers.
And you can
now from
even,
now on.
I believe, if you like on Xbox ones, if you already have it on Game Pass, it'll coincide. So if like you're playing on Steve, it'll pop the Xbox achievement and the Steve achievement at the same time. So you'll get two. So it's kind of like, you know, fun.
It's kind of like crack.
It kind of is like crack.
There's a console war happening in the chat, and it's like Donnie and Kato going at each other, and it is just as entertaining as maybe even more entertaining than we are at this moment. Not to completely like everybody else on the Discord call just like looks over like, what is happening?
Yeah,
over
I
here?
want to. Donnie, you want in on this?
We should have maybe we open things up. We've been maybe a little bit too stringent on our rules for the console war room. Maybe we just invite 6 people. It's just this cacophony of just madness. It'll be 4 hours long.
All right, I gotta go get my dictionary
every Sunday.
I mean, Sean, it wouldn't be too different than, I don't know if you've ever watched the Spawncast before, that Spawnwave does, where every Saturday night they have a podcast with 10 people.
That'd be amazing.
Sometimes more. I mean, that's what you need to do. That's what you need to do, Sean.
Well, Halo is dead, so this will take over Halo Saturdays.
Yeah, exactly.
Like honestly, real talk. Let's get real about Halo for a second.
Okay, let's get real.
Does it not make you Xbox people nervous?
Does it not make you nervous?
I don't think it. The word nervous, I wouldn't be frustrated.
They can't even handle their own goddamn flagship. Like I'm frustratedly upset.
Yeah,
they can't even handle their flagship.
Yep,
he's not
correctly.
Wrong. Yep.
And we're expecting like every single game that's going to come from them is going to be like this shiny piece of amazing. Like we're just assuming it because these, Ninja Theory's talented, Obsidian's great, but like Activision, Bethesda, everybody's going to be fine. But their flagship, Master Chief, right now, you go on Twitch. I was looking the other day because it's part of my job. Only 500 people were watching the Master Chief, Halo Infinite.
More people are watching Master Chief Collection, I believe.
Yeah, more people are playing the Master Chief Collection than this. It's like, come on, I'm frustrated as a Halo fan of like 343. What are we doing? Like, I'm frustrated because for 6 months we've gotten no new content, like no new weapon, no new map, and then you have Fortnite over here every other week putting out really great content. Or just new content or different content. And the thing that frustrates me, I was talking to, Ainsley Bowden, who is a Halo apologist, and he's just like, yeah, but like back in the day, Fortnite didn't get it together. It took a couple of months. Apex didn't get it together till season 3. I'm like, but that is not what we're in right now. The times we are living in is you have strong competitors in this sphere. When Apex did, it was only Fortnite and PUBG that was declining. When Fortnite came in, it literally made the space. So like, I don't find that is a good defense. I feel like if you wanted to make this game a platform, as what you've been saying, you should have had it out the gate, ready to go, and your pipeline raring to go from the gate, or else you should have just waited on it. Because I honestly feel like my love of Halo Infinite though I think it is a great game, has definitely waned. Like I like the nostalgia goggles are off, and I'm kind of seeing it for what it is. Going, yeah, it's the best 343 Halo. Still not like amazing.
I kind of want to play Halo 4 now because I liked Halo 4 quite a lot, but like in close proximity to Halo Infinite. I have a question that sort of has a bit of a. I need to clarify a little bit because you mentioned like if this is going to be a game that is a platform and people are going to be playing this forever, that they should have had it ready. My question is, what game did that? Is there an example of a game that has done that, or is every game that is launched in this way, or is this style of game is this just what we should expect, or because it's Halo, we shouldn't just go bent down to the lowest common denominator?
I think it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I don't know about you guys. But like, I think, yeah, out the gate, a lot of games as service games do usually have a rough patch. But like, I'm thinking of games that have gone through the ringer for, a few rounds now. And I think of games like Destiny that right off the gate have content for you, people are extremely happy with, and they're really enjoying their time with it. And then you see games that are complete failures like Babylon's Fall, that like less than like 10 people are viewing that on Twitch. So Halo's counting its blessings, I guess. But not to say that like Halo's doomed. It could easily come back with a new Forge and whatnot. It's just frustrating to see as 343 has, to me, in terms of content, severely dropped the ball, under-delivered, and though they've been transparent, have also just fumbled their messaging because Forge should have been out now.
Yeah.
And season 2 should have been out.
Everything they announced should have been out now by now. And it's almost like they didn't learn. Like Ubisoft put out the Division 2 and no content. And the Division 1 had all the success and it had longevity. And they knew what everybody wanted. They knew what kept people in the game. And even myself, who loved the series, I got to a point, I'm like, well, there's nothing more to do. So then they took too long, and then they started giving out free content. And you can even look like Sony right now just released MLB The Show. It is a live service game. It has a season's pass. They are already releasing content like crazy for this, and they've given a roadmap. They're doing a Twitch stream today where anybody who's streaming it, if you just follow them, they give you free cards. They have content lined up. And Xbox did with Forza, but as Sean's pointed out on many different occasions, they killed Forza by bringing out Halo a couple weeks after.
Totally unnecessary.
And Forza's had a lot of content drops, but no one talks about it anymore. And the game was so hot at the time. So
that's why I'm not impressed with the 20 million people have played Halo. Cool.
Yeah,
how many people are still playing Halo?
Yeah. When we were going to give it the review on the Xbox Drive, I remember talking to Sean and Ryan right before we went live, and they were like, well, what's your score going to be? And I was like, I think it's going to be like a 7.5. And they were both in shock. And I was like, well, I don't see where this is going. I've already played it. I'm going to have to play it again, but I've looked at what's coming from the multiplayer. Yeah, it's fun, but there's nothing there. Like they were almost going on the laurels of like, here's Halo, you like Halo, so you're going to play Halo, but you need to give me a reason to go back. There's nothing there. There's no dopamine hit. It's just not there.
I think that's an impossible thing to review for, though, like in terms of, is this game going to last another 6 months? And I don't know that, I kind of stand by my review because I reviewed it based on what I played at the time and what we would be playing at that moment. But this is why this conversation is really interesting, just because that can change over time. And I don't know, maybe that's where review conversations end up going, is evaluating a game if it's trying to be a thing, like a games as a service kind of thing, that we evaluate on that terms. And then maybe that was missing from my review back then, because I was really talking about the campaign, which I really did enjoy. But yeah, did I don't know. I kind of look back to that quite a lot, Ryan.
Yeah, the point I was about to bring up was the campaign, the review that we actually did was very campaign focused.
Yeah.
That was just what we had at the time. And we would obviously played the multiplayer beta, but that wasn't really the big focus. So yeah, I mean, that discussion certainly came in, but it wasn't the main focus of our discussion previously.
And it certainly doesn't excuse the fact that Horizon's story is a joke and nobody likes it.
Wow. but also with these live service games, should we be even be reviewing them anymore? Should we just be doing an impressions until they start having content? Like, you're putting out all these games live service. Look at Destiny 2, for example. That game was on release is not the game you play now. They've actually gotten rid of the campaign that we all played when it first launched. It doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
As someone who is reviewed multiple MMOs in the past, because MMOs do this thing where they release the base game and then they have expansions usually every year or two, and then they have content throughout the year. And generally, when reviewing an MMO, the way that I find always works best is to phrase the review as each expansion comes out as a 1.0 review of the expansion, and then provide impressions throughout the year, and basically phrase the review and write the review in such a way that it's very obvious that it's an evolving process, where this is the review if you're just going to play just this, and then we will continue to update it, every 3 months or whenever new content comes out, especially Final Fantasy 14 in particular, because the developers are so good at providing a roadmap for it that they always stick to, where there's an exact formula that you can follow, that it's very easy to plan content around that from a content creator's perspective. But go ahead and back.
Yeah. No, and you made a great point. Roadmaps. Sticking to it. Like Donnie, in the chat's like, it could easily be saved with really good content, a nice roadmap, all that. It could, but I'm sorry. I don't think 343's that capable. I think of providing it, because they had a year. They had a year.
Mm-hmm. Another year.
And they put out something that the content's great. Don't get me wrong. I love Halo. I love how the game plays, but the maps are now boring. I am not intrigued by the maps. I would like new ones. Mm-hmm. The weapons, they're fine, but I would like more of them. Change up that meta process. And Forge, co-op, both of those have been delayed multiple times at this point. And where I hear really great and promising things about Forge, you're still having this problem of like, people are saying season 2 is not enough content. Yeah. Like, this is not enough.
That's where I'm at.
Like only 2 maps. One of them's a big team battle map. This ain't it. Mm-hmm. Like, if you thought this was it, this
should have all released when the game released.
Or on a monthly or semi-monthly basis, rotate maps in and out so you keep the game fresh. Because like Forge is great, but I literally saw someone play on Fortnite today, Blood Gulch Domination in Fortnite.
Oh, wow.
Like, you have a really good creator suite in other places, and people aren't just going to wait around for that content to come out if the content's still already so little. If the package that you've just revealed to everybody and everybody's like, all right, this is good, but is it enough? I don't think that's it. I think what Halo needs, and we talked a little bit about this on Cast Co-op, is it desperately needs a Warzone from Halo 5 and 4, I think. No, just Halo 5, or it needs a BR mode. It needs your high octane arena shooter stuff that we love Halo for, but it also has to branch out and get folks that want that more battle royale, dare I say, even chillish experience where you're just with your friends having that conversation. You don't have to be sweaty all the time. Have that variety in the suite, I think, is going to bring a lot of people in.
And I think that's the kind of thing that could really flesh out a good roadmap. Like, when you talk about it at first, I'm just like, I don't know that I'm gonna get hyped about a JPEG that they share. Like, this is what's happening for the rest of the year. Like, I'm not generally the person who goes like, oh my gosh, stop the press. Is like, but if they pepper that with a few of those things that you mentioned, the things that we know that we like, then I'm kind of a little bit down for that. But when I see something like season 2 coming out, I'm like, I don't know what any of this stuff, I don't know what this map is. Like, I'm not going to get excited just because there are 2 new maps. Like, the maps have to be good. And the content that you're releasing has to be good. So there's like this kind of unknown thing that happens to me anytime any sort of like roadmap happens, whether it's Fallout 76 or Sea of Thieves or whatever. I'm not going to be just like blown away by the title. We're revealing the title of the next season of whatever. Like, who cares? But we've been listening to you. We know what you want. And here's when it's going to happen. I think it was Matt in the chat earlier mentioning like it holds them. It creates an accountability piece that they got to hit those dates. And it's like, no shit. Like, that's what we're mad about. Like, that's what we're like, there's nothing. So at least keep us around. But in the meantime, we'll just be distracted by a bunch of other stuff.
And real talk, like for the folks that like, I said this as well, I'm going to say it again. The hardcore audience of Halo, if they keep listening to only the hardcore audience of Halo, they will kill Halo.
Yeah, that's true.
Look at Fortnite. Fortnite, when it first came out, was not a BR. It was this weird co-op, horde-based shooter. They saw it. They saw PUBG. They stole a crap ton from PUBG, and they made a better battle royale.
Yeah.
They shifted because they saw that there's an audience here. So someone's hungry for that. Apex Legends saw that with their BR mode. They're like, hey, what if we just make this temporary mode that is just an arena 3v3v3, and it's just an arena mode, and people love it.
Yeah.
Like, you can expand more than just what the base demands of you. I definitely think that's what is it? A creative
assembly?
No. What's the team that just signed on for Halo? To do weird stuff in it.
Certain Affinity.
That's probably what they're doing, and I desperately
did
think
Halo
that's
Wars, didn't they? Is that what I'm thinking of? That's
No,
what
no,
Creative Assembly.
Yeah, they did
Creative
Halo
Assembly
Wars.
did Halo.
Yes. Okay.
Certain Affinity actually has been around working on Halo since Halo 2. They made the Halo 2 map pack, and they made a bunch of support stuff for Halo's multiplayer for years and years and years and years. And in fact, the studio was actually founded by ex-Bungie developers after Halo 1 basically wrapped up development. So yeah, it's cool to see them finally. They're back on the project. I mean, they were involved in Halo Infinite before. They're in the credits if you actually go watch the credits for Halo Infinite. But they're not. They didn't play like a huge pivotal role in the multiplayer development. But that was why they made that announcement, to basically say they're taking a much larger role in developing the multiplayer for sure.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
And to bring this back to a console war focus, that's why I like the acquisition of Bungie so much. Because I'm hoping, not to say that every single one of these games that PlayStation's making, games of service, is going to pan out. I actually expect very few of them to pan out. I'm being very realistic. I think they're casting a very wide net and expecting one of those two things to be a success. That being said, the way that Bungie has, and just from secondhand sources for me in terms of like fans or whatnot, they like the way that Destiny is monetized. And Destiny has found, I think, the formula and the tools to monetize a games as service and live service game correctly, or correctly enough where most people don't mind. And I think by PlayStation kind of going, hey, if we could use your technology, we give you multimedia stuff. I think this could be a really good partnership. It's something that is exciting for me, so that whenever, I'll say it, whenever the SOCOM game or the Resistance game or the Marvel multiplayer game comes out, they already at the gate understand the assignment, and they don't have such a tumbling period of like getting content out or supporting the game post-launch.
Yeah.
That's the thing that really excites me, because to me, all these all these acquisitions from Xbox when it comes to publishers, a little bit Bethesda and none of it with Activision Blizzard, excite me, because I want to see how you're benefiting your suite of games and how those partnerships that you're creating can make meaningful change in your company. Because all I'm seeing from Microsoft is saying, hey, this company that has awful, toxic workplace environment that supports all sorts of awful things, we like you. Come be a part of us so we can fulfill a portfolio.
That's a spin, and you know, this is what the console is. That is absolute. That's a spin. That's a spin.
How's it a spin?
It's because technically, the people who run the company, did they get a golden parachute? Sure.
Yes.
But did it expedite the getting them the hell out of there? Yes. And I don't think that Xbox says, I like how nasty that company is, I want to be a part of that. I feel like the true spirit of what happened there is get the nasty people out of there, then we can actually get what the true core value of these, the IP, the talent, the studios, all those things, and make that part of the Xbox ecosystem. So you get out of here with that that's
and
that's
also
garbage.
with people, hold on, but working in the corporate world, do you understand how hard it is to get rid of even the scummiest of the scum? Like it's almost next to impossible. They all get golden parachutes regardless. I used to work at a company that 3 people I know did very terrible things. They still got ridiculous amount of money when they got fired for that terrible thing. It's just, unfortunately, that is business, and we all look at it as a video game thing. I truly believe Xbox doesn't get voted as Microsoft, sorry, doesn't get up there as one of the best places to work, and then they take over Activision. Everybody's like, oh, they still suck. I do find it hilarious that politicians in the United States have vested interest out of nowhere into this acquisition, but have no problem with the Warner Discovery and all these other ones. So I think there's more to it, or that one firm that keeps saying, hey, I don't want this acquisition to happen. These Microsoft is just going to make it worse. There is something even more going on behind the scenes, unfortunately, and I think it's even more disgusting, but it has more to do with the business side and nothing to do with the video game side.
I thought we were
Bobby
getting
Kotick
way too
sucks.
chubby. So I wanted to throw some blood in the water.
I have no problem. I like both sides.
People are
but
liking this spin thing. This is gonna be a thing.
If we're gonna like go out, PlayStation's had some terrible things. Every developer, if we want to turn a rock, sucks. None of them are all good. Everybody, you want to turn rocks, you're gonna find terrible things every time.
Glass houses, everybody.
So here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking, and why Phil Spencer's a dirty, no good liar.
Son of a bitch.
Right? Here's this guy who's like, oh, the news out of Activision's troubling. We're going to reevaluate our relationship with them.
I'm so happy.
What was reevaluating? We're just gonna buy them because we know that their stock prices,
What is he gonna say?
And
What exactly is he gonna say in that point?
I don't have anything what he said. I'm troubled by the actions of which he took.
PlayStation wishes they could have bought them. Like, please get your head out of your butt.
I think by the time people listen to this,
had the
PlayStation
money
could be buying
or
a big
had the
thing.
capital, they would have done the deal themselves. Activision
think
went
so.
out and sought. I totally disagree with
Jim
you.
Ryan
It is a
wouldn't
smart
do it just for the
business decision
kids.
to buy the #1 selling video game. It is a very smart business decision.
Jim Ryan's gonna.
You're like, come on now.
He's gonna.
This is business.
He's
Stop
gonna acquire
thinking like a
Konami with
gamer
an
and think
IOU.
like someone that likes to make money. All
Then,
Xbox
you know
wants
what,
to do is
Phil
make more money.
Spencer, stop talking to me about how much you love everybody. Just say it.
Well, he's got
Just
to
say
because
what
he's
we're
got to make the
all-
gamers
what we're
just to
thinking.
shut them up half the time because all they like to do is whine and say, "Oh, everybody loved me." You know what? It's about business. Business sucks. I'm telling
Can
you
I
right
just say
now. We
I
all work
agree
for
with
companies
Elizabeth Warren?
that don't care about us. They will
think
fire
he's
us on a
right.
dime to make more money.
What
Any
is she
day of
right
the week.
about?
right.
What is she right about?
Because the way I read her argument is, so when we're taking a look at mergers and acquisitions, first and foremost, corporations are becoming way too influential in the way that they have become so large, so in charge, that it is hard to break any of these businesses up. Like we're coming into the end game of capitalism, right? Where essentially she wants to slow down, if not stop, big corporate mergers, the sizes of that we're seeing here with like Activision, Blizzard, or Microsoft, because you're eliminating competitors from the field, large ones. And not enough small competitors can actually come in here and actually make a dent or become a large competitor themselves, right?
That's not
Because
capitalism.
eventually...
And also, she's picking and choosing who she decides that she doesn't like their deal. Because she's
Which
letting
is-
all the media companies have no problem with the video game one. She's like, whoa, you video game nerds, we don't like that. Come on now, Elizabeth Warren, get your head out of your butt.
Well, it's all also about the bad culture at Microsoft, according to
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
according
also
to her,
I think a
bad culture.
lot of those media entities that have been consolidating weren't when she was in office. So if you like to take a look at that before you start
Warner
your spin zone.
Warner Discovery just happened.
Warner
she was already
Discovery-
in office. She
Warner-
was already in office. She
Warner
was already in
Discovery
office.
happened.
I guarantee you, Microsoft didn't give her money for her campaign, so she's like, "I hate you now." Politicians suck, and they only care about the money on the back end. And Elizabeth Warren sucks just as much as the rest
I'm on
of
the
them.
Bernie Bang bus
Isn't
as
she?
well.
Isn't Elizabeth Warren? Isn't she the one that said like she's got Native American background or whatever?
We've all been
Lady's
wrong
a kook,
before.
man. Whatever. She's a glass house all the day long. Don't even get into politics here. Come on now.
No, I like what she says. Anyway, her argument
Whatever.
is...
She says a lot of lies, so I guess you like lies.
Whoa.
All day long,
Slow
buddy.
your roll. Slow your roll. Also, she has been vocal about the WB thing, so maybe you check your sources first. Anyway,
She didn't do it.
nonetheless...
She didn't put out no tweet. She didn't get everybody all running up and going, everybody's got to stop this. She didn't.
So I've been letting Bagman kind of go on here a little bit,
Yes, please.
just long enough so that you can spill it all out there, so that you got to chew it all back up when PlayStation makes what appears to be lining up to be a pretty massive acquisition, and that
I'm gonna hate it too.
bigger than Kojima, and they'll have to look
I'm
at
gonna
that.
hate it too.
And I don't know why
Not gonna
I
like
don't
it.
necessarily know why you have to to hate it, and I think that this whole like end stage capitalism stuff is an interesting thing because we thought we were at end stage capitalism when Internet Explorer was included in Windows 95. Like it's too like 6 inches in front of your face kind of thing.
Right.
Like there's much more road for us to travel on.
I would say move to America, try to pick a competitive health insurance or cable provider.
Why would I move to America?
Yeah,
exactly.
Seriously, we don't have to worry about a health insurance out here.
But like that's
kidding.
the
I
thing
love you
we're
guys.
Free
I'm
dental
concerned
soon.
about.
Yeah.
When
we
I
have that
take
too.
a look at what
we have
happened
only
in
Bell
the,
and Rogers out here. We only have the
exactly.
two
Doesn't that
companies.
suck?
Hang on a second.
Don't you want more people out
Ryan,
there
if
fighting for your buck?
if Ryan could just be a little less controversial on this show, please, Ryan.
What would I do? I didn't say anything.
I'm just kidding.
Ryan, we can't talk about media companies. Actually, Ryan kind of works.
I was gonna say that's why I'm
also
saying
Elizabeth Warren did send a letter raising concerns about the Warner Media and Discovery deal, but
I don't like talking about American politicians. I don't think I have anything to do with it.
Court doesn't want to talk about that.
Did she have like a whole like brouhaha over Twitter and get all the other ones? Okay. If I can find it, I will take it all back.
We only care because
Linnea has a good point. I agree. Let's not talking about American politicians. I was chatting with Babbitt
I'm in the spin zone.
before this thing. That's all right. I mean, Real talk, court fire, boom, says Assemble. Those are just words. I don't even know if that's a sentence.
Can we be in a court?
Apparently, court's also on fire. Literal
Absolutely on fire.
according to Harry Bourne.
I don't want to be on fire.
Prior to the show, I was messaging Babbitt. And I said, well, we'll obviously cover that Halo is dead because that's kind of an ongoing theme for us here.
Wait, hold on. We didn't cover the fact that Halo is actually still alive in the Master Chief
Collection.
A bunch of cool stuff.
Good point.
Flood Fight sounds really cool, and I want to play
it. Brian, I love this
doesn't that make
talk.
you sad, Ryan? There's more people invested in Master Chief Collection than they are in.
I went off on the Xbox Drive.
It's very weird. It's very weird to me. It doesn't make me sad. It makes me perplexed. Sure, but it doesn't make me sad because, I mean, at this point, I know we're going to just keep playing the same Halo maps in Halo Infinite anyways until they release more, and I'm okay with that.
I don't know how to say, I might be saying this wrong. Linnea in the chat saying, working as a digital analyst at a health insurance company in Sweden, come move here. I just wanted to bring this out here that we got a listener from Sweden, which is awesome, but also...
how does it work? Because I will take you up on that.
Seriously, but I do think it's important. It's video games is the thing. There's some people who listen to us who are in America, North America, all that other stuff. We're very lucky that we have people from everywhere listening to us, and don't give a rip about who the hell even Elizabeth Warren is. And I am on that boat. So
I want more people to yell at her, though.
Nobody cares. Nobody knows who she is, and they don't care. I wanted to talk to you guys about the best generations for some of the consoles. If we're limited to maybe Nintendo, maybe you can do an era of PC if you like. I know, Babbitt, you're a huge PC gamer, a bunch of big old dork.
Getting your floppy disks out.
Sean, haven't you been like a reform? Like you're loving your PC.
I am.
Right?
I did. When I call somebody a dork, it's not an insult. It's like you're one of us, man. I was raised in the PC gaming. But I wanted to just kind of talk about some of our favorite times with consoles. I figured because this is more of a celebration kind of day, and I figured we got Ryan, we got Court here, and I was mentioning earlier, I think maybe on the Xbox Drive, that like PS4 was just a absolute monster of a console and just the games that came out of it. So just thought we could have kind of round things out here the last, 20, 25 minutes or so. It's talking about some of our favorite consoles and some of the games that came out and all that kind of stuff. And Ryan's been doing a lot of talking, so I'm going to throw it to Court. I'm just kidding. Ryan, why don't I throw it to you to put you on the spot with this?
Yeah. I mean, as far as some of the best console generations go, I mean, I always remember, and I think, first of all, it's kind of like when you look back on your favorite movies or your favorite music and stuff.
Armageddon.
Like that, it will always be
Coolio.
Like whatever your most impressionable time of your life will be, as to probably what console era you'll maybe bond towards. I mean,
Great Gazelle.
Some could actually argue, for me personally, it might just be late 90s PC games, because that's what I was playing, doing
Sierra
esports thing, playing Jedi Knight and StarCraft pretty competitively. But as far as console games are concerned, as far as console eras, because it's a console show.
Oh, right.
For me, I really have two that really stick out in my mind, and one of them, because I'm an old man, would be the Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo console era. I feel like that would be
Genesis.
one of my favorite all-time console eras or console generations, as far as I'm concerned. Some amazing games came out of that, both on Sega and Genesis, Sega and Super Nintendo. All kinds of RPGs, and it really just kind of formed like the types of games that I would love going forward. So I always love revisiting games from that era. And then the other one is the PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube era. Is probably the other one I'd throw out there. Throw in some Game Boy Advance as well. And I think that's a really solid console generation, because I think you had an amazing selection of games. PlayStation 2 had a bajillion games on it, and a lot of them were really good. There was also some really bad shovelware too, but that was certainly a thing. But I also really love the GameCube and the original Xbox. So, and then the Game Boy Advance was out then too. So, yeah, that's where I would have to go. But Court, what about you?
Well, as the elder statesman in the room, these are just, it is what ColecoVision was around it was.
Magnavox Odyssey.
My most oh my God moments of I feel so comfortable are actually with Nintendo from back in the day. Would be the first NES, the very first video game I have ever played on a television was Ghosts and Goblins. And I can still that it's still in my head. It's there. It's just such a good song to me. I just love it. I have one over my shoulder. And then the Super Nintendo came out, and you had the first time I ever remember playing games with buddies with them. We didn't really play a lot of Nintendo games 2 players. It was more playing Mario, and that was or Zelda, and it's back in the day when there was no internet, but we somehow all learned where the secrets were in Mario.
I know.
We all learned how to do the map in Zelda, and it was all because we would play it, go to school, tell someone else, someone would write it down, and it would go. If you think about the Konami code itself and the fact that everybody knows it, well, we knew that when I was 8 years old, and we had to know that from someone telling someone to someone, literally, telling someone to everybody knowing what the Konami code was, because you got your Electronic Gaming Monthly, or you got your Nintendo Power, and that's the only way you knew about video games. It was the only way. So there's a lot of great memories there. And then you have the Xbox 360. It's my 20s. It's the first console that I buy personally with my own money. And it was such a... it was a different time. When that console launched, that was the first one where people were lining up to go get it, because Sony decided to drop this huge price tag. And in at least in Canada, that price difference was huge for us, right?
I feel like people lined up for PS2 at the very least.
Yeah, but I don't. So that was that was the first one I just started going to the bar, so I kind of missed that console. But that Xbox 360, I just remember it with a lot of fond memories. The fact that the console kept breaking and we all kept wanting one.
Yeah.
And then I would keep going to the Wii first coming out, and then all of a sudden that became the party.
Yes.
Everybody was bowling and playing Wii Sports before you went to the bar, and it became this extra thing. We always played Wii Sports. I played that more than any other game. And then you got into, you brought it up, the PlayStation 4. The amount of unbelievable games that came out. You got The Last of Us. You got so many great IPs that came out on that console. And I talk about The Last of Us. We talked about it today on the PlayStation Drive. How much that was the first game that made me cry, and how much emotion I got from that game. And I am so looking forward to them bringing that game back out from the ground up, how they're redoing it. But I'm scared, because I'm a father now, and I'm so scared to play that game just to see what emotions come out of me when that part happens at the beginning, because I know it's going to happen, but I think it's it had me bad enough that at the time I had to walk away and to pause and walk away. And I don't know how, even knowing it's going to happen, it's going to be my stomach is going to turn and turn and turn. And so to me, that's what video games are. And it's about bringing me together in consoles, bringing me together with my friends, and then bringing me into another world.
Yeah.
Can I enter the spin zone one more time?
Oh, no.
Spin zone. Here we go.
The SNES and Sega Genesis era is overrated. It's not really that great.
Wow.
Not really that magical.
Hey, everybody's got to have
the
their own
games you
opinion.
played were shovelware and garbage. Court, we said one generation, and you picked 6.
I know. Even the whole
Stand by
gaming
your
history.
word. Pick one.
Well,
you picked 8 generations.
I was
there,
like,
okay?
maybe I asked the question
Well,
kind
I'll
of wrong.
spin it back on you. You saying any generation is garbage. It's just remember, it's just an age thing.
That's
Like
right.
I grew up with really bad Commodore
He's on
64
the wrong
games.
show. He wants to agree. No, you're wrong.
No, I don't like disagreeing with people. It's just easier to just get along.
Console war room. We're supposed to fight.
Yeah, well.
And I mean, to your point, to answer your rebuttal about Genesis and Super Nintendo bad bit, it's like I play those games now all the time, and I mean I play more. I mean I've told Sean this before, but my retro game playing takes up like half my gaming playing time versus playing modern games. And I play a ton of Genesis and Super Nintendo
Which is
games.
crazy because the guy beat like Tina's Wonderworld and whatever. He played like 2 games in the last week, and
Dude,
it's like that's half your time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's fine.
That's half your time.
I have
It's fine.
But I'm just saying that those games still really hold up well. Yes, there's a lot of shovelware on those consoles, but I think there's less shovelware there than on the PlayStation 4 store or the Wii or something like that. Just throwing that out there.
I'm gonna ignore that good point, and I'm just gonna go straight to what. Well, no, this is called a deflecting. So Elizabeth Warren came. No, it's an easy one, guys. It really is. If you just take a look at it, you just take a gander. That was, if I have to think of what was the best generation, I have to think of the PlayStation 4. I genuinely feel like that is Sony's golden age, and that they were ahead of the curve in terms of storytelling in games by a large margin. I feel like finally we're starting to see folks get in that range of Sony like storytelling in the AAA space. But I mean, from the start, they literally murdered the competition right in front of them. And it's funny because it was just like self-inflicting. Like I remember the claps at like, there's no DRM. Here's how you trade in games. And sure, half of those things are now normal here. Like we expect it. But back then, Xbox was way too fast, way too forward thinking, and not even just forward thinking. They predicted the future, but didn't get the details.
There was no benefit to it. Like they didn't sell the benefit to it to outweigh any of the questions that people had about it.
Exactly. So to me, when I take a look at the PlayStation 4 generation, I still put Last of Us Part 1 in the PlayStation 4 camp more than the PS3 camp, because most people played it on the PlayStation 4 instead of the PS3. And you're right, Court. I'll agree with you here. That scene is just
best in video game history.
Yeah. Like I watched it literally like earlier today. I was getting emotional. I was like, Jesus. I remember sitting there.
That's how you start your day. This is a good cry watching The Last of Us opening. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And how that show's gonna nail it. The show's gonna nail it. By the way,
it's so funny that like nobody has picked up on the fact that The Last of Us is a PS3 game.
Yeah,
and like you guys don't even know what you're talking about. You're saying it's linking this game to the PS4. Yes, there is a remaster, but it's a PS3
and most
game.
people played it. But most people played it on PlayStation 4.
Well, and
anytime I start a game and it just starts in someone's bedroom, automatically I'm like, oh, please don't do this to me again.
No, it is
gonna
nice.
happen again.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna, but like when I think of the PlayStation 4 generation, I'm thinking of Uncharted 4. I'm thinking of The Last of Us. I'm thinking of Spider-Man. I'm thinking of God of War. I am thinking of Horizon. I'm thinking of Ghost of Tsushima. Thinking about all these great experiences that Bloodborne. How can I even forget that year in year out? They may not be the game of the year, but Sony is always in that conversation.
There are IPs that'll be in video game history forever. Like Ghost of Tsushima is one of the best games I have ever played.
Period.
Like I'm a huge Assassin's Creed fan.
Donnie's thinking dreams. Yes, Donnie understands the assignment.
They literally were like, "Hey, Assassin's Creed,
come in here.
Cool story.
Thinking about
We're
Knack.
about to make the best." They took everything that Assassin's Creed, they made it. They gave us a great story. They made it cohesive.
Which one?
Made sense. Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
And they made the stealth better than Assassin's Creed is tried in years.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who cares about stealth?
And look, the games are so great that we'll ignore the Order 1886. We will ignore
I think the game's good. I actually think it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can't ignore
Dreams.
Okay.
Knack. We'll forget about that because the games that we do remember are just.
You need to make mistakes to make good things in the end. Not everybody's perfect. unfortunately.
So I feel like there's a lot of love for PS4 and that like I'm resisting the urge to like jump on
360 PS3 though.
Well, that's where like this is kind of where I'm going to take the like where
if I'm going to pick one generation, it's right there.
So, well,
come on, tell us about the
PS3.
Wii U, Sean.
PS4 was kind of pitched as like, well, it seems like everybody's got a love for it, but like, what do you throw against it?
You had the Wii, you had the Xbox 360.
You put the Wii against the PS4?
No, but you had all three of them at the same time, right? You had the Wii, the PS3, and the Xbox.
I'm not sorry, and maybe I'm using the word generation too broadly. Like, think about the console and the like what it represented for that generation. So PS4,
well, then he's right.
Banger
PS4 is the best
for that one. Is there any other console that comes as close to that
Super
to a PS4?
Super Nintendo.
I'd have to agree with Court. Super Nintendo.
By far, Super Nintendo brought out like it was the first time as from back then. If you remember, we used to have arcades, and arcades had better games. This is Babbitt. You might have been in diapers. You might not even been born. It's just we
remember, like, man. Just because I'm not on Medicaid,
still in diapers.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that was the first time. Remember when Street Fighter came or Ninja Turtles? We were like blown away. We were like, oh my god, we were playing arcade games on a console.
Yeah,
it was mind blowing to us.
NHL 94.
And you had so many games. Everybody had a Super Nintendo. Everybody did.
Yeah. Just remember back to Mortal Monday when Mortal Kombat came to consoles, and it was this giant deal. You'd go to stores everywhere and just be like full of Mortal Kombat stuff.
Clay Fighter.
Like you go to Jumbo Video or Blockbuster, and it was just Super Nintendo games as far as the eye can see.
NBA Jam.
And that's all. NBA Jam, another one, arcade game that comes over, and you're like, oh my, WrestleMania. Another game where all these arcade games for the first time could be on a console. Because originally you had your NES and then you had the better looking games in the arcade.
Yeah.
And then your PC games didn't even look good back then because they were all Sierra games, point click. They just didn't look that good. And then you had, at the time, the Super Nintendo was the best looking way to play a video game.
Take that. What's the chip in the Sega? What do you call it? The turbo chip? What the hell do you call it? Boost graphics. What do they call that in the Sega? What is it? Blast processor.
Blast processor.
Yes.
But I will say, like,
yes, Rybo.
Point actually, and kind of expand more of that. I mean, it kind of does. The Super Nintendo kind of does what the PlayStation 4 does, but instead of the games focus, because PlayStation 4, most of the games that we talked about as far as high quality games on the PlayStation 4 were games that really focused on story or had like a large story element to them. But there was some good, gameplay and combat in them, but it wasn't really like the big reason that we remember those games. Whereas the Super Nintendo is kind of like the exact opposite of that, where there's some story in some of these games, but it's really the gameplay that you remember those
big
games
time.
What holds up so well, combined with the fact that, again, if you play a lot of Super Nintendo games now, like the pixel art in those games is so beautiful today.
Yeah, it holds up.
That they holds up over time, like 30 years later. Whereas I imagine in a world, in 30 years, if we look back on the PlayStation 4, it might be tougher to go back to some of those games because of how, graphics are going to improve, 30 years in the future. Whereas, going back and playing a Super Nintendo game might still look just as beautiful 30 years from now as it does now.
Too bad I'll play like garbage.
Except they actually play awesomely on a great controller.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
For every Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, there's a Petco the game.
Hey, don't forget about Wayne's World on Super Nintendo.
It's a beautiful little thing. It's a beautiful.
For every Super Mario World, there is a Rocketeer the game. All right.
It's an interesting.
It's actually really bad.
Donnie's making some good points in the chat here about just like some of the games on PS4, like they hold up now. We're still quite close to it, but it's interesting how quickly we get used to and demand 60 frames per second, which wasn't always the case on PS4. So yeah, there's a technical element that I think just on that 16-bit era, like that's when you stop looking at that. As soon as you went from Super to N64 and everything else PS1, like suddenly, like the graphics and the visual performance of it all, like impacted gameplay to a huge degree, which I think is fascinating. I love this like PS4 versus like Super Nintendo. I think maybe we should do like a tournament bracket. I feel like maybe the Backlog Busters might have done this before, but I think it's
but isn't that based on it? But the problem with
just
those
a popularity kind of
time,
thing.
Yeah, and it's also like I agree. PS4 is unbelievable console, but I grew up with the Super Nintendo and stuff. I truly feel it's an age thing. I do.
Yeah. And most of your audience is old as shit. So they're gonna be like, "Oh, yeah, I'm a turn
Wow.
machine."
All right then.
Well, that's because a lot of
Yeah,
our
to turn on the audience. They're not.
Wow.
Gee,
That just got way too far.
I know he's breaking down the fourth wall and everything. GameCube versus N64 is not even close. 64 is better than GameCube any day.
I don't know about that, Sean.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Do you factor modern playability into that? Because I would argue GameCube's way better when it comes to that.
I argue fun games.
Yeah.
GameCube was good.
I don't know. Playing Happy Feet on the GameCube is not as fun as you would expect.
I know. You choose violence. That's the console war room. I don't know if it's the console war room or just console war room. I don't know exactly what this is. But it's typically a Patreon exclusive podcast that you can get at patreon.com/carpool gaming and patreon.com/PS trophy room. Because Babbitt and I we're very good friends, even though we bash each other's consoles, whatever that even means. But we all know that it's in all good fun. It's just having a lighthearted kind of chin wag. We got Donnie Reese loading up all the N64 games up here in the chat.
We got him going.
Could we title this one the console war room fights?
No, absolutely not.
I will on my Patreon. I'll do it.
That is the end.
You'll get clicks for it for sure.
Yeah.
On Patreon. On Patreon. Okay. Court, Ryan, Babbitt, thank you so much. We're going to carry on with Yumi Capride, Carpool Gaming. Love you all.
What's up next? What is
up next? Ryan and I are going to do the Pants Patreon podcast for Patrons Podcast, where we take questions from the audience and we just have a little chat. Ask me anything. It'll be fun.
Bust out that Mario Kart music.
Ask you anything? Oh, I'm
Ask
sticking
me
around
anything.
for this.
Oh,
anything.
All right. Well, we got 30 minutes. All right. So we'll see you guys on the flip side. I love you all.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
thank you. Thank you very much for having me. And Babbitt.
People like when we go onto the eShop. Let's just say, we're gonna change the name of the show. We'll have the Nintendo Drives by the eShop. That's our little
eShop
section.
Drive, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're the #1 abandoned podcast on the internet, and that's not going to change.
Look at Xbox, TV, movies, sports, TV, Connect. You are the controller.
dream has officially been realized, John. It's official.
Yeah, we're there.
Crafting all the potions and crafting the elixirs and stuff, you know?
You're doing this all on your apothecary table, right? Is that what's going on over there?
I'm raising my apothecary level right now and my medical level.
Maybe instead of the music kind of intro, we have like this creaking door, like you're sneaking on in and you're tiptoeing.
That would be dope. That would be dope. Like this.
You fly in, you're a fly on the wall to our super secret conversation.
That's what I see this podcast at.
So if you want to do this, I do have some strange, possibly strange, hot takey conspiracy theories regarding Elden Ring.
Elden Ring came out, and I feel like the way you should do an open world game has changed. Or the expectations.
I feel a shift in my gaming, man, and I'm feeling it, dude. I'm playing multiplayer games with friends, like almost exclusively. Like not by, I don't know if it's necessarily by choice. I'm not like avoiding single player games, but I'm tired of hearing myself go like, oh, I don't know what to play.
Oh, hi there. Can I please get a medium decaf with 2 Splenda? And can I also get a carrot muffin with that? That'll be all. Thank you.
Hey everyone, it's me, Sean Capri. Thank you for supporting us at patreon.com/Carpool Gaming. This is the Pants Patreon podcast for patrons podcast. It's your exclusive bonus podcast for supporting Carpool Gaming. And I gotta push the button. There. It's amazing because they can hear you sing along with it, but you can't hear the music. But you're surprisingly pretty close there, Ryan Turford, my friend. How are you doing?
What can I say? Even though I've got the Mario Kart music, the famous Pants Patreon podcast for patrons podcast music, Sean.
People seem to like this thing, man. It's a weird show that I do every single week for patrons at the $3 tier and up, where people can ask me whatever the hell they want to ask me. Sometimes we talk about my distaste for milk. We got to ask about, got to adjust to the new name. I know, Carpool Gaming. I almost threw off the whole intro there. Dragnu, all the way coming in. We got a truly international audience today, Ryan Turford.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's the benefit of streaming throughout the entire day, Sean. Because
yes,
we had people from all kinds of crazy time zones this morning, and then now we've got Dragnu waking up.
That's right.
Day.
That's right.
Also, shout out to Bree in the chat, 1, for being an amazing moderator.
Yes.
Up the entire day, but 2, saying you guys are beasts for streaming this long. The best part is the stream's not even half over.
We're not even halfway there. Ryan and I are in for the long stretch here. And honestly, like Ryan, typically on the Pants Patreon podcast for patrons podcast, we start off with 3 thankful things, and then we get into maybe some things that are on my mind. I get to open up a little bit. It seems like a very safe space for me to just go like, here's what's happening up in my brain. And I have been very appreciative of the community for letting me have that space. It's honestly been very helpful for me to just vamp a little bit, just kind of work through some stuff. And then we get into some either serious or some silly questions that the patrons are able to ask. And I answer them as honest. I think I answer them pretty dang honestly, if I do say so myself, Ryan. And it's a weekly perk. We do this every single week. It usually lasts somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes. That's what she said. And honestly, I think that's one of the core pieces to the Patreon that keeps people sticking around. You don't want to miss out on the Pants Patreon podcast for patrons podcast, the best named podcast on the internet, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely. And it even has a great icon because it's just pants.
Just pants.
So it all worked out.
That's right. Yeah.
All about pants.
I know. So typically, like I said, it's usually just me doing the show. It's usually a solo show. But this week, because it's Yumi Capri Day, we are launching our brand new brand. We did this last year on Yumi Capri Day. We had Ryan join me. And we've got a bunch of questions actually already coming in from patrons earlier this week when people learned that Ryan was going to be joining us. That they have some questions for you as well, Ryan. And I feel like maybe we should just start off with a thankful thing, and maybe we have a shared one today as we have crushed pretty much every goal. We've got one final one. We're maybe $25 away from our highest goal. And I am completely filled with gratitude that people continue to support us. They continue to push us to the next level. And I'm feeling just kind of a lot of love in the community, my friend.
Absolutely. And in fact, the hilarious thing is we're $25 a month away from you writing a book, Sean. I never thought that there would be a day that I'd be saying that sentence to you, but I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited about this.
Should have been higher.
Yeah, we've had an amazing, swelling of support today.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Ryan.
Did it happen? Are you writing a book, Sean?
I am writing a book. Drew Agnew just edited their pledge to the ultimate producer.
Woo,
getting that
congrats.
founder t-shirt. We are now at $650 on the Patreon, patreon.com/Carpool Gaming. I'm writing a damn book, Ryan.
But that, you know what that also means? It means the Project Pit Stop gaming history is officially going to happen as well. That's the working title. And I made sure, Sean, just for you, to put project in the name of it.
I love it.
Just like Project Triangle Strategy.
Underlined Times New Roman font on this thing, please.
Yes, that's going to be the logo.
Yes.
I should have done that. I should have put that.
Oh, that is awesome.
With white Times New Roman.
I'm so mad you took it. We have so many things that we're launching because of today that we could have taken that style. Like I like that idea. Or the much music kind of thing. We could be stealing from a bunch of inspirational stuff from our past, my friend.
Much more games, Sean.
Much more games.
It's still a thing that could possibly happen in the future.
That is insane, dude. We're set a record. This is better than any other Patreon I've ever been a part of, my friend. And I thought last year we had a great start to the year. And here we are. People like the merch. They like the t-shirts. We've got a great new brand with Carpool Gaming. I think it's much more welcoming and all the good stuff, my friend.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. And again, we've seen people picking up some merch today, which is awesome. Which, by the way, if people are listening to this after the fact, but they missed Yumi Capri Day, even though it's actually Carpool Gaming Day, because it was a whole ruse the whole time.
It was a ruse! We fooled you!
If you haven't been watching the stream, we do actually have a limited edition shirt as well. And it's available at the link in the show notes of the Pants Patreon podcast for Patrons podcast. So go check it out there. It's available to the end of the month, and it's a pretty snazzy looking shirt, if I might say so myself. So definitely check that out as well. I don't know if you knew this, Sean, because I didn't say this earlier, but I ended up actually picking up that shirt as well.
Yes. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm about to drop a huge order. Oh my gosh.
Because I got the rest of the shirts coming in too, which is exciting. So anyways, circling all the way back, because I think you were asking me about thankful things, Sean.
Yes.
Yeah, for me, obviously, this day is our shared kind of thankful thing, but I'll let you expand more on that in a second. But I have to say, my other thankful thing that I got to give a shout out to, it's my brother Kyle and his girlfriend Sam. That's where I'm living right now.
That's
They're
cool,
actually my
man.
new roommates, and we're living in this, kind of fancy apartment here in Toronto together. We're basically renting it for at least the next year, and then we're going to kind of see how it goes from there. But I mean, they've been super supportive and awesome since I moved in, and it's one of those things where even when I lived in Toronto before, we used to live pretty far away from each other. Basically, we lived on the other side of town, so I wouldn't get to see kind of my brother very often. But it's been nice kind of being around, other people for once in the last little while. And I mean, they've been super supportive of me, and the fact that even though this room is not super quiet, they're like keeping the noise to a minimum while we're doing this live stream and this recording, and they've been super awesome since I got here. So I wanted to give them the shout out.
Nice.
For being awesome, and that's my thankful thing. Besides today, of course, because today's awesome.
Look at that, man. I love it. And it gives you a chance to kind of verbalize the things that maybe you just think about, or I really appreciate the thankful things every single week, because it can turn my mood from a bad one to a good one, and realizing that, yeah, life is challenging, but there's good stuff around. Like sometimes it can be just as simple as I like my chair. I like that my sweater feels comfy. Like it doesn't have to be something crazy, but I always encourage people every single week to try it. I don't know how many people actually do it, but if people just take that quick moment to go 3 things, those are pretty awesome. And it's definitely helped me over the years that I've been doing this. So, and it seems to, I don't know, people seem to like it. And I like doing it. And that's kind of the magic of the content that we do, is that we like doing it and people seem to like listening to it. So there you go. My sweater thinks that I'm comfy. Yes, I think so too. Ryan,
yeah,
should we jump right into the questions? We've got a bunch of them
We've only got so much time to
crush through. What's next after this? We got Ed Placencia next. Oh my goodness gracious. Very cool. Yeah. Okay, let's start. We've got a couple questions here, and then I know some were sent in directly for you, my friend. But I would be remiss if I didn't at least start off with Brennan Myers, who often is the first one to jump in with his question for the Pants Patreon podcast. And he says, are you able to get into sports while parenting, creating content, and playing games for fun? Ryan Turford, are you able to get into sports while doing all this other stuff?
First off, I don't have the parenting problem, because I mean...
parenting problem?
Yeah, I mean,
I haven't been afflicted.
The thing is, though, Sean... The thing is, though, we don't get to talk about this very often, because none of the shows of this ever comes up. I mean, I'm not married and I don't have kids, so that's what makes me different from everyone else in the carpool gaming scene. So
actually, that's true.
I mean, that's why when you ask me, how do you have time to play all these games? A lot of times that's just the answer. I don't have kids and a lot of other responsibilities to really worry about. So, at the same time, I used to watch a lot of sports pre-pandemic. But then for whatever reason, when everything, shut down in 2020, and then sports started to slowly come back, I don't know what it is, but it's just the magic for sports for me just isn't really in me to, watch sports all the time. I'll probably end up watching the hockey playoffs when those come around. But beyond that, I mean, I just don't really do it. Also, at my job, because, I work at a TV station, one of the nice things is we actually used to broadcast all the hockey games. So a lot of times I would end up watching the hockey games while I was, working. And that was an avenue before. Whereas now that I've been working from home, I just haven't really found myself doing that. So yeah, I mean, I don't get me wrong. I don't hate sports or anything like that. It's just
sounds like you hate sports.
I don't know. I've just been less into them for the last 2 years and more just into, watching anime and playing video games and doing that stuff instead. making content.
Yeah, I mean, Twitter actually transformed my relationship with sports to a certain extent, just because I can follow NHL, NFL, that kind of stuff, and just go like, oh, cool highlight, follow that kind of stuff. But like the notion of sitting down for a 3-hour game is definitely a lot trickier, but I will likely prioritize it as playoffs comes up, especially for hockey, as a good old Canadian boy does. I particularly love round 1 of playoffs, where all the upsets happen. It is insane. I don't know how these guys find another gear and they play every other night. Like, playoff hockey has always been a thing. Blame Margo in the chat says, can we talk about fantasy football this year? I did surprisingly decent. I thought I was going to come in dead last. And fantasy, just like we're going to talk about later with the Fantasy Critic League for games, I feel like if you're able to get involved in some sort of fantasy league, it just heightens the overall experience as well. So thank you, Brendan Myers, for starting us off with that one. I think I just fit it in. I think is to sum up my answer. I just kind of, it's on Twitter.
Also, shout out to Ribo in the chat, who asked that he was saying I was disappointed that I didn't wear my Flames hat today. I couldn't find it, so I threw on the Overwatch hat because it was the first one.
Did you look in the trash? That's where it should have been.
Okay, Sean. Next question.
Why don't you start with one from you, actually, that were from the
I only
Discord.
Have two,
That's okay.
So I just wanted to put there. So first one comes to us from Brent in the Discord, who asks, what is Ryan's most requested Japanese game to be localized to the West? So this is actually a really tricky answer, because there's a lot of games that could fit this answer, and I mean, it's tough to choose just one, unfortunately, because I mean, there's so many games I could choose from. I mean, first of all, like, half the Tales series is only available in Japan and it hasn't had English translations yet. You got all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, the one I would probably want the most is probably Namco Cross Capcom on PlayStation 2. Basically, it was a Monolith Soft crossover game between Namco, Bandai, and Capcom, where essentially basically all of these characters from both of those universes kind of interacted with each other. It's a strategy RPG. It's a lot of fun. And it was actually like the precursor to Project Cross Zone on the 3DS, essentially, which basically took those two companies and then added Sega to the mix and then made an even crazier game. But the PS2 game was actually really fun. I've played a Finnish translation of it, and it's amazing. And I would love to see kind of a North American one. So if I had to choose one, Brent, that was the one I'd pick. What about you, Sean? Do you have a Japanese game that you'd love to see that isn't here yet?
I have no clue, dude. Like Mother 3?
There you go. That's
is that the answer? Is that technically? Is that the?
Wrong.
I think that's the.
It's not a good answer, but
it's
it's
the canned response.
I
wish I had. This is the thing. Ribo was in there earlier saying like he's always amazed by your knowledge of video games, and this is the thing. I love it, man. Everybody's got something different to offer on this. You know, I mean, I could go on and on about that sort of thing, but yeah.
Yeah, it's because I'm old, Sean. Anyways.
Next up, Mark Carabin comes in with a soul-searching question. He says, "What's your favorite kind of donut, Ryan Turford?"
So, interesting fact about me, the only thing that's sweet that I actually consume is pop. So I don't actually eat donuts.
No donuts.
No donuts. So
I will eat all of the donuts.
I actually don't have an answer to this question.
I will eat all of the damn donuts. Holy crap. If I have to pick, this is the other thing on the Pants Patreon podcast is people ask me about my favorite one thing. I will give them at least 2. I'm going to limit myself to 2 because I just got these actually the other day from Tim Hortons, of course. Chocolate glazed is a perfect donut. And so is apple fritter, if that counts as a donut. It's more of a...
I mean, it technically counts. It's in the donut section of Tim Hortons.
It's just glazed, man. Anything glazed. Holy crap. Man, I used to feel lucky when we would go to like the Real Canadian Superstore and go to the bakery section. You get like, you know, Long Johns. Is that a thing that anybody else is going to make fun of me for saying Long Johns? Usually this thing, I think we think of that as like maybe underwear.
Kinda. That's closer to an eclair, I think, right?
I think it's just a plain, long, flat-ass donut. I don't think there's anything special. It just... Jonathan Brown says, I leave and come back for donut talk. I like it. Yes.
That's what we do on the Pants Patreon podcast for Patrons podcast.
As soon as I came back to Canada from Nashville, I stopped by Tim Hortons, got me a double-double. I don't even usually... You know this, Ryan. I usually just have Splenda double-doubles, that 2 cream, 2 sugar, barely even tastes like coffee. And
I was going to say, it's too sweet at that point.
So yeah, love me some donuts. A similar question coming in from Dave Moore over at the Snack Network. He says, best cake, Ryan Turford.
Again, same problem. It's hilarious because I've been doing this thing ever since I was like in high school, since I was 14, where I didn't eat sweet stuff. So every year for my birthday, you know, instead of getting a cake for my birthday, I would actually get like nachos or something like that, like some kind of like
with a candle on it.
No, they would just what would end
out?
up happening is my family would make a cake for themselves because they would want to eat cake, and I would have to blow out the candles from that. And then as my reward, instead of eating the cake, I would get the whatever salty thing they would want to give me.
Oh, they'll give you something salty. They'll give you something salty over there. Ribo, there's JB here just in time for Long Johns. Exactly. Dallas Ford, maple bars or maple Long Johns. See, that's a thing. That's a real thing. Marcus O'Neill says the correct answer is chocolate cake donut. I'm here for that. Yeah, there you go. Ryan doesn't like donuts. Baggy breakfast sandwich from Tim Hortons. I'll take that. Good stuff, man. I don't know how you do no sweets. Good for you. You have more restraint than me, but maybe it's not even restraint. If you just don't like it.
I mean, I've been doing this for so long because I stopped when I was in high school because I thought, oh, that's the secret to losing weight. When it actually isn't. There's a lot more to it.
Oh my gosh.
But then, over the years, like once I kind of quit cold turkey, I just never felt the craving to go back. So
and here I am tempting you. I'm just like, it's so delicious. How can you not have it? And you're like,
but that's the thing. If you go without a certain thing for so long, Sean, you don't care about it anymore. You don't even think about it. So even if you bring it up, you're not tempting me. I just like, I'm good.
All right. Well, we'll see. Well, I'm not sure if I should continue on this or I don't want to ruin your streak. I don't want to be responsible. That's too much for me.
You can ruin my streak.
Foolish Fuji coming in with the next question says, what's a hobby you've admired but never found a way to start it or thought that you couldn't? I've always admired cosplayers and their talent with making weapons and armor replicas out of foam. That's actually a great answer to our own question. Actually, Fulia, just amazing, by the way.
Yeah. Cosplaying is actually super fun, by the way.
What's a hobby, Ryan, that you've wanted to you haven't been able to get into for whatever reason?
I don't know. I mean, I think like I've tried my hand at all of the hobbies I kind of want to, anyways. Especially being around as long as I've been. There's definitely hobbies that I wish I was better at that I'm definitely jealous of people that are really good at. Like drawing, for example, I wish I could actually draw.
Yep.
Is one that I would love to be able to do, or just being able to play more instruments. Because I don't really play too many instruments anymore. Because when you live in apartments, it makes it tougher, especially because I used to play drums, and it's tough to bring drums with you in an apartment, especially when you're living with other people. So that's a bit of a problem.
Get those electric drums.
Yeah. So for me personally, I don't think there's a hobby per se. So I'm gonna say drawing because that's one.
Yeah.
That I wish I could be really good at. And I'm super jealous of people that are. But cosplaying, by the way, Fulia, you should totally try it because it's really fun.
Dude, all the hobbies. My answer is everything. My fear of missing out is there. This is both like kind of crippling in that there's too much to get around to, but also like just awe-inspiring and just lifts me up and fills my tank to know that like any day I could just go, I would like to just take on reading as like a serious hobby and just read as much as I could read or get into comics or get into it. Like drawing is one of the first things that came to my mind. I play a little bit of guitar. I would really like to be great at guitar. Like I've known how to play guitar for a long time, but it has no connection to how good I am at it. I should be much better had I like continued on and practiced and got diligent about that sort of thing. Those are definitely it. Board games, I feel like I'm completely missing the boat on tabletop and board games. And even to that point, when I think about tabletop, I think about miniatures, like painting miniatures or building them. Chelsea's got a 3D printer and she's kind of getting into that as part of her hobby. She's getting into crafting and things like that. So there's a ton, like to life, I feel like there's a ton of stuff that you walk around the corner, you go, I guess I'm going to get into this now. And it's awesome. And you're probably going to meet very cool people that you're going to enjoy hanging out with all of these different areas of hobby, which I think is awesome. So yeah, drawing was the first thing that came to mind for me. It was board games and then miniatures as well as things I would like to get to. Holy crap.
I mean, overpowered as a hobby, by the way, Sean, that you just
dude, collecting cards. Yes. Oh, dude, you're right. Yes. Yes, please. Like Pokemon card collecting, whatever. I would get back into collecting sport cards, like whatever it is, dude. There's too much, but it's a good thing. There's too many things.
There's too many slices.
Blame Argo. Argo, of course. Just a longtime friend. Argo's the best. Reintroduces a question in the chat, actually, that I failed to get to earlier. He says, will Sean ever grow a beard? And I've tried a couple times, and I let it grow out kind of recently when I was sick, Ryan, and it's just no good, man. I got like a space here by like the corners of my mouth, and that's no good.
Yeah.
And then
It's very patchy.
yeah, my nose hangs very low, so I don't actually have like a whole lot of space between my nose and my, because I got a big honker of a thing, and so I don't know. This is about as beardy as I'm gonna get. Is the 5 o'clock shadow constantly?
While I answer it, you should look at Lena's
Got it.
real quick about the music. But yeah, like it's one of those things where like people know that I usually have a beard. I don't have a beard today because I've actually shaved for once. But it's mostly just due to laziness. I personally I'm not like, I don't find like a beard defines me, and I'm not like a beard person, I don't think. But you know, if I just get lazy about shaving a lot of times. So and sometimes, you know, the beard really shows sometimes like that, but it gets all kind of scraggly and it gets patchy too when it gets too long. So I don't even think my beard even looks good when it's actually grown out.
Aribo quoting me in the chat, and I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know how to take care of it. You know, I feel like there's steps that I'm just not really aware of. I'd like to think that you just like let it grow out and then it looks great.
I literally do no steps.
I don't know.
Steps involved with what I do.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Like, do I need a special like brush or something? But in any case, did you do both questions that came in for you, or do you still have one?
I have only got one. I got one left.
Let's do that.
So this one is interesting, and I don't know, like I saw this for a while and I thought about this one. This comes to us from TPR, who asks, "What's the funniest conversation producer Ryan, in quotation, has heard recorded or whatever, but it didn't end up in the show?" So here's the magic of editing the shows for the Carpool Gaming here, is that a lot of times what ends up happening, for the sake of time, is I actually end up skipping over the pre-show and skipping right to the recorded section, because the thing is, because the way Sean starts every show is he just yells at the camera.
Yeah, it's real
so
easy
I can
to
always
see.
tell. I can tell just on the waveform.
Yeah,
I've got it memorized. I know that's where the show starts. So that's what I just end up going there, because a lot of times the Nintendo Drive in particular, which I think is what TPR is asking about, I usually edit when I'm working, right before I'm about to start work. So I just don't have time always to listen to the pre-show. And then the times that I have listened to the pre-show were like the last two shows, which we actually ended up using some of the best conversations as Easter eggs anyways. Like the like basically you telling Kato what a playable character is referred to as, or
the
space
opposite of a
conversation.
non-playable character.
Although I'm not gonna lie, I totally dug when you were trying to explain for 5 minutes to Kato what the plot of Armageddon was. She didn't know what happened in that movie. I thought that was great.
That is a good one, man. That's a great answer to that. That's so funny. Oh
yeah,
man.
But I mean, the Nintendo Drive is the only show that I'm not on that I edit.
Yeah.
And that one, again, a lot of times for the sake of time, I usually end up, skipping ahead and kind of missing a lot of the good conversations, even though sometimes, believe it or not, TPR, sometimes Kato and Sean talk for a long time before the show starts. In fact, sometimes it's half an hour to 45 minutes before the actual
Maybe once. It is ridiculous.
It's more than once.
It's well, now that we switched to mornings, it's kind of us like even just warming up our voices a little bit. So a little bit of that. Skinny Matt is in the chat asking, are we going to see more streaming with the new branding, Brian Turford?
Maybe.
That's okay. We'll leave it. Maybe we'll leave it at that. I don't know that we haven't. It's not been part of the goals, only because I didn't want to let anybody down by like pulling back on that. I do believe that everything that we've committed to is like that stuff is happening. Like that's something that I have no doubt about. So that's very cool.
The funny thing is with the rebrand, Sean, we've been working on it for months, and we talked about literally everything except for what we're going to do for streaming if we do anything. So
yeah,
I don't even think we've even had the conversation as a group yet.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have more streaming in terms of the podcast. That's something that is we've reached one of those goals. So you'll have live versions of a bunch of these podcasts, which is very cool. So yeah, Skinny Matt, welcome on in to Carpool Gaming. And Ryan, I think with that might be all the questions that we have time for now. I do have questions in from TPR, Grouchy Surge, Brent Robinson, and Marcus O'Neill that I will answer on the truly Patreon exclusive version of the upcoming Pants Patreon podcast for Patrons podcast, which airs every single Wednesday at patreon.com/carpool gaming at the $3 tier and up. Pretty awesome, if I do say so myself, Ryan. A good reason to go from $1 up to $3 and get that exclusive content, along with Sweet Hangs, which we'll record later on, along with the console War Room, which we recorded a little bit earlier, along with Game of the Year Watch, which is going to come up pretty soon here as we record that.
And the Geek Outs.
And the Geek Outs. Like, we are loading up
the Patreon exclusive stuff, and we still have a ton of free stuff available for everybody else on free feeds, which is very cool. Linnea, I will chat about the purpose of the rebrand at another point in time, but there's definitely a lot to be said about that. We're going to try to stick to our schedule here. I apologize, as I'm going to go welcome.
We also talked about it earlier in
Placencia
the day as well, so it's in the VOD.
It's in the VOD.
Yeah, we can talk about that a little
Very
bit
top of the VOD. Can they actually see that right now? Can you scrub back all the way to the beginning?
Yeah, you can scrub.
Yeah, you can scrub back all the way. Yeah, it's very cool.
And I know. And worst case scenario, I know Donnie Reese will add you about it anyways later in Sweet Hangs. So there's that.
Very cool. Thank you, everybody, for listening to this very special edition of the Pants Patreon Podcast for Patrons podcast. And we'll be back with Ed Placencia for a live recording of We the GamerCast. Say bye to the people, Ryan.
Bye, people.
Happy Yumi Capri Day to you as well, my friend. We're live on the air. I don't normally tell people when we've started recording, but this is officially when people can hear what you have to say, Ed.
Oh, but we're not. But we are live.
And we are live. That people are watching. They've been with us the whole time. We started at 12 p.m. earlier today, and we ditched the Yumi Capri branding and moniker. We've relaunched as Carpool Gaming, and we launched a whole bunch of new Patreon goals, and people have smashed them all. I'm going to start writing a book pretty soon, Ed. That was one of the goals. It's like our most ambitious goal. I'm going to write a book. I'm going to write a book about this whole journey, this whole like creating content, like year by year, 2015 through 2022. I'm gonna write about it, man. Mm-hmm.
I feel like I've done so little today.
What have you done today? You built a DeLorean. Yeah, you got a DeLorean all built up.
Nah, that was yesterday.
Oh, you finished? Did you finish it yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, how was that?
It was really tough.
Was it really?
I never made a car before. It's tough.
What happened to those? I was watching you for a little bit, and there's like different colors of Lego blocks or Lego bricks in there that
You know what, a lot
just
of
hide in
times
there?
Those builds, yeah, they'll put different colors in there, and you're like, oh, what's this going to be? And then they'll just cover them up with something else. And so there's just a multitude of colors in there for no reason.
Just car parts.
Car parts.
That's kind of how cars are made. I know this because I'm a huge car guy. Most people don't know this about me.
Yeah, me too. I'm also. I mean, you do. You had a show about being in a car.
That's true. That's true. Well, now look at this whole like this carpool gaming thing. Like this is actually jump on in. You know,
this guy knows about cars.
Did you know that Did you hear that the DeLorean is going to make an electric car? It's going to be powered by lightning. I think.
I saw a picture of it today.
Yeah. Would you ever have one? A stainless steel car? You've got a Jeep though. Like you're good.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I think I'm good on fancy cars.
Tim Pollen's in the chat and says Indiana handsome.
I feel like that's an insult. Like I feel
that's
like
kind of how the Canadian handsome thing is. It's like, I mean, he's fine for Canada.
No, but Indiana, if you're saying someone is Indiana handsome, you're saying that guy's got a face.
Is that what that means?
That means.
Wasn't who else is famous is from that area? Isn't Letterman from around there?
Letterman is from down south near Indy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jackson.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, and probably the other sisters and brothers.
Yeah, and he had a few faces. Sorry. Are we live?
We're live, yeah. Tim Pollen is saying Tim Pollen he's I got to have dinner with Tim Pollen. I got to have dinner with a lot of cool people, man.
Yeah.
What's it like? It's like him acknowledging that you've eaten a ton, and then he challenges you to eat a gigantic chunk of cake.
Yeah, I saw the pictures of the cake, and I saw people saying, hey, Sean's going to eat this cake. And then after a while, you were like, I'm going to go kill myself.
I'm just going to go lie down for a couple of days, I think. And I was still full the next day. It was just a carrot cake. It was just huge. It was just like, you know, and it was it was the oldest trick in the book. If you're a server, you know, you got a couple guys around and like, oh, like you guys enjoyed the meal. Like, oh, great. Like anybody wants some dessert. And I was going to pass. And then Tim goes, I think I'll get a coffee. And I said, well, if you're going to get a coffee, I'll get a little slice of cake too. Like, I'm not going to turn. She's offering, this is a nice evening that we're having together. I'll treat myself a little bit. And she's like, oh, the carrot cake is great. And so I'm like, I'll have that. And then she brings out like the whole cake. It's like the whole thing. I'm like, I did not sign up for this. I have no idea how much this costs. Like the meal wasn't like, it was a fancy-ish kind of place that we accidentally found our way into. It's like, Tim asked for a recommendation at the hotel and they're like, go to this place. And we're like, we are not dressed for this like at all. You know, we can't even put a tie on around our t-shirts to fake it.
How much of the cake did you have?
I had about half the cake. It was enough.
That was a huge cake.
It was I know. I had half of it. He said, so the challenge was, he said if I ate the whole thing that he would pay for my whole meal. And it was, you know, steak dinner. So I went for it.
Snap.
Yeah. Had a lobster bisque to start things off and then a giant hunk of beef. Wow. And then, we just kind of did that.
And because you didn't, did you have to pay for his meal or was it just, there wasn't like
he just didn't pay.
punishment?
Well, he did buy the cake. And I'll give him a lot of credit. He was this is the whole, like, let's just dote on Tim for a little bit because he spent the whole day we were playing Pokemon Go for hours, and he's like, I just don't care about Pokemon Go, as most people would. But he was very very kind. Spencer and I, we just played, and then we did dinner, and then he bought my dessert.
What happened to the other half of the cake? Did you save it, or did it get thrown out?
I was angry at it. It like I asked them to like ship it to needy children, but I don't think that they did.
Send this cake to Putin.
Exactly. Like send it overseas, man. It's the whole, when you don't finish your dinner, there's starving kids in Africa. And I remember as a kid going like, what do you want me to do? But like the peas are here. I'm not finishing my peas on my plate here. What am I supposed to do about those kids? But I missed the point, Ed, as a kid. The point was I should just be grateful that I have food. Like I should be able to, it's not like I'm actually going to take the food and ship it overseas. So yeah, that I don't know. Maybe the dishwasher ate it in the restaurant. Maybe the person. Do
you think would people eat food that's been eaten off of in restaurants?
I've seen it happen. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've seen it, and it was the dishwasher. That's why I bring it up.
What?
Yeah, his name was Jeff, and he would eat leftovers. Yeah.
You're gonna dox Jeff?
Yeah, Jeff, he's out there, man. Jeff, dox Jeff. He did it. I watched it. It was. I don't know. I just wanted to buy him a meal or something. Like, I can give you your own fresh plate or something.
I just wanted to buy him a meal, so I didn't finish my food.
Oh man, yeah. Tim says we gave a homeless person diabetes, so I managed to walk out without it, as far as I know.
Hey, it's the cake that keeps on giving,
dude. I think I still feel it, to be honest with you. Yeah, man. Yeah. It was something. But we had a nice weekend. We got to hang out with a bunch of people we never get to see in real life, man.
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
Let's talk about Sean Capri and the new changeover. What was the impetus? You've probably already explained all of this.
Oh, that's okay.
But what was the impetus? How long has it been cooking in the back of your head? Are you listening to music that I can't hear?
I just my inner soul, man. Just I don't know. I've been doing this for a little long. It's been a long day, so I'm just kind of bouncing. This is what happens when I stand up. Normally I'm sitting down and I'm like, just kind of, just moving and grooving. What's been going on? Dude, I don't know. My Diet Coke, got my water, got my Ed Placencia. It's all good.
Man.
It's this is an idea that's been hanging around for a little while, actually. When I was in Toronto visiting Ryan Turford and a few friends over there for Fan Expo, I had kind of nervously brought up the idea that I'm like, when we bring up the name Yumi Capri to just like people who don't really know us, it doesn't make any sense. Like, what even is it? It's a cutesy kind of take on Yumi and Dupree, and it kind of is a umbrella to all the podcasts and stuff that we do. But like one example that I've brought up earlier today that happened quite often was when you try to explain, like if I were to go to like Kato's stream, for example, and she would go like, go check out the Yumi Capri YouTube. It's like, that doesn't tell you anything at all. It's a sentence with a few nouns and it's just a bunch of people. And so that was number one. And number two, I always felt like there are so many people who are a part of the content that the fact that my name was at the top was, I didn't like it. It just didn't resonate with me. It felt like a little narcissistic, I think, to a certain extent, and marginalized, like, that Ryan is like he's like, I'm right here, and we've got, especially in the last year, we've grown well beyond the Xbox Drive and We the GamerCast. So it just brought in more people. So yeah, it didn't tell anybody what it was, and it's too much me, so I think that this is a little bit more representative of the people that are involved, and maybe one day it can continue on without me, and that would make a lot of sense and helps us introduce other people. It reflects the community, I think, too, this carpool, the fact that like we'll just jump in together and ride along, kind of like a ride share kind of deal. So yeah, there's a lot of thought that actually went into it to kind of abandoning the Yumi Capri thing. But I'm glad people seem to like it. Like people have been excited today, so they haven't abandoned ship. I was worried about it, to be honest with you.
Aw.
Yeah, a little bit. You get nervous about stuff. Like you guys had episode 500. You had a big deal, and I don't know. You must have had some nerves going on into that about, I'm sure, a variety of things.
Yeah, I guess maybe it was for me. It was more like, let's get to the show. I want to get to the show.
Yeah.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah. Well, just so you know, Sean, you are not cake. There's no such thing as too much Sean Capri.
To be confirmed, my friend. Like, is it cake or is it a Sean Capri? We'll have to see. I just don't want anybody to slice me open prematurely. You know,
exactly.
We'll find out in the end, I think. Like, what was this? Why was he just like moving around? Was it cake or was it?
It was a Jello cake.
It was a Jello. Exactly. I'm just kind of like moving and grooving, but yeah,
I like it.
We set out a bunch of goals today, man. We set out a bunch of stuff, and it was really interesting because we launched a new merch store, which I'm very excited about. Finally, have like a merch store that I'm proud of and want to send people to, and I'm gonna buy everything on it. Like I never ever had that before, so I want to buy my own shirts. I'm kind of at that point, which is kind of neat, and I just needed to bring more people in. You know, I kind of just recognizing my own, I think, my own limits, my own bandwidth, and my own the limit on bandwidth, but also limit on like ability. So we brought Kato in because I think that she just has like this amazing eye for branding and direction. And I think she's just developed this amazing YouTube community. She's got 100,000 subscribers. Like she has the thing, like she has it. And like, I want you like more in, I wanted to bring her in as part of like the crew and part of the team. So
yeah.
I think that's kind of just like what I pride myself on, actually just going like, Ryan, you're good at this. You're in charge of this. Kato, you're really good at this. Like, this is going to be like where you get to shine, and we're going to lean on you for this sort of thing. Good. So it's been a lot of that, like kind of behind the scenes stuff over the last little while. Yeah.
Has it been stressful for you?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it always, but the way that I wrap my mind around it is that like anything worthwhile is, you know?
Yeah.
And I would actually kind of flip the same question on you. Like it's easier not to do what we do. Like it'd be way easier just like lay in bed all day. That's kind of like the most extreme version of how do I avoid stress? It's like, well, I could do nothing. That sounds pretty easy.
Right.
You know, I could just eat cake all day and probably just expedite the end of it all. If that's all I did. But yeah, like I don't know, like how like you're streaming every single day, like many hours, and you've got the podcast. Like, at what point do you go? Is it worth? Do you ever question like, is it worth it? All the effort and the time and the anxiety or the stress or anything that comes along with it.
I don't know that I go to, is it worth it?
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely, I have to be very intentional about not letting it get in the way of life, if that makes sense. I can't let it, you know, and especially like with the podcast, Gabe is always, you know, it's family first, no matter what happens, it's family first. And I have to be intentional about making of standing up and saying, yeah, that's right. It is family first. And I got to do this, or I got to do that, or I can't do it at this time because I've got this. And so I think, it's difficult, I guess, just because it's something that I enjoy doing, but I also don't want, you know, home life to suffer because of it. And that's something that I need to be, it's not a struggle to keep it intentional, or it's nothing I struggle with on a regular basis, but I do need to kind of be aware of it, I guess.
Do you find it challenging a little bit to, when you think about like family first, and when you've got a mix of the crew, some of them having a gazillion kids, some of them having one, and some of them having none, like, do you find it challenging to sort of like say what family first means to you? Is it different from what it might mean to somebody else? And are you kind of like cognizant? Have you got to have your own back on saying like your family first means something and that's all that it means to you? Like that's all that matters, if that makes sense to put it that way?
Yeah, I think I got to figure out how to say this without slighting anyone, because I don't want to take anything from anyone, but I think we are all different kinds of busy.
Yes.
And I think we've got one kind of busyness going on. It's easy to look at someone who doesn't have that kind of busyness and say, they're not as busy as I am.
Right.
You know, and so I think it's sometimes we have to be intentional about remembering okay, just because they don't have XYZ going on, they do have ABC going on. And, so it is sometimes you have to bear that in mind, because we are all at different stages of what we're doing in life.
Yeah. Well, and I think that the one thing that oddly binds us all is that we all fill our time with things that we either like enjoy or things that are important to us, or whether it's work or whatever. Yeah. And it's just going to be a different mix of that for everybody. So that's kind of why I wanted to like explore that a little bit for you, because it is going to be different. And one thing that I find now, after I now have 2 kids, is I don't know that I'm playing like a lot less or a lot more games. I just like, I've reconfigured what my day is, if that makes sense. And I almost don't even remember what it was like beforehand. So it's hard to compare even my own, like just myself to myself at a different point in my own life. And I don't know. I think that's just life in general, is what are you prioritizing? But then when it comes brushing up against somebody else, the comparisons will always come to place. But I feel like you've always had this confidence in just taking care of yourself. I feel like you've actually, one of the last times you and I chatted was I was struggling, I think, with social media a little bit. And like my timeline was garbage, and you're like, clean that up. Like, you were just so clear and obvious about it. Like, just like, what are you doing then? And I'm like, oh yeah, I don't have to just accept like what people spew out there. I actually, especially on social media, you can kind of control that. So I don't know. I've always kind of looked to you for that sort of just clarity on things, because I overcomplicate, and you have I don't know, you look at life through a bit of a different lens, maybe.
Yeah, I think I just got to that point where I wanted to do social media because I genuinely wanted to keep in touch with and tabs on my friends and see what they're up to. But at the same time, especially the last few years, it's come with such a price where everyone is saying the first thing that comes to their head. And just for my own peace of mind, I had to be like, you know what? The mute button is a powerful thing. The unfollow button is a powerful thing. You don't have to unfollow or unsubscribe, but you can quiet some things down. And it's just so nice now where it's just, hey, we went and did this. Here's me camping. Here's my dog doing something funny. And it's like, see, this is what I'm here for. If I want to get my angry stuff, I'll go, I don't know, somewhere else.
Can't imagine you ever being in like the mood for like, I'm just going to go find the angry stuff.
Sometimes the only time I intentionally find the angry stuff, I used to play competitive Overwatch on the stream and just turn on the voice chat, but not chat, just so we could hear the people yelling at each other.
Right.
That was kind of fun. I like that part.
And you do that so good. You just kind of turn the stuff that's like super nasty and just go like, if you kind of make fun of it and just realize that it's ridiculous. And I don't know what earthquake is happening upstairs. I am so sorry. I feel like the kids have been a little bit, I don't know. Can you hear all that?
I hear nothing.
It is ridiculous, but I'm not gonna.
Really?
I can't judge it. Okay, well, I'm glad it doesn't really come through. Maybe Discord.
Kudos to your mic then, because
I guess so. So. Yeah, no, it's pretty remarkable. Kids burning off some energy because it's snowing today. By the way, Ed.
What?
It is actually snowing outside. It's April 15th, and we've got snow falling on the ground. So I gotta move.
Canada.
I gotta move. It wasn't much warmer in Nashville though.
Yeah. Where are you gonna move to, Sean?
I'm never gonna move. I'm. If I were to move, probably like I'd still stay in Canada, but probably like British Columbia. But every time I look at moving, like it's so expensive to live anywhere else. You know, like I live in a pretty inexpensive place. It still has all the things. I've got a Best Buy down the street, and I've got good internet, and it's pretty reasonable to live here. Like moving all sounds pretty good. I could look at all the positives, but then, you know, am I in an island somewhere with like garbage internet and Amazon doesn't deliver forever or a couple of days? Like, you know, like there's a lot of the things that we kind of gotten used to, a lot of conveniences, you know?
Yeah.
You got to play internet. Yeah. I want to talk about Overwatch. So you mentioned competitive Overwatch. Are you a coach of a professional Overwatch team, Ed? What's happening here?
No, not professional by any means.
Okay. Semi-pro? Beer
not
league?
Even, yeah. A friend of ours, they got together and had like a little streamer showdown, and they approached and said, "Oh, hey, you stream. Do you want to be part of this? Gather some friends, make a little team, and then we'll have another showdown." And so we actually played with some of the team today and with some of the other people from the other teams, but we played on the same team and just kind of met for the first time.
Okay.
And so that was a lot of fun. So it was fun. So that's next month when the actual showdown is. So yeah, it should be a good time.
What do you like I have so many questions, man.
I do too.
How do you even how do you approach this? Like, is there a way for you to to watch your squad play aside from you playing alongside them? Is there?
There is a way you can watch them play, yes. Yeah. But I don't know. So it's basically just us getting our practices are, hey, you guys want to play Overwatch tonight?
Exactly. Like you're not running laps or anything like that, or any drills that you can really run. But I think that's a thing. Like, I think that if you look into esports, that they really do have some, do they run a play or specific strategies or anything that they do?
Yeah, and that's I actually Googled how to. What was it? How to team practice Overwatch, and I just found a bunch of things like, here's an aimbot program you can, and I'm like, no, I don't. I know I'm bad at aiming. What do we do? And I found nothing, so we just get together and play Overwatch.
Just make it. That's kind of like what's probably going to happen to me when I start coaching the kids like softball teams or soccer. Like, just make it up. Especially if it's softball, I don't know anything. Like, I guess here's your bat and just start swinging away, and you guys let me know when you hit that thing. So
let me know when you hit that thing.
Yeah, just let me know, and whichever one of you seems to be doing the best, then you'll be the favorite, and you get the most playtime. How's that for strategy?
So those are the terms.
Like, do you have to bring orange slices? Do you have to deliver orange slices for halftime in Overwatch coaching? Is that a thing?
No, that's I would like to, though. That sounds really good.
Just
I love
controllers.
Orange slices.
Everybody loves orange slices. Oh my gosh! You put it in your mouth and you do the smiley thing.
Yep. Mouth. The cheese sticks that you put in your mouth. There's a lot of foods that you like to put in your mouth and do the smiley thing.
Mostly, you pretty much do that with anything.
I guess you could.
Yeah, melons. I feel like, what is it about orange slices that it's just like that's the halftime thing. That's the snack that you bring.
I don't know.
It's actually kind of the worst. They're really sticky.
They're really sticky. I'd rather have something else.
Just overall. Anything would be better than this orange slice. What do you got against orange slices?
I think I'd rather have an orange juice than an orange slice.
I got my daughter a small orange juice today, and I was a little jealous of her, actually.
Really?
They just had the coffee from the McDonald's. From the McDonald's. I should have treated myself,
Yeah.
Orange juice is just delicious. Is that the best juice?
Orange juice?
Like, unless you're getting super fancy and you're mixing things up, but as far as a pure
fruit juice.
Yeah, like a fruit juice, like something squeezed from the fruit.
Oh man.
Not like a tropical blend or anything. Pineapple juice is up there. I think pineapple juice is up there.
Pineapple juice is the only other one I could think of that could come close.
Apple juice is the popular one. It's the go-to for a lot of people, but I don't know how that happened.
No, it gives me a headache.
I think it has something to do with the yellow pages. It was just first in line, apple. It was just the first fruit down that people learned about. They're like, let's go with apple. All right, make a juice out of that.
Juice.
All right. What else are you gonna do?
Apple juice doesn't taste anything like apples.
Very true. Actually, that's a good point.
It's kind of like the banana flavor in most candies.
You're not kidding.
Banana.
Or watermelon.
Yeah, it's not watermelon. It's just
why isn't there watermelon juice? How is that not a thing? It's practically juice on the fruit.
Watermelon juice is. I'd throw down with some watermelon.
I'd throw down for some watermelon juice as well. Do we need to make an investment? Do we need to start a watermelon juice company?
You, me, and Juicy.
Yes, look at that. We've already got the name taken care of.
See, we don't have to worry about being sued since you're not using that name
Partners
anymore.
in crime. Oh my gosh. It's about time that you and I did chat about starting up a podcast together, because it's been a couple of years since we did that.
I know, right? But you've got so many of them already, Sean.
I know. Well, I had fewer the last time we talked, so I've clearly finding ways to do it, man. I don't know what the heck is wrong with me. Well, one of the things I was talking about, I'm going to be writing this book, and I actually had a question for you for today that I wanted to ask at episode 500, but I'm like, I don't want to put you guys on the spot. I feel like this is actually too big of a question. I'm not sure if it was really appropriate for just the forum.
You didn't ask a question at 500, did you?
I didn't, and it kills me. And I was like, as I saw the line kind of getting shorter and shorter, I'm like, I don't have anything. And I give a huge, dude, people who throw questions at podcasts, people are godsends. Doing absolutely the greatest work. I just love it. And especially the people who do it week after week, they come up with something new. It's very impressive. Yeah. And even having you on the show, it's like you've been asked everything you possibly could have been asked at this point through the show. You've been on 300 and some odd episodes, 400 and some odd episodes,
like that.
you've been asked everything that anybody could ever ask you. But the question that I wanted to ask at the show that I didn't want it to be like interpreted as like a downer at all, because it could be interpreted that way, but I don't mean it to be that way. And it has to do with this book that I'm endeavoring to right now with this Patreon goal thing, is that we can't do this forever. We can't be podcasting forever. And I think ahead in a way that I look back on. I actually had a really good time in high school. I had a great time in college. I had great periods in my life. I had a great time playing soccer growing up and all these things, but it's not forever. And I know that based on things have ended in the past. And with episode 500, I was thinking about that for Married to the Games. I was thinking that it's a very commemorative kind of moment that people all come together. It's a way to maybe celebrate, maybe refill your tank a little bit with all the things. But knowing that Married to the Games won't last forever, and neither will Carpool Gaming, and neither will a lot of the things that we do.
Sure.
What do you? I guess the most open-ended way to ask this question is like, what do you do with that knowledge, knowing that it's not going to last forever? Like, what do you do with it?
I think, for me at least, I don't really do anything with it. I just kind of look back and say, you know what? But we've got some pretty good stuff out there that'll bounce around the ether for however long the ether is around, and that's really all you can do. I don't know how else to leave like a mark or a legacy or anything like that. But hopefully there's a lot of content out there that can make people smile and encourage people. And if someone, however long down into the future, stumbles upon it and it lifts them up a little bit, hey, mission accomplished again, you know?
Well, and I guess the question kind of comes from a place of like for me, I can get kind of bogged down by the grind of it all. And I like, just me personally, I think that it's important to reflect back on those things that you mentioned, like the impact that has happened. And especially with 500, it's just so clear that Married to the Games has had such a profound impact on the world. Like one of the things that I'm not even sure that I'd be able to get through it at the show if I were to say it, but it's like, you guys, because of the show, you've left the world a brighter place. Like, because you just get together, and it's like, it's so clear to me that that's the truth, because 70 people all crammed into a room. We played games together. We went and just like made a mess of Franklin, Tennessee and all the areas around it because of this podcast. And it's like, it's an idea that changed literally the paths of lives from, I don't know how many dozens of people who were there. And then even the people who were there watching the live stream and listen every single week. Like, I don't know, that to me is a big deal. And you guys are kind of you were first there. You were one of the first independent shows, and you continue to be there every single week. The consistency is there. And so like, I guess the question really, if I'm going to ask one after all this rambling, is, do you look to that to refill the tank, or is it just like you get to have fun with this kind of like week to week kind of thing?
Yeah, you know what? I appreciate you saying that, Sean. I don't think I've ever thought of it like that, but I can use that to refill the tank.
Yeah.
Because on our side of it, we just once a week, we get on a call with a couple buds and we talk about games, and then we put it out there.
Right.
And so that's pretty much all we do. And I don't see that. I really don't see the ripples that it may cause. And so when you put it that way, it's moving, just because we just don't think of it like that.
Right.
You're like, I record and put it out there. And just like, the podcast I listen to regularly, I feel like I know that person.
Right.
We've got a relationship, kind of a thing. But I never stop to think to flip it around.
That's how people feel about you guys. Yes.
So yeah, it's weird.
And with each other. And like, to me, it was definitely one thing, people being able to meet you, but I feel like people were just excited, not to knock you guys down a peg or two, but I feel like people were just as excited to go like chat with Gabe as they were to go give Lem all caps hug, because like, and that's where I had kind of like this moment sitting in the crowd. I'm looking at everybody just like at the edge of their seat at every last word that you guys were putting out there, and thinking that the show itself was just as special as the day that we had all kind of spent together, going from a game store to comic store to all the things. Like, that is, I feel like that's just kind of like what it's all about, you know?
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching people interact with each other, because you guys hear from us every week,
right?
But you don't get to hear from each other,
right?
In voice, and in you know, you might game with each other. Sometimes you might voice chat, but you don't really get to talk or hear from each other. And so I thought that was really cool to see all of those relationships and how strong they are and have become. And that was really cool to see.
There's actually human beings behind the questions that get asked by these people. Like, there's some reminder too, I think, even as we maybe are coming out of this pandemic. I got to come back to my home country, by the way, super easily. They're like, all right, come on back. Like, come on in. Like,
no test.
You want to check something? Like, are you sure? I mean, I think I'm okay, but all right. That's fine. But there's something special about just like breaking bread with one another, just hanging out in person, even if we're staring at our phones playing Pokemon Go. You know? Like, that's
yeah, definitely.
You know, is this something that you want to do like more often? Are you good with every 2 years being a thing? Like, I'm not sure how heavily a moment like that weighs on you. I think to a day like today for us, and it's like, it's a pretty huge lead up to this sort of thing. Like, there's a lot of work, there's a lot of planning, that's high expectations and hoping that it resonates with people and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm positive that by the end of today, I'm just going to go under my weighted blanket and weep to sleep. just be like physically, emotionally exhausted, because there's a lot to kind of take in. And at a certain point, it kind of hits you.
Yep.
Did that happen to you after episode 500? Did you go like, holy snap, like that happened?
Yeah.
You actually almost have like an outer body experience where you go like, what did I just go through here?
When I was living in New York and I was doing improv, it was one of the best times of my life.
Yeah.
Loved it. But after every show, you get such a high doing those shows. And after every one, when I would walk back from the theater back to my apartment, it was kind of the coming down off of that high. Not a depression, but just kind of like a
back to normal.
Just like a weird sadness that settles in, which is really weird.
Yeah.
And so this was different because we were riding that high and writing it and writing it and writing it. And then the show was over and then we hang out with everyone. So I didn't get a chance to kind of shift gears. And I was just, when we finally left, I was exhausted.
Yeah.
I was just, because for me, I really struggle with, I want to make sure everyone felt seen, and felt heard, and felt noticed. And I know I didn't do, I failed on my part just as much as I could do. I saw people, I saw pictures. I'm like, I don't know who that dude is. I never talked to that guy.
Yeah.
You know, or I would be in a conversation and something else would happen and I'd feel myself get pulled away and, oh man, did I just blow this person off to answer this question? And now someone, and so that's exhausting to me, trying to make sure, I just want to make sure everyone's enjoying themselves and having a good time. I know they were, and I know that everyone had a good time, but I you know, it's like Jerry Seinfeld said the one time where he can be in a theater of 1,000 people, and afterwards he'll remember the one guy that wasn't laughing.
Yeah. Yes.
Kind of the same thing where it's like, of all the things I can remember that were great that happened, I remember the moments of, I got pulled away, I saw that guy, and I think he wanted to say something, but then somebody else came up, and those are what stick to me, and it can be a mentally exhausting for sure.
Definitely. And I think that's why I hang on things like I do, which is like hang on the positive sides, because our minds just naturally go to the negative. So it's an exertion actually to go like, okay, acknowledge that, but also look at all the cool stuff that happened. Like we went from restaurant to restaurant, like they're all closed. We finally found one that was actually open. We got to hang out with that. I'm wondering too, like, if as you're recalling the evening, to me, it felt like that was just going to be, it was a weird time warp. It felt like we were on like the Lost Island of some sort. Like it felt like that was just going to be forever, which is was never my expectation going into it. And it's just obvious. This is the way things work. But I remember there was a few times both that night of episode 500 and then the next day I was hanging out with Spencer Stapleton and Tim and everybody, like, where I was like, well, we're just hanging out now, so we'll hang out later and tomorrow. Like, but it's not that. Like, it's not that at all. And so maybe that's what happens when you're not able to get around to everybody is you're not, your brain almost is not willing to like go, this will end. Like, this is kind of the whole notion I was bringing up before, is like facing the finality of various experiences. And that can be taken to the most extreme, but I won't quite go there. But yeah, that the weekend was going to have an end, that you and I got to like high five or hug or whatever for the last time, at least for this time. And same thing with Spence and same thing with everybody else. And yeah, maybe there's just in the moment, you don't think that will be done.
Yeah. Yeah. It was, there were a few people I didn't get to say an actual official goodbye to.
Right. I don't know if we did, like, cause I don't think we did. I don't think so either. And I just think that we didn't want to acknowledge that was going to be it. Like Spencer Stapleton and I, we had to, cause like we were on, like I was getting on a plane. Like that's about as real as that's going to get. We had that like classic kind of moment, just his flight was a few hours after mine. But yeah, I think for everybody else, unless they were like getting in their car at that moment, you're like, well, see you around, you know? And I reflect on that a lot, that I would love to see every single person again and many times over.
Yeah.
But what is the likelihood? So you start to think about, how do we make that happen? What's next? So that kind of brings me to, do you have would you guys ever think about doing another one in 50 episodes rather than 100 episodes and make it more of like an annual thing? Do you come out of that going, I want more? Or are you still kind of exhausted from everything? Like, where are you at with the meetups?
I think it would be cool if it happened more than every other year or biannually. And I think especially Gabe, he has a self-imposed pressure he puts on himself.
Yeah.
That everyone's got to, every one of them has to be bigger and better than the last one.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, because he wants to make sure that everybody has a good time. And if you were there, he wants to make sure you have a even better time next year. And I think just that alone, that thinking and that pressure is enough for him, especially, to be like, I'm good with biannually. And I think also it doesn't help that only Gabe sets everything up, everything up. He gets the venue, he gets the swag, he does everything. And
I got my hat back there.
So that hat, yeah. And he knows people in town, so he knows who to go to. He knows who to talk to. And so it kind of naturally fell to him. But, you know, it's hard because Chris and I every year are kind of like, what can we do to help? We want to help.
Yeah.
And we know there is nothing we can do to help, you know? And so that part of it is hard too, because it's, unless we have it somewhere where none of us have been, it's gonna fall all on Gabe's shoulders.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a huge thing to put on him. And he's just like the rest of us who just want people to enjoy it. He just wants people to enjoy it and have a good time. And that's it's crazy how much pressure can come from wanting people to have fun.
Right? Like it's such a good place, but it comes along with, almost like because you can't define it. How do you go at the end of it like, I did it. Yep.
Right.
Good job, me. Right. Like it's like, and I don't even know that anybody is really the type, like you don't really do that ever. That's kind of my whole point about all this. Just like, I do this with my team at work too. Just like, I want you to like, just stop and look at the cool stuff that you did, because I don't think you're going to do it on your own. And that sucks. Like it's really remarkable, and it's worth recognizing and celebrating and you pat yourself on the back if nobody else, because nobody else is going to do it. That's the saddest part about it, is not too many people are going to do it. Maybe not in a genuine way, or maybe you don't believe that they're doing it in a genuine way. They're just doing it, I don't know, for nefarious reasons or just to be nice or whatever.
Yeah. It was nice the next evening. Chris and I and our wives went over to Gabe's house, and that was our, the first thing Gabe said was, I think everyone had fun last night, right?
Yeah.
Everyone had fun, and so we could just kind of assess and confirm and then just hang out. But that was a nice time to kind of re-huddle,
Yeah.
talk about how things went, and that was good.
So another 500 episodes then is kind of what you guys locked down for. You just confirm another 10 years.
I mean, I haven't signed any contracts yet. I don't know if the other guys
Can you
have.
imagine we get to the point where we're signing contracts for this sort of stuff? I'm sure you'll get your coaching contract.
I'm waiting to get it.
Yeah, some sort of DocuSign or something.
Yeah,
some electronic signature. Where do you ever think about like where you're going to be in 10 years? Do you think about like gaming and podcasting and stuff like that? Like how do you even do that?
I'm really bad at that.
Same.
And I think it drives Sarah crazy because she loves to dream and she loves to plan and she loves to talk to other people about what are your dreams and what are your plans because she wants to help them. And so every once in a while she'll be like, where do you want to be in a year? And I'm like, just doing what I'm doing.
Good here. Yeah.
Yeah. If anything better happens, cool. If not, I'm cool with that too.
Totally. Yeah. I like that. I mean, this is where I feel like you and I are very similar in a lot of ways, but we're definitely like, I think different on that front, but I don't want it to come across as a bad way at all, but like, there's a nice simplicity to that. Like it allows you to focus. It allows you to be in the moment, be present when you're not worried or concerned about what 10 years is going to look like. Like it seems to be working out pretty well for you. I would say.
Well, and I think especially if you do anything creative, I think there's a difference between saying I would like to and here's how I do it, because a lot of that, a lot of what people call quote unquote success, it's not in your control.
Yeah.
You know, you can be an actor and live in New York and audition for 5 years and nothing happens.
Yeah.
So you can have a 5-year plan of what I hope happens, but there's no guarantee it will. And it's kind of the same thing. I'd like to have more people come through the stream and stuff like that. And I'd like to have that happen, but I don't know. There's not here's a step-by-step to make it happen.
Right.
It's kind of just do the best you can do. And hopefully it does happen.
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's it. I like the way that you kind of phrase that there's a difference between hoping is it more just like a feeling that you kind of strive towards or just like,
yeah, it's
when you see it.
Yeah, it's there's just not I've got a hair in my mouth. There's not a
dog or cat or Ed.
Probably Sarah.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, it's just there's not a. I went to TwitchCon the last time they had a TwitchCon, and there was a breakout session of here's how to make your stream grow, and here's how to make it happen.
Yeah.
And the guy I got paired up with, I agreed with nothing he said. I thought it was the worst approach in the world. So there's not really a way to do it, and I'm sure people come to you and say, Sean, how do I do a podcast? How do I make one? They see what you're doing. They see your streams. They see the podcasts. And things are popping and things are happening. Sean, how do I do that?
I say you should ask somebody, not me. I think I would just redirect, maybe you'll get an actual answer from somebody else. But I think that is an interesting part too, though, that you will get. That's kind of what I enjoy about this stuff, actually, is that there really isn't a playbook, and that might be not the answer that some people are looking for. But I kind of like that part of it is just kind of exploring this day to day. And we're doing it very differently than I think a lot of people, even this Carpool Gaming thing is like that whose playbook is that? Like the way that we're assembling our team, I think is a little bit different. The fact that we even are assembling a team is different. And because for me, I think at the core though, it's just like what fills your tank, what gives you energy. Yeah. And for me, I like seeing give Kato a job and she's going to crush it. Give Ryan a job, he's going to crush it. And give Court is just it's channeling this energy that these people have. And that fills me up along with allows me to experience. If not, I'm doing it, then it's part of something that I'm doing. I just want to do all the things.
Right.
Ryan and I were talking about that a little bit earlier, that there's enough hobbies in the world to take up 1 million lifetimes. You can spend one lifetime dedicated to comics, one to cosplay, one to learning guitar, one to read a library worth of books. There's so much out there that I don't know. It's just whatever fills your tank the best, and learning what that even is, I think, is probably the first half of our lives, maybe more. Just learning what is the thing that pumps you up it's super important, and not and you can only really start to explore that as an option when you stop caring what everybody else thinks, because if you're dedicated to that, then you're never focusing on what fills you up. So
yeah, it's yeah, you got to be, especially in what we do, again, where it's something creative that people interact with. You've got to find your voice, you've got to be yourself, and then be confident enough to know that that's good enough. You know,
where do you think, this is where I ask you a question, you go like, well, ask somebody else. Where does the confidence, like, how do you, if somebody goes like, well, I don't have the confidence, like, what do you say to somebody like that? Or if they haven't yet developed the confidence and they think that that's the breaker for it?
It's a very low risk thing, especially if you're talking about streaming.
Yeah.
It's very low risk. So if you've got no confidence, then stream, because probably no one's going to be there in your first few streams anyhow.
Yeah.
You know, so that's practice.
Practice. Yes. Yes.
You know, and you're practicing live, and you know, you're probably going to have very few viewers, and that's fine because you're just practicing.
Yep.
But yeah, if you do, I don't, as far as confidence goes though, I mean, it's got to come from somewhere. I don't know where you get that. It just, you know, for me, it was the time when I realized, you know what, at the end of the day, if God's happy with what I'm doing, if Sarah's happy, I don't care what anybody else thinks or says, you know, because I'm not living with or for them.
Yes.
You know, and so at the end of the day, life is too short to, you know what? I don't care. You know,
that man, that resonates big time with me, of just acknowledging like who matters. And I pause there, because it's not like the other people that aren't within your direct circle, it's not like they don't matter, but like in terms of how it impacts you and your day to day, like, yeah, there is a difference between the neighbor across the street versus Chelsea upstairs versus like everybody has their own version of that. And the sooner you kind of recognize that, like who actually matters to that extent, then it's simplified. This is what I'm talking to you about. Like, you simplify things like this.
Yeah. You know, if someone, you know, comes at you on Twitter or something that you've never heard of before, they just kind of randomly find and I don't know you. Why would I care what you think of me?
Yeah. Right.
Life is too short to get worried about that. It's like, okay, that's, you know, and that's one of those things we talked about earlier where you just kind of laugh at it and be like, that's kind of hilarious. That
did you always have this like perspective? Did you have a moment in time? Is this just part of like, as we experience life a little longer, like where does that come from for you?
I think part of me has always had it. You know what? I think a big part of it actually is growing up in a small town. And so it's easy to get confidence in a tiny pool, you know, in a tiny fish tank, you know. But I think also a lot of it just has to do with knowing what I want and not raising myself, but growing up and taking in a lot of comedy, I think helped me see things from a point of view where it was easier to find humor in things.
Yeah. Man, that is everything, isn't it? Like if you can find humor in some of like the nastiest stuff, like, yeah, I find that to be incredibly helpful, you know? Yeah. And there's that, maybe shifting gears a little bit here. Like, what do you think of, like, I feel like we talk about comedy every once in a while. Like, where are we at with this? Like, I feel like when things like a slap happen, not to get too much into that piece, but I feel like if that is actually speaking to the general reception of what people think comedians are allowed to say or not say, like that worries me a little bit. Like I look to comedy to help through nasty stuff, and there probably is a line. There's probably stuff that you shouldn't be insulting, blah blah blah. But like, I worry that the walls are closing in on comedy, and I look to that as a space to help through some dark times.
Yeah, and fortunately, it seems that most of the comedians, at least that I follow, don't have that worry.
Agreed.
They're going to keep doing what they're going to do.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's good. So, you know, and one of my first thoughts was, oh man, I can't wait to hear Chris Rock's next special.
Oh, I know.
You know he's going to talk about. He just got himself 15 minutes of material.
Easy.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'll be really interested to see, like, just how he takes, like, where he takes this. He has the world is his oyster on this, and even like when he's got specials or he's got sold out shows now where he's being honest. He's like, I'm not going to talk about it.
Yep.
But kind of the most famous comedian on the planet at the moment, you know.
Yeah.
You just had to take one on the chin a little bit. Just, I mean, not even just, well, I'd love to see the contact, the actual contact. Like, what really happened here? What are we talking about?
Yeah.
You know, what was the impact? I was on Cameo.com the other day because I was exploring options of having Gilbert Gottfried do something for the shows.
Wow.
And like, it was just like when Norm Macdonald passed away. Like I had been watching on YouTube and watching a bunch of videos, and then that news happened, and I was literally just like, and Cameo is such an interesting thing for people who don't know. Cameo is like, you can hire and pay people to deliver a video greeting of some sort. And sometimes in the podcast land, they'll have the guy who voices Master Chief would do the intro for Podcast Unlocked, IGN's Xbox podcast. This is Steve Downs, voice of Master Chief, and you're listening to Podcast Unlocked. So I thought about all the different celebrities who are on Cameo and how most of them are kind of D-listy, kind of like washed up, like whatever, you know. But comedians on Cameo, I think, is the gold mine. Him, Ryan Stiles, you get some of these people who just kind of like might improv something. But I was just basically like watching videos of Gilbert Gottfried that he filmed with his camera. He was an arm's length away from the screen that I was looking at, and I miss him already, man. I thought he was a hilarious comedian and representative of a time in comedy that I'm not sure. I wonder if that's going to continue on because he was so fearless.
Yeah, for sure. He was, you know, he's just one of those that he was an original voice.
Yes.
And I don't know. I'm sure if people don't, they will learn to appreciate what he did, but I don't think it's obvious how much of a groundbreaker he was.
Yeah.
I think people will see that in the future. Yeah, I can get lost on I've watched a lot of his that he would film for people, and I can get it's such a rabbit hole, and then it becomes depressing because it's like, oh, there's that guy I liked from so much from that one show. $4. Oh no, it's only $4.
I know.
I feel so bad. Feels so bad.
Yeah, they're just doing whatever they can to you know scrape on by, and then at the other end of it, it's like some people charge like $1,000, and you're like, you didn't want to like shower today to do this $1,000 kind of thing, right. Like I every time I build it up in my mind that I really want to do this Cameo thing and do it for somebody or a podcast or whatever. And then I go on, I'm like, ooh, that is.
Have you ever done it?
No. Like I said, if it was going to be somebody, it would have been Gilbert. Not even just making up because he just passed away. It would have been him. Like that would have been the one. And I saw him do something for Fran Mirabella, who used to work at IGN. And somebody had him read out a bunch of Destiny stuff that like clearly he has no idea what he's talking about, but he's like, clear out your vault in Destiny 2. Like he's just screaming all this stuff.
That's awesome.
Because he would just dive into it. If it was anybody else, any other non-comedian, and he sent them a bunch of stuff about Destiny, like they would kind of read the script. I'm Ron Burgundy, like that's all that they would get. But he leaned into it, and I don't know. I think just like Norm Macdonald, like there's a lot of content there that people wouldn't first think of to go watch. It's not like he was the voice of the bird in Aladdin, but like that's not what I'd laugh my ass off at with Gilbert Gottfried. It's definitely one of them, but yeah, I mean, did you see the tweet by Conan O'Brien? He was remembering him. He said he saw him in like 1985 where he came out on stage and he said thank you for the applause, and then he just kept saying thank you for 10 minutes.
Yep.
Like I have a huge appreciation for stupidity like that. It's so brave, and like who thinks of that?
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Did you see The Aristocrats?
Yeah, I've seen the joke. I actually haven't watched it, but I've seen the joke, and my God, like that's the thing that we should be talking about him about, and it's just so not safe for work, and maybe that's part of it.
Right.
So Yago is the thing that we all see, but yes, my God,
and that was right after 9/11, I think.
Yes, that was when he first. I've seen, or maybe that is exactly what I've watched, is a clip from the Aristocrats, because I watched it on YouTube, them talking about this joke, and yeah, I think because it was wasn't he doing like a roast or something?
He was at a roast, yeah.
And yeah, his jokes were going one way, and then he just decided to do this rant, this really special moment in comedy, man. Like, imagine just saying these things. I don't know. I have a weird appreciation, because you can't really share that with just everybody. It's not like something you send to your grandma.
Right.
Probably. I don't think.
I wouldn't think so.
Unless the joke's about her. Hopefully not. Grandma, goodness gracious.
God, heavens.
I know, it's too much, man. Have you been listening to anything else on in the comedy world and stuff? I've been kind of just.
I've been so bad at listening to. Actually, last night I downloaded the audiobook of Will Wheaton's new book.
Oh, very nice.
Still Just a Geek. I never read the first one.
Yep.
I don't know much about. The only thing I know him from is Stand By Me.
Yep.
And he read the audiobook for Ready Player One. And I know that I'm missing out on a big Star Trek thing, but I never watched Star Trek. But he also spoke at TwitchCon a couple of years ago, and I really liked what he had to say. So I was curious to spend my Audible credit this month on his audio.
Is that what made you like because you have how many thousands of options do you have on Audible?
A ton.
I can't remember what the quote you guys had on for your Married to the Games. You could live 100 lives over or something like that. I can't remember exactly what you said.
So long since we recorded that.
Yeah, like what made you narrow down your selection of the tens of thousands of audiobooks you could have chosen?
Yeah, I think I forgot where I heard that he was coming out with one, and I was like, I think I like that guy. So I'll tuck that away in the back of my head.
Yeah. Are you pretty regular on that there audiobook kind of train? I don't know why I'm resistant to it. I don't know why, Ed.
Not really. I do want to get Conan O'Brien's assistant has one coming out this summer that I want to get.
His assistant. That's awesome.
Yeah. But for the most part, no. The Harry Potter series is incredible.
Yeah.
And we've listened to that many, many times. But I really don't have the time. You know, I'm not. Mostly if I'm working, I have Twitch on in the background or a podcast. But as far as an audiobook goes, I don't really have the time to sit down and even read an actual physical book. It's really sad.
Well, and that's like, to me, it occupies that same space in a kind of obvious way that I'm either going to listen to it or I'm going to read it. And obviously you got to still pay attention to it. And especially if it's a book, I don't want to just have it on in the background, where I'm a little bit more okay with that for like podcasts and stuff, especially if it's like the same news and whatever, like, and which I do less now, to be honest with you. I find the multitasking to be more challenging as I get up there and in age, and my walker is a little far out of reach all the time here.
You listen at 2 times speed?
I listen. Well, maybe that's what I got to do with these audiobooks. But yeah, what I've just discovered very recently, because I'm like, I used to listen to podcasts and work all the time, but I wasn't listening to them at 2 times speed. So if I feel like I may have just rediscovered this, that I can actually work and listen to a podcast at normal person speed, and then when I'm playing a game or going for a walk or whatever, then 2 times speed is kind of where
funny.
I'm at. Look at me figuring out life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm just unlocking all the secrets, Ed.
Right.
There's no game guide for this at all. There's no walkthrough.
Good figuring.
But I feel like as soon as I do one audiobook, then I will never read another book again.
Yeah.
I think that's where I'm at with it. It's a slippery slope. It's like why I don't do microtransactions on my phone. Because once I spend $1 on Pokemon Go, then why don't I spend $5 on Candy Crush? And why don't I go spend blah, blah, blah over here and whatever else?
Got to sign up for those Google surveys and get a couple bucks every once in a while.
What is that? I don't even know what that is. Google survey.
Yeah, you sign up and you take Google surveys and it's like, here's 20 cents. And then next thing you know, you've got like $6.50 in there. And you're like, hey, you know what? I can get Candy Crush ad free because of Google surveys.
Weren't you just like, okay, so going back to the Cameo thing and going like, oh, they're doing $4 for a Cameo, like you're doing 20-cent surveys.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's usually like, did you look at this video?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, is
Here's
that what
20
those are?
cents.
Oh, I've seen those pop up and I always skip them. I didn't know that there was money to be had at the other side of those
Google
things.
Rewards. That's the name of the.
Oh, well, I've got that.
Yeah.
This is the thing I use. I always get crap for this. I use Bing as my search engine, my default search engine, because you get Microsoft rewards out of it, which you can trade in for gift cards and things.
I should, yeah.
No,
yeah.
you shouldn't. No.
Really?
Because Bing is a terrible search engine, man. It's. I often find myself going like, this shouldn't be this hard to find, and then I go, oh yeah, I'm using Bing because I'm getting half a cent's worth of gift card or whatever for every 10 searches I do.
But the same thing that adds up. Like, I don't know how many times Patrick Novosel is like, I got a new car because I've answered some stuff on Bing and I looked at a survey and yeah.
Who knows? But you know what? The macro of this is, look, maybe we'll fast forward in 5 years. Look how misinformed I am about so many things because I've been using the wrong search engine. Just like, I think I know stuff, but I've been misinformed. I've been looking again the wrong things. It'll lead me to just like, instead of like every official website, it'll be some unlicensed fan site that I'm just going to. I don't know, just an off-brand kind of thing. And it's Microsoft. How do they screw that up? How is Microsoft's not the Google? How do they not do that?
I don't know. You'd think they would.
It's too bad. It's really too bad, man. Yeah. I don't like it. I don't like it. So where do you guys think you're going to finish your Overwatch team? You have a playoff or something? You have a tournament that you got to do? Do you have a goal in mind?
There are 6 teams and it's a bracket tournament type thing. The people we were playing with today were really good, and one of the other players that was from our team said about halfway through, I don't think I want to play against you guys.
Oh.
They're really good. They're really, if there's any kind of saving grace about it, they've all been really nice people that we've met so far.
Yeah.
So it's, if anything else, it's just more people to play with in the future.
That's cool.
And the new Overwatch character is Canadian. There's Sean Capri.
Finally, some representation.
Right?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's nice to be able to turn on that game and see myself.
We got a Toronto map.
Seriously?
There's the Toronto map, and now we have an official Canadian.
There you go.
So there we go.
Toronto is basically Canada. Like, it's all of it. If you just ask them, the people who live there. Toronto is representative. It's the whole country. Nothing else matters. That's cool.
Yeah.
Is there, and I hope that, I don't know how to ask, this is going to sound like a dick question, but cool. Is there an age category that is involved in the tournament that you're involved in? Like, when I play soccer, I'll play in like men's league and like old man's league, like, because I'm, not as agile.
There's not an age category, but they basically said, hey, if you're in like competitive, like diamond or the top 2 ranks,
this ain't for
this
you.
Isn't for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it's nice because we're going into it knowing we're just a bunch of goofballs. We're just there to play Overwatch. So we have 0 expectations and we're just looking to, it's just an excuse to play more games.
Well, that's what this show is, just an excuse to steal an hour and a half of your time and chat with you, which I always like. And I can't wait until next year when I have you back on and you are like, your competitive spirit just gets ignited, and these, like, you look back on, like, you talk about the practices that you guys are having now, and it's like, we just play Overwatch, and a year from now you're like, and we've got tactics, and we've got like secret channels of voice chat, and I'm barking orders at everybody. Everything is synchronized.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Is Overwatch League still happening? Did that die? Is that a thing still?
It's about to start up again in about a month, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. So the Overwatch League players have access to Overwatch 2. They've been practicing on an early build of it.
Mm-hmm.
But
do you have like a favorite? Do you have like a favorite player? Like when you watch, you go like, "Oh, I can't believe he's here." Is that a thing?
Really, I mean, it was the first couple of seasons, and then they just started moving everybody around, and then they went to YouTube, and I kind of stopped watching it, and so I don't even know who is on what team anymore.
From where? Go to YouTube from Twitch? You mean they moved away from
Twitch? They left Twitch and went to YouTube,
and that was enough. You just like that. Might as well be on Mars, kind of thing.
Pretty much like they had like little rewards and that you could get for watching on Twitch, and they didn't have that on YouTube, and it was a really weird situation. They eventually got some sort of version of it, but I don't really go to YouTube. I'm on Twitch all the time.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
I just love that. And this goes into the notion why we got Court Lalonde as part of the team, where it's like some people, like if you're not on Instagram, you don't exist. You literally just don't exist to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's let that fester in your noggin a little bit if you're trying to grow an audience of some sort and you think, well, if I'm not on the latest, greatest thing, then
yeah, got to be TikToking, man.
I know. Well, we'll let Court do the TikToking stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
When is Married to the Games going to start a TikTok account?
They're not going to.
Wouldn't it be amazing if it was already happening?
It'd be amazing. I would be shocked.
Tim Router's already running it. He's been doing it the whole time.
He was TikToking for a while on his own account.
Doing the dancing and everything, doing the cheer.
Dancing.
Yeah. That's the other thing that was wild about episode 500, just seeing everybody with like the kids. Like Piper she could be driving pretty dang soon over here, and everybody else is over here.
Yeah.
You somehow have de-aged, I think. Like somehow you're actually going backwards. I think we're like Benjamin Button, kind of just going in the opposite direction.
I could say the same thing about yourself there, Mr. Sean Capri.
No.
North American handsome.
No. I did enjoy waving that made in China Canadian flag. That was pretty funny.
Great.
How are you? I've got a few more minutes with you here. What should I do to start getting actually back in shape here? What do you do? You look great is what I'm trying to say. You're doing great. You're doing things right. Where did it start? What did you make a change somewhere along the way? Like, I don't know what's going on with you, but you really do look awesome.
You know, the biggest thing I changed was I started, I got the MyFitnessPal app on the phone, and I tracked what I ate.
Oh,
because
really?
At night, it seems like we eat pretty good. You know, I've got my shake for lunch, and then for dinner we've got the HelloFresh, which is usually pretty nice. And then at night, you know, we'd have like a snack, and then at night that's what would kill me. And so yeah, I used to work out, I think maybe 3 or 4 times a week. Now it's about 6, sometimes 7.
Wow.
Yeah. So I just kind of, I'm really paying attention to what I'm eating, and I upped working out by a day or 2.
Yeah. Same amount of time per day kind of thing?
Same amount of time. Yeah. I'll get up in the morning.
6 hours.
6 hours.
Still doing 6.5 hours. Yeah.
6.5 hours, yeah.
1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups.
Exactly.
Doing the 300 workout. Remember when that was the thing when Gerard Butler, and they had that was 300 reps or whatever it was.
You know, it's funny because I remember him being on the cover of Men's Health. And
Me too.
You know who was on the cover of Men's Health? The last one I got? Sean Capri?
Obama.
Jared Leto.
Was there? Oh yeah, for Morbius. Yeah. You don't really think of him as being jacked? Think of him just
not really.
Little skinny mini.
It's the first time I looked at the cover of Men's Health and thought, I could be on the cover of Men's Health.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, I think Chris Pratt's been on the cover of Men's Health, so you could probably, definitely. You're in better shape than those guys. Come on.
Nah, but Sean, you've done it before.
I've done it before.
You can do it again.
No, and that's what I like to the point earlier about like confidence. Even that's where I think anybody, whatever endeavor somebody's going to try to do, I'm going to turn this on me in terms of like getting fit. It's like I think confidence can come from even just looking at hard things that any of us have done in the past. Even if it's just something that we all share, like we learned how to walk. You know how hard that was?
Yeah.
Learn how to walk? Are you kidding me? Holy crap, man. Like 2 legs, the balance and everything. And anyway, I think that we all have those things in our back pocket of we've done stuff that was difficult in the past. But one of the things the reason that I ask you that question is I'm a big believer in just like on-ramps on anything. How do I get into video games? How do I get into comic books? How do I get started? Like, what does the first like 5 days kind of look like? And I often look to people who have walked the path before and go like, what was the first? You were on this road, and then you decided, you know what? I'm gonna nudge over here. And was it a food change? Was it an extra set of push-ups? Was it like whatever it was? Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that can discourage people because they like. Sarah does crazy workouts and she's super fit and
she does them upside down, I think, right? Like she's got like
it's insane what she's doing. Or they'll look at other people, and one thing Sarah always says that I like a lot is you can't compare your day one to someone else's day 201.
Right. That's why I want to go to the beginning of it. Like, I don't want to look at like
Right.
where somebody has ended up. I want to go like, yeah, exactly. Like, what was their day one?
And another thing for me that helped out, and I may have told you this before. I hate to repeat myself. Is measurements, Sean Capri. So not just weight, but taking measurements, arms, legs, stomach, hips, and because weight alone doesn't tell the whole story. But when you can look back and see after 3 weeks, after 6 weeks. Oh wow, this is a little different. This is a little different. Just those little things, because we see our silly faces every day, and so we don't notice. It's such a gradual thing.
It really is.
We don't notice. So take pictures before. If you're like me, unlike my wife, no one sees those. Those are just for me, just so I can look 3 months later.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you know what? There is a little change there. I can see that.
Yeah.
I can't, but it's so gradual that if you just go by how you look, or I went down and I got out of I tried to do it and I got out of breath, and it's too hard.
Yeah.
Well, then that's exactly true.
So are you taking notes, like how you feel after a workout or something like that? Like, are you
sometimes? Yeah. You can take notes how you feel, or just even tracking how much you're doing, how many reps. I used to overheat a lot, and just recently I was doing a workout, and I looked at the sheet from a year ago that I had done that workout, and it was really cool to see that I had just written on that day I overheated. And I was like, wow, I haven't overheated for a while. So just even something like that, so it's just you're competing against nobody but yourself. And the adage, it takes 2 weeks to make a habit. Get to that 2 week mark, and it gets a little bit easier. It's the first couple of weeks isn't always the easiest thing in the world, but it also helps when, for me at least, one of my motivators is, because I'm older than Sarah, I want to be around for as long as I can so I can be with Sarah.
Yeah.
So I'm not just doing it for me. I'm doing it for Sarah, and they say if you're not doing it for yourself, then you're, figure out why you're doing it, because you should be doing it. You should want that. You should want to do it for yourself. Yeah. I'm also doing it for Sarah.
Yeah.
And not because she told me, or she said, I want to be as healthy as I can, so I can enjoy, everything, every moment I can together with her and or with friends. And so if nothing else, do it for those you love, just so you can be around them more.
Man, it's a reality. Again, it's something that not many of us actually want to really even consider or think about, is that, and the empowering part about it though, is that, to your point, you have a lot of control over it. To a certain extent, of course, like things are going to happen and things are going to happen the way that they are, but you can certainly have a certain preventative nature to it, and I feel like I'm going to chop that little bit of audio out and repeat it over and over again. Because, in the past, I would actually, before Lincoln was born, I would play soccer every single week. And then Lincoln was a couple months old, and I watched 3 guys go to the hospital in a single soccer game. And I'm like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
And I that was my last soccer game, and I still think that was probably the right decision. But I lost my weekly check-in on, am I dogging it at the gym, or am I doing a good job? And every Tuesday or whatever it was that I would play soccer, I'm like, I did a good job in the week in the gym this week because I was ready for this game. And what triggered that memory was when you mentioned the overheating, because that was a huge issue for me. I would just feel totally out of it, dehydrated, my body shut down, all this kind of stuff. And part of it maybe is because I'm Canadian and I'm not doing so great in the heat, but so is everybody else I'm playing. So that doesn't really
right.
So I had that nice weekly check-in. So part of it, I think, for me is rediscovering what that is. If I'm not going to rejoin a soccer team, then what is my weekly check? So some sort of fitness test or run or personal best or something. So I'm motivated, man, and I have similar thoughts and motivations with my wife and my kids and everything else, and just trying to keep up. And that's probably one of the more frustrating parts, is when you wake up and you realize that you haven't been at your best. And you're like, getting up is hard. And
Yeah,
like that's never in a million years did I ever expect to be at that point. And that's the case for a lot of people. It's just, we don't really talk about it. Nobody who's going to be super proud to go, you know what really sucked this morning is like my knees crack when I get out of bed. And
right.
You know, chasing after my kids, I can't do it. Nobody talks about it, but a lot of people kind of face that reality. So I'm motivated. Yeah. I really am.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. And it gets tougher when as you get older because of those reasons.
Yeah.
But it's never too late.
Yeah.
Once you start, you're putting yourself in that right direction.
Yeah.
Every little bit helps, and just keep at it.
So next time, eat the entire carrot cake that Tim Pullen buys for me. Is that the idea?
For it, man.
Just the whole dang thing.
Chase your dreams.
Oh my goodness! Do you have a cheat meal? Do you go to something as like you're gonna reward yourself? Is that part of the regimen?
I don't have a cheat meal. I definitely count calories. And so at the end of the night, sometimes I'll be like, well, I got 300 calories. And then let's get some ice cream, or, let's go to Culver's, or let's get some gummy bears or something like that. So it's
gummy bears.
Yeah.
That's my problem. Ryan Turford doesn't like sweets. And it's like, well, that'd make life easier if I just didn't have them. Yeah. I like it, dude. Donuts, cake, chocolate, candy, like whatever.
So sometimes I'm craving something sweet, and I realize when I talk to Sarah, when I say that, she goes to things like chocolate. I go to things like sugar, like gummy bears. When I say something sweet, what do you think of?
Sweet would be like super nibs. Do you have super nibs? Do you have nibs? Is that a thing? No, you don't have super nibs. Oh my gosh, you guys! This is the thing I've discovered when I went to.
They're just regular nibs.
You only have two.
I only have two.
I have super nibs. They're like, do you have Twizzlers? Do you know what that is?
Like Twizzlers,
like red licorice kind of thing. Like,
are they the short licorice?
Yeah, the nibs are like the short one. They're really dense. It's cherry flavored, and then super nibs are like licorice, like Twizzler versions. They're just long and thick nibs. There, and those are some of my weaknesses right there, man. So
long, thick nibs.
At a certain point, I think cold turkey is just the way that I just need to move on from it.
We got enough.
They get really cold up here. It's like I said, it's snowing, so you got to kind of warm them up in your hands for a little bit, and then they kind of get back to normal after a while.
It's a great Friday night.
Yeah, there you go. Is today Friday? I don't even know what day it is anymore. There we go. So. You give me a lot to think about, Ed.
Good.
Especially on the nib side. I'm gonna
mull
that over.
Yeah. I'm going to definitely enter that into a Google safe search.
Okay. Incognito mode, I think, for that one. Do you want to we've got a couple people watching us here, and this will be on the podcast feed around the globe. Do you want to let people know where they can find you on the internet if they want to chat with you, let you know that they enjoyed you on the show?
Yeah. Swing by and say hi. I'm mostly on Twitter at Ed Placencia, and then over on twitch.tv/Ed Placencia. Swing by, say hi. If you're an Overwatch player, hop in. If you're not, we'd love to introduce you because we love. I stopped the stream today and made a custom map just so I could go in, and someone wanted to know how to play Overwatch, what the rules are, and so we just walked through and here's how you do it. Here's how you do it, and if I can make it simple for someone so they want to enjoy and play a game with me, then I'll do it.
I like it. I think we're seeing a bit of a sneak peek into what the future has in store for you, Ed. This coaching career could be onto something. Thank you. I wanted to before I close it out, thank you for joining me today, but also thank you just for being a wonderful friend and welcoming me and to the Married to the Games community. And I had a great time hanging out with you. And thanks for always being a committed streamer. Like the fact that you're there, it means the world, man. That whatever's happening during the day, I know that when you stream and then you turn on Twitch and sure enough, Ed's right there. He's building Legos. He's poning noobs in Overwatch. He's doing whatever else. He's playing all the latest games, making me jealous about that. But your commitment to the stream is admirable, and I'm appreciative that you do it, man. For sure.
I appreciate you, Sean, and I appreciate everything you do, and you're so encouraging and so uplifting, and they're just out of the blue I'll get a message from you that just makes my day. So I appreciate not only what you do as a friend that people see and what people don't see, but
The
also
nibs.
just the nibs, the multiple pictures of nibs of all sizes and
unsolicited. I can't even do it.
Unsolicited. I mean, they show up on the FedEx truck and it's just they're framed. It's weird. Sorry.
It's funny because Lincoln has been obsessed with getting pictures printed recently. So any picture, and Chelsea takes a gazillion pictures either with her phone or professionally. So Lincoln's always asking, "Are we going to get those printed?" At London
awesome.
Drugs is where we get them printed. So
that's funny.
Oh my goodness gracious, Ed, you're a wonderful human being. I appreciate you, and
appreciate you, man.
That's the end. I'm gonna hit the button now. If that's okay.
I appreciate you, Sean. Thank you, man.
People like when we go onto the eShop. Let's just say, like, we're gonna change the name of the show. we'll have the Nintendo Drives by the eShop. That's our little
eShop
section.
Drive, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're the #1 abandoned podcast on the internet, and that's not going to change.
Look at Xbox, TV, movies, sports, TV, Connect. You are the controller.
Dream has officially been realized, John. It's official.
Yeah, we're there.
Crafting all the potions and crafting the elixirs and stuff, you know?
You're doing this all on your apothecary table, right? Is that what's going on over there?
I'm raising my apothecary level right now and my medical level.
Maybe instead of the music kind of intro, we have like this creaking door, like you're sneaking on in and you're tiptoeing.
That would be dope. That would be dope. Like this.
You fly in, you're a fly on the wall to our super secret conversation.
That's what I see this podcast at.
So if you want to do this, I do have like some strange, possibly strange, hot takey conspiracy theories regarding Elden Ring.
Elden Ring came out, and I feel like the way you should do an open world game has changed. Or the expectations.
I feel a shift in my gaming, man, and I'm feeling it, dude. I'm playing multiplayer games with friends, like almost exclusively. Like not by, I don't know if it's necessarily by choice. I'm not like avoiding single player games, but I'm tired of hearing myself go like, oh, I don't know what to play.
Oh, hi there. Can I please get a medium decaf with 2 Splenda? And can I also get a carrot muffin with that? That'll be all. Thank you.
Greetings, fellow travelers. Welcome to the 43rd level of the RPG Cave. What's that, my friends? You're thinking, what happened to level 42? Did we skip over that level? Did we, boost using, some kind of like microtransactions? No, we actually recorded it. It's going live tomorrow. But here today on a very special RPG Cave episode, it's myself, Ryan Turford, the level 99 human Archmage, and I'm joined, as always, by the level 99 Elf Ranger, Mr. Garrett Bland. Garrett, how are you doing today? I forgot. I actually said Ranger and not Medic, but whatever. Go on, Garrett.
I'm both. I can be multi-class. I'm doing great. I am, it's a good Friday, guys. I've been seeing this off to the side. Super cool reveal. I love the logo of Bobby. That's the first time I've seen it too. That's a really, really awesome logo and mascot. And I'm ready to talk some RPGs, man. I got my Nintendo shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
I've created some stuff.
Shirt, so
nice.
I'm representing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
Yeah, I'm ready to go, man.
As Garrett has alluded to, our topic tonight is the top 10 RPGs on the Switch so far. The reason we wanted to do the reason I wanted to do this, number one, because we needed kind of a fun, kind of offbeat topic for the stream tonight, because this is being recorded on Yubi Capri Day, which actually, psych, was actually Carpool Gaming Day all along, and you just didn't know that. But also, it's the Switch 5th year anniversary that it passed last month, but we did, have an episode like this to celebrate the 5 years of the Switch. So we're going to talk about Switch RPGs today and what some of the best games you can find on the Switch are as far as RPG games are concerned. But before we do all that, because this is going to be live on the audio feeds as well, we gotta clear the dungeon, Garrett, because there are some trash mobs in here, and they're they're setting up traps. It's like Ice Crown Citadel all over again. So, folks at home, if you want to support the show, there's a number of awesome ways to do that. Number one, you can subscribe to us on your podcast feed of choice. We're on Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, pretty much anywhere you find podcasts. So you can check out the RPG Cave there. Also, if you're watching right here on YouTube right now, while we're live streaming this, of course, subscribe to the channel if you want to know when all of our videos go live. Also, like this video, because we're actually, recording this live stream here. We're over 100 likes at this point, Garrett. I'm very excited about that on this video.
That's pretty good.
But definitely like it some more, because it certainly helps the algorithm. But if you're not watching it right now, head over to YouTube, youtube.com/Carpool Gaming. That's our new YouTube channel, and to check out all of our RPG Cave episodes there. Next up, also, if you want some early access perks or some other cool perks that we announced today on Carpool Gaming Day, head over to Patreon. Patreon.com/Carpool Gaming is how you do that. We opened a new merch store as well, so you can definitely go check that out as well, including, Garrett, we have an RPG Cave shirt in the merch store.
And it looks cool. It looks super nice. I think I'm going to get one.
I actually ordered one. It's going to be here soon. I'm very excited about it.
Nice.
I'll definitely be wearing it on the show when it comes in. But there we go. That's all the things that we probably need to plug ahead of time. But otherwise, also real quick before we kind of get into this as well, since this is kind of like an off the cuff episode, if folks at home, since we didn't ask for questions ahead of time, if you have RPG questions or if you want to tell us some of your favorite Switch role-playing games, feel free to let us know in the chat as well as we go through, and I'll read them kind of towards the end of the show. Sound good? Sound good. Well, now it's time to read from the sacred text, because it's time, Garrett. It's time for us to put together our top 10 list for game RPGs on the Nintendo Switch. And guys, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of RPGs.
There's a ton of Switch RPGs.
So this was not an easy decision. Now, first of all, I came fully prepared with props on the other side of the room. So most of these games I actually own physically, which is nice. There's a couple digital ones that I have. But Garrett and I are each going to kind of go back and forth and kind of talk about some of our favorite RPGs on the Nintendo Switch. And then at the end, we'll kind of like cobble together like some kind of order to this list anyways, because we want to, we want to be somewhat definitive with this. Not only that, but I also brought extra RPGs, Garrett. So if we have some overlap, we'll have 5 extra games on.
We'll definitely have some overlap on these, I think. Yeah.
I think the cream rises to the top with a lot of Switch RPGs, and I feel like we might have a consensus on at least some of these. So, Garrett, would you like to go first or second?
I'll go first for sure.
Okay.
And when you said 5 years, Ryan, it reminded me yesterday when I did Shack recording. It's like, it's been 5 years since the Switch launched. Can you guys believe that? It's still really insane. I still think Switch is like a brand new kind of, cool deal, cool idea. But no, it's been 5 years. So it's kind of crazy. As Console Kato alluded to, my first one is Triangle. No, I'm just kidding. It's not Triangle Strategy.
I had it ready right here to prepare to flash it, just for you to see it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
What's your first one, Garrett?
All right, my first one. I actually did list off, I think 10 games. I'm gonna go with a game that I actually played this year, and I think it knocks my list pretty high. It's Pokemon Legends Arceus. This one took me by surprise. I did not realize how much I'm gonna enjoy it, how much it really changed the Pokemon formula. The Pokemon formula of like go on, catch your Pokemon, turn-based battle, go from gym to gym, and so on and so forth. You see that template in all of these Pokemon games. Good, not like the best, and it gets a little tiring. Legends Arceus kind of shakes that up. It's like, okay, now it's gonna be more action-based. The way you catch Pokemon is going to be a little bit different. You can catch multiple Pokemon to get quests done in things like that. The story's going to be a little bit more interesting. The characters are going to be kind of well written. And like the party is it's going to actually be more difficult to like go through areas and exploration. So you got to be careful. There's like more crafting systems in there. So it has like this more explorative like sense into Pokemon that you have not seen before at all. And it really refreshed that franchise for me. And I absolutely cannot wait for the new Pokemon games to come out later this year, Ryan. And yeah, Legends Arceus, it's a good one. It's a great RPG on the Switch.
I'm actually
I totally recommend it.
At the beginning of the year, I would have actually been very surprised if you would have told me it would have even made this list, let alone one of the better games of 2021 or sorry, 2022. But I know from hearing you talking about it on all kinds of other shows like Shaq, and then we've talked about it here as well a couple times. I mean, I can understand why you love it. I mean, I personally didn't really want to play Arceus because it really follows that Monster Hunter formula in a lot of ways, especially like I don't love the idea of going to catch like 20 of the same Pokemon in order to, you know, get rewards and stuff like that. Like that gameplay loop doesn't really appeal to me personally. But I could definitely tell like if there's someone who's like really into Monster Hunter or really into that, you know, style of gameplay, then I think they're going to really, really enjoy this game by the sounds of it. And it sounds like you really enjoyed it, which is awesome to hear.
For sure. And all Pokemon fans out there, if you have not gone and play this game, this is the one. This is like, all Pokemon fans, get back into it. This is the game to like get back into the franchise. And I'm sure the new one's coming out later this year, it's going to follow suit. Really, it looks pretty similar. So I'm excited to see where Pokemon goes from here.
Nice. That's awesome. All right. Well, my first pick is I've got a big prop for this one actually, which is why I'm kind of
oh goodness.
So this is a game that we actually talked about a few weeks ago because we did an episode inspired by the community, because I think it was Marcus O'Neill who wrote in a question about it, and Marcus O'Neill was actually on the stream earlier today talking about the Backtrackers, which is just an awesome connection to kind of have going forward here. But he had asked us a question about what are some of our favorite RPGs in non-contemporary, like traditional RPG settings. And one of the ones I listed was this big old game right here, and that is Valkyria Chronicles 4. So this is actually the special edition of the game. It comes with like a model tank. It comes with an art book as well as like all kinds of cool stuff in this package. But Valkyria Chronicles 4 is another in a long series of RPGs that I've really loved since the PlayStation 3, because that's where the series debuted. And it had been a really long time since we had gotten a console Valkyria Chronicles game, because Valkyria Chronicles 1 came out on PS3, but then the other two came out on PSP. It's two sequels. And then one of them was Japan only, of course, because, you know, I love when people do that. So I loved Valkyria Chronicles 4. It's a great strategy role-playing game with some cool like combat elements to it, because you're not just moving along a grid. Each character essentially has like a circular pattern, very similar to something like the Trails of games or Monarch when we played that essentially. But then so your character can kind of move as much as they want in that area, but you know they eventually will run out of move power essentially. But then when you want to shoot the enemy, it basically goes into third person perspective, and you essentially aim at the target and you can choose which body part you want to shoot at. And then certain body parts will have like increased aim on it. Very similar to actually a game like XCOM in particular. And likewise, if you go for a headshot, it's harder to hit, but it kills the enemies a lot quicker. And you're fighting against all kinds of tanks and all kinds of like crazy weaponry, because again, this takes place in like a alternate world version of World War II essentially. So a lot of the weaponry you'd find in World War II is there, along with a lot of like fantasy-esque weaponry as well. There are also these very powerful enemies called the Valkyrie that you have to fight along the way as well. So I've loved Valkyria Chronicles as a series, and Valkyria Chronicles 4 in particular I think was actually a really strong game on the Switch in particular.
Yes.
I mean, it was good on the other platforms, but I think it's actually a really good portable game. And it actually ran really well on that console. So there you go.
I did play the demo of that one on Switch, and it was very fun. I did get it on Switch back in 2019. Right. But I played a little bit, and then I was like, let me drop it off, had to play other games. But what I've played of it, a very unique RPG. I really enjoyed it. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Good call.
it's definitely not like a lot of other RPGs out there. And again, like the story itself is great in that game as well. It's really well written. The music's great, and it's just a crying shame that a lot of people just missed out on it. Because I remember in 2019 when it came out just in a particularly busy period. Because of course, like launched this game in the fall, which that year I feel was the wrong move for the game. Because I think a lot of people missed out on like what is truly a really good game on Switch that just a lot of people missed. So. Had to include it on my list for sure because it's a really good RPG. And I also tried to. I'm also aware at least a little bit of some of the RPGs that I think Garrett's going to pick as well. So I purposely tried not to pick too many games that we'd cross over with at least a little bit. But Garrett, what's your next game?
The next game I want to shout out, more of an indie game. One of the first indie RPGs I played on the Switch. It's out on other platforms. Chucklefish Games, Wargroove. This is a very nice, solid, turn-based strategy role-playing game that follows just like a band of characters throughout, kind of just like a quest line, basically going from world to world and like doing your little missions. You have a set amount of soldiers on the battlefield. It's 2D. It has that nice, GBA pixel art going on in a fantasy type setting. Of course, it's like a spiritual successor to Advance Wars, where, each of you kind of like take a turn, and the units is what's unique about this game. Basically, each unit has a certain like kind of benefit, and also like positives and negatives versus other unit types like infantry, horsemen, like flying units, stuff like that. And then you have a commander that has a special ability. It has a lot of different systems in mind. I love the pacing of this game. I really enjoyed what I played of it. I beat it back in, I think it was released like 2018 or something like that. It was early on.
I think so.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was a really cool indie RPG, and they did a really good job of kind of getting that formula from Advance Wars and like doing their own style with it, right? It's that fantasy type setting. They have 4 different clans, and they have all like their specific commanders and like different skills, what they do. One commander is a dog, like a doggo, and he does a really good job. And he is such a wonderful puppy you can pet it to in the game. So 10 out of 10, can pet a dog. Very cool RPG. Wargroove.
So what you're saying is he is in fact a good boy.
He is a good boy. And I applaud Sean Capri trying to play with me just a little bit on the co-op. And also, you can do asynchronous multiplayer. We were trying to keep up with the game, but it's actually kind of hard to keep up with that type of game asynchronously, because every time you go back, you kind of like have to analyze the whole field. It's like, okay, what did people do? But single player, very, very solid. And I see it on sale a lot on the Switch. So
not only that, but of the games we're probably going to talk about here, I think a lot of them are probably going to be exclusive to Switch, whereas Wargroove is on Xbox as well.
Yes.
I think it's also on PlayStation as well. I just remember being on Xbox very clearly because it was on Game Pass for a long time. And then it eventually left Game Pass because that's where I ended up playing it. I didn't finish it, but I thought it was actually a pretty fun game. So I'm glad that you actually picked it on your list as well. And also we're giving some indie love to as well, because I also have like a couple indie games on my list as well. And I don't know if they're going to make kind of my final 5. But I'd love to see that at least one of the two of us actually put some indie love in here for sure. And of all the indie games on Switch, as far as RPGs are concerned, it's definitely up there as far as what I would consider kind of like that top tier Switch indie RPGs as well. So
yeah,
there you go. And in fact, we talked about it before already on our indie episode, our indie RPG episode a little while ago. So there you go. All right. My turn, Garrett. All right. So this is going to be tough. Which one do I pick? Well, actually, it's not really a tough decision. So with my list, I also wanted to include games that were remakes of other games that are, especially games that were like, that had like the full remake treatment in a lot of ways. And one remake that I loved playing on Switch as a huge fan of the first game, and seeing the way that they translated this one over, I fell in love with it very quickly. In that game, from the pile, Garrett, because it's actually in the pile. Trials of Mana is my second pick.
Nice.
From Square Enix. This is the remake of the Super Famicom game that until this came out, it was not available in North America in any way, nor was there no official English translation for the game. Because I'd played the game back in the day, via other means, with a translation patch, that just a fan-made translation patch. And I had loved the original Super Famicom version. But when they came out with this remake, at first I was a little bit worried about it when they kind of showed the initial trailer for it, because I'd seen kind of the trajectory for a lot of, Square Enix remakes before this. Because you have to remember, this was also before Final Fantasy VII Remake had come out. It had been announced, but it hadn't come out yet. And I knew that, the quality on a lot of Square Enix's remakes were very like hit or miss. So I was a little bit worried that this one would end up being in the miss category, but it turned out to be super fun. They translated the world in a really faithful way. It really felt like playing the Super Nintendo game, but in 3D. Like I don't know how they did it, but they basically took all the maps for the towns were exactly the same. In fact, what they did while you were playing it is they had a mini map in the top right hand corner, and you could have the choice of having like an updated mini map, or what it would do is it would give you a mini map which was just the Super Nintendo graphics of the area you were in, and how and when you're walking around it, it's like a 1-for-1 match with what's in the 3D world, which I think was so cool. Like it felt like I was playing that Super Nintendo game again, but just with a completely different vantage point. And the boss fights were really awesome. I love how the story has 3 completely different paths where even though they have some elements that overlap, basically towards the end of the game, the story veers in one of 3 different directions. And depending on your party makeup, because you can pick from 3 of 6 characters to join your party, and depending on how you form your party, it completely changes the final bosses that you fight, and even like the last couple acts of the game, which is just really cool. So it really incentivized you to play it multiple times, making sure to kind of select, because each of the 6 characters were broken up into 2 groups, and the idea is it would default to whatever like majority of the groups, the 2-person groups you would actually have in there essentially. So I really love that game. I think Trials of Mana is awesome. The only thing that's kind of hit or miss is the voice acting, the English voice acting, because there's some good voice acting and there's some terrible English voice acting in the game, but also as a Japanese option if you don't want to listen to it as well. But I loved Trials of Mana. I think it's awesome and definitely worth a pickup. And also another game that goes on sale all the time. So definitely check it out.
I got that on a sale for like $20, and I'm like, I will play this eventually. I actually have that on my immediate backlog list that I listed out this year. Trials of Mana. It looks super cool. It looks like even though it's a remake, it looks like a modern game. It is a modern game. And it looks like a very solid action RPG that I would very much enjoy. So awesome pick, Ryan.
Yeah. And I mean, the original game was an action RPG, so it just translated perfectly over to the 3D space. And again, it just feels like one of the truest reinterpretations of a 2D game to a 3D game that I've ever played before. So definitely worth checking out, especially if you like the Mana games for sure. Like I think this is gonna be totally up your alley and worth checking out. But Garrett, I've rambled on long enough about Trials of Mana. What is your 3rd game, good sir?
This is definitely not in my like top like 5 games, but I do want to shout this one out because I did enjoy what I played of it. And it's a very good RPG, even though I'm not playing it as much as a lot of other fans of it. And that's Monster Hunter Rise. What a solid Monster Hunter game on Switch. It is so surprising to see a Monster Hunter game being completely built for the Switch, developed for the Switch after Monster Hunter World. So I give Capcom like applaud. Like, thank you for doing that. Thank you for bringing a very cool Monster Hunter game to the Switch exclusive, and then it transferred over to PC. This is the first Monster Hunter game I really got my like teeth into, versus the previous ones. I think what they did with the wire bug and also the inclusion of the new pet dog companion, it was a very nice additions. They kind of took like the old elements of the classic Monster Hunter games on the 3DS, but also new things, accessible elements from Monster Hunter World, and kind of mash it together really cool to see. Every time I went out on a hunt, I was legitimately having fun. It's like, all right, let me go out there, have a grind, do my classes, and go on. So I think if anyone wants to go out there, get into the Monster Hunter franchise, Monster Hunter Rise is an excellent pick to get into, especially with the newest DLC expansion coming out. Sunbreak is supposed to bring like brand new storyline, monsters, weapons, what have you, and they are actually scaling up new players to the expansion if you want to go there like immediately afterwards. So they're actually doing a pretty good job trying to let new players into the game. Yeah, I really recommend playing this one on Switch. It's a very stable running game. I'm surprised how well it runs. So there you go, Monster Hunter Rise. Just wanted to give it a shout out. It's a really good RPG. Yeah.
Fun fact about Monster Hunter Rise, because the same year that we got that, we also got Monster Hunter Stories 2. And you would normally think, looking at those two games side by side, because Monster Hunter Rise runs in the RE engine, and they somehow made that engine work on Switch, which I'm just amazed at, because they haven't done that with any other games. But you look at the stability of Monster Hunter Rise, and then you look at, entering a town in Monster Hunter Stories 2, and it's like night and day kind of games, which is kind of crazy that they both came out in the same year in the same franchise, which is kind of crazy to see. But it's one that, like, again, I'm not really into the Monster Hunter games. I don't mind the universe, but it's just, again, as we talked about with Legends Arceus, I don't really love kind of that gameplay loop, which is why I was like really looking forward to Stories 2. And I still think it's a good game, but I just don't think it I think the performance definitely hinders the game. And then I didn't really love the back half of that game either. So that's why
it's a little long in the tooth.
Spoiler alert, it's not going to be on my list. But next up, I got to talk about this other game, Garrett. Just came out to Switch this week.
Oh.
So very, very new game. But the fact that I told Garrett this, he probably already knows what game I'm going to talk about, because we talked about it before once on the Vanillaware episode. We talked about this game. And that is 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. This game is incredible. I consider this a modern masterpiece in game design. It's one of the best games I've played of this generation of consoles. It finally came to Switch because it came out on PS4 in 2020. It was my game of the year, my personal game of the year for 2020. I know it wasn't everyone's, but for me, it definitely was. So what makes 13 Sentinels really special is kind of its mix of like adventure, visual novel style storytelling with great strategic, like real-time strategy RPG combat. And kind of how it blends those two together. It tells this really incredible story about time travel and these robots and kaiju that come from the future to modern day Japan. Although most of the game actually takes place in the 1980s, so I shouldn't really call that modern day Japan. But I really love the story in this game. I love the writing, the characters, the mech design, the monsters, just everything about 13 Sentinels is amazing. The music, it's got some bopping beats throughout the game where there's a lot of like. I remember listening to kind of some, music reactors on YouTube, reacting to some of the music for the first time. They're like, you could go take this music to any rave and, people will just, dance to this and it would be amazing. Like the music itself in 13 Sentinels is incredible. And I love 13 Sentinels. I think it's awesome. And again, it's another game as well. It's kind of continuing my trend of games you can get on the cheap. Yes, the Switch version just came out, so obviously it's full price. But you can actually get it cheaper on PlayStation 4 if you want to play it there. It goes on sale all the time because it's a Sega game, and that's kind of how that usually ends up with a lot of Sega games. But it's definitely well worth the trip. It is overly talky though, so I will say that to anyone who's looking to jump in, is that if you're not into overly talky games, because there's a lot of dialogue in this game. Like it's a 40-hour game, and about 30 hours of it is dialogue, and about 10 hours of it is combat. So you got to be okay with an overly talky story. But if you are, like, it's one of the most gorgeous games on Switch. And I think it's definitely worth checking out. Again, with the hand-drawn animation and the fact that it runs at a perfectly smooth 60 frames per second on Switch.
That's crazy.
It's a no-brainer for me. Like, 13 Sentinels is amazing. So there you go. That is my third pick, Garrett. What is
good call?
What is? Oh, by the way, also I forgot to mention I actually will be having. I mean, spoiler alert because you already know how I feel about this game. But I'll actually have like a short review going up on the channel for 13 Sentinels on Switch next week. So look out for that.
Cool. Great. Let's see here. I think what I'm gonna do. I'm looking at my list, Ryan. I think I'm gonna get into the cream of the crop of my list. I'm getting there. Top 5-ish.
I mean, we only have 2 each in Lavagara. We're gonna have to get there at some point.
Oh, 2 each. Oh, okay. All right, sounds good. Oh man, two left. Oh no, I thought we were doing 10 each. Okay.
No, we have time for honorable mentions.
Honorable mentions. Okay.
Our honorable mentions will be the rest of our top 10, essentially. So there you go.
Sounds great. I'm gonna shout out definitely. I bet it's both on our list. Fire Emblem Three Houses.
How did you know? How did you know I would pick Fire Emblem Three Houses, Garrett?
Oh my goodness!
Other than the fact that I've played through it 4 times and I loved it.
You played it 4 times. Did you play it a 5th time, the DLC yet, or did you just?
Well, I didn't count the DLC as a full playthrough, but yes, I did play that.
Okay.
Because I actually didn't actually play it for the first time until after the DLC came out.
Interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah. Fire Emblem Three Houses, the latest Fire Emblem game. Out on Switch back in 2019. Man, no, this game it's a Fire Emblem game, man. It's super solid. I love kind of the, tactical turn-based battle it has, the classes, the characters. I think what's kind of like novel about this Fire Emblem game is just like the calendar and just the way it goes from beginning to end in these certain days, and you have to figure out your relationships with other people. It seemed more Persona-ish like than before with that social aspect. I really enjoyed the battles themselves. I had to really think. They definitely put in extra little monsters and like, the bigger tiles. Those were never done before. The kind of the land and the layout of like, trees and mountains, making sure that you have the advantage. The formation of your party is also that Fire Emblem formulation. I got addicted, man. I just wanted to go back in, grind all the way through and raise the level cap and customize my characters and all. So Fire Emblem Three Houses, great story too. No matter what kind of story you go through, I think all of them are pretty solid.
Yeah.
So pretty much, yeah, Fire Emblem Three Houses, I put in 1 playthrough. I put in 120 hours or something like that because I put on hard in classic. So I kind of just like
that makes sense.
Well, and the way I did is that I made sure I never lost a character. So I repeated some battles quite a bit. So that was a long one, but I think I'm gonna definitely go back, revisit it. I want to replay it. I think I'll just go back to normal casual mode just to go through the storyline and stuff like that. So. But yeah, man, I really enjoyed this Fire Emblem game. I think the story is probably one of the stronger ones. I think it can be next to Awakening in some of the playthroughs for sure. So yeah, what do you think of Fire Emblem Three Houses, Ryan?
I love Fire Emblem Three Houses. It's not my favorite Fire Emblem game, but it is definitely a really good Fire Emblem game. Again, the school stuff I found was like hit or miss, especially like when I got to my 3rd playthrough in particular.
I bet you got tired of it.
I got real tired of the school stuff. Whereas I really found like the top-down exploring your fortress in the 3DS games wasn't really super cumbersome.
So nice.
And I found like you can move around pretty quickly. Whereas just running around the school, it took so long to do anything. Like there were some fast travel points. So I mean, you could still zip around at least a little bit, but there was just so many little things that you had to do. And again, by the time you get to your 3rd playthrough, I'm like, I'm done with this stuff. I mean, I still want to, see some of the relationship stuff play out. And, of course I need to have my character get married, Garrett, because I mean, that's just one of the things you do in that game. But I really enjoyed that game a lot. The characters were great. The story was great. Combat was really good. But yeah, it's just, for me, it's just a step below, Fire Emblem Fates or
Awakening.
Echoes.
Echoes.
Or
Got it.
Awakening, yeah. All 3 of the 3DS games, I think it's definitely below those 3, at least for me personally. But I do think it's a good game, and I'm excited to see where they go next with Fire Emblem. Again, we keep hearing, rumblings of maybe, Garrett, there's another Fire Emblem game coming besides Heroes. Are you actually going to be playing Heroes this summer?
You mean Three Hopes? Fire Emblem Warriors, Three Hopes. Yes, I will be playing that. That's probably going to be a day one purchase for me. I'm going to revisit Three Houses, do the DLC, see how much more I can do with that. And then, definitely go into Three Hopes for sure.
Yeah, I really hope with Fire Emblem Warriors that they at least release a demo for it this time around, rather than just like they did for Age of Calamity, because it runs at like 20 frames per second, like Age of Calamity. I'm not.
It's going to be rough
anytime soon, but if it does run okay, then it's probably a day one for me as well, because I do really want to play through it and check that out. So hopefully we'll be talking about that a little bit later on this year, anyways. But there you go. Well, my next game, Garrett, my second last game, and again, we only chose 5 for the interest of time because we've only got like
we got
minutes to go.
Right.
So next up, and again, if you will allow it, Garrett, this is not a game that originated on Switch, but it's a game like one console back, and essentially it feels like almost like it's a Switch game anyways, because there were some meaningful improvements to this game on Switch, and I don't know if it's on your list as well, Garrett, but it is Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
Nice.
Sharp FE Encore. I felt like this game also really needed a shout out because again, it feels like another great game from Atlas. Even though there are some Fire Emblem like elements to it, for the most part, it's a J-pop simulator where you're playing as an idol and you are able to basically summon demons, but instead of the demons from Shin Megami Tensei, they're Fire Emblem characters, essentially. And again, it was like a lighter take on the Shin Megami Tensei gameplay style, which I really enjoyed. I thought it was actually like a really good, fun game to play through. It's obviously a little bit more on the easy side, and the story was, pretty good, but wasn't amazing. But I still really enjoyed that game a lot. The music as well. Again, I really like J-pop, so I really like the music in, Tokyo Mirage Sessions. I thought it was really well done, and just the visual design. I think it still looks really, really good on Switch.
Looks great.
It's actually a great looking game. Plus, I love the use of color in that game as well, and kind of how they go about that. So Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE Encore, I think it's actually a great game that you should have in your collection as well. If you love, Atlas RPGs, JRPGs, then I think you're going to really dig it if you've never played it before. So definitely check it out. And I see this because, Garrett, we have anecdotal evidence that even the Switch port did not sell that well. So it's a game that I think a lot of people really missed. So
yeah, I do have Tokyo Mirage Sessions. I did play quite a bit of it, and it looks just amazing on that OLED screen. Guys, like if you love RPGs, love like Persona stuff, like those type of games, Tokyo Mirage Sessions is a must buy. It's like you should go grab it on Switch because it's super stylized, super awesome. I plan to go back to it whenever I have time with my RPG backlog.
We're just trying to continually add to Garrett's backlog, by the way.
It's unending, man. We got upcoming RPGs this year on Switch. I got so many in the backlog too, in 3DS as well.
But Garrett, I need you to play Golden Sun eventually. It needs to happen. One of these days.
That's becoming a long-running joke now, right?
It is kind of. But eventually, I will rope both you and Rebecca into playing it, and then we will talk about it, and it'll be great. But
I promise we will.
Garrett, what's your last game for the list?
So my last game on my list, this one did not. Well, this one did not originate on Switch as well.
Oh.
Yeah. I didn't know we were doing 5, so that's why I was mixing around. The rest will be in my honorable mentions.
Leaving it for you. I didn't want to mention, that certain game that you've been playing for most of this year, Garrett.
Yeah, basically. But this game, I played a lot of it 2020, like a few months of it. I'm glad I got back into it, and I'm glad that they re-released it on Switch, and that is Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. That is my favorite RPG on Switch that I have finished. How about define that? Clear cut. Xenoblade Chronicles, man, what a world that is. So realized, so magical, so open, especially with Shulk and his friends. I love kind of it's kind of MMO-ish in a sense where you like go throughout the world and you have these automatic battle attacks against these monsters, and then your kind of partners and companions help along the way. I think the story is one of the strongest aspects of the game, going from beginning to end. I don't want to spoil anything, but the character reveals and whoever like goes through, lives or dies or whatever, whoever, and the ending is kind of just blows your mind. I don't know. This story is a roller coaster, Ryan. I don't know if you've played all the way through it, but man, it's such a great world to be in. I really enjoyed the DLC as well of it. That's trying to connect 1 and 2 together. I need to finish 2 now before 3 comes out later this year. But yeah, I put over 100 hours into that game just to do all the side quests, do the DLC and all of its side quests as well. I love going through the skills, upgrading them, and kind of just going through that world. That world is so cool. So I wholeheartedly recommend you guys give Xenoblade Chronicles a shot. It's been on sale recently, $40 every now and then on select stores. So grab it while it's on sale, and you won't be disappointed for sure. So
nice.
There you
That's
go.
awesome. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that made the list as well. I was a little bit worried because we were getting towards the end and no one had mentioned Xenoblade. And in fact, I personally didn't prep, my prop for it because I have the definitive edition, collector's edition kind of over there on that shelf. But I didn't go get it because I was like, oh, Garrett's going to talk about that one. So I'm not going to prep this. But that's an awesome pick. I know a lot of people would have been really mad at us if we didn't at least mention one Xenoblade Chronicles game.
Right.
So I'm glad, we've got one on the list. And definitely I would say of the two, I think definitive edition is definitely the one to pick versus 2.
Yes.
So I'm glad that one in particular made it. And I can't wait for 3. That's one that I'm actually pretty excited about checking out later this year. So
Me
we'll
too.
have to look out for that. But then my last game, again, I would have a prop prep for it, but I thought Garrett was going to pick it. But it would be, even though I haven't finished this game, and in fact, I'm actually farther behind in this game than Garrett is, it would be criminal for us not to at least acknowledge Shin Megami Tensei 5 as one of the best RPGs on the Switch. It would be wrong. It would be
so
wrong,
good.
like morally wrong for us to do so. So Shin Megami Tensei 5, again, what I liked about it was a lot of the same stuff I actually said about Tokyo Mirage Sessions, about the combat and, summoning the demons and collecting stuff. But it's a lot of that, but taken to just a much more like darker and harder extreme, essentially, with Shin Megami Tensei 5, where essentially it's a post-apocalyptic story in Japan where you're traveling to this world. But what was cool about this one was they had some extra school elements in this game, as opposed to it just being a post-apocalyptic story like a lot of the other Shin Megami Tensei games tend to be. Although I didn't play 4, and I don't know if 4 falls into that same camp either. But I know 3, like Nocturne, for example, you're basically playing as one character the whole time, and you're not really interacting with anyone, and it's just a dead world that you're kind of in. But with 5, there was a lot more side characters, which I thought was really refreshing. The story is great. Again, I haven't gotten through it yet. Because there's been a lot on my plate this year. But it's one that I really want to get back to and play through because it's a lot of fun. Again, the combat's fun. Although I will say the difficulty can be, kind of tough, especially for someone who's new to the series. So definitely if you are watching this live stream or listening to this podcast and you're like, hey, we recommended this as near the top, maybe I should go try it, even though I've never tried these games before. Just know going into it, it's a very difficult game, to the point where like if you misalign some of your skill points or some of your if you like fuse the wrong monsters and stuff like that, you can really like pigeonhole yourself if you don't have like a million backup saves or anything like that. So just go into it knowing the expectations there that it's actually a really tough game. But other than that, I think you're gonna have a great time because I think it's actually a really good RPG. And of course, looking at my list, Garrett, which is hilarious, of the games that I listed off, like they're almost all Sega games except for Trials of Mana, I think, and Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
That's funny.
Although Tokyo Mirage Sessions was developed by Atlas, so I mean it kind of is a Sega game. So it all kind of worked in. Apparently, I'm all about Sega today. Let's go.
For sure.
Let's call this the Sega Drive, and we'll go from there.
I love it. Shin
I know
Megami
you want to
Tensei
see more
5.
of that, yeah.
Cool. It's so good. Okay, I am 40 hours in. I'm still probably not close to the end because I am filled with a bunch of side stuff, but I just want to say it is the most accessible Shin Megami Tensei game there is in the series. I think it does a very good job of kind of letting you roam the world, as opposed to Shin Megami Tensei 4 and 4 Apocalypse. It was kind of hard on the 3DS. And so, yeah, there's that. And also, it's very close to Pokemon. The formula is actually almost side by side because, you're catching monsters in Pokemon and putting them in your party. Shin Megami Tensei, you're talking to demons and you're kind of bribing them and convincing them to be in your party. And then those demons, you can fuse them together to make new skills and inherit those skills into a new demon, increase the level, so on and so forth. And it's a nice... They set a grind to it that's so satisfying. And as you said, the story is, I think it's definitely a little bit better. I think 4 overall is a better story, but the way 5 is presenting its story is really good. It's I'm really, really enjoying it. Especially with the school and there's kind of a secret organization that's defeating the demons. There's a lot of themes around morality behind this game. What is good and evil really? And what is, between angels and demons, what is really that bad? And they try to muddle the lines in between when you face these bosses. Yes, I have failed a lot in this game. I've died a lot, and that's okay. Just make sure to save. I think that's the one thing I give a tip to everyone. Make sure you save all the time. Your save points are your kind of just your access points. If you don't save, you're losing progress no matter what. So make sure you go from one point to the other.
If you don't save properly too, you're losing half an hour to 45 minutes of save progress in this game. It's one of those games.
Yeah. And so it's aggressive. The demons come after you, and you can the enemies may go first and they may mess you up. And once your main character dies, not even your whole party, your main character dies, game over. And so it could be as simple as a couple moves and you're done. So you got to be very careful. But its systems are much deeper, much more complex, and much more satisfying, I think, Pokemon ever was. So that's why I say Shin Megami Tensei 5 is, definitely one of the best RPGs on Switch. That's my spiel.
And again, if we didn't include it, it would feel wrong. It would make our list feel wrong, Garrett. So real quick then, since we got about 5 minutes left before, our next segment for the day, Garrett, we should probably talk about some of our honorable mentions, some of the games that we didn't talk about. And I'll just run through the list real quickly of the games that we do have just for reference. So we got Wargroove, Valkyria Chronicles 4, Pokemon Legends Arceus, Trials of Mana, Monster Hunter Rise, 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, Fire Emblem Three Houses, Tokyo Mirage Sessions, Sharp FE Encore, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, and Shin Megami Tensei 5. So, Garrett, what were some of the games that you left out?
Oh, that's a great list. Okay, I'm looking through my list. Hades. Big shout out to Hades. A really good indie roguelite RPG. Well, would you say this is an RPG, Hades?
It's more of a roguelike, but it has RPG elements. Again, I've played a little bit of Hades, but I haven't played super far in that game. But it's definitely more in the roguelike category than an RPG. But I'll give it to you on this one.
Atelier Ryza, of course. Shout out to that.
Nice.
And Astral Chain. I think that's one of more the underrated gems of Switch exclusives, and it's coming from Platinum Games. Very cool action RPG. Check that one out. And the last one that I've been most recently playing, Nobody Saves the World, just came out on Switch this week. A very satisfying action RPG coming from Drinkbox Studios, the makers of Guacamelee and Severed.
Nice.
And that's it.
Nice. That's a pretty good list. So as for me, I'm going to get the rest of my props ready, Garrett, because I got to store all these. I didn't pick these. So first one, I already flashed you already. Triangle Strategy. I actually really like Triangle Strategy.
There we go.
A lot.
There's the triangle.
I finished Triangle Strategy. Really solid game. I really like this game. But it's not in my personal top 5. But it's definitely in my top 10 Switch games. I think it's really solid RPG. Next one's actually like a remaster, but it was such a good remaster with brand new content that was exclusive to the PlayStation 3 version that I had to include it on my personal list. Tales of Vesperia Definitive Edition. I think this is actually a really good version of this game. And no triangle, Garrett. I mean, I see you reacting to Kato's comment. You're just making it worse. So Tales of Vesperia, really great port, especially if you never played it on Xbox 360, because that was the North American version that we got of the original. I think it's a really solid port of that game. This big old boy right here, the Octopath Traveler Wayfarer Edition. Yeah, this is the one that actually is the pop-up book, essentially, with all the characters.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, so Octopath Traveler, I think, is actually a pretty good RPG as well. And then I actually had some indie love with Indivisible, which I've talked about on the show many times. Yeah, it's like kind of an ode to the Valkyrie Profile series. And then Undertale was my last one, which is
Undertale is a very good one as well.
And yeah, I think Undertale's a great game. But otherwise, the two crossovers that we had were, of course, Fire Emblem Three Houses and then Tokyo and Shin Megami Tensei 5 were the kind of the two crossover games that we had.
Yeah.
I just haven't played enough of Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition for me to definitively see what I did there. Put it in my top list.
I understand, man. I understand.
Yeah. But overall, Garrett, out of our 10 list, what do you think the best game is here? If we had to
what's
crown
the best game out of that list?
Yeah. If we had to crown a winner,
I mean, I say Shin Megami Tensei 5, but that's just me. Personally. Something okay. Can you run through the list together again? Just
so we
give
got
me
Wargroove, Valkyria Chronicles 4, Pokemon Legends Arceus, Trials of Mana, Monster Hunter Rise, 13 Sentinels, Fire Emblem Three Houses, Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE Encore, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, and Shin Megami Tensei 5.
I think we would both be in agreement with Fire Emblem Three Houses, just the amount of time we played with that and how much we enjoyed of it. My personal favorite, Shin Megami Tensei 5, and maybe Xenoblade. But what about you, Ryan?
Yeah. Of this list, my personal favorite game is actually 13 Sentinels of this list.
Yeah.
Again, one of my top 5 of the PlayStation 4 Switch generation, I think. Of all games, not just RPGs. And then, but if I was to, I would actually probably agree with you. The consensus pick between the two of us, I think Fire Emblem Three Houses is a better game than Shin Megami Tensei 5. So
okay, I am fine with Fire Emblem Three Houses, even though it's not the best Fire Emblem game. It's very hard to beat the others. So let me tell you, on 3DS.
No, and again, if you do one playthrough, I think you're going to have a fantastic time playing through it, and you're not going to have run into the nitpicky stuff that I talked about when you get 3 or 4 playthroughs deep with this game. But it really encourages you to go for the 3 or 4 playthroughs because the stories in each playthrough are really great. Yeah. So yeah, it gives you a good reason for doing all that stuff. So there you go. I think that's going to wrap up the show, Garrett. But before we go, Garrett plugs go.
You can follow me at Twitter at Blind Explosion. You can also see me on the Nintendo Shack, part of the Play Some Video Games Podcast Network. We are live Thursday nights, 9:30 Eastern Time, 6:30 Pacific Time, over at twitch.tv/PSVG, and released on all podcast services around the world.
Around the globe, Garrett. That's what we
Around the globe.
Yeah. My God. As for me, you can find me on Twitter at Ryan Turford. You can find us on Twitter now at Carpool Gaming on Twitter. No S, by the way. No pluralization on the Twitter now, which I really like, by the way. That's a nice touch. You can find us on YouTube, youtube.com/Carpool Gaming. And again, on podcast services around the globe. This has been the RPG Cave. For Garrett Bland, I'm Ryan Turford. This has been level 43, and we're out.
Bye-bye.
People like when we go onto the eShop. Let's just say, like, we're gonna change the name of the show. we'll have the Nintendo Drives by the eShop. That's our little
eShop
section.
Drive, yeah.
You know, we're the #1 abandoned podcast on the internet, and that's not going to change.
Look at Xbox, TV, movies, sports, TV, Connect. You are the
dream
controller.
has officially been realized, John. It's official.
Yeah, we're there.
Crafting all the potions and crafting the elixirs and stuff, you know?
You're doing this all on your apothecary table, right? Is that what's going on over there?
I'm raising my apothecary level right now and my medical level.
Maybe instead of the music kind of intro, we have like this creaking door, like you're sneaking on in and you're tiptoeing.
That would be dope. That would be dope. Like this.
You fly in, you're a fly on the wall to our super secret conversation.
That's what I see this podcast at.
So if you want to do this, I do have like some strange, possibly strange, hot takey conspiracy theories regarding Elden Ring.
Elden Ring came out, and I feel like the way you should do an open world game has changed. Or the expectations.
I feel a shift in my gaming, man, and I'm feeling it, dude. I'm playing multiplayer games with friends, like almost exclusively. Like not by, I don't know if it's necessarily by choice. I'm not like avoiding single player games, but I'm tired of hearing myself go like, oh, I don't know what to play.
Oh, hi there. Can I please get a medium decaf with 2 Splenda? And can I also get a carrot muffin with that? That'll be all. Thank you.
Here we go. And we are back. Yumi Capri Day continues. Carpool Gaming Day 0, Day 1, whatever you want to call it. We are at one of probably the most exciting part for me. I love what we're about to do here. I'm very excited. I was pushing for this, and I'm not sure that anybody, maybe Garrett might have been the only one who maybe found out about it the last minute. I'm like, we are wanting to do a fantasy critic league thing because I think this is amazing. I don't care if we're halfway through April. We still got most of the year left. I want to do this thing. I'm excited. We'll quickly go around the room. We've got a lot to go over here in about an hour's time, but I'm joined by Ryan Turford, my co-host on the Xbox Drive and the RPG Cave, and many others. Also, you guys just saw Garrett Bland on the RPG Cave as well. Matt Sawinski from the PlayStation Drive, and Court Lalonde, new member of the Carpool Gaming crew and new co-host of the PlayStation Drive. I think we also have Console Kato in the chat. She asked me to put up a picture of her potatoes here somewhere, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make all of that work. But
it's only so much room, Sean.
Exactly. Like I need to move one of us aside, and it's a whole thing. We've got about an hour to do this, and we were going to record just a regular episode of the Patreon exclusive podcast called Yumi Capri Podcast. But because we are now north of 80 patrons, we're doing a fantasy critic league, which means that we're all going to take turns picking games that are coming out in 2022 that we think are going to review very well. We obviously have no idea how they're going to review because they're not out yet. And we score points throughout the rest of the year based on how well these games do on OpenCritic. We will share links in our socials and on Discord and everything. You guys can follow along if you like. But for today, I'm so excited because we're all just going to see the strategy that's involved, what people think is going to be good. We can make fun of the games that people think are going to be good but aren't going to be good, and all of that kind of stuff. And before we get started, I'll kind of just quickly explain kind of the rules. I will randomly set a draft order. If anybody's ever done like fantasy football or hockey or anything like that, it's very similar. We'll choose our order and we'll go around the horn here. Everybody gets to pick one game at a time. We'll pick 5 games in total. And when that's all done, we pick what's called a counter pick, which is, for example, I will pick one of the games that maybe Court had picked that I don't think is going to come out this year, or I think it is going to come out. It's going to do terribly. Like if Court were to pick, I don't even know. I'll give an example from a real fantasy thing that happened between the Xbox Drive and the PlayStation Drive. Ryan and I smartly picked Kirby and the Forgotten Lands. We thought that game was going to do very well. And Mr. Badbit and Kyle Stevenson picked it as their counter pick. They thought it was going to score less than 70. And guess what? It scored 85, which means we got 15 points, 1 point for every point above 70, and they lost 15 points because they're a bunch of dum-dums, and that is the magic of the counter pick. And with that, you guys, maybe we'll let the magic begin. Ryan, do you have anything to say as I switch all of our screens over?
I am just ready to do this. I'm chomping at the bit to pick all the weeb games. Everyone knows I'm going to pick. It's going to be great, you guys.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling I'm just be AAA up. You got JRPG Matt, and then Weeb Game Ryan, and then Garrett's gonna take all RPGs. And me and Sean will just take like Nintendo games and just be like, look at us.
I think this is gonna end up being a pretty bloody fight between all the JRPG and Weeb games between Garrett, Ryan, and myself.
Hey,
so I'm curious to see how this is
No
gonna
fight,
happen.
buddy. No fight whatsoever.
We're not fighting?
I'm literally gonna spend the bottle on my tail
done.
now just to see.
I'm done fighting today.
I'm gonna pick.
FIFA
Let's just pick all the
23,
sports
let's
games.
go.
Yeah,
Keep going. I've got to fix something.
WWE, it's already out.
abandoned.
I already had a hard time putting the kid to
Yes.
bed. That was my fight for the day.
Guys,
Someone's
I'm
gotta
just
pick
gonna
a-
so pick Advance Wars. You know,
It's gonna
I don't
come out this year, Garrett.
I don't even know what that is.
is it gonna come out this year?
I mean, I would assume it would.
I don't think so. I don't think.
I mean, we know it's in a fully
That would be rough.
playable state. Someone was playing it, and it was fine.
Wasn't that
Yep.
crazy? One
Unlocked
person was
early.
able to play it. Yeah.
Who's picking GoldenEye? Dun, dun, dun.
It is. You can't pick
GoldenEye.
unannounced games. Like it is an option, so you guys can be encouraged to check out the full spectrum of stuff. Let's see. And if
But
anybody's in the chat,
roll the dice a bit. with that.
we got Kato is in the chat, so we'll be kind of calling upon her to make her picks that way, which is very exciting. I think I've got this all sorted out, which is very interesting. If you guys can see everything, I will set the draft order randomly here. So we'll edit the draft order. So I hit random a couple times before off air and figured that might be a little presumptuous. So I want to do it live. You guys can all see what's happening here. I will put, let's see, Matt, how many times should I click the button randomize the draft order? How many? Between 1 and
7.
Okay, 7.
Shocker
1,
that you
2,
said that.
3, 4.
Why is that a shocker?
5,
Because you got a
6,
7 in your background
7.
usually.
Okay,
That's
so
a
we
lucky
got
number.
7 was a good number for at least Ryan. The Sarnia Super Saiyans, Ryan Turford's team. Moves Like Jagger by Court Lalonde is team 2. Spud Squad, that's Kato, has the 3rd pick. Next is Not You, Just Me, Sean Capri. That's Garrett Plan. No, that's me. Then the Doctor is next, and the man who picked the number of randomized orders. Sorry, Matt. The Golden Royals.
Perhaps did not go well.
Now, I will say,
That
and
is
Garrett, do you want-
advantage to you.
Yeah, you point that out, Gary. You go ahead, buddy.
Well, the advantage is it's a snake order. So, like, whoever's first will pick first, and whoever's last, pick last. But then it'll go the other way around. So, Matt, you're going to pick 2 games in a row. That will be
All right,
your
Catan rules.
pick.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Catan rules. That's what's up.
Or
All
just regular. He says Catan rules. I was like, just regular,
Drafting rules.
pool. Yeah. Just
Oh,
regular.
it's everywhere. It's universal. Okay, cool.
Oh, yeah,
Usually the way it goes.
Sounds
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
I'm going to hit the start drafting button and hope that
Sports
I don't
ball.
explode it all. So
Let's do
we'll
it.
do this. Warning, once you start drafting, you can no longer add or remove players. This is it. This is everybody.
It's on.
Okay. I click
Everyone's
the OK
here.
button.
I can't
And
see
Ryan
anything.
Turford is first. The draft is currently in process. Sarnia Super Saiyans. Is that how I say that, Ryan?
That is
How do
nice.
where's the draft screen?
So,
Do we refresh?
Do I have
you
to? Yeah,
refresh
maybe
it
I
and say,
refresh.
it'll say the draft is currently in process, and it'll say if it's
Yeah.
your turn to draft, you select draft game under player actions, and then type the game in. Just like God of War. Let's search it.
God of War.
Really?
Snap, their first pick is God of War.
Wow,
right.
game's not even coming out. I love that.
Move.
I love doing this stuff.
Wow.
Let's see how it shapes
All
up.
right, how do I do
With the
it?
game that's not
God
even
of
launched this
War
year.
is your first pick.
Feel free to
Good.
counter
Okay.
me all you want.
Good.
I don't
need to
count a
counter that
pick.
right
I
now.
mean, go ahead and use your first overall pick for an unannounced or unconfirmed.
We already said 2022.
Unconfirmed.
okay.
He
How do
did
I-
it too. He did it. Wow, you guys. Okay, Court Lalonde,
Okay,
you
so
are next.
how do I do it? So what do I do next?
You should be able to see
Yeah.
under
Draft.
player actions on the left-hand side.
Draft under player actions. So player actions, draft game. Oh, look at this.
Yep.
Yeah, it pulls up a little window. You can search. I'll take help from the chat. By the way, I don't even care if these guys can see it as well. I'm curious to know.
I can see that, Sean.
I know, but I'm curious to know whether or not they're helping me or the whole team, and like I'm curious what other people would pick as their first overall pick. Their first overall pick, like this is very important. You know, as we get down, it'll be a little bit tougher.
I feel like they're more likely to help Kato than you, Sean.
Well, whatever.
Sean, I'll help you. Don't worry about it.
I made my pick,
thank you.
by the way.
Oh,
I made my pick.
Well, we have this is an audio podcast, by the way. We should say what we're picking.
Okay, so with the second
great
pick,
Yes.
with
do
the
that.
second pick in the Carpool Gaming draft,
Yes.
moves like Yager,
Dude, you know how to
Oh, you stole it.
Starfield.
Yes, good pick.
Interesting.
That's
I
a good one.
like it. I like it a lot. That's a first pick.
That is a first pick.
That's a good one. I like it a lot. Kato, you are up next. Probably a couple of seconds at least behind us. So this will be interesting how this all works out. She can't really talk us through her mentality.
Yes, but I
here.
can announce her
Sean,
pick.
Sean,
I'm
yes.
just waiting to see
Sean,
it.
you do Nintendo Drive with Kato every week. Can you
Yes.
like become Kato and walk us through what she's probably thinking? Can you become the potato?
She's looking out Nintendo's release
See, and I don't
schedule
want-
right now, and she's probably going to pick Nintendo Sports because it's going to get a good score.
Now, Sean, all you got to do is just sip on some Dr. Pepper, and then you'll be able to.
I become a potato. Well,
And
just
just
go.
say you like Jar Jar Binks and,
just- oh,
and get in
Jesus,
the
it's
mind.
been so long. We made it so long.
Garrett,
We went the
if
whole
you
day.
understood how much Jar Jar Binks content I have planned for the next
Oh, that's
infinity.
wonderful.
Kato, under
Oh,
the
Jar Jar forever.
under the player actions on the left-hand side, you should see draft. What did it say? Draft game now? It doesn't.
Draft game,
Yeah.
yeah.
It doesn't appear until it's your turn. So you might have to hit refresh
You might have to
for it
hit
to recognize
refresh,
it
yeah.
actually is your turn. Here. Now it's interesting because you're right. I do the show with Kato, and I am thinking about what she might be picking. But I also think that her and I might be in like tackling this number one pick in a similar way. Actually,
Well,
for
I was
that
gonna say, I
reason.
know like 2 or 3 games that Sean's gonna probably go with first.
So you can also set a watch list too when it's not your turn. You can go in. There's a button on the side that says watch list. that you can.
Oh, hold the phone. We have a draft on the board. Console Kato has drafted Splatoon 3.
Dude,
nice. That's smart one.
That's what I was saying, you guys.
That's a pick.
Her and I are thinking along the same lines on this.
But I said she's finding a Nintendo game to choose.
Yeah, that's what I would have done.
She has to stay on brand. She's very smart. And Nintendo
I have
games
a quick
do
question.
well.
So when a new game is announced, is it basically just a race to see who can lock it in first?
Kind of. So what you'll see is you have a budget of about $100 that you can bid on games after we're all done this. Right now, everybody gets, you don't have to bid and we don't have to worry about dollars. But afterwards, you can put a bid in towards a game. And let's say a good example was when Pokemon was announced. And a couple of our leagues, everybody was racing and trying to get Pokemon. So it was not first come, first serve. It was who's willing to put more money down as a bid on this. And it went to the highest. It went to the highest bidder. So some people put like $4.
I love those drafts. I let people overbid and take, like in hockey ones, like they take McDavid and everything, and they spend all their money, and I just sit there and just clean up everything and just like.
You would be that guy.
100%.
Can you blame him though?
No, it's this. You try be the smartest guy in the room. Ryan probably has to deal with this every day. Me, it only happens every once in a while.
All right, what's Sean picking?
It was going to be Splatoon. It was absolutely going to be Splatoon.
Now hold the phone. You can't blame this on Kato. That's not her.
What if I search for Nintendo? I just want to get whatever Nintendo is.
Just go to Nintendo.
Just whatever they're doing.
A fantasy critic, maybe. This is just my opinion. Maybe have it so your page refreshes without me refreshing it. But...
Right?
Yeah, right.
Well,
yeah.
Again,
Don't
we
pick it.
learned
Don't pick
this
it, Sean.
very quickly,
Don't
Sean.
pick it.
There's
Don't do it.
There's
Sean,
only
don't
like
do it.
one person working.
Not you, just me. Sean Capri is proud to select Xenoblade Chronicles 3 as my top pick, just to continue throwing the shitball down the road to the doctor, who probably would have picked that one as well.
I would
actually
definitely pick that.
On this one. All right, Garrett, you get 2 picks.
No, that's Matt.
Oh, sorry, I forgot Matt.
I go one pick. Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Well, I know my next game.
Wow.
Sean, that's okay.
For so long.
I laugh how you just
your
picked,
one
Sean. You just picked one of the ones that Matt wanted, Ryan wanted, and Garrett wanted, and so now they're just going to be fighting over that.
That's what I'm saying, man. I love this stuff.
I didn't want it. Xenoblade Chronicles overrated.
You can all blame Kato.
I actually thought that Xenoblade would get to my second pick, but
I'm so curious to see because there's a couple of like niche of those JRPG weeb games that I have on my list, and I just don't know if I'm going to get to them first.
Well, I know my second pick will be taken either by Sean or Kato, so it doesn't matter. So it's like,
what is that? So what's your second pick?
I just drafted my
game.
It's a Nintendo game.
That's not how that works. It's definitely.
What did you pick?
Pokemon Scarlet and
Nice.
How did I forget it? Oh no!
Yeah.
Damn, I just said it. I literally just said it. That people put down huge dollars for that. Oh man, I'm an idiot. I cracked under the pressure. Oh my gosh, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Good for you. Oh,
okay.
That's probably gonna.
All right, Matt.
Do it.
So I get
do
2
something
now, right?
You get 2. A PlayStation game.
Do something.
Yeah, you get to do 2 now.
PlayStation game.
Okay.
Yeah.
For my first one, I'm gonna go with Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope.
Good one.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's gonna be a number 1. Okay, so hold on, I'm gonna draft that game. Okay, that's my number 1. And for my number 2, hold on, let me consult my list because I did some research. I went to the library. Spent a lot of time studying.
You were gonna say you were gonna consult us about it, Matt. Let me just consult the panel.
This is the best.
Okay, I'm gonna run with this as well. I just have a feeling about this one, and there are other games that I think will score higher, but I want to beat Ryan and Garrett to the punch on this one in case they are swinging for it. For my second pick, I'm gonna go with Live Alive.
Yes, that was another one.
Good one.
I was gonna go for.
And I knew inviting Matt to this draft would be a bad idea.
Damn.
Stealing all my games.
All right, that's me.
Oh God.
Oh, now it's back to me.
I'm just trying to hit refresh to try to capture this. Man,
I feel like I should take Madden just to fit in.
You should. Someone's got to pick Madden.
Yeah.
No, not a chance.
Live
Madden
Alive.
series is trash. It is
All right.
trash.
All right, someone's got to pick the sequel to eFootball from Konami. It'll be great.
No.
I'm good.
Back over to Garrett. I cannot believe I
right.
missed Pokemon. I literally just said here's how the bidding things work.
Considering MLB The Show didn't get good ratings because not enough people reviewed it, and the game's amazing, I can't touch a sports game.
They're very risky, I would say. It's so weird how they are.
There is a high-profile sports game that is probably going to score well that's coming out this year. That's all I'm going to say.
I would not say FIFA will. No EA sports game is going to do well this year.
Golf?
No. I'm not going to say.
Swinging?
But there is one.
Mario Tennis.
I'm going to go cheap on this one.
Mario Strikers. There you go.
I'm going to go cheap on this one. Nintendo Switch Sports.
Yeah, get it. Yes.
That's one I'm drafting.
That was my next
I
pick.
believe in the Nintendo fans of bringing that Nintendo bump to the 90s.
I am a day and date
Nintendo
adopter
fan.
of said game. That game is going to get. Honestly, I'll go out there and say that game gets like a 90.
So what happens if we get the game for review and then we purposely give it a bad score just to mess Garrett over?
Nintendo doesn't give us games.
We aren't on Open Critic yet, Matt. So that doesn't count.
Okay, let me get on that real quick.
You gotta get Burnout
Just
on. Where's
apply for
Burnout?
it.
Why isn't Burnout on Open Critic yet, Matt? What's going on?
Good question. Don't know why.
I mean, Console Creatures is on there, but why can't we get Burnout on there?
Thank you, Ryan. I'm going to take this as your apology for forgetting about me 5 minutes.
I need like another window open here. I keep referring back to like the screen, the like because I also can't do it in front of you guys either to add to my watch list or anything like that. So I got to figure out how to do this.
This is what it's like to not know anything. Like when people do hockey pools and stuff with me, and I have zero stress. I'm just like, whatever. I'll just pick the best game I see on the list.
I know, but it's also like, what are other people going to go after? Like I'm hovering.
Well,
over
I don't even
these.
think that way. Like I know there's a game that no one will go after, but
Sean.
Yeah, Matt.
Pick Mario Strikers.
See, and I feel like that's like sevens. I don't know that. Like I'm excited about it. Like
you know what? You might be
Mario
right.
Tennis was bad. Mario Tennis was bad.
Like, I'm
remember?
Okay.
That's true.
Guys, there's a difference. They're two different studios. Oh my gosh.
It's all the same, Garrett.
No,
It's
I
all
agree with you.
pretty
I'm
much.
arguing for or against John
Dude,
picking it because I can't tell.
That one is a
know.
little too
I didn't
close to
wanna
my
say
heart.
anything.
That one is too close to my heart. I think Strikers it's a little too much. Not you, just me. Sean Capri is proud to select Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge as my second pick.
Because that is going to get all us old people reviewing the living daylights out of that and giving it 9s.
Yeah.
That game is
That's
gonna
gonna
score
that'll
well.
be the next Elden Ring, getting good scores even though the game's broken.
Next, Elden Ring.
Ribosane Strikers.
Well, the game was broken and everybody was giving it 10s, so sure.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
Kato might pick Strikers,
Elden Ring didn't
Kato
work on
could pick
PC for
Strikers.
weeks, but yeah, it's a 10 out of 10, right?
but it is Kato.
That is the game that broke all fantasy leagues. If you picked it, it's just like you win. You win the whole year. 30
It
damn
didn't make any
points.
sense though. It made no sense.
But I mean, the trophy room picked that. Sean, should we be worried?
Elden Ring, we picked it.
Shh, it's fine, Sean.
Kato. So confused. Kato, it is the Spud Squad's next pick. We'll see if she does pick Strikers.
Bayonetta 3.
Oh,
Bayonetta
there's my
3
counter
is
pick.
gonna-
There's my
call.
count. Oh, get out of here.
Good call.
Yep, thank you. Your second pick is my
counter
counter. Oh,
pick.
that's my counter pick. That
Interesting.
game is going to get a 67 guaranteed. Take it to the
No,
bank.
That game is
Platinum's
not going to come out. It's not going to come out
Yeah.
this year.
There's that too. So
Really?
no, I like
Is
it.
it my pick?
It is your
It
pick.
is your corpse.
Cortland's pick, yeah.
Moves like Jagger. Anybody joining us? Thank you guys so much for being here with us as we do our fantasy critic league.
No.
Feel free to tell us what we're getting right and what we're getting wrong in the chat here.
No.
What do you
And
think?
make sure to
Victoria?
tell
Chaos in
Sean
the
how
best
wrong
way.
he is
All right.
sometimes.
Just because, I don't care and I like throwing things to the wind. With my second pick in the first annual Carpool Gaming's draft, I am proud to select from Warner Brothers Studios.
Oh, nice one.
Nice.
Okay.
Dude, I love
Okay.
even the pick from the publisher. Like, it's just so, like, man, if you know drafts.
Hold on. I gotta actually do it. I just said it out loud. I haven't actually done it, but that's.
But
We
he
need
was so
Court.
proud to announce it. You got the jersey out and everything.
Well, no, I'm doing it all
He's ready.
properly. I'm doing it like an NHL
yeah, put the
draft.
hat on and everything.
Yeah.
Welcome to the
exactly.
team.
If Jeff Keighley's watching, please have Court announce a winner at the next Game Awards because I think he's got the voice and the looks for it. I'm just saying.
Oh, look at that.
Do it, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right, Ryan Turford. You were
All right,
first
here
in
we
the first
go.
round. You're last
Oh
on
yeah, I
this
get to
round.
go again.
So then
too,
you get
right?
to go
Second
again.
and
Yeah,
third
Ryan's
pick.
picking two here.
I'm scared.
All right. So
I
my
got some league
first
games I
game-
want.
Here comes Al Nirvana Selenium Files, whatever the heck.
That's on my list.
That
Oh,
is
Ryan's-
actually, I got to get that before Matt gets it.
Ryan's going to get it.
Before I pick that, from Tokyo, Japan, from the House of Mario, comes Mario Strikers Battle League. The Sarnia
Yes.
Super Saiyans are proud to select Mario Strikers Battle League because
That's a good
I can't
one.
believe none of you dummies.
That's a
actually
good
did
one. Well, I don't know. Like, what did the last one get?
Hey, I think Gotham Knights is gonna crush.
The last
and I
one
got
came out on the
Starfield as
Wii.
well.
That doesn't
I'm
count.
pretty sure I got two 80s, so I'm okay.
Yeah.
You good?
I want to know what
and
the last
then-
Strikers got.
And then, also from Tokyo, Japan. Actually, no, I'm not going to pick that. Hold on.
I think Mario Strikers is being made in Canada, isn't it?
It doesn't matter.
Isn't it
It's
Next Level Games?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't
Yes.
care. It's Nintendo. I'm referring to it from being Japan.
I just thought it was interesting.
Wow,
That's
Mario
all.
Strikers
That's
1
not
got
how
a
drafts work,
76
man.
on
I don't
Metacritic.
say from the Swift Current Broncos. Like come on now, get it correct.
Yes,
saying.
sir.
I think it was named.
I'm shocked, Sean. Mario Strikers 1. No joke, 76 Metacritic.
Yeah, no,
on GameCube. That's kind of okay.
That's what I thought. Like I don't know, but I mean, we're
I
in
super
Switchland
enjoyed
now.
that game.
Same
I
here.
love
Like,
that. We're in Switchland.
It was so much fun.
it'll probably
what
do
I'm
better
saying.
than that. I just don't like it. Didn't. I don't know. We'll see.
All right. So, the Sarnia Super Saiyans are proud to select from 2K
What is it?
Games, The Quarry.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
game from Supermassive,
Okay.
Choice.
And-
It's a choice.
It sounds
That's a good one.
really, really good. It looks really, really good, and I'm very excited for it.
Good call.
And
Good call.
Until Dawn reviewed really well, and that's what I'm banking on this one doing.
Garrett Bland,
There you go.
Ribo's a good question. He says, "What about Strikers Charged on the Wii? Was there a separate review for that?"
It's not much difference, really.
I feel like I don't
Now,
know why I
how
thought
does this
70s.
work? We don't. So no game can be reviewed.
79.
So we only go off.
It's Open
Are we
Critic.
correct?
Yeah, it's just like Metacritic. It's
OpenCritic
Open
website,
Critic.
yeah.
Whatever the rating on Open Critic is.
So there's no review bombs in there. Are we?
No, they're just like
Well-
gaming's media. Well, depends on what you think, but
There was a game.
it is
that,
games
I-
media.
There
We're
was a
going off
game,
of
I
the
can't remember
media.
which one, that got a 2 from an outlet, but like everyone else gave it an 8 or higher. So
Yeah,
there-
so it's
there
an
was
aggregate.
one of the-
Jeez. Yeah.
Because I'm just going off. It's gonna get good scores.
It's not
like,
user
regardless.
reviews. It's the IGNs, the GameSpots, the Twin
And I want to
Finites.
win. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie. I just go AAA's, and I know this will get
Telling
good
you.
scores. So
All right, man.
hold on.
On the Wii was 79, says Garrett. Look at that. Oh, you're right there.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the chat and you're right there. Hey, yeah, two places at
actually,
once.
On my mind.
Ryan with the pinky.
Fancy.
You know,
Wow.
drinking in my very
Okay.
fancy Foxhound cup, Sean. So, it's very exciting.
What do you got there, Mr. Lalonde? Bob Lalonde.
Another Warner Brothers studio game.
Oh no, here we go.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, man.
There's my counter pick. There we go. Let's
You're
go.
counterpicking
Counterpick all you-
Hogwarts?
It's
I was
getting
kind of
late,
that
man.
won't review this.
It was not
It's
shot
getting
over.
late. Yeah,
It's getting
I
late.
bet you it gets amazing scores.
I see now
And
what
then
you're
it'll
saying with
get
the
amazing scores.
review bombs. I get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for because you're gonna have. I already know. There's like 5 outlets that are not even gonna review it.
Yeah.
So that's fine. So there's the no bad score right there because they would just give it a bad score anyways, and 3 of them are owned by
You never know, though.
terrible companies. So it's even more funny.
Or
But
it's entirely
anyways.
possible that companies will give it a low score on purpose to send a message because that's how.
Hey, companies can do that, but then they just look like scumbags.
Yeah, but it'll still show up on OpenCritic and affect your fantasy rating.
Hey, that's fine. If they feel like getting people fired, that's on them.
Well,
There you go.
It's now up to the Spud Squad, Console Kato. Let's see what Kato does.
Should we guess? What else is Nintendo doing?
Yeah, let's guess.
We've got
Another
Nintendo
Nintendo game?
Sports. Did that already
I
go?
think we've got most of them.
I got Switch Sports.
Yeah, he got Switch Sports.
There's Fire Emblem
Xenoblade.
Warriors.
Strikers is gone.
Fire Emblem
Fire
3.
Emblem Warriors.
Oh,
Yeah.
You know,
I think that's it. We already got Live
I
Alive.
bet
Oh,
Three.
Teenage Mutant
Advance
Ninja
Wars?
Turtles Cowabunga collection.
Okay.
I thought we turned
Oh.
remakes off or collections off, I should say.
Oh, yeah. I can't remember where we ended up. Kato says that.
Oh, the Spud Squad selects Hollow Knight Silk Song.
Oh, good pick.
Oh, that's
Bold
a great
move.
pick.
Bold.
Very
It's
good
a
pick.
that's a perfect third pick.
I found a
Yeah.
good counter pick, you guys. It's official. There's no way that game comes out this year.
You don't think so, huh? What about Advance
Really?
Wars? Is Advance Wars coming out this year? Are they
I
waiting?
don't think so.
Do you think the war is going to just keep going?
I think they're going to push into the summer.
They're going to push into next year. They're not touching that. They're really not going to touch that.
What do we know about Somerville? Oh crap! I didn't know it was going to take me back. Go back.
We know Mr. Badbit spent $10 to get Somerville on his team, Sean. In the trophy room versus the Xbox Drive.
I have no strategy of this. Oh wait, yes I do. Just kidding. I found the one I wanted. This is what I was humming and hawing about earlier that I didn't know if you guys were going to pick early or not. I think this is also a perfect third pick. Not you, just me. Sean Capri is proud to select Trek to Yomi.
Dang, good pick.
Black and white. I think Yomi.
I think it's a good pick.
Yep.
Yoma.
Everyone's counter picking my issue. I hope you look losing, says Kato. We'll see about that, Kato.
Let's see here. I definitely know my next game.
I have my next one ready to go too. Who's going right now?
Look at you guys. This
Garrett,
is Garrett.
All right, yeah, it's me. And then you got 2 picks.
Well, what happens
I
if
get 2
Garrett
as well?
steals
Okay.
one Matt?
Yeah.
Producer Ryan enjoys losing.
I'm just
I
gonna
wish
cry and quit.
I said that instead of you, Ryan.
All right. Oh, we're not doing DLC. Okay, we're not doing expansions. That's okay.
Sorry, I probably could have laid that. I couldn't even remember what I selected earlier, Garrett. Sorry about that.
That is just fine.
And to be fair, I thought we left expansions on, but we turned collections off. But it's all good.
That's fine. Hold on. I got my next
Because
pick
you probably
ready
wanted
to go.
Sunbreak, didn't you, Garrett?
I just can't spell this thing to save my life, so I gotta look for it. Let's see here. It's
Always a good
of course
sign.
it's gonna
I
be
can't spell it. I can't find it.
a weird. There we go. I found it. Yes. This is gonna get really good reviews. I guarantee it.
That's why you picked it so fast.
AI, the Insomnium Files.
Oh, take it from Ryan.
Nirvana Initiative.
No, I knew if I didn't pick it with my third pick, it wouldn't get back to me. So
Yeah.
and actually, it's gonna get good reviews.
I don't even know half these games.
The first one got like
I'm like
a
looking up. I'm
91 or
like, all right,
92
next
on
AAA
Open
game.
Critic.
Next AAA game. Is that even going to come out?
Garrett, Matt, and myself.
I know, right? I had it on the list. It's
I
my
know.
move, right? I get to go twice.
Yep,
You get to go twice. Oh,
Don't pick my game. I know which
But
one
then
you're picking.
after this, Matt, you get the very last pick.
Okay. I already know. I know my third pick for sure, so I'll lock that in right now. For my third pick, I'm going to go with Sea of Stars.
Oh,
That's a good one.
Good one. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going with
John,
Sea of
do you
Stars
even
for
know
my
what that
third
is?
pick.
See, it's like a Chrono Trigger spiritual
It's
successor
an
lookalike
RPG
kind of thing.
from the makers of The Messenger, and that game
Yep.
reviewed very, very well. So.
Yep, and this is there's so much hype around this game on Twitter. Like, it looks beautiful. So as long as the only thing is that I'm a little bit nervous it won't come out this year, but I hope it does. As for my fourth pick, I'm going to go with, a lot of my list has already been picked clean. You know what? I'm going to take a gamble because I feel like this game could either review really well or just very mid, but I'm going to go with Marvel's Midnight Suns.
Oh, that is a great pick. Good job.
Is it good with Marvel Midnight Suns?
Yes, the tactical card game.
Yeah.
It's got cards. So
Oh, good one. I like
It's
it.
like it's a XCOM type game, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's by Firaxis. So the pedigree is there. So I
Yes,
think there's a chance that they're going to nail it.
developer.
But
yeah,
yeah,
we picked it in our trophy room league. As well.
Yeah, that's a great
good one.
pick. Yeah, nice
All
one.
right,
Back to Garrett.
I can't believe you didn't pick this one, but I will pick it instead, Matt. And let's see if we can get. Yep,
I'm scrolling through
I'm
my list
definitely
here.
selecting before Ryan gets it. Soul
Dang
Hackers
it, Garrett.
2
Dang it! I
is
knew they would.
mine as well.
I feel like that game might score like in the high 7s, low 8s, but like I don't have much affinity for the series, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's spin-off from the Shin Megami Tensei series. It looks really good. I think I agree with you. I think it's gonna be a low 8 game at best. So we'll see how it goes.
I think it's a solid
But at this point, like if we're not picking unannounced games, it is harder to get at this point more than high 8 games. I think.
Yeah,
Right.
I believe in it. I believe in Soul
Oh, it's my
Hackers
turn
2.
right now.
It
Oh,
looks
snap.
really good.
I'm sorry, you guys are
Your turn.
chatting here. I'm just like looking at stuff. I've got I got two that I'm thinking about here, and I'm pretty sure the second one nobody is going to be looking at, and I think it's going to be good a little bit later. I'm not going to say anything more.
What's that second game again, Sean?
That's Somerville. What is everybody so excited about that Somerville for?
It looks good. It's been a very hyped indie game for a long time,
I'm
actually.
tempted about that Warhammer one as well, but I'm going to go with this one. Not you, just me, Sean Capri is pleased to select 2 Point Campus as my
2 Point
fourth
Campus.
pick.
Okay.
Smart.
I know nothing about those
don't know
games.
anything about that game.
Yeah.
Would you call that a 4X game, Garrett? It's
I'm
kind of
not
like
too sure
kind of
about-
like a city
it's like
sim.
Sims.
Yeah. So you but it's a university campus, and you can kind of like build more rooms and cool things for them to do, and they live out their lives. It's
cool.
Yeah, what was the other one too?
Cool
There's
story.
2 Point. What's
2
the other
Point Hospital.
Hospital?
Yeah. So that is my
And that
pick.
reviewed very well.
I think Kato's a little upset that you picked that one, Sean.
Good. Good. Take it. It's so funny that Kato and I ended up side by side because I think I definitely would have taken Splatoon 3 as my first pick if it wasn't for her. So that changed everything. All thanks to Matt picking 7.
For your first pick.
No. Mm-mm. No.
Actually, also with the DLC turned off, Sean, you can't take Top Gun Maverick.
Oh, I'm aware.
Oh, you tried it? You actually tried it?
Yeah, that would have been probably number 1. Top Gun Microsoft Flight Simulator DLC. Heck yes. Going to the freaking danger zone. Kato's considering her. What is Kato going to pick next, though?
That's a great question.
Very good question.
Let's see. I'm going to see what else is
What will
left.
the Spud Squad do next? Oh, the Spud Squad have selected.
She's fast.
Fire Emblem Warriors.
Hey,
call.
nice one.
Good call.
Good fourth pick, too. I like that a lot. That's because I don't know what that Warriors games are kind of, I don't know, all over the place a little bit.
Could be anything.
I can see that
Okay
being
picked,
an
but
80.
I'm still mad. I love this so much, dude. Oh, I want to do another one right after this. So much fun. I can't stop.
So, Boobs Like Yager is proud to select from EA
Get it.
Star
FIFA.
Wars Jedi Fallen
Oh,
Order
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Unannounced.
2. Jeff Grubb says the game's coming out. The game is coming out, people.
All right.
And he said it's coming.
My
And we
screen
get we know we get a trailer on May the 4th, so boom, game's been in development for 4
There we
years.
go.
We get in the game.
Look at that. Man, if you get that, if that lands this year and that's your fourth pick, that's how these things swing, man. It's not the first round it's the fourth round picks. You know what I'm saying? It's like Zach Parise.
I only know well, he's not good anymore. I only know Triple A's, so I'm just
like 30 years ago.
Okay, fine, but no, a better example would be like Pavel Datsuk, but he was drafted in the 7th round.
I think Parise was round 9. I'll go back. We'll fact check.
Hold on, yeah, we're gonna go look.
Meanwhile, Ryan is selecting his next game, his next Weebtastic game.
He was selected.
I think the Fire Emblem Warriors pick that Kato just did could score huge points just because of the fact that it's centered around 3 houses. And I think people really like those characters, and I think that could help out what otherwise might be a middling score for a Warriors game.
Mm-hmm. Zach Parise from Minneapolis, Minnesota, was drafted in 2003 by the New Jersey Devils in the first round, 17th pick overall.
Oh, okay. Well, don't know what I'm talking about. I'll just stop talking hockey.
Dude, it's fine. You still said hockey. I give you anything.
All right, appreciate it. All right,
I'll give it to you.
Ryan Turford.
All right. I am going to, but for my first of my last picks, I'm going to select from Square Enix, the Weebtastic studio of all. I'm going to pick Forspoken. I'm going to take a chance on it.
Oh,
Okay, cool.
dude, it looked good the last
Oh,
State of
come on.
Play.
That was my next pick. That was literally, I
It
was
works
like,
out for you.
and yet I
I hope
picked
it
it
works out
first.
for you.
hey, Gary Whitta's part of it.
Ryan is savage with Court, man.
To be fair, I'm closer to where Matt is on with Forspoken, but it's just one of those things where it's like all the games that we've got. I think
Savage
it's kind
with
of
me.
our
I
kind
don't
of
care.
list.
It's fine.
It's amazing.
So,
I think it could land well, though, Ryan. I
Yeah,
think you're
I
onto
think it's a
something.
good pick.
I think it could land well.
yeah, I think it's entirely possible. So, Sean, I had to take a risk with my final pick, but from Microsoft, I am drafting
Redfall.
Forza
Get
Motorsport
it.
for Xbox.
Oh, good. That is a very good
Okay.
pick. Very good pick, Ryan.
Perfect 5th round pick. Absolutely.
Very good pick, Ryan. Very good pick.
Oh, I like it.
I still don't think. I'm still in the camp of I don't think that game's coming out this year. But you know what? I'm picking it anyways. And if
So now
someone
Jeff
wants to
Grubb is
podcast
hinting
pick
that it
go
is.
ahead.
He's got it in his summer game fest or whatever. That I don't know.
Everybody's got to pick a counter
going.
pick. You got to think about what's actually coming out.
And Sean, at this point, the best part about me picking Forza, Sean, is that if we lose in the trophy room league, it just means I'll win here instead.
Exactly.
So it works both
Diversified
ways.
portfolio. I like
I
it.
can't lose. I can't lose.
Okay.
Dude, I love Fantasy Critic. This is just the best stuff
This
ever.
is so much fun.
I know, right?
It's good stuff.
I had 2 picks. I had 2 picks in my head, and Ryan took both of them.
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh,
Well, you know, Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp is still available. But
Yeah, I'm good.
Right, but what would you pick
I can't
next?
pick games that I would never play.
you wouldn't play Advance Wars. That game's really fun.
Yeah, it's just not my cup of tea, man.
I just don't know if that game is coming out. I think Strikers. I think I might regret not picking Strikers. I think it's gonna hit.
be a good one.
Yeah.
They usually review decently. It's just the legs on them is what's kind of hit or miss, right? Like at least the sports games generally are like at least high 7s, low 8s.
Yeah. I mean, all I ask is it's better than Mario Golf, and if it achieves that, I think it'll review well.
Next Level Games made Luigi's Mansion 3 the best.
That's a good way to put it.
Okay.
This
party.
is so painful. Like, you know what? It almost might get a good score. Is Sniper Elite.
Yeah, that's
I was
true.
looking at that too.
Because Saints Row won't.
I actually think Saints Row could surprise, but it's
75.
But surprise is low 8s for that.
That's a good 75. It's a
it's
75.
It's a no for me, dog. Let's see. Oh man. Hey, you Nintendo nerds, is Bayonetta coming out?
Kato already
It's
picked
already
it.
been taken by Kato.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, it was their
Darn
second
it.
pick. It is going to come out and it's going to get 67. Thanks, Platinum Games.
It's not coming out.
Wait, come on. Platinum is either 90s or 50s. Let's just be real now. Like,
Yeah.
Babylon's.
It's either Babylon's Fall or it's Bayonetta 2. It's one of those two.
ooh,
Or
where do I go? That
Teenage
Ghostbusters
Ninja
game that's
Turtles.
gonna be bad. Son of a gun, this is so hard.
Yeah, the last couple picks are tricky.
Well, this is my last pick, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Yeah, like these
The
are.
last one.
It gets, and
You know
especially
what?
the fact that we're partway
I'm
through
gonna
the
pick
year.
this. I'm gonna pick this just because, whatever, man, just for fun. And if it
Whatever,
if it
man.
hits, then like it's hilarious.
Okay.
What are you doing?
So, for my last pick in the first ever Carpool Gaming draft from Microsoft,
Redfall.
I am somewhat proud to select
Somewhat.
Redfall.
Get it? Yes, I like it. Good pick.
I know.
It's on my list too.
I've officially changed my counter pick from Kato to Court.
Obviously.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. You think Redfall's not going to do good or not released?
I don't think it's going to review well.
Oh, it's definitely
Really?
releasing.
But based on what?
I saw the gameplay, Sean.
Yeah, but you know what? We've all seen the gameplay, and we've
I
seen
haven't.
gameplay of it. You know what? I agree with you, Ryan. It looks terrible, but I'm just
but
like, I don't know what else to
you
pick
have to
anymore.
roll the dice. You got to roll the dice.
No, and
It does look terrible.
That's
though.
what fifth picks are for. I think you just go like that's. I mean, Ryan's with his Forza Motorsport. Like you just maybe it comes out. Maybe if it lands, like if it's coming out this year, that game's a 9, easy.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right. What is the Spud Squad select?
What else is
Final
left? Like what if Advance like Garrett, what do you think about Advance? I can pick before you. What do you think?
I think you should pick Advance Wars then.
You think
Sean?
Yeah. Oh, okay. You got something
Yeah.
else in mind? Hmm. It's just
Reverse
to that point of
psychology,
like
maybe?
like what that fifth
Sean.
pick is for.
WrestleQuest.
Oh, dude, I would
WrestleQuest
love
is
for that
supposed
to
to be good.
land. Is that gonna come out this year? Is that
Yes, 100%.
is it a July date? I can't remember. I'll have to look it up.
That game looks amazing.
It looks so
well,
good.
How did golf? It's going to be like Golf Story. It's going to be the exact same thing. How did that do?
Golf Story's pretty good.
Golf Story was fun.
Story was
Golf Story, I
awesome
think I
game.
want to say like 78 is my guess. Let's see. Golf Story.
Because it's the same thing, right? It's just with Macho Man. I'm just looking at nostalgia. And nostalgia.
That was
games
81.
suck. See,
81 on.
I just realized it's there. I definitely would have picked it. It's on all the consoles, so it's going to get a good score at least on Switch, and then you go from there.
Oh. See, and I've got one that I might pick after the fact. I'm not really sure. Kato's laughing at her own pick.
Oh, Kato.
Yes.
The Spud Squad have selected from Nintendo Metroid Prime 4.
Oh,
wow.
Dude.
That is my counter.
Let me. We're all going to race after the counter.
Can we all counter the same game?
You know what? I hope just for this reaction, I hope it lands this year and crushes. Like somehow they just like.
Has a Metroid game ever crushed? I love them personally.
Yes,
I'll buy it.
They all usually.
I think Dread did well on the reviews.
Dread did really well. Yeah, 80 something.
So did all the Prime games have reviewed well. Even Metroid Prime 2, which can people consider the bad one.
Good. Metroid.
The only one that hasn't really crushed was Federation Force, which was a terrible game.
Good son.
And then
Good son,
Metroid Prime
Connery.
Hunters.
Oh, Lord of the
That's a
Rings.
little Couldn't you just take like a Final Fantasy remake one, like the next installment of it?
But is 7 Remake really coming out this year?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, but that definitely.
But this is fifth pick territory, you know.
No, there's no way.
Did I just only pick from AAA studios? Oh, it shows how much I know.
That is kind of
Indies.
who you are, Court. We find.
Hey, Artful Escape was almost my game of the year.
It's fine. I just wrapped up an episode of the RPG Cave where I picked 4 of the best 5 RPGs on Switch were all from Sega. So there you go.
Sega.
Sega.
All right, Sean.
Metroid Prime 4 actually
I
comes
don't.
out.
I don't know what I'm
It'll
thinking.
be a 94.
I'm struggling too, dude.
Like I feel like the good risky ones have been taken. Like I think Motorsport was a really good risky 5th pick. Like so we don't.
I think it was a very smart pick. Jeffy Grub says it's coming. It's coming, man. Guys, very, very, very rarely wrong.
Not you, just me, Colin. Sean Capri is somewhat proud to select the Call of Duty Modern Warfare sequel coming out in 2022.
Well done.
Court does not approve.
Wow. No. Honestly, the Call of Duty games, I truly, truly like the story. It's just I wish they put more into the story like they used to back in the day.
Who's making this one? Is it Infinity?
Sledgehammer, I think?
Is it Treyarch again?
It is Treyarch. This is Treyarch, so it should be a good one then.
What did they do last? Was it Blops?
Or is it Infinity Ward this time?
Hold on. If it's Infinity War, then it's a banger. Hold on.
No. Who did Black Ops Cold War? Was that Treyarch?
Finding out.
Why
am I using Bing? Why am I using Bing?
It's the same team that did Modern Warfare, the first one.
Hold on. If it did, Black Ops Cold War was amazing.
No, but it's not the team that did Black Ops Cold War is what I'm trying to say. It's the team that did the Modern Warfare 1.
Modern Warfare 1?
The Modern Warfare reboot. The one that
the remastered? So that was done
by...
No,
not the remastered, like the one that came out like 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Ooh, that one wasn't that good then.
Okay. I got my pick. I don't think anyone else was going to pick this, but I have selected it. You can go ahead and counter pick it if you want. It's going to be a bold one. The doctor picked another Nintendo game, unannounced game in the fall. It's going to be an unannounced Donkey Kong game.
Get your Donkey Kong game. Get your Donkey Kong game. Yes. I'm not even mad.
So
lots
the
of good
next one is Sledgehammer. So Ryan, the next one is Sledgehammer. Yeah. Sledgehammer.
That should be a good one.
Call of Duty.
Oh man, I didn't even do like a Mario pick, dude. I'm looking at the stupid top games. You guys are being all creative and stuff with this. That's so much better.
All right, Matt, what's
there
your
you
final
go.
selection?
Matt, go pick a Mario game. Go get a Mario game.
I am incorrect. Infinity Ward makes the next one. What a nice pick, Sean.
Yeah. Wow. They're gonna get all those remastered maps in. People are gonna go crazy.
So the last game they made was Modern Warfare. It did very well.
Yep.
Infinite Warfare did very well. Ghost. Oh, they did make Ghost though.
Yeah, Ghost is no good.
No, it's so bad.
I'm going based on the name, Modern Warfare, a sequel to Modern Warfare. I think it's gonna review well.
Yeah, I think it will too.
This is tough. I wanted to go with like Final Fantasy 16 or Hellblade 2, but I really don't think either one of those are going to hit. So
pick Mario.
You know what?
Corn?
I'm going to go with my my indie heart here, and I'm gonna drop back to PlayStation as well for my final pick. My last pick is going to be Stray.
Okay.
That game looked good.
That is going to be good. Mm-hmm.
That game looked very good.
I think that's a game that can review well. I feel like it's going to be either like really high or like kind of just mid. But I don't know. The game looks cute. It's PlayStation. I'm going to back it. I think I'm going to go Stray for my last pick.
I like it.
If Kojima made that game, he would allow the cat to pee.
I'm saying there'd be Monster Energy everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Matt, since you got to pick last, you also get the power of the first counter pick.
Oh God. Okay.
So what game isn't going to do well, or what game do you think isn't going to come out this year? That's what you got to select. Some juicy targets on the board.
Just do you want me to highlight? Do you want me to highlight
5 of them?
All I got to do is point to half of Sean's list and
my list.
No, Court's list is bad.
Here's Kato's list is right here. If you want to take a look at Bayonetta or Hollow Knight or Metroid Prime 4, and she's totally not here to defend herself.
Actually, Kato,
cue the comment section.
If you sort by points projected by the Fantasy Critic program, predicting how many points we're going to end up with, Kato is actually in the lead.
Ooh, okay.
What are they predicting for Bayonetta? I'm very curious on that.
Bayonetta 1 and 2 both scored well, didn't
Projected points 12.1.
It's 12.1.
So just to clarify, I either think this game is not going to come out this year, or I think it's going to score lower than a 70, and then I benefit in either one of those scenarios.
So if it doesn't come out, they get 0 points.
It's just a 0.
You get anything. It's just
It's just a 0 point thing.
They can't drop it, which basically means that they lose like 10 points or however much they would get for replacing the game. And then the negative points come in if it does come out and it does badly. So you almost prefer games that are going to come out and do badly versus games that don't come out.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay,
you know what?
Like
key point about this, I didn't mention this before. The game that you counterpick, they cannot drop. They are locked in. It's going to stay there for the rest of the year.
We can drop games?
You can drop games after the fact. Yeah. But then you spend your dollars to go bid on new games to replace it.
Oh my God, dude, this is going to be
so good
on PlayStation Drive for sure.
You know what? I'm gonna be a bit gutty here, because I thank you, buddy. I was going to go with Metroid Prime 4 or God of War Ragnarok, just because I don't think either one of those games are going to hit.
Agreed.
But if we're talking about a game that I actually think might not score that well, you know what? For my counter pick, I am actually going to be going after Starfield.
What? You're nuts! You are nuts! You are nuts!
I don't have too much faith in that game. Like I would be happy to be proven wrong, but we've seen next to nothing. It's supposedly coming out this year, even if it gets pushed. But I don't know.
I love your balls. I will also give you history. Bethesda only gives usually 6 to 7 months before they even release a trailer on their game before release.
Wow,
but
man!
I just literally did a video on it. I thought they were being crazy too and not giving anything out, and then I'm like, I did the history lesson. I'm like, wait a second, Bethesda does this every time.
But I don't know. I just there's a feeling inside me that's just saying the game is going to disappoint people. Not that it's going to be a bad game, but I think it is going to disappoint people.
So what do you think the score is going to be? So what did you have to do there? I'm just.
He thinks it's going to be less than 70.
Oh.
I think it's going to be like a 65.
Oh, so that's when you counterpick it has to be less than a 70. Okay.
So for every point below 70, you get bonus points.
If we pick our own game, does that give you? Okay.
Has to be someone else.
You can't do that.
Hacking over here,
I'm debating here now because I think one game's going to be below 70, but of course there's some games not releasing this year.
Is it Bayonetta 3?
Is it Bayonetta 3?
No, it's not Bayonetta 3. I think that's going to be good, actually.
Because it's probably Forspoken.
No, you know what?
I'm excited about Forspoken. I feel like I'm the only one. It looks like Infamous. It looks like an Infamous game, and I'm like, I'm all over.
I know Metroid Prime 4 is not going to come out this year. Someone else can have it, though. But I'm going bold. Matt, I am picking your Marvel's Midnight Suns.
All right.
It is going to be below 70. It's going to be a 62, 63.
You know what? You might be right. That card system may turn people off entirely, but I respect it, Garrett. I respect it.
Right, Sean,
I would love it.
What are you
I would
picking?
personally love the game. I just think everyone else.
There's some
Not
very
gonna be
good,
so
very
hot on
juicy
it.
targets on the board.
Juicy
still, Sean.
targets here, man.
Ryan's
Absolutely.
just like looking at my team. He's just like,
No,
look at it. Look at it.
I'm eyeing Kato's list real hard.
Yeah.
And
So-
I'm
I have to say, I appreciate Matt's balls by picking Starfield. Like, that is a ballsy ass pick, man. That is like,
It's just something. I can feel it speaking to me.
because I feel like
I'm
you
happy to
have
be wrong.
the safest counter pick on the list. Like, it's not even close. Is Metroid Prime 4. Like, this is, we lock Kato in.
Yeah.
She will have 0 points because this game is not coming out. You know, it's not like I'm necessarily going to be earning points by it reviewing poorly. But to Ryan's point earlier, if Kato's actually projected to score the most points, then I'm locking her in with a big fat goose egg as my counter pick.
Smart.
She's locked in. Metroid Prime 4 ain't coming out this year. We might get a trilogy, might get a remastered trilogy, but yeah, they've rebooted that game.
Not a trilogy. Oh no, it's just gonna be one.
Like a remaster thing,
oh,
kind
yes,
of thing.
the trilogy.
Definitely don't hate potatoes, JKJ. I'm feeling attacked.
I'm actually interested to see what Kato can.
I hope she just picks one of mine just cause. I hope that she just comes back at me.
The rivalry.
Let's see what. Yeah,
Kato,
I'm gonna
I
have to
believe in
answer
you.
for this. I'm gonna have to answer for this on the Nintendo Drive next week.
I believe in you, Kato. You can do it. Pick a good one.
I have to say, sometimes
Believe in
picking
you,
the counter
Kato.
picks is a little bit easier just because it's that drop down. Like you could go, you could search for endlessly for games to pick of all the games that are coming out or unannounced and all that kind of stuff. This narrows it down a little bit, which is nice. Ryan, is there an update? Is it updated on the points projected?
Let's see. No.
Yeah, I dropped
It won't update
dropped
even with
hard.
the counterpoints.
I don't know
Really,
why
I was
I'm
at like
last, to be
54 and
honest
I
with
dropped
you.
down to 46.
Yeah,
How do
I
we
think it
do
might.
this counter thing.
Oh, it might do that. The doctor is still taking.
When it's
down
your
to
turn,
golden
it'll be
rule.
on the same spot. Court.
Oh, okay.
When it's your turn.
Cool.
It's so wrong.
Right now, it
Spud
looks like
squad.
Ryan. No, oh no, it still says Kato's first spot, 56.63.
It's
points.
close. Like our percentages are not very off, and then Court's not far.
Wow, and I'm in the 48s. Garrett Bland with 38.8.
I don't know what's going on there.
What is that? What do you got? You got.
The-
it's the
it's
Donkey
kinda-
Kong because there's no points for assigned to Donkey Kong probably. 1.8.
Protected
That's an
points,
easy counter.
1.8.
Like that, it's not happening.
I
If
wouldn't
you-
counter
if
Donkey
you
Kong
click-
if it hits, man.
You can toggle show projections on, and it actually shows you the projections, like projected scores, right on there.
All right. The Spud Squad has selected for a counter pick from not you, just me, Sean Capri, Trek to
Ooh.
Yomi.
So, Sean, okay.
She's so spiteful.
Right.
She's just
Yeah.
doing it because she just went to my list and
Yeah.
my list only.
Very good.
She doesn't even know what that game is. She has no idea what that game is. Go look at a trailer.
Well
That-
done.
that-
I really like Kato. She's awesome.
The sauciest potato. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, I mean, you just sealed your own fate.
Yeah.
Big
I
zero
can't
on
believe
Metroid.
I'm gonna do this. Do I do it?
Go watch a trailer on Trek to Yomi. How do you even know what I know? I know what you know, Kato.
Ooh,
We talk
I'm
about
looking at-
space.
I'm looking at a certain someone's list of a game that has been taken off the PlayStation Store with a date, with a year now. It doesn't even have the year anymore there.
Yeah, man. Get it.
They took
God
it
of
down.
War. Yep. Do it.
They
Lock
took it
him in.
down.
It's his first pick.
And
mean,
once
I'm gonna
again, Mr. Jeff
Jeffy
Grubb
Grubb.
is said, I don't think it's coming out
Yes. Do it.
Stray.
There it is. I am ready to receive your negative points whenever you would like.
Damn. He did it too.
It's not coming out.
Fine. That's fine.
God of
You
War
can do whatever you want.
Ragnarok. Damn.
It ain't
All
coming
right.
out.
All right, right.
It will
Game
not
of
drop
like-
this year.
I love it. I love this so much. Kato, do you know what that game is? Be honest, because I think I know that you don't know what that game is. She just picked one of my games.
Well, the easiest choice for me at the end here to
Redfall.
round things out would
Yeah, for
be
sure.
to actually pick Hollow Knight Silk Song from Kato, because I still believe there's not a chance in hell that game comes out this year.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I don't feel like we've picked on Garrett enough yet.
No.
Nice. Yes.
I'm good. I'm a foolproof list.
So, well, no,
DK.
it's
You have a
list,
good
but
list, dude.
In fact, Garrett is the only list with no counter picks at the moment. So I feel
That's
as though we need to make this balanced. So I'm picking the unannounced Donkey Kong platforming game.
Nice.
Good call.
Again, pretty gutsy because it's possible, but
It's entirely possible, but I don't think
We'll see how it goes.
If you were to ask Ryan Turford if that game
In fact,
this year,
it gave Ryan points.
in fact, it gave me points for that.
oh
Yes.
my gosh.
Give me those sweet
All right.
points. Well, I think
right,
part of
we're
that
done.
also works into you. It's expecting that God of War actually does come out here this year, Court. So
I know, and to be totally honest, it's a weird one. I really hope it does because I really want to play it. But they took it like Sony took it out of their sizzle rails. They've taken it out of everything just recently, and they even took it in the store originally. It had 2022 and just said I think it said fall 2022 too. Now it just says nothing. It says
Amazing.
nothing, and they don't
Doesn't
let you
not come out.
pre-order it. So it's like,
look who's on top for the projected points.
oh, I think
Look
Ryan will
at
win.
that.
Wow. Look at that.
I picked Redfall for God's sakes.
Yeah.
So we will
I think that
continue
game
to
will hit, though.
we'll
I think that game will
continue
hit.
It doesn't look good.
we will continue
I
to
just- I
chat
picked
about
it
this
'cause
on
I-
our Court.
yeah.
Enough.
Sorry.
I'm trying. We'll continue to chat about this on our various shows. We're all hosts on the Carpool Gaming shows. So it'll be very interesting as these games continue to come out. We can comment on them. People can follow along on the various podcasts that we're going to be putting out there.
What we'll do, Sean, with the link to the league, I will post it in the Discord and we'll put it as a pinned message in the general.
Yes. Oh my gosh,
call.
it's so fun.
So everyone can follow throughout the year.
Before we close things out, just to, especially for the audio listeners, if we want to do one by one, Ryan, if you want to go first, run through your selections, and then we will be done here for the evening, my friends.
Sure. And while Kato can't speak for herself, I will also run down Kato's selection.
Very
so
cool.
My team, the Sarnius Super Saiyans, have selected God of War Ragnarok, Mario Strikers Battle League, The Quarry, Forspoken, and Forza Motorsport for Xbox Series X. And then my counter pick is unannounced Donkey Kong platforming game.
Get 'em.
And then Console Kato, over on the Spud Squad, selected Splatoon 3, Bayonetta 3, Hollow Knight Silk Song, Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes, Metroid Prime 4, and her counter pick was Trek to Yomi. All right, Court, next.
Oh, yes. From Moves Like Yager, I selected Starfield, Gotham Knights, Hardwork Legacy, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and Redfall.
Good. And what's your counter pick?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My counter pick was God of War Ragnarok.
Yep, going
from
right
Ryan's
after
team.
Ryan Turford. Yeah, get after it, man. Not you, just me, Sean Capri has selected Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge, Trek to Yomi, 2 Point Campus, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare sequel 2022, and I counterpicked from Console Kato's team, Metroid Prime 4. Garrett Bland.
All right, so the Doctor is in. Here is my pick. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Nintendo Switch Sports, AI, The Insomnia Files, Nirvana Initiative, Soul Hackers 2, and an unannounced Donkey Kong platforming game that will come out later this year. And I counterpicked Matt's Marvel's Midnight Suns.
Get them.
All right. And for me, the Golden Royals, I picked Mario plus Rabbids, Sparks of Hope, Live Alive, Sea of Stars, Marvel's Midnight Suns, and Stray. And for my counter pick, I went after Quartz Starfield.
The ballsiest of all the picks. You guys, what a time. Thank you so much for joining to do this. I hope people watching and or listening have enjoyed this experience as well. And I don't think that we have anything up for grabs really at this time. Maybe we'll figure something out at another point in time. This was super fun. But this kind of concludes the really the last time that all of us are going to be together on this stream here on what was Yumi Capri Day, which is truly Carpool Gaming Day. And I'm not going to reflect too much on it right at the moment because I'm going to get a little bit emotional about it. But today was really special, man. We set out to do something pretty massive. We set out to do a pretty significant change. And there's been a lot of work that's been going on behind the scenes, and the community has shown up and it supported us to a degree that I definitely wasn't thinking. And I absolutely had dreams of it going the exact opposite way. I was nervously. I would say I was actually nervous. I think, Ryan, you would say you were nervously excited. I was legitimately nervous about today, and I had no reason to be, because this community continues to show us day in, day out, time after time, that they are here with us. They want to see us succeed, and it means the world to me. So I just wanted to kind of close out today and this time together just with a bit of an acknowledgement that, yeah, there's a lot of excitement with Patreon goals and new stuff coming out, but it's really meaningful that the community has stepped up in the way that they did today. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, huge thank you to everyone for coming out today, for watching the stream today. We've been going for 9.5 hours now, and it's going to continue for however long, Donnie and Sean want to vamp about, Twitch sports or football or whatever else we're going to talk about on Sweet Hangs tonight. But I just, again, want to say thank you to everyone who has supported us on Patreon, for everyone who went to social media and helped promote this event, but also just, tweeted how much you liked the new changes, as well as just all the feedback we got from the Patreon, both earlier in the year when we did our survey, but also today when we unveiled everything. I know that it's been a few months in the making, us putting all this stuff together, and it's wild that it's finally out and that people actually know, what's what. Again, this, like Sean kind of alluded to when we, 9 hours ago when we talked about this, we've been talking about this since October. So this has been in the planning for stages for a very long time. And I'm so happy we finally got to share that all with you. And I hope that everyone in the community sticks with us on this awesome journey. I know that we're going to have some great content over the next year. And then we'll hopefully do another day like this sometime next year where we can announce some more cool stuff and kind of reflect again on this amazing experience. But today, Sean summed it up perfectly. Today was amazing, and I'm so glad to have been a part of it. And thank you to everyone for coming out and being part of this experience with us.
Court, do you have anything you want to, or anybody else you want to, you guys feel free to jump on in as we'll get over to Sweet Hangs in just a moment. I know Donnie is on the call here, but I just want to open it up for anybody. Oh, you're muted though.
Court, you're muted.
Yeah, well, I was told to silence, so I did. I just wanted to say thank you to the community for being so openly awesome to me today. I got a lot of very, very nice messages. So I just want to say thank you to everybody and to Ryan and Sean and Kato and Matt and Garrett for welcoming me on the team. Like it's awesome. You guys are all awesome. Kato's the best, but you guys are all awesome. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll hop in here real quick. I just wanted to say, a massive thank you to the community. It's been almost a year now since, I messaged Ryan being like, hey, I'd like to co-host with you if you're interested. And, now I'm here and I've loved every second of it. And I can't thank, Sean and Ryan enough for bringing me along for the ride, and Ryan for all the memories and all the wonderful times that we've had together over the last year, the friendship that we've grown. I'm just so very grateful and thankful for it. And I'm excited to take the PlayStation Drive with Court in some fun and exciting directions, and we're going to have a lot of fun with it. And I'm excited to rock with all of you much more in the coming future because it's going to happen. So thank you to everybody for watching. Thank you to everybody for hanging out, and I'm happy to be here.
Garrett, before I throw it to you, I'll read what Kato is contributing to this moment of the podcast or whatever. She says, "I want to say y'all are going down." So that's
yeah, Metroid Prime 4.
That's where Kato. That's where Kato's
I don't know
at.
about that console. Kato. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see how that one goes. Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for bringing in this community together, and thank you, you guys, Ryan and Sean, for bringing me in with the RPG Cave, especially Ryan. That was the first idea or pick to have me on. It was a great honor. And we've been at it for almost a year now, and I think it's been very, very enjoyable being part of this community. So I just want to say thank you very much for letting me to be a part of it. And I am very excited to talk about more RPGs in the future, especially within the next year. It's going to be crazy. But yeah, so yeah, thank you. This is super cool, guys. Congratulations.
Very special day. Tons of content coming at you. Ryan's going to be doing a celebration of video game history. I'm writing a book. We got shows going live on youtube.com/Carpool Gaming. Got a new merch store, tons of stuff. I think that kind of wraps it up for now. Stay tuned here on the channel. We're going to be recording a live version of Sweet Hangs with Donnie Reese that has no end time. because that's just kind of how that show goes. We literally have a question mark on the end time for this one. We'll see what happens. Thank you, everybody, for joining us so far, and we'll see the live audience in just a couple minutes. That's the end of the day. That's it, man. Well, like I'm just we are now seen on the YouTube channel, so everything
we
seems
are
to be
live.
working. We are live.
Coming to you live from the Carpool Gaming Studios.
Look at that. We're totally different. Everything's different now. Everything is changed. We'll be
feels completely different. Yeah,
a little bit. I feel like it's good to have a team. I feel like this is. I'm embarking on something that
Sean.
I don't know if I should.
Allow me to be the first, if nobody else has, to say cheers to you.
Cheers!
Buddy.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, hang on. Can you vamp for a second?
Congratulations.
You got a beer? What do you got there? What are you drinking? Some sort of sour? Whiskey sour?
Sorta.
I think I might have a beer in the fridge. Let me go get a beer. I need a beer.
Look at it.
I could have done this while we were like, BRB, but I'll just do it.
Oh, they were not. Yeah, he was just vamping, not discussing anything. Chat. If any of you are still around, not Kato. Everybody except her. Although I'm sure everybody's signing off by now. Welcome to Sweet Hangs, a show that has absolutely no point or meaning or even a really good bio, and where me and Sean just hang out and chat about anything. So yeah, chat if you would like to talk about anything except Kato. She's not allowed except
when she comes to the table with this much sauce, it's just what we're passing around here, Donnie. Passing around sauce. I've got it's just a West Coast IPA was the last beer I had in the fridge from Granville Island from Vancouver. This is a beer.
Huh.
I know, it's a can. I almost dropped it.
Pretty can.
Yeah.
Well, again, cheers to you, Sean.
Cheers to you, Donnie. Cheers to you.
Cheers to you and all that you and your team have done today. Monumentous occasion. And for somebody who's been doing this as long as you have, I feel obliged to say you continue to serve as a great example and an inspiration to so many. You've crossed paths with so many different people. And to see you constantly raise the bar and strive to raise the bar and want to do more and find more bandwidth and find more avenues is very encouraging. And I just sat back and lurked in on your stuff all day and was just really impressed, not just by all the things that are happening and even outside of the changes that you've made. Honestly, just the content catalog that you're building and how much your community enjoyed just hanging out with you. You find so many different ways of making it feel like an occasion.
Oh, thanks,
and
man.
I think you do a better job at it than most. So cheers to you and congrats on an excellent day.
Well, I'll take the excuse to have a nice, delicious beer with you, Donnie. I don't know that I enjoy drinking an alcoholic beverage with anybody more than you. I don't know what it is. We just have it's just nice to have a little cheers. The reason I'm getting a little bit kind of stuck right in this moment, as you say those very nice things, is because those are the words that were typically used to describe Bobby Pauls, actually. And it's not that I'm trying to emulate that, to be honest. Kato, look how nice Donnie is to Sean. And not Kato.
A flattery.
It's very nice of you to say it. It is like there's a couple comments you had made there, just like that's what we said about Bobby. And like I said, it's not something that I'm even really trying to go like, well, I better do what Bobby did, because I don't know anybody really could. But it is interesting just the way that things turn out on that front. That a year ago we set out on the Yumi Capri Day to kind of just carry on and continue to cultivate the community. And I remember thinking at that time that I was sort of just the leftover half of Bobby and Sean, kind of inheriting everything that he had cultivated and everything, with especially with the Animal Crossing stuff that he had been doing in his last year. And I felt very kind of conflicted about that.
Heavy shoes to step in.
Yeah. And I think it was maybe even through conversations with you where it's like, that's not the role. That's not the, like, people will, if they like the content, they'll stay. And if they don't, they like, don't try to do, like, I didn't start my own Animal Crossing channel,
Right.
As it turns out, I kind of found somebody who had her own, which is kind of remarkable. But yeah, it was this year versus last year is very different. And just before we started the Fantasy Critic thing, Matt was asking me, like, how are you doing, Sean? And I'm like, I'm not gonna, at the moment, I'm like, I don't really want to reflect on it in the moment because I was still like, we still had another show to do. I was still kind of in production mode and just getting through the stuff and everything. But like in my heart and what I was thinking of before I started, like, nope, putting up the wall, we'll deal with this later. And probably what I'll be reflecting on afterwards is just the amount of like effort and time and thought and coordination and chances for things to go catastrophically wrong. There's a gazillion different ways that this day could have gone. There's a bazillion different ways that the days leading up to it could have gone. And everything has to line up for today to be a thing that actually works, that makes sense, that we communicate it in a way that resonates with people. And it all worked. Like we're making stuff that people want to hear and they want to check in on. And we're making stuff that we want to make. Like, I don't think there's a single thing that we've committed to or that we've continued to start doing that we don't want to do. We want to do all of the things. And it's like, it's the coolest, man. It's absolutely the coolest. But it's the opposite direction of what I often think about. Like, where I go, wouldn't it be easier just to turn down the volume, turn down the knob just a little bit?
That's me.
Right? But like, I envy you because I feel like you're living kind of like your best life right now. You got the Steam Deck coming in. It's been pretty good, man. Absolutely.
Enjoyable, but I'm also riding that fence where I can kind of be a part of this team and kind of be a part of my own team and hop into Shack whenever I want. So it's very selfish.
You deserve to live that part a bit because you've been
getting a little taste of it. But having been there in your shoes, I understand it.
Yeah,
I definitely understand it, and that's why I wanted to start the show off with a toast.
Oh, thanks.
Because I get it. I 100% get it.
Well, and I'll throw it right back at you. And I've said this before, but like, I feel like your ability to go, like, and even the PSVG crew is a wonderful just mix. Like, you've got everybody. You've got people from all walks of life. That's something that we haven't quite got necessarily over in Carpool Gaming. Not that I think that we should be like competing on a diversity kind of thing. But I do think that it's interesting. Like, I really do. Like, I've always noticed that about PSVG is however you want to slice it, however you want to define it. Like, you've got differing opinions, if nothing else. You've got people of all different styles. And all the shows. Misfits. Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's kind of how PSVG was just born to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of is. And to be honest with you, I've always been that way.
Yeah.
That's not new.
Yeah.
That's not new at all. You should have seen the groups that I collected coming through schools and through teams and stuff. It's very similar. You'd see a picture of me in high school with my friends and be like, wow, that is an eclectic bunch of kids.
Now I really want to see it.
I'll see if I can't dig some up.
That
I don't have
amazing.
many, but yeah. Yeah, very different.
Well, and I was actually, it's funny because it's funny how things just worked out. I was actually going to be chatting with Jason Lacey earlier today, but the way the scheduling kind of just worked out, I unfortunately we had to move Jason to next week. So we'll be chatting with him a little bit. I ended up talking with Ed Placencia today, who just had his 500th episode of Married to the Games. And just this notion of like these moments, these things that you do in this content creation journey. I feel like he just had a moment that I don't even know if it's really hit him yet. Like the sense that I got from Ed was just like, I don't know. I treat this day as like gigantic, and we're not even live, like we're not like live in person or anything. But this was like months in planning and all the things I just kind of talked about. And it's hard to, I feel like there's a restraint almost that I'd like to do this again, but it should be in my mind like an annual thing. So what other moments are there throughout the year kind of look forward to? I feel like E3 should be that time, but E3 isn't happening.
Yeah.
Maybe Extra Life. I shouldn't even say maybe, like Extra Life should be
you
the
guys.
thing.
Extra Life is definitely
yeah.
I
want to get you out there. I want to like, this is where I'm like, I want to start like, and I know you're shaking your head. I just want like, it'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I know.
Sorry, man.
We don't have to do the 24-hour stream. Like, that's the thing. Bobby didn't even do a 24-hour stream in 2019.
Yeah. Well, not to just tangent too far, but I have adopted a very crazy idea that I'm going to attend the Formula One race that is coming to Vegas.
Nice. Really?
and it's going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I am on like mad savings at this point.
Smart.
I will not be doing any. There'll be no more console purchases or like
We got 'em
crazy
all already.
expenditures until that's good. Yeah,
There's
you're
no more
right.
to buy.
I'm in a good spot, but yeah, I'll be pinching harder than I think I have in quite some time, maybe ever, because I'm not
Mhm.
just planning. I don't want to just go to the race. I want to take money to blow in the casinos, and I want to.
Yeah.
I'm going to do.
You want to
this-
do Vegas?
I want to do Vegas, and you know me. You know how I am. When I want to do it, I want to do it.
Yeah.
I don't want to half-ass it. I don't want to kind of do it. We're either going to do it or we're not going to do it at all.
You're a person who I would actually be like, I know fewer and fewer as time has gone on. There's fewer and fewer people that I know like this. You're one of the few people that I would be scared to do Vegas with.
That's exactly how my life feels. It's like, oh my god, it may not come back. I've laughed at her for years because her bosses have an annual Vegas like conference.
Oh yeah,
and she was like, not a chance in hell would I let you go to Vegas by yourself. Because she knows, and that's smart. She knows me. She knows me very, very well. Because I would love to just get lost in the night and in the, like the lights and stuff. Oh my god, it would be great.
It sounds like an expensive hospital bill, if nothing else.
It might be. It might be.
That's where
we'll see if I
I
can
just
survive it. But
end up in
that's
prison or the
plan.
hospital.
So I won't be doing any sort of extra life or any things like that. I won't be going to, if there was an E3 or a PAX, I won't be doing anything like that.
Well, it's funny. Like I feel like I'm almost a little bit tunnel visioned on it. I'm so honed in on it. I'm so excited about that sort of thing, which is good.
Mhm.
And I'm excited to be excited about that, if that makes sense. But
you've got a book to write. You need that excitement.
I need that. I got a damn book. It'll be a short story. We'll see. I
love that
I got
you
a lot
want
to say.
to enshrine the experience. I think that's admirable.
You're a core part of it. You're a huge reason why I want to do this, by the way, that I want to capture this. And I don't know exactly how to articulate this. But it's the book is about moments, but it's going to be more about people.
Of course.
And there are characters almost that play a huge role in this. And I feel like, obviously the Bobbies, the Ryan Turfords, Dave Moores, Luke Lores, all those types of people. But like, I feel like this show in particular, like there's especially after Bobby passed, it's like, there are definitely people who just like, a lot of people stepped out. I don't want to like put anybody else down if I'm not mentioning them. But like, yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like you just play like a pretty critical role in my life story, and I feel like Ed is right
Happy
there
to
too.
be a
And I
part
feel
of the
like
book.
the Jason Lacey's of the world, the Katos of the world, like
I think
Ribo's in the
it's-
chat.
I think it's like wisdom to sit within the moment, and you're like, we should really write something of this down.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, that's something that I don't think would really cross a lot of people's minds. So I think I'm interested to see how it turns out.
Me too. I had like a couple. I think you and I have chatted about this, or there's a couple different ways that I want to capture this. And again, I think I asked Ed about this too, and I just don't think that he's like that type of person. I don't think many people are to your point. But I still want to do like the trading card idea. I want to have like a collection of like, this
Talked
is
about that.
Team PSVG, and this is Donnie. He was maybe you have like a C on there for a captain or a coach or something, like, and these are your stats, like these are the shows that you were on, and you podcasted from 2015 to this year, and that's kind of what's going to be.
You're right. When you talked about it earlier, like eventually it's going to turn off, and it's weird because you're like I think of it almost like a photo album, or like how the role of a photo
It's
album.
like a yearbook.
played for folks. Yeah, like yearbook. But it's weird because it's digital content that is still there.
Yep.
So like you can turn it off and go away, but it's still there for
Totally.
everyone to watch whenever they want. But I like the idea of having like a memento.
Yes.
Like almost like a summary.
Yep. And it actually comes a lot out of, again, Bobby passing, where I'm like, I had the same realization. I could go watch all that video, but I probably won't, to be honest with you. Like every now and then I'll jump into an episode here or there.
God, I went through so many. I watched every discussion that Bobby and I had for 2 weeks.
Oh, totally. Like for me, like me and him, yeah. But there's all the other stuff.
It was such a different way of processing grief and loss. Because I would cry face but laugh at the same time. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
or
I
I
do.
would still like argue with him.
Yep.
Like just through the screen.
Mm-hmm.
I remember sitting there and I was like, he was so fucking wrong.
It's so true.
But like in the best of ways.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. So I think it's I couldn't write a book. I don't know. I wouldn't.
I don't know
even
if it's
where
going to
to
be
begin,
good,
but
I don't know if it's going to be.
I think
you know,
I think you're a good person to try and tackle that.
It's been on my mind for a long time, and this is again to the point of trying to merge what we want to do with having the community kind of show us that they want it to happen as well. I think that has always kind of just made sense in my head of how to tackle this sort of thing, and I hope it just keeps going from there. I want to do this while it's fresh in my mind. I don't want to do this like 5 years afterwards, you know? So just while it's top of mind, while we're kind of living in it, I'll probably at a certain point go like, gosh, I wish I started this 5 years ago, because there's a lot to cover. And I'll actually kind of have to go back through, I feel like even just to bring myself back in time, go back and see like what were we talking about in 2016? Like what was happening in there?
I know you've already committed to a book, so I'm not going to try to pitch you anything different. You ever thought about doing like a documentary?
Oh,
like
I would
video?
love it. I would love to do that. Yes, I would love to do that.
I almost feel like maybe that would hit better.
Yeah.
You could actually pull clips and things and
Yes.
talk about them and tell stories as you like kind of walk back, but do like some sort of like, again, like a summarized walkthrough. No.
Yes.
With
Okay.
the
So,
right amount of editing and stuff, that could be really good, Sean.
well, and you could actually sit down with all those people to tell their side as well,
Yeah.
like a Last Dance kind of thing. I think that would
Yes.
be so cool. JKJ in the chat says yes, a documentary. That's next year's goal.
It's one of
That's,
my favorite things, man. You know, I'm big into the horror movies, and crazy thing is, I love horror movie documentaries.
Yeah.
Cannot get enough of them.
Oh my
It's
gosh,
so
it would be
much
so
fun
good.
to sit back and listen to the actors tell their stories on sets and behind the stage and backstories and things that the shows didn't say, but weaving all of your stuff and the soundtracks and the voices throughout. I mean, it just, God, that hits so much better.
It'd be so fascinating because of the multiple angles that you could take. Like you just think about all the different people you could have. So like thinking about you sitting down with somebody to interview for whatever it is, maybe a series of interviews and taking all the clips from there. But all the people who have split off on the journey as well. Like there's people who have been with us who are still with us today, but there's people who were there who wouldn't answer an email today. And it'd be interesting to see, like, would those people tell their side of the story? And like, that's where some, it's pretty, that it doesn't need to go there, but that's for whatever reason, my mind seems to go there almost first.
Compelling.
Yeah. Just who are the
'Cause
people
you're-
that I
'cause
pissed off along the way? Cause there's a couple.
If you're doing a documentary,
Mm-hmm.
your job is to tell the story.
Yeah.
For best and for worst from all sides.
Yeah.
No.
I think that would be, we got already people in the chat. Yarden, that's an amazing idea. Yeah.
I need to open chat. Let me open chat.
I'm greedy. I want the book too. The book is happening. That is, there's no rescinding on that. I do think that.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to pitch you off the book.
Well, it's funny because
Yarden's here. What's up, dude?
I don't like to do the within the same day as having an amazing day going like, okay, what's next? It's like, how about we celebrate the day?
Yeah.
But secretly in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, so what's next? Like, we accomplished all the goals. Like, what do you want me to
Sean.
do?
Everybody knows, like, that's just Sean.
What's next? I know.
Yeah.
And if you're in for it, you're in for it. Like, if you're here for it, you're gonna have a good time. If you're not, then you're gonna,
you know,
you're gonna hate life, man. Like, if that's
speaking of people that aren't here today, I've heard Luke Lord mentioned on like 5 podcasts today.
yeah.
Dude is blown up in a major way.
Yeah, and in a way that I think is very natural to the product that he's producing. Like, I don't think that he's blown up in like a, I don't know. Well, maybe some of the outlets out there have taken a line out of an interview, but I think like Luke is still being core to himself. Like, I'm really proud of him for taking a really journalistic style approach to an interview with a story developer, and I don't know. It got picked up. Like I mean,
yes, it's a thing. You know how I feel about Lorne Lanning and Oddworld. So,
and I'm actually with you on it. To be honest with you,
am still stunned that we're still talking about him in this game in our Lord year of 2022. It's like, God. He's like, it's devastating to us. It's like, good. Stop making it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's
do something else.
And dude was like, he was sort of with Xbox for a little bit and then made a big deal to go back to PlayStation. And
Here's my look. First of all, I don't want to get off the point. The point I was trying to make was congrats to Luke Lord. I've been hearing his podcast was plugged on like IGN and like Xbox 2 and everybody's saying, I was like, this is cool. Because I don't want to say I know the guy. We were never close, but I used to listen to him on your show. Like, we've crossed paths, we've talked, we've podcasted together. I was like, that is awesome for him.
Yeah.
All right. All of those nice CDs out of the way. Dude, Lorne Lanning does nothing but whine.
I know. That was my first thought. That was actually my first thought when the story came out.
That's all he's ever done. Just go Google his name.
Yeah.
And just read headlines of articles.
Yeah.
Through years. He hated
getting
the
screwed
Switch,
over by this thing.
Xbox was dead, and he left this guy, and he's always turning on the other in search of whoever can give him the next best Oddworld deal.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's just it's not worth it. It never has been worth it. I feel like it's like a conspiracy theorist. It's like I've been saying this for years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Years, and I can't get anybody to listen to me. And it's like, guys, he's playing you all.
I'm totally with you. I thought it was just even the thing on its own was a weird thing to draw comparisons to. The notion that he feels that it was a disaster because so many people got the game for free. And it's like, well, that's kind of what you signed up for. Yeah, that's like, you knew what you're doing. Like, what do you mean? Like, you know how this goes. And also, isn't that kind of the goal, is to get, like, isn't that what everybody says?
A lot of copies, but, you know, and everybody's got it on PlayStation Plus. It's like, what do you expect them to buy it with it on PlayStation Plus? Like, what are you talking about?
I don't know. Well, I think there might be a couple of examples. As much leeway as I can maybe give to him on this is that sometimes what happens is during a month of PlayStation Plus, a game being free, a lot of people play it. They say that it's great. Key point. They say that it's great so that after, when it's not free anymore, people still want to have it, so they'll actually buy it. I don't remember people saying that this. Exactly.
Because it's Oddworld.
I don't get it.
I was upset when it was first announced. You remember when they did the PlayStation show? And I was like, why?
They gave him so much time.
Still here.
They gave him so much time. And it was spotlighted.
Don't get it.
It was is it on Game Pass now? Or I feel like I
hope not.
I'm gonna drop a code for it in your I'm gonna
you and by the way, you would love I was listening to the podcast. I won't name it, but when they read through the story, they read through the headline, and I swear to you, I was thinking of you while it was happening. If you weren't busy, I would have stopped and come to you. They were like, well, you see, this is the problem with Game Pass. That was the immediate reaction. I was like, it's not even Game Pass.
Oh my God.
They immediately went to...
I would love to know what show it is.
It's an IGN show.
Oh, was it really? Oh my gosh. Well, maybe I'll listen to it. I don't know how many IGN shows you listen to, but last time we talked, you got me onto GameScoop. I started listening to that again. I think I chatted with you about this. Maybe I can't remember the last time we did this thing.
That was the one.
That was the one. Yeah.
That was the one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was
it was funny because he was like,
not even Game Pass.
The problem with Game Pass. And and to preface, he was like, and these other services. I was like, but these aren't the same services. They don't operate the same. Like you can't just throw them in there. Like what a shot to throw.
That's how popular it is. Like that's the crazy thing. It's become the Kleenex of game services. Like it's just Game Pass.
Apparently.
It is one of those. Do you remember what your first thoughts were when you heard the name Game Pass? Xbox releases Game Pass.
Oh no, this would be great. I do actually. I feel like I remember it vividly.
Mm-hmm.
I was very excited for the news.
Yes.
Was not very excited for the initial offer.
Agreed.
It had a lot of games that I already owned.
Yeah.
And a lot of games I didn't think cared about. It didn't push the needle, and it didn't include day-and-date games.
Yeah.
Which at the time I thought it was going to. Before the announcement, I was like, they're going to launch the new Gears into this thing, and it's going to be great.
Yeah.
And then when it wasn't, everybody was like, Donnie, you said it was going to be great, and it's not. And I'm like, yeah, I know it's not that great.
Yeah, just hold on to that tape a little longer.
And I remember I told them, I was like, just wait.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, maybe this is going to take, I was thinking maybe it would take to the next console. I'm talking, I'm like day one reaction.
Yeah.
To
yeah.
that. I was like, maybe the next console. I was like, but I'm telling you, like, this is the plan forward for Xbox.
Yeah.
Because the way that I looked at it was, oh, this is great. Oh, God, Sean, this is great topic.
Good memory, right?
I've been wanting to talk about something like this for a long time.
You should have an Xbox show.
Right? At the time, if you'll remember, Xbox had a ton of live service games.
Yeah.
And they kept trying to break this live service mold, which is actually very topical today.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Halo.
So is everybody else.
Yeah.
And at the time when Game Pass came out, I was like, they are live servicing the business model.
Right. Yeah.
I was like, it's not, we're trying to make a live service game. Like, they're going to make all the games.
We're the game.
Like, the games are the live service.
Yeah.
Like, all the catalog is the live service.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's a single player.
God, that's scary.
Or an RPG,
Yeah.
or a multiplayer. Like, the business system is the live service. That is the service that you're subscribing to.
Yeah.
So instead of getting a battle pass, you get a new game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, that's the thing. There's the new season of Game Pass.
Dude, wait for them to release a battle pass for the games.
For Game Pass?
Yeah, for a battle pass for Game Pass. That's a good idea, man. I kind of like it.
They kind of already do that.
Yeah, with quests and achievements and stuff.
Quests and rewards, but like they could bake it in a lot more than that. But see, that's the thing is, I feel like I was really early on this because I remember when it came out, people were like, Donnie, this is dead. I'm like, you guys have no idea. I was like, this is huge.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, this is going to change gaming. And I remember talking about on PSVG, I think me and Nathan were really excited. And I even said, like, I'm not going to buy it today because they announced it was 100 games, right?
Yeah.
And it was like Kingdom of Keflings and, you know, like, you know, it was like Fable Legends and stuff like that. It was like just stuff, you know, Yahtzee or whatever. I was
Gears
like,
Ultimate Edition.
I've owned these games forever.
Yeah.
You know, so like it didn't make a lot of sense for me. But then you just fast forward a year and they're like, every game that we go is going to go. And I was like, here it goes.
Yeah,
Snowball
man.
has left the station. Now look at it. I mean, it's.
Now people confuse it with other gaming services. They're trying to
Well,
slam
now every
PlayStation.
other-
They end up doing
Every downside of any subscription is Game Pass's fault.
Well, it's funny too because it was a couple months after that Phil Spencer was going around, you know, talking about these sorts of things. And I remember him. There's a quote about this service that he was like, "Imagine a world where games launch into Game Pass." Like, and like he hinted at that, and then we got there. To your point, and I feel like either him or Sarah Bond, somebody was talking about games launching into cloud gaming, like an exclusive cloud gaming. And it's like the time it took from that comment about games launching into Game Pass and games actually launching into Game Pass was like a year. Like it wasn't that long, actually.
I think what they did is they launched the service to see if like technically it'd be pulled off.
Yeah.
Then they went forward like with if we want to do this right, here is the bet, here's the risk we have to take.
Yeah.
And they decided to take it.
Yeah.
And it took off. It just took off. They nailed it. And then since then, what you've done is like we have encouraged their behavior. You know, so now like Donnie back there, they're just dumping they're like, just throw it all in. Because they got that hit. They were like, this works. This works for us.
But it really has been. Like, it's funny because I just said it happened really fast, but it is still, they're still turning the crank a little bit. Like, there's still another corner to turn here before Starfield hits and then Hellblade.
Their content library, their content throughput their machine hasn't turned on yet.
Right. And I feel like that speaks to somewhere along the line, like there's a patience there that I think has to be appreciated. Because you also have things like Stadia. I think that even the Wii U, for example, I think Nintendo pushed it for a certain extent of time and then they went, this isn't it.
Yeah.
We'll look to the next one. Yeah. And I think Microsoft has given Game Pass many years. I think they're still giving it a bit of that patience. And maybe this is reflective of the stuff that they're talking about all in the initiative and Undead Labs.
I think outside of the studios, I think the reason that they're giving it that amount of time and patience is the fact that Phil, I mean, we say Phil because he's the figurehead, so he gets all the credit, but Team Xbox married their future with Azure and server services.
It's a long game.
So they tied to it. Mm-hmm. So their success is almost double-sided.
Yeah.
Their success gives them better technology, and their success gives them more revenue.
Yep.
So they basically attached to the hip with this core business.
Yep.
So I think it makes it a lot easier for the bigger Microsoft decision makers to invest and to buy into this concept, because they're utilizing their own infrastructure, they're utilizing their own products, they're making their services better, they're adopting things that Office adopts, that Windows adopts, that Azure adopts. Like, they're all on board. They're not doing like their own separate. Before, Xbox was like a separate division. Now,
which is amazing that it did as well as it did.
Yeah,
they're like, we don't in some cases like actively working against making it happen, and they still produce, like, especially the first one.
Just how amazing is it that so far in so little time?
Kind of nuts. Yeah.
8 years.
Yeah.
Like 8 years
like
from
it was
the
dead.
Matrix disaster to where they are today. Like 8 years. That's amazing.
That should actually scare some of the other developers or some of the other platforms, I think. Just that, like, they should have been done. And actually, in a lot of ways, I think PlayStation probably could have like squashed them for good. And they were like really on life support, for a little while there. It was
For a moment there.
right? Like it was looking really dire. And maybe it was like, if you put a strong Nintendo at the same time in there, I don't know. I don't know how this all. Maybe that's separate enough that doesn't.
Instead of the Wii U.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. Yarden says, I imagine Phil woke up one day and said, "What are we even doing here?" And now here we are. I actually think there's a further story to that actually maybe gives Phil even more credit in terms of he's just been around for so long that he probably was waking up every morning for many, many years going, "What are we even doing here?" And then suddenly he kind of got the opportunity to pitch a new vision.
There's an internal knowledge for having been around the team through so many different eras, iterations, and he's probably hearing from developers of what they think.
Oh yeah.
Engineers, what they think, other Microsoft people, what they think. And then, when he got the opportunity, he was able to kind of blend all of that together. I would imagine.
How many more years do you think he's got left?
Not as many as I think people think he does.
I agree. Yeah,
like I'd be surprised if he was through the end of this generation, maybe.
Oh, I don't even know if he'll make it there.
Yeah, I'm not certain. I don't know how long this generation will go, but let's say it goes till 2030.
I think he's
after upgrades and everything. I don't think he's going to be there.
I don't think so either. And I'm starting to think about like the Activision. Why did I say that weird? Activision Blizzard thing. I feel like he's probably got to see that through.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to imagine pitching this business case. We're going to buy this $70 billion company, and I'm not going to be there when we close the deal. Like he's got to.
Oh yeah, that's not going to happen.
He's got to be there for that. He's got to have.
I think. Yeah, I'd give him 5.
Yeah.
5 or 7 maybe. Maybe that extends to 10 or 12 if he's really enjoying it. But I get the sense that just reading the tea leaves and how he's spoken about it, I get the sense that it's not as long as people are thinking. I don't think it's like a Miyamoto situation. I think it's
that's so. Yeah, and when we first 35 seconds ago when we started this part of the conversation, I was like, he's got like 2 years. But then Activision Blizzard has to be closed out. I think he needs to start seeing the wheels turning with Bethesda here a little bit. So
he just need to be on more stable ground before he walks away.
Yeah, but
right now they're shuffling things right now. Everything's just kind of.
Yeah. But I mean, that is also a really good time to transition. If a transition is going to happen, it's kind of like, okay, all the pieces are here. I did all the work. I got dozens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars invested into this thing. Somebody else can kind of take it from here.
I think you want to get it. You want to get it operating and in the flow first.
I could definitely see it. Yeah.
Everything's ready. The table is set.
Yeah.
Don't screw it up.
Right, and
just step over.
And that's. Do you think that's kind of like what a Sean Layden? I don't know if his departure was nearly quite the same, but he left on a good note. He kind of did a Seinfeld kind of moment.
On a good run.
Yeah,
on a good run.
Definitely. Yeah, it's so true. Like, because I just think of burnout on this stuff. Like, people look at him like a jolly, cheery guy. Everybody likes him, but it's like I cannot imagine the hours this guy puts in.
I just think I mean, I hate to lop all of this on there, but I think there's like a realism like with video games, we get used to these people, especially in the Japanese side and the developer side, of being around for so long.
Yeah.
It's a really Japanese thing,
Mm-hmm.
not an American thing. And I think retirement, especially for somebody who has so many options, and
Yeah.
is probably so well off to do so.
Yeah.
It's just super appealing.
Think of his Microsoft stock options.
Reggie.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Well,
just look at it like that. And honestly, Reggie might be the thing to look at. Is like he got through, got everything up ground, super solid.
Yeah.
Time to step away.
Yeah, got through the rough time. I think of Todd Howard actually as the one who's like kind of countering my own point of like, you see, he's been around for a long time at the top of his team forever, but
relatively young though.
Yeah. Well, and that's I wonder too. Like, I don't know. I'm constantly surprised by people's age. I was talking to Ed earlier about this about Gilbert Gottfried, and you know he died at 67. I'm like, I thought he was way older than that, man. 67's not that old. I'm not sure what these comedians are doing. I don't know. I think he had a muscular.
Howard's 52.
Todd Howard's 52. That's that it?
Yeah.
Dude, he started was like 16 years old. Good God, he's been around for a long time. Good for him. How old is Phil Spencer?
He got started young. He just feels like that.
That's what I'm saying.
He's been around our entire existence.
Yeah, I guess like
video.
Did he start when he was like 17 years old? The dude's been doing this for a long time, man. He's got some stuff under his belt. How old is Phil Spencer? Let's see what happens when I use Bing to search for Phil Spencer.
Keith Hines is
television personality. Bing gives me Philip John Edward Spencer as a British media personality first. What is the matter with you?
He humbled Phil Spencer.
Phil Spencer's 54.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm thinking. You give him another 5 to 7, and he's almost 60, and yeah, it's a really good time to maybe look to transition.
Yeah, I hope to be looking to calling it quits at 50. That'd be nice. 54. Like it's not going to happen. I know.
Yeah.
Gotta start playing the lottery, man.
And at the same time, if you think about it, if Howard's 52, Pete Hines is 53, they'll all probably be looking to transition out at some within the relatively same period of time.
At whatever the contractually agreed upon time frame is, at least for those Bethesda guys, they got to stick around for a little while.
Oh, for sure. And that's the crazy thing with Todd Howard. I think he gets so much enjoyment out of creating. You wonder if he actually wants to whatever. He may stick around for a bit.
Well, and doesn't now that he's got the security under Xbox. Exactly. I don't know that it's. Any top level executive, it's an unbelievable amount of responsibility and time, and I don't know. Mm-hmm. I just can't imagine those jobs, man. They're way harder than anybody imagines. It doesn't get easy. It doesn't get easier when you go up the ladder.
And when they bring on Activision, they're going to have to do so much in terms of scaling their oversight and their management.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be quite the task, and I would imagine that Phil wants to have a very heavy hand on that.
I hope so. I hope that we just start to see something. This is why I'm disappointed that E3 is not a thing.
With all the people that he's worked with, they're still going to do their E3, so I don't think that's a big deal. But
I hope
with all the people that he's worked with on Team Xbox and stuff, I imagine that Phil wants to have a very heavy hand in putting the people in the positions that he thinks best for them.
Right.
And incorporating Activision and Bethesda and all these Xbox studios and getting these people in the right place.
Mm-hmm. And it's the thing, when you think about a Phil Spencer leaving, you almost want his younger version of himself to come up after him, but it's not, because it's never the way that it happens.
It's not easy to incorporate these other organizations into an entity like Microsoft.
Yeah.
You need somebody inside of Microsoft that kind of knows the lay of the land, can steer people clear of snafus and faux pas along the way. And I think Phil's definitely going to want to make sure that the Xbox the Xbox organization that's overseeing these new additions is strong.
Yeah.
To make sure that some of the issues that we learned about, on the Power On documentary, don't happen again.
Yeah. So how do you think
Jim Lionhead doesn't happen again?
Oh my gosh, I can't. Sean said it makes Sarah Bond the next Phil. Why? I don't know that I have said that before. I've explored this notion, and people are eyeing this as the no-brainer. And before I really jump over on that,
she's being
groomed for it. Is that a nasty word now? I feel like that's the technically.
No, it's not in that context. But it seems like she's being put into that role almost.
Yeah, and when I think about that, I feel like Phil is just up the bar in terms of what does it mean to be the head of Xbox? Like it means more. It means it means visionary type of stuff. It's not just more powerful. Although maybe you could say that about Don Matrick. He was just wrong. Like he was bold.
Actually, Don Matrick was actually right. It's just poor timing, poor execution.
Yeah.
But right, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's funny that you say visionary because I don't think Spencer's a visionary at all.
Okay. So let me tell you why I think that he is.
Okay.
I think that he is because he has legitimately disrupted the gaming industry. And I don't think that's just somebody who tries hard. I think that's somebody who a visionary, somebody who sees a future that's different than the path that's laid out right now and activates a change in the fate.
Our disagreement will settle 100% on, I think Microsoft has disrupted the model. I think Phil Spencer was just at the head of the ship. I don't think he came up with all the ideas for this or spearheaded it. I honestly think this is Microsoft applying Microsoft Foundation's business that they've done for 50 years. They're operating how they are. It's almost like Xbox adopted Microsoft's way. It's like Xbox tried and tried and tried, and then when it really failed, somebody stepped in and said, now we're going to do it Microsoft way. And what do you get? This giant service that onboards subscribers. They start pushing all these different programs. Let's redo the console. I think Phil Spencer brought a lot of here's how the gaming business is going to take this. So let's make this work for gaming. Let's get the gamers back on board. Let's do I think he's been imperative with the design of the Series X and the One X. I think that's all Phil Spencer. He probably stepped in and was like, this console is trash. Kinect is trash. We're getting our asses kicked. Let's get back to being Xbox. And then there were probably Microsoft Windows people that said, it would also be cool if we could do this. What if we had a service? What if we had a Netflix? What if we did this? And that's where it starts to take off. But I don't just, it's easy to. He deserves the credit. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just, knowing how long Phil Spencer has worked there, and just knowing his interviews and stuff before he became the head of Xbox, I don't think this is all Phil Spencer's idea that he was sitting on. I think this was just big Microsoft groupthink.
I wonder about that. I think the part of it I definitely agree with in terms of any one of us could have addressed the obvious issues that were facing Xbox. Got to figure out this problem issue.
Let's fix
low hanging fruit. Low hanging fruit. Yes. We got to do at least the One S. We got to start there. I think that at least and maybe my experience in the world is too small to really be representative. I don't think anybody goes to any other executive and go, you should do this. I don't think anybody's there's no handouts of ideas on that sort of thing. I think Satya Nadella is going, I think this thing should be shut down. And I'm not going to give you any ideas on how it could work other than I'm thinking this should be shut down. I think it takes somebody to go, here's are the tools that are at our disposal. And here's how we can cobble it together and make it work to something and create something that's different than what PlayStation is doing and what Nintendo is doing. And it's going to be called Game Pass. And I feel like there's articles out there that talk about how people were against him, were vocally against Phil Spencer on Game Pass.
Yes, no, that's true. And I'm sure that he bought into it. And like I said, tying himself to their server infrastructure. That had to I don't think that was just something he came up with, or even the Xbox team. I think they were probably talking to them and they were like, here's what we can do.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's...
And he just bought into it. And now, if you want to give him all the credit for championing it, I'm all for it. I just
think the buck stops with him. I think you just look at somebody like Don Matrick and go yeah, it was a team, and Phil's been on the team. He'll often talk about how as much as people want everybody to point at Don Matrick, he's like, well, I was at the table too.
Yeah, so he greenlit those ideas.
Totally. So
it wasn't like he was in the room being like, this is all going to mess up. He thought it was a good idea too.
That's the thing that I don't know how we really get a vision of how that really works. I think we get a pretty good sense of how these conversations kind of happen, but we identify the heads of these things, but it's he's not programming anything. He's not at his computer figuring out backwards compatibility. Exactly. He's got however many, well, in his case,
I think the most
$1,000 billion,
important-
$1 trillion.
I think the most important. Trying to think of the right word. The feather in the cap for Phil Spencer. The most important thing to the Phil Spencer era of Xbox. He sold Microsoft on the need for original content creation.
Right.
And the people that stepped before him were happy to just use Microsoft's money to buy those things. We'll just buy exclusives. We'll just pay money to buy exclusives like we've always had done on Windows.
Yeah.
And we don't need it because we'll make a great box. It'll be third party and we'll buy exclusives and that's how we'll sell.
Yeah.
And Phil Spencer, I think from day one, stepped in with we have to do better at first party. Our first party is not good enough for this industry.
Yeah.
And if I give him any credit in terms of being a visionary, I think that maybe that more than most.
Oh, and maybe I want to discover, I'll maybe reflect on this a little bit of like, maybe there's a better word. And maybe he's just a really savvy businessman.
I think that's true.
Because I definitely want to give credit in terms of like convincing
the Game Pass model, the ability to execute it through Azure and cloud and account services, DRM. This is a huge DRM thing. Like even being able to do Game Pass that's not even easy to execute.
Right.
Like even to be able to check people's accounts and make sure that the people that subscribe have it and those that don't have it and that people aren't sharing it. Like all of that is so much bigger than Team Xbox.
Yeah.
If you're thinking of 2015 Team Xbox.
Do you think
that's where I'm like, there's no way they just did it on their own. That was a Microsoft deployment. I mean, this is a Windows-like deployment of systems.
But that's just it. And that's where I'm like, maybe they're closer than I'm kind of figuring out here. But like, as a head of anything, you are basically allocating resources to try to achieve like the best ROI. So he had, let's say he's got $1,000 and the whole operation can be done with $1,000. Like where are you putting to your point about Vegas, like where are you placing your bets? Yeah. Are you placing it all on backwards compatibility or placing it on cloud? Are you doing like how much R&D are you putting into the best damn console that they ever released? Are you doing 2 consoles that they released? Like
this too. Because here's how I've always imagined it going in my head. I know exactly what you're going, or at least I think I do. Tell me if I'm way off base. Here's how I think this like more or less went down. Matrick did Xbox, basically destroyed it.
Yep.
Nadella comes in.
Goodness gracious.
Nadella comes in and he's like, I don't even know if we should do this. That has been verified because multiple people said the Xbox division was potentially up for sale.
Yeah.
Microsoft's looking to unload and just get out of the business completely.
Yep.
I think what happened was this thing hit rock bottom and they were like, okay, if we're going to do this, we can't keep doing the way that we're not Nintendo, we're not PlayStation.
Yeah.
And that's where I go, Microsoft stepped in and they were like, let's treat Xbox like we would a Microsoft product. And how do we do that? And thus you see what's happened afterwards. I think Phil Spencer gets all the credit because he probably bought in and championed the process. Whenever that pitch came up, he was probably like, yes, we can win this way. Like we can be very successful going down this path.
Yeah. And
I wonder if the people before him, you know, Peter Moore and Don Matrick, they probably would have resisted him and like, this doesn't work for games.
I would love to. Yeah. So a leader will have a variety of options available to him or her and they have to make that choice. Are you going to do superpower? This is going to be a gaming thing, or to somebody that you place a lot of trust in, present you with a pitch that says TV, games, movies connect. Like that's the future. Like the way that, like where I don't see Matrick necessarily as a visionary is because he was following the Nintendo trend of motion controls.
He was following trends.
Right.
And here's the thing though, the data was right. And oh man, I love this. I argue with my county manager constantly because he wants to make everything into data. He can analyze and then make a decision based on data.
Yeah.
And I have this constant philosophical argument with him, my boss, or when we get together and we talk about it, I'm like, yeah, I'm glad that you have a chart that tells you should make this decision. I said, but leadership should be able to see beyond the chart.
Yes. Yeah.
That real leadership doesn't say I made this decision because of chart. Real leadership says I made this decision because I think it's the best.
Yeah.
And what Don Matrick and Team Xbox did at the time was just follow the chart.
Yeah.
The charts were telling them that Kinect was a huge success, which it was. It was a huge success. And the charts were telling them that streaming was super popular, which it was.
Yeah.
It was a huge success. Like they were looking at, what did we see? Just like they're looking at consoles now. Consoles are being used, and they're like, dude, people are watching Netflix and Amazon Prime, and they bought all these Kinects. Like they just followed the charts and then leaned into it. Nobody was reading the room. Nobody was saying, yeah, but that's not what this business is about.
Yeah.
And that's where leadership comes in. Like you can't I want to say that like just recently, right? We had Xbox. They were going to patch out the share to Twitter. They were like, people aren't using this. Right? Like that's what their data is telling. They have analytics on how many people are sharing screenshots and how many are being shared by clicking this button. Like it's all data driven.
Yeah.
That's why they're just choosing. They're not just, nobody just woke up and was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Their data is telling them not to.
Yeah.
That's why they're making those decisions.
Well, that's PlayStation's take on backwards compatibility versus Xbox's take on backwards compatibility. And we've heard them say that. Nobody plays them. And it's like, well, why? And it goes to this Twitter thing too, this post to Twitter. It's like, well, is it that they don't want to, or is it the functionality sucks?
Or even if they don't want to, but is having it still appealing to them, even if they don't use it.
And that's the Kojima factor, I think. Well, I think that's where
like when they were like, we're patching it out. People are like, don't patch it out. That's the thing, is you don't know what you don't know, and there's leadership.
Yeah.
That's when somebody is like really ingrained to the product. When somebody comes in, they're like, hey, we're gonna patch out the Twitter thing. Somebody in the room should have been like, yeah, no, we're not.
Not a good idea. Well, and that's like that's where I start to think of the word visionaries. You see beyond what is the obvious. Like that's kind of where I get into that. But I have a huge amount of respect for somebody who can walk into a room with the balls to say, I need about $70 billion. And here's why. And like, not only is that decision on its own a huge accomplishment to get what you were asking for to get that.
I still think that's a sweet deal.
Totally. That will go down.
Everybody's like, 70 billion is crazy. I'm like, it's not.
Yeah.
Like they're getting so
Duty.
much for like it's such a good deal.
It's King, like no, and the thing is, nobody talks about King. Nobody talks about Candy Crush. Nobody talks about this thing that's raking in probably more on a daily basis, like just on an average daily basis.
Honestly, it's like the people themselves, the human resources are probably worth it.
Yeah. Yes.
On their own.
Yeah.
The IP, man, is probably worth it on its own. Like if you just bought the rights to Call of Duty and you didn't take on any of the employees,
and that's what I want to see them do.
Probably a good price.
I think so. Yeah, definitely.
You get that and the human resources and the technology and the engines and all the other brands and the other studios and Blizzard. Like Blizzard's like the cherry on top of this. I know. If Blizzard wasn't included for 70 billion, it'd probably be still worth it. Like from the day this happened, people are like, well, Sony got Insomniac for whatever
200 million. Yeah.
They're like, what a terrible deal. I'm like, you guys are completely missing the point.
Yes.
Like, this is like on par with Grand Theft Auto buying Rockstar. If Rockstar released a Grand Theft Auto every year.
Yeah. Yes. Right.
The future potential of Call of Duty is enormous.
The fact, the way that people marginalize Call of Duty is hilarious to me. It's just like, go ahead and underestimate its importance. It's
like Nintendo wanted to sell Mario.
Kinda, yeah. Like it's,
50 billion would be a steal if you could just buy Mario.
Yeah. Yeah.
You own the rights to resell all the old Marios and for hundreds of years in the future, all the future Marios.
Not only that, but to your point about it's more than just like some people might look at the Nintendo charts that are publicly available and go like, how many copies did Odyssey sell? It's like, well, maybe this thing is actually worth all that much. It's like, except that it holds up the entire platform. Exactly. You know, like, and Call of Duty does kind of the same thing to a certain extent, like just with video games.
Look how important it was for PlayStation fans to discover whether or not they were going to be able to keep playing it.
Yeah.
Like it mattered, and it's not even a first-party game.
That's wild.
It's a third-party
I remember saying
game.
it. I remember saying, especially because that was what around the time of Ghost. I remember thinking like, who cares? Call of Duty. We're done with Call of Duty. That was a 360 thing. That was a PS3 thing. I couldn't have been more wrong.
Call of Duty would be forever. The brand itself is
Probably. It's too good. Imagine being Medal of Honor. Imagine me just being Medal of Honor.
Yeah. You were so close.
You're so close.
Right,
You're so close. You're the same idea. And they just figured it. It's like they had Vince Zampella. They had him. They hit Modern Warfare, and like, man,
the shoes that they're sitting in now, the seat that they're in, they get to put Call of Duty in Game Pass, and also sell it to PlayStation people.
I know, and yeah,
God, it's going to print money. Just so much money for so long.
When you say it like that, the credit I'm giving Phil Spencer and team for like convincing them for this purchase maybe isn't as bold.
Easy.
Yeah, you can
like
see
the opportunity was easy. Also, because on that level, they're one of the few people that could afford it.
Yeah.
So it's like it becomes even easier.
And then there's the PR side to it.
So limited.
They could right now. They're kind of eating shit right now that they're attached to this company that has just not been doing so great in the public.
Yeah, well, that's gamer forum fodder stuff. That's not real.
Yeah, and that's just it. Like, but to a certain extent, when there's a potential there for a PR win, that they've maybe cleared up the culture there. Like, I don't know. Maybe you may be right. It probably doesn't really matter.
To be clear, for anybody that's listening to this or watching us,
what is it? Brendan Meyer says. Brendan Meyer says, "Hey guys, I need the Donnie special." What does that mean?
I don't know. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Exactly what I was thinking.
The Activision thing that's real. Like, yeah, I don't mean to demean what's happening. What
of
I
course,
mean by
of course.
is
But what does it translate to in terms of sales?
the majority of people don't know or don't care.
Yes, well said.
And it's probably don't know.
Yeah.
And we even saw last year. It didn't even at the height of its stuff. It didn't really stop their sales momentum.
Yeah.
So like it's real, and Xbox is going to try and fix it, and that's a real challenge and something that needs to happen. But at the same time, like this is much bigger than that story, and I don't mean to marginalize those stories. They need all of the publicity they can get. Just hashtag real talk. The people that were like, we're done with Call of Duty. Call of Duty's dying. Here comes Fortnite. Here comes Apex. You realize Call of Duty's been the highest selling or the second highest selling video game every year for 20 years in an industry where games sell more year over year than they have before, even during a pandemic.
Yeah.
Like if you were ever going to make a bet on any game, Call of Duty is the easiest bet to make in the world, and Xbox just bought it.
It's funny.
It's ridiculous.
I just picked it in our fantasy draft. I picked Call of Duty, the sequel to Modern Warfare, and I think it's going to do surprisingly well. I think it's going to be
Modern Warfare was great.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's just the cleanest. I feel like for whatever reason, like the word clean comes to mind when I think of Modern Warfare. Just a nice, clean.
The Modern Warfare reboot that they made was really, really good. I mean, it was still shorter than I would like, but man, it wasn't good. It was really good.
Cato brings up RJ. I see your comment here, and I think we'll jump to that as we continue to explore this though. Cato says Call of Duty is a safe pick. Just saying. So maybe...
No, I don't think so. Vanguard, Ghost, Call of Duty's definitely had some. I like Vanguard.
I got it from the library. This is a library pickup
really
right here.
It's really good, fun campaign, but it's not as good. It's not as good as some other Call of Duties. Call of Duty's had lows, several lows.
Yep.
Okay, Vanguard's better than Cold War. I'll give you that in a heartbeat. Like Cold War was probably kind of a miss
for campaign. Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah.
I could see it.
Yeah, Vanguard is better than that. But like Infinite Warfare, Modern Warfare, man, those are great.
Well, and that's what people kind of hang their hats on, especially when the people talk about the whole PR thing, is they look to Vanguard and go like, see, Call of Duty is dead. And it's like, to your point about charts, like you got to look at what's coming next. You got to see what the trend is. 2? Well, exactly. Like, and it's like
disappointing for Call of Duty.
For Call of Duty,
second best game.
Exactly. Like this is everybody's an armchair quarterback when it comes to this stuff, and that's probably a role that we're playing right now as well. But I'm excited to play this well outside of the mess that
I'm excited
was
to
the
hear
news.
Hear your thoughts on it. That game has boss battles, which is kind of new.
I was not expecting that. I feel like, man, this is why I listen to you talk about games. I feel like people like I want to know about the game. You know what I mean?
There is a Last of Us-ish boss fight in
Wow.
Call of Duty. Like when you have it, you're gonna be like, I've totally done this before. Like when you get to that moment,
dude.
It
like
is so The Last of Us.
I love listening to you talk about games.
All this different like World War II movie stuff.
Yeah.
You know, there's like Enemy at the Gates stuff in there, and
Holy
fighter
crap.
pilot stuff in there. But it's a little short. But I mean, it's a really good. It's a really good romp. It's fun. I would be excited if they were like Call of Duty Vanguard 2. I'd be like day one. Because it was really fun.
Well, and I actually liked Advanced Warfare, and I was really mad that, and unfortunately, Kevin Spacey has a whole thing.
Advanced Warfare is the Spacey one, right?
Spacey one. I actually really like that one quite a lot.
Infinite Warfare is 1,000 times better. Though.
And I know you like, and this is where we are on our islands on this one. Nobody thinks Infinite Warfare is good. By the way,
it's so good.
You're on a Donny Island over there with Infinite Warfare. I'm on a Capri Island with Advanced Warfare, and everybody else is playing Blops.
I think Modern Warfare 4, Modern Warfare Reboot.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, not Call of Duty.
Call of Duty
Modern
4.
Warfare,
Yeah.
Modern Warfare.
Yeah.
Modern Warfare 2 are great. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, I think, is every bit as good as those three. And I think the Modern Warfare Reboot is right there, like just a notch below those. And then that's where Advanced Wars comes in, like right below those.
We need to do a tier list. That's what this is sounding like.
We need to rank Call of Duty.
Do we need to do it? Can we?
That's what we're having. That's what I'm understanding.
Ryan Turfer says, I can't tell you about the game, Sean, but I can tell you about the weather. So thank you, Ryan. Very helpful. Babbitt says hello. Is this, if anybody in the chat can you guys find if there is a Call of Duty tier list? I'd love to do this.
Listening to the console war room earlier.
I wanted you to jump in so bad, dude.
I would have. I was working and I was just listening to all of the terrible takes. Just bad takes one after the other. But it was a really fun show. So if you're a listener of Carpool Gaming, you definitely need to support and Patreon so you can get more of those shows because it was very
There's something. Babbitt plays the role. He plays heel big time.
It's really good at it. Yeah, and I like playing heel myself.
Mm-hmm. Just to stir it up a little bit.
PlayStation 4 crushed it.
Yeah.
God, what a console.
Yeah, man.
What a console generation. Just crushed it.
When I feel like we got to kind of and I don't think I praised the question very well, but we got to the crux of what I was after near the end, which was, okay, pitch me your best console. Like, what is it? The PS4? Is it PS2? Like, let's talk about the best one and then put something up against it and see how it holds up and just kind of do that.
PS4 has a good claim.
I think so too. I thought it was interesting. Like I said before, people link The Last of Us with the PS4.
Nintendo, Game Boy, PS2 and PS4 maybe.
Yeah.
Switch is right there.
Switch is absolutely up there. Definitely.
I still feel like Switch's library is untapped potential still.
I look at 360 and
their catalog
PS3, honestly.
isn't as good as the PS4 catalog.
Which one? Switch?
Switch.
PS4 is really good.
It really is. It really is just a really good catalog. Whereas the Switch's catalog's full of ports, and it was just a little light there for a couple years. And like I feel like it just has untapped potential. There's just a little bit more that you would want from it.
It's funny
because it's really lifted up by Breath of the Wild. Like Breath of the Wild is really holding it up.
Kato and I did today on the Nintendo Drive. We looked at every holiday season since it launched, and to be honest with you, like none of those blew me away.
The PS4 has
it's
like
kind of crazy.
5 Breath of the Wilds. Like that's the thing is it has multiples of it, where I don't think the Switch does. I don't hear about console Kato and her Animal Crossing things. Let's just.
Babbitt says Donnie, I would have took your Vita off your hands, but I got called up to the big leagues. Steam Deck. Yeah, I can't wait for you guys to get them in your hands. Actually,
mine did not arrive today. My shipping hasn't updated. Jeff says that his local shipping office is very undermanned, so it may be a couple more days. But
everything's undermanned. Why don't people get back to work, Donnie? Oh God. What is going on here? Every place is understaffed. We went to a restaurant the other day. Like we got no cooks in the kitchen. We got no servers here. It's like, what is wrong? Get a job. What the heck?
I think there's a lot of jobs opening. They're getting better jobs.
That's true.
People are demanding better jobs.
It's crazy, man. We were in Nashville and we were talking to, well, Ed was talking to the security guards there. He just chatty Cathy over here. Ed. And he's like, nobody wants to work past 7 o'clock. That is wild to me. It's just like, that's just what people are choosing. And like, kudos to them, you know, power to the people. But I worked until 3 a.m. at a restaurant because it's just like
drivers that are getting like 120 grand a year and $20,000 signing bonuses.
Look at you. Go get it, man.
How bad the supply folks are behind. So
It's an interesting place. When I was in high school, people were leaving in grade 10, grade 11 to go work up north in northern. Like, you think I'm north? Like, there's 5 hours north of us, and they're just sitting on oil up there. People would quit high school and just go work in the oil fields and make a gazillion dollars, and then come back to the city and spend them on strippers and cocaine. It was just insane, man. Like,
I love those
so much money.
About my people.
Yeah,
my people.
Well, you come on up here. You can meet them all. They're all here.
I would have been an oil rig worker.
I'm telling you, dude. Like, Alberta is Texas. You know, if we could, like, we are. That's our
true
version.
Yarden. Very excited though. I cannot wait for my Steam Deck to get here. For anybody that doesn't know, that are listening, that don't listen to me on my other shows and they're just listening to Sweet Hangs. Well, 1, thanks. Appreciate it. But 2, I had the pleasure, the opportunity to have Jeff Grubb set up my Steam Deck for me. And
man.
Went through and he added all the emulators and I gave him a custom list of ROMs and he did all the crap that I would never have done. So my Steam Deck plays PS3 games and Wii U games
That's
and
awesome.
GameCube games and Game Boy games. Like, my Steam Deck is amazing. I cannot
You got a better version of it, and it was touched by Jeff Grubb.
It's true.
Probably smells like his hair, maybe a little bit.
His hair is probably in the fans and stuff. Yeah, it's gotta be a part of it.
Fans. You're cleaning it out. You just got like one strand, just like, and it keeps coming.
Yeah, Dad, but if you
Keeps
didn't
coming.
know, like, Jeff and I have been hanging on his Twitch channel all week long as he's been doing crimes, and I've been able to sit on it. He got Lollipop Chainsaw up and running
That's
for me. My Steam
awesome.
Deck plays The Last of Us. My Steam Deck plays Wind Waker HD. My Steam Deck is fucking awesome.
Dude, that is so good. You don't have to do anything else. You don't need anything else. This is
I'm
your, like,
good.
you can go to Vegas now. You can go let it ride,
It's
man.
winning. Sean, PC is winning. I've been trying to tell you.
I was so mad. I was angry the entire episode of PSVG
You
this
were.
week. I was just angry the whole time. It's just like, what console's winning? You're like, PC, and Dev's like, you're not allowed to say PC. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, it is a relevant part of the conversation here. Don't be so literal. It's just
funny is-
console.
He was the PC guy.
I know. It's because you said it. It's just because you said it.
Because I joined his team, he got off the team.
I just don't know, man. I love Dev to death, but it's just like, well, maybe he's playing heel just like Bad Bitos. Maybe that's just it. Maybe I just need to.
Natural contrarian.
Yeah.
He really. Dev bucks all trends.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when people, you can't launch 2 games in the same window. Dev is like, why not? Dev is always like, why not? We
Yeah.
can do whatever we want. Why not?
Oh my gosh. I love that you're on it though, but you are influencing me. I think I'm gonna get Tiny Tina's on PC. I feel like there was another game I was just thinking. Oh, Dying Light 2. I think Dying Light 2 I'm gonna get on PC. I'm just waiting for a deal.
As you should, because the console version is trash.
Oh, really?
Dude, they're playing in 1080p on console. What the hell?
Oh,
are
I
you
think
talking
we
about?
talked
Like,
about this.
that's normal.
Yes.
Yeah, they're like, people with brand new PS5s. They're like, we're playing at 1080p 60. Like,
Yeah,
what?
but it's PS5. Like, look.
You know, it's bad. And they're like, well, you can play in 4K at 30. Who wants to do that?
Not even close. Not even a little bit. Nope.
Nobody wants to do that.
There are no deals on isthereanydeal.com. This is still full price.
Dying Light?
Dying Light 2. I almost
I
picked up
played,
a.
I played through Ghostwire Tokyo completely over on PC, baby.
Is it a legit? Really? Ghostwire Tokyo?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. PS5 exclusive.
When am I going to play any of these games? Look, like even the library pickups I got no time. I got Demon Souls and Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Oh,
you know, like those? I mean, they're library pickups.
The Xbox Drive, more like PC Drive. I need to start the PC Drive.
We should have had that as a goal.
Maybe me and Jason Lacey.
That would be amazing.
See, I don't know anything about PCs. Like I play PC, but I'm not a PC person.
I think you know more than
people
you
are
think.
Like, people are like, I've got 18 watts running through my gigahertz converter. I'm like, I don't do any of that.
18 watts.
I bought the PC and I plugged it in and I play games on it. Like that's as much PC as I get into. You know, like I don't.
Don't you
I
think
don't
that
know
might?
how to
Do you think that might be what's actually missing from a PC podcast, though?
Maybe they need more regular.
Does a PC podcast need to be about the gigaflops?
I don't have LED displays wired into my fans on my PC. Like I don't do any. I don't know. I don't want to do any of that. I just want my PC to work.
Well,
that's all I desire.
I mean, maybe it was. What do you think? Dev was like the tech side of game tech when you guys did that.
Yeah, Devin.
You guys had a good thing going on that one, just because like I think you were genuinely interested. So I think you asked good questions, and then you had Garrett and Dev who like were the knowledge base there.
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
PC thing like that would be fun. I don't know, but maybe it would be because I'm more PC. I came to PC for performance, for backwards compatibility, and for savings.
Yeah.
People came since I've done this. It was so funny when I did this because there were so many people that are like, how long is this going to last? And then as it kept going, people were like, I think it's going to last.
Man, it's pretty good. Not only is it going to last, but I think people are kind of like looking like, looks like a pretty good idea over there.
Yeah, but for me, people were like, well, let's see how long Dunny does this. And then as it started, and when I sold the PS5, they were like, I don't think he's coming back.
I think he's serious. Yeah, he's like, maybe we'll get a pack of cigarettes. No. Daddy's not coming back. No, he's gone.
And now I'm finding I'm not sure if you saw, but I found like these. I'm buying mystery bundles of games and fanatical bundles of games.
I see you giving these codes away, and I almost started going through the trouble of like transcribing from the JPEG to typing these things in. I'm like, and I actually stopped myself. I said out loud, and I said, "Hang on a second. What game is this? Like what? Like I've been here before. I've had the humble bundles where I've got a dozen or so games where I'm like, I don't know what the hell these things are, man. So
most of them are duplicates, things that I've already claimed.
Who knows? I might have skipped something worthwhile. Kato says sounds perfect for you to start a PC podcast. She says she knows nothing about games and she has a podcast.
The savings are a big major factor. Or people are like, well, how much is your PC? How much does your graphics card cost? It's like, yeah, but are you factoring the cost just to get in the door, or are you factoring the cost over a generation of console? Because imagine how much money I save per game purchase. Because I didn't pay $70 for Ghostwire Tokyo. I got Ghostwire Tokyo for like $44.99, and I'm talking day one.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, like pre-order.
Yeah.
You know, I saved 40% off WWE 2K22. Like I
gotta play this. Oh my god, dude, we're gonna have you jump in on these Game of the Year watch, by the way, because you're playing all the games.
I'm trying.
Maybe we'll have you. I'd love to have you on. No, me and Ryan just did like a "What's your game of the year so far?" I'm like, I don't have one. Like Kirby is where
I
I'm
really
at
don't
right
have one either. Well, you know what? It's not true. I've played a lot of good games. I just don't feel like my games would contend just because of how great Elden Ring and Horizon are.
But what if today is December 31st? Like, what if today is the day?
2 games that I haven't even played. But I already recognize how much attention they've garnered.
Yeah.
It makes me feel like my choices wouldn't be as good.
Well, just for you, just your personal one. And then what are those games? What are those 2 games that you're talking about?
Probably maybe I don't think Kirby was better than Dying Light of the whole game.
It's amazing that those 2 games are being compared in the same sentence right now.
Right, and it's like super hard to even compare them. Right?
I think I just heard something crash upstairs, and I think Donnie is.
One took like
Bobby's
40 hours.
Yeah,
and the other one took 5.
And I know you said you guys just had a great spoiler conversation on your show earlier this week, and I mentioned on the Nintendo Drive that there's like a whole other half of Kirby that I don't hear anybody talking about. That like after you beat the game, you basically replay a bunch of the levels and they're harder.
Yeah,
and somebody has said spoilers, and I'm like, is that a spoiler? Yeah, somebody said thanks, spoilers. And I'm like, I didn't mean to. And I felt bad. I genuinely felt bad that like they felt like it was a spoiler, but I was like, is that well? And
come over to my side. Fuck them.
I felt like my analogy that you guys just going out there blurting out spoilers is like driving around in the road with your windows down and the system up. I feel like it was so perfect. And it was just this. You guys just went like, whatever. That's not even the same thing.
No, I didn't. Whatever.
I know you didn't.
That's exactly me. You nailed it.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. Yeah. You ever type a comment and you just stand with your hands on your hips? You're like, yeah, that was a good comment. That was a good one. I thought that was pretty good.
Basically, me and Console Kato all day.
Definitely. Well, you know.
I came and trolled her at like 4 different hours of the day today.
Mm-hmm. To get her.
Very proud of myself.
Yeah. She can take it though. She can take the trolling.
You can dish it too. She's a
That's what I'm
worthy
saying.
adversary.
That's what I'm saying, man. She's quick-witted. Mr. Babbitt says, "I'll have you know if you pre-ordered Ghostwire."
Opinions like witted.
What's that?
Like to be witty is to almost be right or correct. Like
I was
she's
saying quick-witted. Like just like.
But her opinions are wrong.
Oh snap!
So, like, is it wit? I don't know.
I don't know. She says, "Can you troll a troll?" I think you can. I think that's some of the most entertaining stuff to watch. Actually,
I enjoy
Just
the Nintendo.
See two people go after it. I like it. When are you gonna?
I think Ryan would probably know more about PC gaming than I do.
I wonder. Somebody asked me that. I think it was on maybe the Pants Patreon podcast for Patrons podcast. Somebody asked like, "What area of gaming could I own Ryan in?" And I struggled to give an answer. And I said maybe like 1996 to 1998 PC gaming. Like maybe
you have a lot of PC background that I just never had either, too. You know, so like it's crazy for me. But like I would feel comfortable if I brought like a layman, dumbed down version of PC gaming to an expert of PC gaming.
Yeah.
Like, if we had that contrast,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like that might be pretty good.
But I also think it all starts somewhere. I think about me podcasting about Xbox in the early days. I remember thinking like, I remember really wondering for a long time, what does it even mean to be an Xbox podcast? Because there was so little happening in Xbox at the time that I thought like, aren't we just a video game podcast?
What was that Japanese game exclusive that they got that wasn't very good?
Like for 360, like Blue Dragon?
No. For Xbox One, where you threw the rope, the line, and you like pulled on it. What was that? I remember it. Every time we talk about Xbox One, I always think of the game, and I could just never remember
What the heck
name.
was that? Oh man,
It was awful. It was really disappointing, wasn't it?
Babbitt says, was it Recore? Is that what you're saying? It wasn't Japanese.
Recore.
Was that Japanese?
I'm always thinking.
I know it was the Metroid crew. I thought it was I thought it was a bunch of like old Metroid Prime devs, but the lead was Japanese. Who's the lead on that one?
It was Asobo.
No, Asobo's Flight Simulator.
It was Concept and Armature Studios with Asobo.
Okay.
But it was
creator of Mega Man. Yes. What the heck is
Mega
his
Man.
name?
That's what I was thinking.
Dude, what the heck?
Kaiji Inafune.
Inafune. Thank you. I was going to
That's
say
why I
something
was
like it's not Miyazaki, and
And
that's
it was
for some
really
reason in my
bad.
head.
Everybody's talking like the pre-Game Pass, bad like dark days of Xbox. My immediate thought is always Recore.
Inafune, Mighty Number 9 says
always
bad.
Go to Recore. I'm like, oh god, how bad was Recore?
Oh, that's too bad. I thought Recore had good guts to it, but yeah, no,
It didn't.
I think I might have
It
it
was like
installed still.
Recore and Scalebound. Like it was like basically like that little push that they did like after Quantum Break.
I like
Before
Quantum Break.
Sea of Thieves.
Dude, I want to
It was
replay
after
Quantum Break.
Quantum Break. I want to replay it on Steam Deck and see how it goes for me.
How much is it?
Because I
On
didn't
Steam?
dig when I got my console, but I want to maybe go back to it. Maybe it'll.
Or is it on
maybe
Game
it'll-
Pass? You think it's on Game Pass for PC? Probably not.
It's on Game Pass. I don't know if it's on Game Pass or PC. But I know it's on sale on the
Why do
Steam.
I
so
want
you
to
can get
play
it for
this
like
game?
$8.
I want to play
I'm
just
gonna
to
replay
be spiteful.
So many old games. I'm gonna try Jedi Fallen Order, which is another one that wasn't a big hit for me, and
yeah.
I'm gonna replay The Witcher. Which is
Oh,
another one I got into.
just a couple, 50 hours here, 200 hours here.
Those are at the kind of the tops of my to-do list when I get my Steam Deck. Because also I feel like those games might hit a little different for me if I can play them portably.
Possibly, yeah. A lot of times they do. That's for sure. The Last of Us is at the top of my replay list at the moment. As I just talked about all these games that I missed on the beginning of 2022, like for whatever reason, I just want to fire up The Last of Us, the first
I might
one.
replay it on the Steam Deck just because I can.
Oh man,
It's right there with Wind Waker. It's like I've been wanting to. I've played The Last of Us like 20 times.
I know you
I've
have, and
played
I'm jealous of that. See, that's because you know that it's better.
It gets fun to a point where I think I was telling Kyle this the last time I replayed it. It does get to a fun point when you've played it so many times that like you can, when you're no longer scared of the infected,
Mm-hmm.
and you can like dabble around and like make fun of them and do stuff and like mess around with them. Like once you start to really gain enemy movement that well, it gets really goofy and kind of stupid fun.
You can kind of you feel like you're like a QA, like you're a tester.
You're just kind of breaking stuff.
What wall can I walk through? Like that's where you get to this game. You're like, where can I
set up like really dumb like chain reactions?
That's awesome.
Like plant some bombs over here and then set off a sound over here and like run this.
Do you ever like speed run it at all? Like not necessarily like speed run, like the true sense of the word, but like are you running through it quite a bit quicker?
I will say I think the last time I played it, I just skipped Pittsburgh. Probably like my least favorite section of the game. So like I played the intro and the opening and then through tests, and then I just skipped Pittsburgh and went right to no, because you get the car first and then you go to Pittsburgh, and I just skipped over.
Oh, I would love to play it.
To the dam.
Yeah.
And then play through the ending.
Yeah.
So I'll like kind of skip around a bit.
It's one of the games that I don't have too many moments in games that I remember specifically, but this one I've got many. One that comes to mind though is when you're I think it's at the dam. You're hanging upside down, and they kind of leave you to get eaten by all the or attacked, and you find that you've got a pistol and you can kind of aim upside down. And I was playing with headsets on back
in Billstown.
Yeah, way before kids were born. We had our TV like actually in our bonus room here. Had a great setup there, headset. And I got so terrified by a freaker, what the heck are they called? Infected, jumping up just to the left of me. I screamed out loud and I threw my head. Days Gone.
You went Days Gone on people.
Oh man, I'm just so angry with this.
Days Gone, the recore of PlayStation.
I don't know whether we're not allowed to call anything zombies anymore. So somewhere I'm Rolodexing through my thesaurus of zombie names. I screamed out loud, threw my headset and controller away, and said, "Oh fuck!" Like, and to the point like Chelsea's like, "What is going on?" Like she was concerned for my health, but it was a damn video game.
Billstown might be my favorite section of the entire game.
Yeah,
to be honest with you, we've got the little album store with the arcade. You've got the hang upside down moment. You also have the really great boss fight in the gymnasium, and honestly, just the school
gymnasium
running through the hallways and the doors as all the zombies close in around. You see the shadows in the wall. You see them coming through the windows and stuff. It's just really, really neat. And I love in Billstown, like you've got the booby traps and the rooftops, but they're like there's the hidden safe and the note that's on top of the RV. It's just a lot of really great world building.
Oh man,
in that specific section of the game. That I don't think you get as much in other sections.
The show is going to be so good. I'm so excited. I'm so excited
really
for it.
Pretty part of, I keep retweeting, pictures and videos. I follow a few leakers on TikTok where they're showing some scenes and stuff. I'm very excited for it. Did you see the interview that came out this week about it?
I didn't have a chance to click into it, but I saw that it was happening. And I'm like, I'm just so excited about this. The first thought came to mind, I wanted to show my family this thing. Like, this is why Ellie's called Ellie. Like, your granddaughter is Ellie. Like, and they'll never play the game. I'll never be able to show it to them. But like, you got to watch this show. So I have high hopes for it. It's sort of like, it needs to communicate the meaning of the namesake of my daughter. Is kind of the pedestal that I'm putting this show on, man.
Pedro talked about he doesn't play the game and specifically stays away from it. He's like, he caught clips of it, but he's afraid of if he paid too much attention to the game, that would affect his own performance of how he feels the role should be, which I think is smart and wise, but at the same time makes me like when I hear this for a game that's so sentimental to all of us. Like I'm just like everything you just said. Like I'm bracing for shock. Like I'm bracing for a change. I know it's going to hit different.
Yeah, like Ellie's going to be swimming everywhere. It's like, that's not what this game is about. She's supposed to get on a box, damn it.
I even try, I think I talked to you about this before. I listen to a lot of Ashley Johnson's covers. I have them all in my library. They're part of my work routine. When I hear Ashley Johnson speak, I think Ellie.
Yeah.
When I see Ellie, I think Ashley Johnson. Like I'm all for this show. I'm super excited through the roof, but I'm almost bracing for just
that's a better way to be, by the way.
Difference. Like I just know it's not going to be the same. It can't be. And
I kind of describe my expectations seemingly hyperbolically just to kind of illustrate just how stupid that is. No, it's not. But it's stupid. Like it's like communicate and illustrate why my daughter's name is Ellie. This is ridiculous. But it's kind of where it is, and I'm probably going to be let down by this whole thing. The only saving grace is Neil Druckmann as the only saving grace.
I can only hope that even though I know it's going to be different and it's going to be changed, but that it's really good.
Yeah.
If it's really good, it can win itself over. But like, you're going to have to get through that immediate shock of this isn't it's not what you know.
Yeah.
You know, and it's got to feel the same way like when people read the books, but it's got to be different.
Well, what do you think?
Than that.
I feel like the only other podcast that I listen to that have really touched on this in an exploratory way is actually Married to the Games, and they've made it. A lot of them have made it clear that they don't want it to be a retelling of the first game, and I couldn't disagree more. I want that first game. I like those beats that it hits. I don't necessarily need to have it in the exact same order, but I don't want them going like, here's also what was happening while the game was happening. I don't want that.
My hope was that it's twofold because I don't know what the plan is for the show. If the show is a hit, does it continue? Are there plans for a season 2 or to continue on? Because if there are plans to keep going, then I would like them to tell the whole story, Abby and everything along the way, as opposed to a shot-for-shot remake of the first one and then do like the second game the same way.
Sure.
I wouldn't like that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be upset at all if they sprinkled in some stuff. But yeah, for the most part, I would like to see a similar story. You know, basically within the guardrails. Don't just go do something completely new. That I wouldn't appreciate.
Same here. And I think there's a good way for it to tell the story of the first game, maybe even beforehand, which they did in the DLC.
That I'm hoping for.
Right?
Quite
they have a much fuller picture of like what this world is, what's happening
TV
here.
Show, the time isn't filled with gameplay. The time is going to be filled with dialogue. So there's going to be so much more that we learn from this. Just the fact of it being a dramatization of it.
Yeah. I wish I could have this conversation with Halo in my back pocket. Like, I don't know what Halo's like. I've just seen what other people are saying about Halo right now, and it's mixed at best. You know, and we've got all these things kind of happening all at once. We've got Halo, we've got The Last of Us coming out, we've got a great Sonic movie, and Mario coming up. And Mario has to be better than Sonic, right? Like, that's just the way of the universe. Like, it's just got to be better. But it could be. Babbitt says Halo is dreadful. Like, that's.
I have no expectations for the Mario movie, and my son likes the Halo thing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, for every person saying it's dreadful, you got another person saying like, I like it for what it is. You know. But I think of that when you talk about how.
I think Nathan liked the Halo stuff too, just to bring another Halo fan to.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm not that into Halo. I thought I was going to watch it with my son.
Yeah.
I kind of gave it like 5 minutes. I was like, I'm not going to watch this.
Yeah. Like, do you watch it just because it's Halo? I don't know if that's even a question that makes any sense.
I don't like Halo that much.
Yeah.
Not that into Halo.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, The Last of Us, just from the gameplay, when you just play the game, what's obvious is that there's a compelling story, a great setting and narrative. All of it is great. With Halo, I feel like it's not quite as obvious, but it is there. There is a cool sci-fi story to be told, but then it's like, is that what we really wrap this up to be? Is a space military thing? And then what else do you really have? But I think that that's being too simplistic with Halo. I think there's really interesting stuff with the Covenant, just the religious kind of factors and parallels there. There's this notion of these world-ending rings and some people making this prophecy out of it and other people just trying to like save the planet. Like, there is interesting elements of Halo, but it's not my daughter was killed at the onset of at the end of the world and I found kind of a replacement for her. Like, dude, it's like I don't know. Maybe I'm doing a disservice to Halo by describing the way that I just described it, but I would want somebody else to do that.
Halo.
Right.
All you did is you described Halo.
Right? And I feel like I didn't exert any additional calories to talk about The Last of Us.
The chat that are still with us, is Halo funny? Because like in my ideal mind, I'm thinking like it'd be really cool if Halo was kind of like Starship Troopers.
It has funny like moments. There's definitely some like kind of winks and nods.
It seemed really dramatic.
Yeah. There's like, it's weird because there's definitely some like the grunts are just like they're hilarious. Like there's elements of it.
I mean, like storyline, it felt really dramatic and grounded.
Yeah.
Which is not something I was It's not. I don't necessarily want that from a Halo thing at all.
I think that mostly speaks to like what I would say like the funny is like in like the comedic breaks, like the comedic relief. They have moments like that. Like, but I feel almost like because that's the formula. It can't be too serious. You got to have a. I'm not even going to say his name, Ryan Turford.
It says are funny. That's about it. Yeah. And so like when I was watching it, it seemed really dramatic and something you really need to pay attention to. And
Lee says it's enjoyable.
Grounded. Whereas like when I would think of like what would Donnie want? And again, to be clear, I'm the last person even to answer this. But if you're asking me, what would I want from a Halo TV show? Lots of really cool action scenes, really funny, like Chief slapstick stuff. Like I would want to make it more fun, like a video game. And I don't think this is that at all. This is very serious Halo, and it's like I have really no interest in that.
I mean,
I'm also not into Halo.
Hunt the Truth. If you're into podcasts, people should go back and listen to Hunt the Truth, the podcast. And it had nothing to really like. You heard of Master Chief existed in that world, but like it was more about like conspiracies and hiding what's really going on. It was awesome, well acted out, and characters that you'd never even really heard of, but it gave nods to it was clear that it existed in this world. I thought that was awesome. I think that would be really cool. But
it sounds very Star Warsy.
No, it's more what the heck would it be more like? It's kind of like Suits or Scandal or something like that.
Okay.
Like a lot of backstabbing, a lot of secrets, a lot of like outmaneuvering one another, things like that. Yeah, a lot of mystery solving. Definitely, yeah. It's a funny thing that we're trying to figure this out. It's funny because comics already did this. You think that it would translate more easily from video games to movies because comics just showed us how to do it, but it's also not all comics showed us how to do it. We're still making bad comic book movies. We got the Venom movies, we got the Morbius, so I guess we're still getting
Scott Pilgrim, baby.
Scott Pilgrim. Give it to me. Do you want to be in on that? Do you have the book? You got the books last time we chatted, didn't you? You got all the Yeah, we're gonna do spoiler casts on that. It's official. Got to read them. Got to record the things. I'm very excited. Got a lot of content to create. I'm not playing any games this year. I'm writing a book and recording.
Writing a book, reading books. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, it's good because when I listen to all the games shows, they all talk about the big dry spell that we're under.
Yeah, I know, right?
No games coming out.
Yeah.
For the rest of the year.
Do you say that almost sarcastically? Are you not agreeing that it's a dry spell?
No, it's not like 15 games that haven't even come out yet. No, absolutely not. I am saying it very sarcastically.
I just want to be clear.
People are very dismissive of non-first party AAA big marketed campaigns.
Yeah.
They're so dismissive of like all these other games that are available.
Let's load up the list. What do we got here?
It's not wrong. I feel like if you are a big news outlet, your job is to cover the highlights. You probably don't have time to cover everything. I just don't like the dismissive nature of being like
nothing's coming out,
because it's like it reads like we only covering the game of the year contenders.
Yeah,
and we won't cover any of the other thousands of games that released this year. But it's for me, I have so many games to play. Trying to find time, like I'm actually enjoying that some of them are spaced out.
Yeah,
like I've kind of cleared the decks and get ready for Switch Sports. But
yes,
even the other day on PSVG, I mentioned I'm getting like 8 first-party release Nintendo Switch games.
Mm-hmm.
So like when people are like, "It's a dry spell until Saints Row comes out," it's like, what are you talking about?
I'm looking at this list. I'm like having to scroll through April over here. MLB The Show just came out, which is a big deal for some people. Chrono Cross, I think a lot of people played that. A lot of people are very addicted to it.
Good. It's an addictive game, man. It's fun.
I mean, I'm glad that I actually called that when I'm just kind of going through the list here. Lego Star Wars is right above it, but MLB The Show, it's like
my son beat Lego Star Wars today.
Oh man, PC is where I should be playing it because it's cheapest. But I should not be playing it on PC. I should be playing with my kids.
I'm waiting for Steam Deck to play. I let my son. He's been taking over my PC here at home to play.
Yeah.
And I've been playing Ghostwire and other stuff, but so I was like, I'll wait for the Steam Deck to come and then I'll play some Lego.
Man, you are winning at life. Yeah. You're playing all the things.
Dude, we got Strikers and I got Fire Emblem Warriors. And
look at that excitement for Warriors. Look at that.
Throwing that away. And then we got Switch Sports and Bayonetta, which you
Mhm.
counterpicked, right?
I didn't. Not in this one. I have counterpicked it in another league, but I counterpicked Metroid Prime 4.
How dare you?
I was talking about it, and I don't
And
think
we
I
get
don't.
Pokemon.
I think Bayonetta is gonna be shit though. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't say that to me, Sean.
I'm sorry, man.
Bayonetta 2 was like game of the year. Bayonetta 2 was amazing.
It should be good. It should be like
no, Bayonetta 2 was though, right? Like
no,
it
yeah,
was.
I'm saying like that based on that, like I think Bayonetta 3 should be good. I just don't think what we saw was very good. What they showed us, I was like, I don't know about this, but
Bayonetta 2 releasing in 2022 versus 2015, probably completely different story.
Drew Agnew says there's 100 indie. This is perfect timing to be podcasting for Drew. It's first thing in the morning, I think, for him.
Yeah, Bayonetta 2 was a 92.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
There's definitely an audience for that. I feel like it's similar to like the Devil May Cry style, and I just don't know that it hasn't clicked for me just yet. So there's a personal side of it, but
Speaking of another game that I'm looking forward to playing on my Steam Deck, I gotta finish Devil May Cry 5.
Dude, can we just like hang
I
out and
played,
play
like-
games all day?
I played like 85% of it, and I never finished it. I was so
Oh
close.
man, I just
I
want.
just want to replay it on Steam Deck now.
I feel like we need to chat like this more often. I really get pumped up when I chat with you about just like this. Was the end of the year? What I just bought all these Vita games. I bought all these things. I'm like, I just want to play all the games. I get into like, it's so fitting that you created
We
play
need
some
more
video
being
games.
a lane in life. We're just enablers.
Yeah, I like it though. I like
Yeah.
it because like I guess I sit down alone in my basement. I'm just like I don't know what to play. That's a crappy place to be in. Like I want to be pumped up like this. Like let's just go play like whatever it is. Like the next game you play, you say I'm like I'll just go play that. That sounds great to me. Yarden says live alive, see a star. Starfield
Yes, I
is the
kept
rest of my
bringing this
year.
up earlier on the Nintendo Drive. I was in the chat with you guys, and I didn't feel like you were responding to my pleas. You kept predicting a Mario game was coming out. You're like, we got a movie, we got to have a Mario game. There is a Mario game coming out.
Strikers,
No,
Rabbits.
Mario Rabbids 2.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think it's going to come out in that fall window. Like they have a Mario game. And it's gonna be, yeah. When I mean fall, like September, October. I think Pokemon is the fall game.
Interesting. You think that's it?
No, I don't think it's it, but I think we're gonna get. I mean, okay. Since I don't do
Carla.
Shack every week anymore, we can dive into. Let's get into
Yeah,
Nintendo.
get Nintendo Shack. Okay.
I want it to be Donkey Kong. I just don't have any evidence to believe in that.
I
but,
know,
like,
right?
I feel it in my bones. I'm like, it feels right.
Mhm.
Like the timing feels right. So I think it's a port, and I'm thinking it's either Metroid Prime Remaster or
Yeah.
the Wind Waker,
Yep.
the Zelda game.
Yep.
But I want it to be a new Donkey Kong game. Like that's what I want it to be. I want it to be a new Donkey Kong game.
Yeah.
But I don't think it is. And I do not think they're going to launch a new Mario game. Like I would be shocked if we get to June or July. Here's the Nintendo Direct. And it's a brand new Mario game out this fall. I would be blown away.
So would
would've
I.
been-
I think I was blown away by Odyssey. I'm not gonna lie. I remember seeing Odyssey for the first time, going like, I cannot believe we're getting a new Mario 64 or whatever we thought was like, whatever that was supposed to look like.
Yeah, I wasn't there. But
Oh.
yeah, so like I think we get Mario Rabbids 2.
Cato says Metroid Prime 4 is coming out. Can you just go ahead and tell her just how like absolute? Can you give me?
So wrong all the time. Just imagine launching Switch 2 with Animal Crossing. What a joke! What a joke! Are you kidding me? Oh no, not even close.
I'll say again what I said to her. Like, game sold a lot, man. It's that would be a decision following the charts.
Oh, I
you
love
know?
it. She's like, Animal Crossing sells more than Mario. Completely dismissing the entire legacy of Mario for this one Animal Crossing game. There's one Animal Crossing game that came out this one time, sold more than this one Mario. We can't even. Sean, you're getting my blood pressure up.
Just moving on.
So yes, Switch Sports, man, Pokemon,
Yeah.
Bayonetta.
This is gonna be a
Mario
banger year,
Rabbids
man.
2,
Mhm.
Strikers,
Splatoon 3.
Fire Emblem, Sean, Splatoon 3. Oh my God, Splatoon 3. Sean,
This could be the best year of Switch. This could actually be.
Sports Story.
Wrestle.
Switch is
What's the wrestling game called?
WrestleQuest.
WrestleQuest. Yes, give it to me now.
Crushing it. Like Nintendo is, and so that's. I'm not sure if you've heard any of my recent subplots on Switch. I think I'd be surprised if Nintendo announced new hardware coming soon. Meaning like next spring. I don't think there's new hardware coming next spring. I think at the earliest it would be fall 2023. And at this point, I'm pushing towards 2024. I think Switch 2 hardware is a ways off. It's just because their software lineup is so strong. The OLED is still selling. They're still selling at such a high price. And people are like, well, as these consoles keep going on, they're going to fall further and further behind. They can always price cut. Lord, do they have
I know they haven't even done that yet.
Switch.
I know they haven't even done
They can
it.
just be like, Switch OLEDs, $249.99, and just sell more.
But Donnie,
They could just
I heard from the internet.com that the new Breath of the Wild game won't run on the current Switch hardware.
Yeah, I think that was just a pre-rendered thing. Personally.
How do you even do that? How do you? I didn't click on it. I think was it Digital Foundry who made the claim that doesn't look like it's running on current. Like there's no way that's running on current Switch hardware. Like how do you even do that?
There were certain video effects that really tank performance on Switch, so they're thinking it wasn't in real time. I agree with them. I think what it was a cutscene that was rendered in engine on a PC that they recorded, which they were correct in pointing out that's not something Nintendo does often. Doesn't mean it's not something they can't do. I think that was the I don't want to say mislead because they were very open, but I think that was the thing. They were like, well, Nintendo doesn't do that, so they should never do that. I'm like, well, but they easily just could have. They easily could have just been like, we need to put something together quickly so we can make this announcement. That's the best they could do. Like they just could have done that.
Or it could be running on Switch 2 hardware.
It could be. It very well could.
I'm actually a little bit surprised. I feel like you've been walking this line for quite some time now, that the next Breath of the Wild would be alongside new hardware, but you must have...
I have been. That was been my thing. I think the OLED was supposed to be the Switch 2. And I think manufacturing and where we were, they kicked that can down the road.
Yeah.
I don't know if they save Breath of the Wild 2 for that hardware. I think they could.
Yeah.
That's what I was telling people is I think they could. So people are like, well, it's definitely coming out next fall or next spring. I don't think that's true at all. Like, I'm not sold it's coming out next spring. I don't care what they said. Like, I never do with the Zelda game. Zelda games often always get delayed. So I didn't look at that at all being like, oh, they've got to release it next spring. That's not true. They can release next fall. They can release the following spring.
My God, 2024 spring?
If it were me, if you were asking me, depending on, like, obviously we don't know their full pipeline, but if it were me, I wouldn't launch Breath of the Wild 2 without launching new hardware.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Absolutely.
I would save it until you were ready for hardware. But with the chip shortages, the supply shortages, and couple that with the momentum of the hardware that they have, I just feel like the timing isn't right to do new hardware. Like it's really unnecessary. So like I would push it off. And if that means delaying Zelda, like if Donnie ran Nintendo, to pull a console Kato line, if Donnie ran Nintendo, I would delay Zelda and the Switch 2 until we were ready.
Yeah. There's no rush for it. They're showing exactly what we all know. They have no reason to rush this thing.
The thing that I agree with you on, the thing that I disagree with Kato on, is I 100% I will concede that if they launch the console with Animal Crossing, then people would buy it. But you're not, and I don't think you're stoking Nintendo fans with that. Really hoping for a brand new push from a very casual customer base. That's the difference. When you launch with a Zelda, you have a baked-in install base. People just buy stuff for Zelda games completely.
See, and I think the money falls out of pockets of Animal Crossing players. Like I think they're just like walking around. It's just like it falls out of their pockets and into Nintendo.
And I'm not disagreeing with it. It's not that they don't. That's not what I'm disagreeing with. I look at that almost like because I remember I had this argument with Rebecca and Caroline for years, and I've definitely proven wrong.
But at the time, I think you were right. I think based on what we had seen from Animal Crossing at the time, I don't think that there was really much reason to believe that Animal Crossing was the gigantic phenomenon that it had become.
But it became.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it's a shoo-in that every Animal Crossing going forward will be that either.
That's an interesting piece too. Yeah.
But at the same time, I do look at it almost like a Wii Sportsian type of situation where it's like, Animal Crossing fans will buy consoles, but they won't buy anything else.
Right. That's very true. That's actually and maybe Mario Kart to Carla's point in the chat. People buy anything.
Though, you brought that up before. Mario Kart's the other one. So if they wanted to go ahead and launch, Zelda right away and wait for new hardware, then Kart becomes the next one.
Yeah.
Kart is that giant evergreen title that applies to everyone that people will rush out for.
Oh my
They have
gosh.
a brand new Mario Kart. That becomes the next one that, you launch that. If you launch Kart with maybe like Kart and a Mario game, or let's throw Kato a bone here, Kart and Animal Crossing or something like that.
Like, what if that's your launch year for next hardware?
That could be extremely.
Breath of the Wild, day one. Animal Crossing is like 2 months after that, 3 months after that, and then your holiday game is Mario Kart.
Yeah, I think those are gigantic pillars that you can build a new system around.
I don't even know if you need to go that hard, though.
Don't.
I think those could be your first 3 years, like not even your first 1 year. You do.
If the system is backwards compatible, you don't.
Yeah.
I think just to throw my own spin on it, I actually think the next Mario game makes a lot of sense. I think you do Breath of the Wild.
Launching with a Mario game?
You do some more stuff. You get a Donkey Kong or something else out there, right? You do a couple more things. You bide yourself some time. So let's say Breath of the Wild launches, let's believe Onuma's word, launches spring 2023, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do another summer game and a big fall game. You throw in a couple ports or something, and you get yourself to spring 2024. The next Mario game should line up with that release calendar.
Yeah, it can't.
And who
can't
knows
come out
what
this,
it is?
Can't come out.
Could
this
be
year.
Odyssey 2, but it could be something completely different. But yeah, it could be just here's a brand new Mario game.
I can't remember who I was talking to about this. That everybody goes to Odyssey 2. There's only one that I can think of. Maybe if you go back to the 2D ones, an argument could be made for this. But like Galaxy 2 is the only sequel to a 3D Mario game.
There's no Sunshine 2.
Right.
Yeah.
Galaxy 2 is the only one. The only time that, again, NES is a little bit different with the 2D ones. I'm just trying to like check my facts here as I say them. Was Galaxy the only time like they did 2 Mario games on the same system?
Imagine if you got Splatoon, you get DLC, you get Zelda, you get Breath of the Wild 2, which is gigantic and buys you so much time.
Yeah.
Let's just throw in a Donkey Kong. Let's just say that's the game. I don't know if it is. Let's just say it is. Throw in a Donkey Kong and some 2D game.
Yeah.
And then you get to spring 2024. You have brand new Switch, fully backwards compatible. It launches with a brand new Mario game.
Yeah.
And then you announce, and the brand new kart game comes 3 months later, and a enhanced version of Smash comes 3 months after that, and the next, thing comes 3 months after that. Like, that new system is off to the races.
And GameCube games exclusive on Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack only for Switch 2.
I will tell you this: if the new Switch is not backwards compatible,
riots in the street.
I'm going to be very angry. And
Kato's saying. I'm with you guys. I am absolutely with you, and I think we'll hopefully clarify things.
I've said it plenty. I won't be there on day one if it's not backwards compatible.
It seems like a deal breaker. Yeah,
that's going to be a hard sell for me.
Mm-hmm.
A really, really hard sell for me. If it's fully backwards compatible, I can trade. I can move. Like I can find a way to make it happen. But if it's a clean slate, clean break, I'm going to be very angry.
Carlos says they don't think it's going to be backwards compatible. I think we hopefully clarified things on the Nintendo Drive earlier today. Backwards and forwards compatibility is a thing that we actually have to start thinking about these days, and they're not the same thing. I do think that the next iteration of Switch hardware will play current games, but I do think that there will be games that are exclusive to the new hardware that will not play on old hardware.
Yeah, I think backwards compatible. I am talking about like, do they change the cartridges so my Switch cartridges no longer work?
Yeah, like
do all of my digital purchases no longer work on the new system?
Yeah,
or do only a select few of them work? That's also the same thing. Like if only cherry picked 50 of them work and everything else does, then we've got serious issues.
I have a huge issue with just like anything that's even like that. Like and like the cloud saves are for like this game, not Splatoon, not Animal Crossing. Like get wrecked. I can't stand that stuff. So if it's cloud saves or backwards compatibility, whatever.
I drew that hard line in the sand after Xbox, and it's been a huge proponent of me coming to PC. And obviously I will always make sacrifices. Like, to be honest, if the only way I can play Breath of the Wild 2 is to buy another Switch, then I probably will.
Yeah. Yeah, you would.
I
know you would.
Yeah, I would, because I love Zelda that much. But barring that being a fact, I probably won't. It could be the brand new kart game and it look amazing. And if it's not backwards compatible, I'm probably going to wait.
Yeah. I don't want Nintendo to get back to that arrogant, like, because they've done it before and they play the card every once in a while. They know they're the hot chick, you know?
I honestly definitely don't think it may not be an arrogant part. It could be if we believe the rumors of their infrastructure is just so different that it makes it problematic.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they're doing tensor cores and DLSS and stuff like that, like maybe that becomes an issue.
Yeah.
I hope not. But the amount of time they've had to plan for it, I really hope not. But to me, I said this back when the Wii U to Switch transition happened. Like, I gave them the pass then.
Mm-hmm.
Like, after the Wii to the Wii U, like, I understood the difference between infrastructure and Power PC and everything. But, like, the Wii U to the Switch was the one.
Yep.
I was like, all right, you're on a modern system. You're on ARM architecture. This is the thing now. You have you remember, because we had to even change our Wii U IDs.
I know.
Switch online IDs. I was like, this is it.
Mm-hmm.
If you come to me again and you go, now we need to change your Switch ID to a Switch 2 ID, like I'm gonna break this in half.
I think I
like,
just saw.
I can't keep doing this.
I think I just saw Jay say that he worked with Nintendo tech support and they like reactivated a bunch of games to his 2DS or something like that, which is, I mean, it's always great to see, but it's the scary part about.
They did it to my Wii U. I had somebody that bought my old Wii U from a GameStop.
Oh yeah.
And apparently my credit card was still saved on the account. They never wiped it. The GameStop never wiped it like they tell you they do.
Yeah.
And they just bought a bunch of stuff with my credit card. So they ended up giving me all the money back, but they ended up restoring my account to my current Wii U.
Yeah.
So I just got all of my old licenses back.
I need to do that.
They can do it on their end. They have the ability, but if they tried to pull another one of those again, where they were like, "Here's Switch 2, and you need a new account, and like you start over," that would be the biggest. You've never heard me talk so many nasty things about Nintendo as you would that.
Well, I feel terrible because a lot of my last podcasting with Bobby was me just like slamming Nintendo for Animal Crossing. Really, it was just like this. You have one save file. I had multiple save files on the gold cartridges Zelda on the NES. For God's sakes, like this is absolutely ridiculous that you can't have more than one island. And people are like, well, I guess I'll just buy another Switch. Like it was so frustrating. And I put my line in the sand and it didn't matter at all. You know, like it sold 68 million copies or whatever.
Old school when every system came with a new cartridge. And I could see them try to pull that trick. I really could. Like I'm not ruling it out that they won't try it. But if they try it, I'm going to be very outspoken.
I know, but like in the end, it doesn't matter. Like that's the thing.
At some point, no, I think it does. At some point, you've got to hold somebody somewhat accountable. Like we can't keep going down this path. And this is a new era of technology. We can't just keep letting them do this.
Man, it's like they are
it's not
so
acceptable anymore. It's not 1999 anymore.
Yeah, but they have so much history and they have such a huge community that, like, for me, and this is probably a silly statement to say, but it's like for me to leave Nintendo in a lot of ways would mean me leaving a lot of friends because they're just in it for Nintendo. And like, I still want to hang out with these people. I still want to have things to talk about. Like
I would have said if they reserved Zelda as a system only exclusive, I'd still buy one. I would be furious about getting it, but I would still, going to play the game. I might sell it when I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Now that's market share, man. Holy crap.
But I might get it just because I love that franchise so much. So I even own up to my own shortfalls and try to be, beholden to some sort of principle.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd just be such a tough pill to swallow.
And they'll charge you extra for it, and it won't be as powerful, and it won't do this, and it won't do that, and...
Well, that's another thing I keep bringing up to people, because they're like, why are you going to get a Steam Deck when they're going to launch the new Switch? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure my Steam Deck's going to be better than the new Switch.
Power-wise. I mean, you listed all the reasons why you should have a Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Wind Waker, Last of Us, Golf Story, like...
My entire library. Got 400 Steam games that I can just play on my Steam Deck.
Ghostwire Tokyo,
plus I can stream Game Pass. Plus I can play Uplay and Rockstar and EA. I have the EA launcher, which I can tie my Game Pass account to it, so I can just play Madden on the Steam Deck.
From a dollars and cents value, compatibility, like it's a no-brainer. My only holdup really with the Steam Deck is its size, is a form factor thing for me, and
is it another ecosystem that I'm just going to fall behind on? This is always going to be a consideration for me.
When
you know, I have a PS5 now, which is already I'm falling behind on that whole pipeline of games. You got time to catch up there.
Even since I've adopted the PC, I play very few things on my console anymore.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't have VR. That's another stream of games that I won't have time for all of the things. So I think
I'm with you. I downloaded Weird West and The Crew. Was it The Crew? Not The Crew. What's the other?
Crew's no good.
Trek to Yomi, and then what was the Grid?
Oh, Grid. Yeah.
All of those on my PC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
These are games I could freely play on my console.
I would love to play a solid racing game on something like a Steam Deck. That'd be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be really good. Lee Navarro says, does Switch having an NVIDIA system on chip possibly lead to Switch 2 being equal to Steam Deck?
I think you'll probably see with DLSS some comparable performance things.
Possibly.
Because it's a closed system. But I think for the most part, like my expectation is that the next Switch will not be able to outbrute force the Steam Deck. And it's not because I don't think they want to. I think it's a cost thing.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I don't think Nintendo would prioritize it in a way to even support the chipset with everything else. Mm-hmm.
Will not be nearly as strong. Now, they may be able to make up for it, again, with DLSS. They might be on par to the end user. So, like, the person who's playing the screen, you might have a comparable experience. But, like, just brute teraflops, no.
Carlos
even if it was
looking at Steam Deck. That's something you should look into it if you can get your hands on one. I think the Steam Deck is making waves in a bigger way than maybe I expected.
The Proton, the Linux thing, like Steam's nailed. I think that's the thing that people have been really surprised by.
Yeah,
it's not the PC-like experience. I think people associate.
Yeah,
people are like, "Oh, I'm going to be doing my drivers and stuff." No, it's not that. It's not Windows.
Really.
The Steam OS experience that they built for Steam Deck is a console-like experience. It looks like a console, it plays like a console. Use like everything is, all the compatibility is there.
Right.
I think like the thing that I'm really excited about is the enhanced features for you to control your performance is next level. I wish every console gave you. I think that might be too much for most console players, but the fact that like out of the box, you turn on the system and it's like, here's your Steam library. Here are the games that are compatible.
Yeah.
Download and play.
I legit remember when these enhanced versions of these consoles started to come out, we got the option between like performance and quality and everything. And I remember thinking as a console player and among console players going like, is that going to be too much for people? And they've really had to limit it to like basically that you tweak some of your HDR settings. And I even think for some people is like maybe a little bit too much, you know, but for a Steam Deck person,
you pulled it off.
Mm-hmm.
Like even the advanced performance stuff are actually really easy to follow. Like you hold the home button like you do on the Switch where you adjust their brightness. Yeah. And on the Steam Deck, it's like, do you want to limit to 30 FPS?
Yeah.
Do you want to turn up the battery some?
Yeah.
Do you want to turn this up? Like it's really easy.
Yeah.
They've made it like very easy to follow. And then also I forgot the other thing I was going to say. Oh, the cloud saves. Like it's all integrated. Everything is integrated.
Yeah.
So you can click on it. It's very easy to go from tower to Steam Deck and back to tower.
Yes.
To Steam Deck. Like it's like they looked at the Switch and they were like, how can we perfect that experience? And they really did.
Well,
I think when Steam OS comes to PC, like when you could just Steam OS on your PC and then Steam OS on other handhelds, I think that's going to be where people are like, this is great. Like that's when you start seeing more and more people are like, I got to get Steam Deck.
Yeah.
It won't feel so novel because that's what they're going to do. I'm not sure if you know this or listeners don't know this. They're going to replace Big Picture mode with Steam OS, like the new version.
That makes sense. Yeah, I mean that's something that they could have been iterating upon this entire time, but they didn't. They just kind of left it. And you're like, well, something's going to happen that's a little bit more than just a reface.
When I was excited about it early on, like I was really scared about this Proton compatibility layer. I was like, man, I hope this doesn't screw. And it doesn't. Yeah. It's actually, since they've updated the drivers for Windows, there are people that have tested game performance on straight Windows on the Steam Deck, and the Proton compatibility layer does more for performance.
Yeah.
And I think what you're going to see is more developers begin to support and adapt to Proton.
I hope
Whereas
so.
I was scared it was going to be the other way. I was scared that it was like, I'm just going to have to put Windows on this because nobody's going to support this. And I think they've done such a good job with it. I think the demand is going to be for developers to support it.
It's nice when it actually works out that way because it was definitely an uncertainty. That was the point of it being a story. But usually when things are an uncertainty, they fall to the negative side. But this was an uncertainty that could have gone either way, and it's actually kind of working out, which is nice.
And I formed this opinion completely on my own, but I did talk to Jeff about it when Jeff and I were discussing him setting up the decks and stuff, and he agreed with me.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, I've been looking into this. I was like, this Proton is so good. Like, I'm not going to put Windows on. He's like, yeah, neither am I.
Yeah.
And I think what that's going to happen is as more people start, because what I think will happen is if you put a game on Steam that supports Steam Deck, I think you're probably going to see a difference in sales.
Yeah.
It's probably going to catch up. And I think that'll just become the norm.
Yeah.
Is that everybody will make sure that they can work with. And you've even seen Xbox. They've continued to push patches to make more of their library Steam Deck compatible.
Yeah.
They just updated like Fable Anniversary is completely Steam Deck compatible.
That's awesome. What a great game for that system too. That's amazing.
Exactly. I think they're going to keep doing that. The only one that I wanted to play Gears 5 on Steam Deck, and it's not because of the anti-cheat. And I bet they find a way to work through that.
Yeah, it's not like a lot of games have anti-cheat. And a lot of I think they will. Lee says, you know me well enough to know I'm a hardcore PC gamer, and the Steam Deck is very attractive to me. Like, Lee likes to customize the crap out of his PCs, and he'll take a console handheld kind of experience with a PC slant any day, you know. And I think it's just the tweaking and the modding that you can do that isn't. It's more software based. Like, you're not going to be ripping out components out of that thing.
Yeah, and if you want.
That's wild. Did I see somebody hooked up an actual GPU to it? Like limited, like weird, like.
So many people are getting the 64 gig models,
and
then ripping the memory and putting their own memory
love it.
in.
That's awesome.
You can do that on the cheap. There's a lot of upgrades you can make if you want to get into the hardware, and it's very easy to do. Like if you're not scared of thermal paste, it's very easy to do.
Yeah, who's scared of thermal paste?
Like I'm never going to do any of that. But for me, also, like I'm totally fine with the way that it is. Like I'm impressed with how much
I would take
software
the same.
features.
Yeah.
You can turn FSR on and off. You can lock the frame rate on or off. FSR is the AMD version
like the FreeSync
DLSS.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah, not even close.
It's an upscaling tech. So you can turn that on and off at different sides. It's all built into this little home menu. It's super easy to turn on. Graphs, FPS monitoring, battery monitoring, temperature monitoring. You can go crazy as you want with it or not at all.
Look at this, man. See, and I don't overclock anything. I'm looking at my tower like I could do it just by looking at it. Like I don't do anything. Like it just whatever came on the box, like that's what it does. But I could probably get a little bit more juice out of this thing.
I overclock my Alienware, but only because it has a built-in profile to do so.
Yeah, so does mine. Like it's not hard to do. I don't have to like get anything crazy, but like
just open up Alienware and say yes.
So we gotta get Lee. We gotta get Lee on a PC show. See, it'd be cool to pair you up with Lee, I think, too. Lee knows all the things.
Yeah, that's my other thing, because I know I would feel like such a poser. I don't know anything about PCs, really, like outside of I just enjoy using them.
But that's the thing, like, you pair up with somebody who knows all the things, maybe he doesn't have time to play all the games, and you're playing the games. I really do think that there's something to be said about that with PC podcasts in general. Not that I'm listening to a ton of them, but maybe this is why. Like,
I listen to a couple.
There's games to be played on them.
They are very tech savvy, which is, I think, why I follow them to try and learn.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. I when you brought it up the first time, the first thing I thought of is there aren't like a lot of people like me on a PC podcast. Like I don't know
on the podcast
what all this means, but I love my Steam Deck and I've got a computer and I'm buying games on Fanatical and Humble Bundle and like they're not bringing that kind of, like I said, that layman's approach to like a console gamer's approach to a PC.
Yeah. Well, and there's got to be some sort of like mid step towards like the most hardcore. Like how do you get into PC gaming? Do you listen to people talking about this component and that component and ripping all this and modding this and blah blah? It's like holy crap!
Build off the shelf like I did.
Right, like thousands and millions of people do all over the place, and this whole notion that PC gaming is getting bigger and bigger. It's not because the entire world is becoming hardcore about PC gaming. It's because it's becoming more accessible through all these different ways. But the mindset of these people are almost console player-esque. It's like people are still looking. The people are still looking for convenience. That never has changed and never will change. So
people can continue to create a podcast for that top 1% of people who understand it to that degree, but the number of players who are playing on PC is growing, and it's just the composition of those players will always remain the same. 1% is super techie, and there's a whole gazillion bunch of people who don't have that level of knowledge. The me's like, I would love to listen to that podcast of you actually talking about the games that you're playing, because as you pointed out, you're playing the Xbox exclusives, you're playing the PlayStation exclusives, you're playing everything else and the modding stuff and the back compat and emulators and everything.
46 games I bought for $8.70 last week.
That sounds pretty good to me, man. And every once in a while you might talk about whatever the next graphics card or whatever, the new Intel chips that are coming and how Intel's going to...
And see, a part that I would get out of something like that if I could talk to somebody that was in the know is I would love for somebody to be like, it's kind of like Dev's role, somebody that's keeping me up to date on like what's coming.
Right.
You know, like tell me what I need to know. Do I need to upgrade my graphics card?
Yeah.
Like I've got the 3080. Like, is this good? Am I good for a while? Do I need an SSD? Like, I don't know. Tell me what to buy and I'll buy it. We'll slap it in this bad boy. Like, just tell me what I need to do to play Dying Light at 4K 60 frames per second.
There you
that's
go.
all that I really care about.
When you talked about that on PSVG earlier this week about who's winning the console wars, and then you're just like, you're playing on PC, you barely even got to like squeak it out there, but I wanted for you guys to hang out on this for a little bit. It's we have these new consoles, they're the most powerful that's ever been made, and yet here I am over on PC getting 4K 60 and all the stuff that was promised over here with all the teraflops.
Yeah,
in console
that's what I'm
land.
saying.
And like, it was
The
just
last
so clear to
consoles,
me. Yes.
Everything was supposed to be 1080p 60 when the PS4 and the Xbox One launched, and then
Right.
they came out and they weren't.
I know.
And then everything
We should be
was
mad
supposed to
about it.
4K 60 when we got the Pro models and we got the new consoles, and they weren't. And the thing that I wanted to ask, the thing that I wanted to say that I didn't, I've been holding this in for a little bit, and I'm glad I'm talking to you about it, and not Dev. I don't think I would get the. I don't want to say truthful, but I don't think the answer would come up the same.
Lee Navarro, 5120 times 1440 at 240 hertz. He's like, good God, man. He's crushing it over there.
Do you feel the new consoles that you have? Because you have PS5 now too, right?
Yep.
So you've got them both. Do they feel as special as new consoles have felt to you in the past? Because mine didn't and don't. And I say that for both of them. My Xbox, my Series X, I love it. I still do. I'm not getting rid of it. It's not going anywhere. It's under no fear of being moved.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't feel. There are times when I've brought a brand new console home and hooked it up for the first time, and it felt special.
Yeah.
Like I was like, this is fucking awesome. Look at this. I don't feel that way.
When
about
was the
new
last time that
consoles.
happened for you?
I want to say maybe PS4, like the night I brought my PS4 home. I'll never forget I turned on NBA 2K on my PS4 and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I remember the day I got my 360 and I played NCAA 06 for the first time.
360 felt like a big deal.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like this is so next level.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like our new consoles feel like that at all.
So I asked for that for a couple of reasons. Carla had a similar kind of question. Is that a childhood nostalgia thing? I wondered about that as well. I agree with you. PS4 did feel like that, especially next to the Xbox One. It felt snappy. It felt clean. I think the OS was really good.
PS3, like OS. Just think about what it was like going from a PS3 to a PS4. Like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think PS3 to a certain extent, like I'm looking at Nathan Drake's wet jeans coming out of the water. Like I was like, damn, I'm here for that.
I remember that.
Yeah, it's a weird moment we all seem to share, which is strange. I think one maybe telltale sign that gives you an answer is I keep thinking these things came out in November. They came out in November a year prior to last November.
Well, there are rumors. I'm not sure if you guys talked about it on the drive. I mean, I listened to Drive. I didn't hear it, but there are rumors that there are revisions coming.
Oh, I have no doubt. We don't really cover the rumors too much, but I guess the point that I'm trying to make is I feel like I'm still giving it a grace period as if it came out 5 or 6 months ago.
Ah, I see.
But it's actually like 18 months ago.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah,
And we've had these. And should we be into, oh snap, we're into this game territory yet? And we're not. So that's one element. And the other side of it is
that at this point now you have these new consoles, but you and I both have capable PCs, and that is different for me now than it has been since 1998.
And we had iterations, which is also not always the norm. But like, the thing that I keep coming, like, Digital Foundry did a complete breakdown on how good Horizon Forbidden West is on PS4.
It is good. I played it on PS4 Pro. It's really good.
That's what I'm saying. It's like